Yo, it's the unholy father back in the building. You know how we do. Come on, man. Like, you can't stop the block. The block won't stop. You get me? You can't stop the block. You can't stop the block. Jeez, you can't stop the block. You can't stop the block, and the block won't stop. You feel me? Yeah, man. Let me make a nice up cup of minty and yeah, let's warm up, man. We wait for the rest of the people to get back in the building. Uh, one sec. One sec. Un momento. Yo. Yeah, man. So, give me 2 secs, yeah? Let me just do this real quick. Yo. Yeah, man. We said, yeah, man. You can't start the block. You dig? You heard? Yeah. You see it? You see it? You can't start the block. I said, you can't stop the block. You can't stop the block. I said, you can't stop the block. Yeah. Jeez. Yeah, man. Yeah. Imagine a fully grown woman is gonna play porn on a channel, man. What kind of business is this, man? What part of the game is this? Yeah. Say nothing, though, man. You know how we do. G Block's unstoppable. We can't stop. Won't stop. You get me? So, yeah, man. Try it, one. Can't stop me, lie you want. Still won't move me. Yeah. Yeah, man. So, anyway, man. Big up all the people them on the live chat. Out to all the mint tea drinkers. Yeah, man. Big up yourselves. Oh, Khalid. What one, Khalid?
Yes, my bro. Yes, my bro. Big up the block. Big
What you
up the
saying, B?
fucking block, bro. I listen, G. I
Big up,
try and
man.
log on. What happened? What happened?
Come
Don't tell me they hit. Don't tell me they hit man up early in the morning.
Yeah, man. Come on, hit man up with the early porno. You get me?
Dickheads. This happened to me. Remember, I was telling
Yeah.
you. It happened to me the other day, fam. It
Mm.
happened to me the other day. Yes, big up my brother Kush
Yeah.
Smoke. At least lucky. It was only 20 minutes. What's wrong with these people? At least hit you up later on, like. You fucking
One
knobs,
time,
bro.
I'll tell you one time they got me good though. Still, like it was right
Yeah.
near to the end of the fucking like 10 hours or something, and then man
Yeah.
porn bombed it. I was like, ah, you bastard! Imagine you
Ah,
fucking nearly done the whole show. Get me?
bro, fam, it happened to me as well. But do you know what I did? Like, stupid in the middle, I just kept on with the stream in it. This is what I did. I kept running with the stream. You know, the other day when I got porn bombed, didn't it? I kept running with the stream, running with the stream. Then I uploaded it. Then I took it down. Do you get where I'm coming from? I don't think
Yeah.
YouTube clocked by then. Because you know the long
Mm.
streams, yeah, they don't really clock.
Yeah, nice. It depends if someone reports it in it, man. So yeah, if anyone's
Okay,
able
so
to report it quickly, then Because that's what they'll do, yeah, is try to play porn on the thing and then report it to YouTube.
All right.
You
All right,
know what I mean?
blood.
So,
You know, in my language, we call these people hasid. I beg you start using that word, hasid.
Hasid, yeah, come on. Them man are
Hasid. That man are hasid,
Hasid, you hear me?
You get me? Evil. Do you know what we call it? Evil-minded, bad soul, bad energy,
bad man,
motherfucker. That's just
come
bad,
on,
man. Yeah, it's like in Caribbeans, you don't call it the bad man.
Hasid, yeah. That's what I'm trying to say. Hasid, yeah, in Patwa is bad man. You get
it's bad man. It's just bad-minded.
Yeah, bad man.
Bad-minded.
You get
me?
You have to tell bad man to suck their mother ass. Huh? Yeah, feel it.
Yeah, suck your dirty mum as well, fam.
Yeah.
We're team streamers out here, fam. We're team streamers. The team streamers say, fuck you, motherfuckers, fam.
Trust me. Just let them know, man. We're hotter than the tea in the cupping of the salsa.
Come on, man. Come on. Let me answer the question of the day. Okay. Is it okay to use racial insults against people you don't like? Nah. With me, I can't co-sign that. I'd rather be fuckery towards you. With me, I won't get into your race. You get uncomfortable. Ain't cause a bad man get onto my race, yeah. Because man could diss, you know them ones, and I got a mouth on me in it, yeah. I'd rather just go for you. You get where I'm coming from, those. You know them ones. You get where I'm coming from. I'd rather just go for someone. Yeah, I get me.
Yeah, man, it's all good though, man. You know how we do. Trust me, we just gonna
bounce back, man.
Yeah,
you
man,
bounce
you
back,
get
bro.
Yeah, man, we're championship right there, man. You get
Come on,
it's championship. This is Premier League right there, cause like it's not like a normal Sunday league football match.
Nah, man, I wouldn't even say Premier League. Man, I'll say Champions League.
Pitch, you get me?
I'll say Champions League. This is Champions League, fam.
Right there,
we're in the knockout stages. We're on the knockout stages, man. I like what Beefy just said as well, man. Tell them bad energy, stay far away. Far away.
Bad energy, stay far away.
Come on,
but nah, you know what though, cuz differently, I don't actually mind if any of them bad man people jump on. I don't want you to play porn. You can jump on and talk though. You get me? Like, and we can disagree till the sun comes on.
At least diss me, chief me up here, prove what I'm saying you don't like here.
Wrong.
But like I got a theory, like I said, yeah, this porn bombing thing is from a certain community. Bro. And that community man's gonna find you, yeah, watch, bro. You get me?
Imagine a lady from that community was just saying a few things about me earlier today, and then I got porn bombed. That's mad, isn't it?
Bro, fam, like I said to you, the other day, a certain man from a certain community jumped on my platform, disrespected them and them. Next minute later, I'm getting porn bombed. I'm like, all right. And then earlier, I see the chat earlier in the background. I see the sister, and she's talking a hella smack. Like, as a Muslim sister as well, yeah, you're calling people them things. Like, that's disgusting. That's disgusting, bro. That's disgusting. And I know she's probably listening.
Return to the sunnah of the Prophet, man. You get me?
Sallallahu alayhi wasallam.
Yeah, man.
Did you
Come on, Gigi.
What are you saying, brother?
I said, did you delete the past video that you just made?
Yeah. Delete it, man.
Okay, yeah. Good.
Now, observation stuff in it, yeah. Observing stuff, yeah. My broski is observing stuff, yeah. The problem is, observation. Yeah, I'm just gonna call you stuff anyway, yeah. For sure.
That was my first name, actually. That was my first name with stuff. But yeah, go ahead.
No, do you know what it is? Yeah, it's like as like Veli, the other day I had to big him up here because I went through a stressful stream for the first time. You know, when the stream pops and it's crazy, like you get where I'm coming from here, and then there's a lot of effort what goes behind this. That's what the brothers and sisters don't realize. You get me? You guys are sitting there appreciating something and then you get a little dickhead that just hates what you're saying. Want to just porn bomb you, and to me, is it like you hate the community coming together? What do you hate about people talking and expressing opinions, sharing ideas, and debating? That's my question.
Yeah, it's basically when it's not an echo chamber of people just agreeing with the stuff that they want people to agree on, then certain ones get vexed in it. That's what it is, man. It's minor, man. It's nothing, man. You know what I mean? They can't stop the block. I said they can't stop the block. They can't stop the block. I said they can't stop the block. Yeah, so.
Hey, yeah, like I'm around a couple
Yeah.
times. Well, actually, it's only been one time, not a couple, but one time I got accused by. It was funny. That was being an asshole. He knew who the fuck I was. It was another channel that accused me of being a porn bomber or whatever, and I'm like, I don't do shit like that. Like I don't do that. Like if I'm going to troll, I troll in a funny way. Foreign bombing is not trolling. I mean, that's not it's trolling, but it's not like it's not creative at all. It's just like it's just stupid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now to me, it's like all right, cool. Yeah. It's pathetic, and this is coming from one specific a specific group or demographic of people that are one community that, and they're known for this. It's not a coincidence. Every time someone has an argument with them, it's this specific community, bro. You get where I'm coming from? That was just porn. And then do you know what the fuck he thinks it does? It does damage for people that random people that want to jump on. You get where I'm coming from, man. Now I have to look at people's names. Like I learned my lesson yesterday, innit? Yeah, it's like I did an 8-hour thing the other day. It got porn bombed. I had to take it down. Wasted more. I'm not gonna get that 8 hours of my life back. You get where I'm coming from?
Right. What you can do, well, even though I don't make videos, if you were to, because I don't know, a long time ago I did used to edit videos, but that was like shit in the Stone Ages. Maybe you could take that video and edit that out and then repost it.
Yeah, I think that's what I did. But what I did is, I saved it on a stream. So I don't know. It said 7-day stream. So I'm gonna later on, I'm gonna be planning to do my own show around about 5. You know, big up the G Block. You know them ones. So I'm gonna be doing my own show around about 5 p.m. UK time. No, I'm not trying to step on anyone's shows, but this is my boy Veli's channel. He'll let me promote the thing. So
I can't speak for him, but do your thing. I can't speak for him.
I know Vels. So it's like I learned my lesson. It's like now, but what these people don't realize, like you're gonna say someone that I don't know tries to jump in with a good point of view. I'm not gonna trust people now. I'm only gonna trust a certain people that like names like yours that have been on panels.
Yeah.
And that's the only way forward now. You get where I'm coming from? It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. So like, do you know? I don't know streaming. I don't know streaming like that. Like I've only streamed like video games on like Mixer, and I don't fuck with Twitch no more. Twitch pissed me off. But anyway, like thing about that is I don't have the opportunity to allow people on like that besides chatting. If they want to co-broadcast, they can, but that's different. So like, can you see the person's like, or no? Do you have the option to block their video before you let them in?
I don't think you could do the stuff. Basically, my G, you just come in. Say if I didn't know you right now, I see you like I'm on my laptop here. I'll see your name pop up. I'll be like, okay, I can't see your picture. I can't see nothing. I'll add you to the stream, and you could do what the fuck you want. You get where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
And it's like you can't stop it. It's only fuck, someone porn bombed the thing and then you have to change it all that, and it's just long. It's just a long procedure. But luckily they did it within 15 minutes today, and it's like, really? Are you that sad? Like, you know the ones, like it's quarantine. People ain't got nothing to do. What you don't like, you don't want people to fucking talk, dialect, debate. You get where I'm coming from. So what do you think about the question of the day, my G?
Question of the day. I want to ask Vele about this question. I want to ask him what influenced him to ask this question, because I was on his panel a couple of days ago with a woman who allegedly was mad at somebody and said something racist. Now I wasn't there when she originally said it, but she admitted to saying it. And I didn't agree with what she said, So I just wondered, did that influence this debate? Nothing to for or against it, if that is the case. But yeah, it was just interesting.
No, never. But yeah, it could have, but it never. Sorry, I'm Indian.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, like, did you hear me talking to that one lady when somebody in the chat came and said, yeah, okay, yeah. So you heard that. So yeah, that's interesting to me. And to answer your question, I don't do that. Like honestly, like I'm a black person. And if I'm sure I've said racist things before, but I say racist shit about all races. But I if somebody really makes me angry, I go at their intellect just to devalue them as a person. Like I go at their intellect. Like that's that's what I do when I get mad. Going at their race isn't really a big thing for me. It's not what I do. But yeah.
Yeah. No. All right. To go against someone's race or stuff, you ain't never said to you never said a racist comment back while you in the heat of the moment.
In the heat of the moment, no, not really. I've said racist shit before. Don't get me wrong. I said racist shit against my own race. I said racist shit against, because I'm black. I said racist shit against black people. I said racist shit against everybody. But usually I'm joking when I say that shit.
It's not like
yeah. In the heat of the moment, when I'm angry, I probably have before in the past, but when I became an adult, I don't really. That's not my go-to as much. Like I said, like when I try to directly insult the person's intellect, because I feel like that hurts them the most if I do that, more than me going to their race. Because you can't control your race, but you can control the way you think. So that's what I do.
All right. All right. On to my next question. I was gonna ask you, how would you feel if someone did that back to you, like in like an insult, and someone said something like horrifically racist towards you? How would you either take that? Would you look at the person's intellect level, or would you carry on in a scenario like that?
If it's in person, I don't know. If it's online, I'm gonna assume they're retarded. And even in retarded, it's kind of offensive word to say, but I'm assuming they're retarded. You know what I'm saying? Like they think like, oh, you think that because you're a N-word. I'm like, oh, okay, you're just retarded then. Like that, you're like, you know what I'm saying? I say retarded because I'm like, okay, obviously the way you're thinking doesn't make sense. Because why would me being a race, correlate to that? You know what I'm saying? But in person, I have not got. No, I have gotten that in person before, and I punched a person. That was back in high school. But yeah, other than that, yeah, no. No. I would try not to act like that in person.
All right.
What about you?
Let me want to know what inspired today's show.
Yeah.
All right, so I was strolling through Google Hangouts today, and I saw a message that said, I hope James Jones gets coronavirus and dies a Muslim. That's my dua for him. He probably was abused as a child, or his mum left him when he was 5. Grew up unwanted, now looks for belonging in every group he finds. Mostly the kafar, like Veli. So I was like, right. So I said, right, you hope me and James get corona and die, yeah? I say nothing, innit? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the type person.
Another message.
I say that
there was another message after, obviously, because I'm quite a joker in it, yeah. So I was replying back. Then so let's get back down this. Yo, Veli, who gives a fuck what your racist Islamophobic Begso says? Yeah, and I said, I didn't say nothing back to that one. Still, I was laughing still. I said, stop the blood clot crying. You get me? And then you're a sick fucking ass selling bastard. Always has our religion in your mouth, and it's true. You're the same as the fuckers that use your channel. I said, girl, I gotta fix up and start getting vexed.
The better question is it?
She said,
person religion.
One sec, like a $2 corner selling house negro that you are. devil man. I said, wow, you called me a rent boy. LOL, Veli is free from that. You got my videos on your channel though. I'm feeding you, Halima. So you should be grateful, girl. I said, next man want to come at Islam or my brothers and sisters, call me. I'll educate you and your mums. I said, wow, you called me a house Negro too. Well, that's racist. So you're evil and racist. The sides you show. I said, I'll delete them fucking videos. They're just to lie on Islam. How many mans donated to your channel accuse Muslims of terrorism? Never seen a Muslim or black man talk like you guys on live streams. Pure fucking shaitans. Tell that fucking James Jones from me to stop selling his ass on your panels. I'll report the fucker next time I hear any of you endanger Muslims online by associating them with terrorism. You don't know how many have died of being falsely accused of it, tortured to death. You'd think you fuckers knew after seeing what happened in South Africa, but like I said, house Negroes are always siding with the others down the river. Yeah. So that's 2 house Negroes now, yeah? Alright, say that. But anyway, mention my name and mention it to her or my DM. I don't want no pussy bitch mentioning me behind the curtain. Not every family had a broken one like yours, where you don't know how to talk to sisters. I've seen how loved up you get with other women, by the way, even have haram relationships. But when it comes to sisters, your tongues are as sharp as swords. I'm always ready for war. So at me next time you feel emotional. And very, fuck you. And so fuck your Islamophobic, racist, begging channel. Use a whore. Turned out worse than Rural McGee, didn't you? We already knew who you are. And you cunt, you infiltrated our side, snake moves. There, I've sorted your show out for the day. Title it, Beggars Looking for Clout. That's what you people are about. I'm talking about what happens on Veli's channel. I'm not giving him dawa, as you can see, because someone is replying back to Halima saying, does the Quran not say to call to the way of God with godly wisdom? Yeah, man. So man, man like Halima's wilding out in the chat still, fam. You get me?
Do you know what I
what's wrong with this brother still?
Mm-hmm. You popping, bro. You popping.
Why are you so angry? You need to relax. You are being racist and lying about me. But cool. Listen. Listen to my reply, because I'm so righteous and pious, obviously. Yeah, so why are you so angry? You need to relax. You are being racist and lying about me. But cool, I will be the bigger man and say, I hope you fix the racism and the anger you have inside and return to the ways of the Sunnah. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, we call it.
Boy, I don't know this sister Halima. I've seen her a couple of times and I haven't really engaged with her, but again, Vels, like that whole house Negro comment, well, sister, do you know how many black Muslims are there? Now, this is the problem. You know, we're saying stuff like this, yeah. You know, you're taking the piss out of black Muslims as well. Okay, cool. To me, it's again this whole internet world. You know, obviously, I had a little struggle with one of my Muslim sisters on my team, innit, yeah. And sisters, intaqullah, maybe fear Allah, sisters. Like, wallahi, this is not a good look. You get me? For saying that, all right, cool, this channel, I'm not gonna lie to you. People have their opinions. It's an open thing. I like Veli. Vels.
And it's man. I'm
sorry. Yeah, man. So, everyone's welcome on there, man, to give their opinion. You hear me?
And how I see it is, if there's people that disagree with our religion, boy, that's their minute. Lakum dinukum waliya deed. That's the ayat Quran. Let them have their ways. You have your ways. And I keep stressing this to a lot of Muslim brothers and sisters. What happens on Vel's program happens on Vel's program. I had a couple of brothers and sisters run on my channel and they disrespect me, caused the biggest fitna I've seen happen in the Muslim community. But no one calls out this sister with what she did. Everyone's on me, like Khalid this, Khalid that. So I'm not even gonna mention that. I'm gonna let that go. But come on, bro. Man, see this on the back chat. I'm watching it now. It's on Ruspect's thing, innit? I'm reading it now myself here, like, and this is 8. What time is it? 8 in the morning. You've got time 8 in the morning, my sister, to wake up, be racist, and then you're gonna claim I'm defending Islam. To me, it don't make sense. Because Bilal,
I know it sounds like ignorant and vague, but that's why I say that means he's popping, because what she said, I'm not even Muslim or Islamic or none of that. I'm not even none of that, but I respect religions. So that's why I say he popping. Just because how ignorant that person came at him is how, okay, cool. Obviously she fuck with you because she still keep listening to your videos. You probably got a view right now because of her. See, people I don't like, I don't watch their fucking videos. I don't go to their channels. I don't do any of that. You know what I'm saying?
I lie. Obs, I'm not gonna lie to you. Stuff here, my brother, yo. If I don't like you, I stay away from certain channels. You get where I'm coming from? I don't listen to their shit. I don't go on their shit. Even my channel itself has been accused of being a Somali national channel here, but we're just networking, helping Somali brothers and sisters. So fucking what, bro?
It's like, what is it against the law for you to care about Somalia? Because you're from Somalia.
I'm having the most drama with non-Somali Muslims. Like the other day, I had a guy on the platform. Why are you always like talking Somali? I'm like, bro, it's the channel says Somali speakers. We're gonna be speaking in my language. We're gonna be communicating. Our forefront of our thing is to be a voice for our community.
You should do show. Why shouldn't you do shows where you only speak Somali?
Because do you know what the problem is here, Veli? Yeah, I've got a lot of fish and chips here. That means a lot of kids that grew up here, innit? A lot of people grew up here
that don't speak Somali.
Yeah. Some of them, like imagine a Somali brother and sister.
But can't you, if you speak pidgin or whatever, won't that sort of be able to teach them the language as you go?
Nah, but the problem is some
people giving out language lessons to some of the UK or European American Somalis that don't speak their language, so their parents never spoke to them in their language from when they was babies or whatever. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, that could be another thing. Cause like I'm trying to tell you, man, there's you see with your thing, your thing, Somali speakers, cause there's bare little niches you can pick up with, man, and you know what I mean.
I'm with that, man. Yeah, go on, Vils. We were talking on the Hangouts. We'll talk out of the Hangouts because there's two cats out here, that are trying to do. To me, look, listen, like I'm saying, Vils, like I said, I pay homage to a lot of brothers that run panels like you. I pay homage to Jedi. Muslim Matters. What's his name? Nubian Sniper. Respect himself. This thing's a hard thing to do, innit? To get people do this thing, get the people talking, and you're providing a service, especially at a time of quarantine, where people could come together, express themselves. You get where I'm coming from? Have debates, challenge each other. You get me? Some people are gonna say stuff that you don't like in this world. But to be obsessed, like, and I'm seeing some of my Muslim sisters obsessed with this thing. You get me? And it's like, what? Like, they said this on this channel. They said that. I'm like, does Veli's channel shape your day? Does what Veli's people and Veli's thing, does it really affect your life that badly that you have to be on 8 in the morning? I'm looking at time, disrespecting and calling people house Negroes.
You could jump on the panel and have your say though, still, because it's not like a thing of where man are saying that none of them can go on the panel. Everyone can.
The thing that gave me the jokes is, when certain people say, boycott that chat, but everyone's on there. Like, it don't make sense to me. Like, your brothers and sisters were like, go on the masajid, Ramadan's round the corner, my brothers. Seek forgiveness. Come off this bullshit. Seek forgiveness. I'm not one to I've been heated the last couple of days, innit? Yeah. It's for
you need to make dua for the racism in your heart, Halim. Yeah.
Well, you need to clean that out, sister. Wallahi, my Pakistani sister. Wallahi, you need to clean that out of your heart. You get me? You're representing Muslims.
In Jamaica,
you're representing Pakistan.
when they say someone's got a dirty heart or they're bad minded, they say they need to drink some jelly coconut water. Yeah, to wash out your heart.
But to me, it's like right now I'm actually looking at the hangout. I'm reading it for myself, yeah, and I'm looking at the timestamps of the damn thing in it, yeah. And it's like, and you know this hangout, you can't delete it, innit? It's like 9 in the morning, 8 in the morning. My sister, like, wallahi, into Allah, man, go get a husband or something. Like, go set a family. Go do something productive. You get me? Ramadan's round the corner and you're out here calling people Negroes. Like, fuck, but I bumble so like a good percentage of the Muslim community are black, you know. Like, this is a news flashy. You get what I'm coming from? Are they house Negroes as well? Or is it only the ones that are atheists? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, and I would say when it comes to speaking in Somali,
Yeah.
I would say speaking like try to speak, which I'm practicing this myself. Try to speak in like English, because it will branch out to more people. Because if you speak in Somali, I won't know what the fuck you're saying. I really won't. You know what I'm saying? Like, just like I remember one time Vele was speaking really fast, because I talk fast sometimes, and I am making it like a thing to try to talk slower. And I heard Vele talk fast, and I was like, I didn't know what the fuck he was saying. I really didn't. So I was like, you know what I'm saying? People have their own accents and things like that, but it's better to be easily understandable, I guess, when you're trying, especially when you're trying to get a point across.
Nah, well, but it's what, are we gone? Hello?
What's up? I hear you.
Can you hear me? Am I still on? Am I still in?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, the screen just went. It just went straight to Veli sort of thing, innit? I thought like, I think he gave man a good idea by sometimes switching up in Somali. I'll tell you why, bro. Hello.
Yo, Khalid, hold on 1 sec. Yeah. 1 sec.
Yes.
This is who this is. Yo, EB.
Yo,
is that you, Hass,
what you lot saying? What you saying?
Alright, cool. Yeah.
Yeah,
just making sure.
Shall I leave and come back in?
No,
there it is.
Hass?
Okay, yeah.
You hear me?
Yeah. EB, what about my brother? Assalamu alaikum.
Listen, yeah. Every time man does the every time man someone new jumps on in it, obviously man's gonna have to verify the people in a minute car. Yeah, you know the porn squad role, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, this is what I have to do later on today on my show.
Man, it happens.
That's not even that. Ibby was there with man, yeah? Are we offline or are we online now? We're still live,
we're online, man.
Oh yeah, no, Ibby was there with me. You remember Ibby, that last stream that we did? Ibs.
Yeah.
It's gone, bro. It's gone. You know, someone porn bombed the shit out of us as well. And we're a very new channel, bro.
Yeah, and I was like chatting. I was like, oh no, not this one, but like when LA last chat when somebody porn bombed, I was like, delete it, because YouTube
someone reported it.
Yeah, no,
someone tried to porn bomb it, man.
Yeah, they
porn bomb it. Oh, that's mad.
And in the middle of the chat, you know how I let people in? It was just bang. Someone just put out some pussy, some ditty, or some porn thing, innit?
Oh, that's sad. That's sad.
And then I have to take it down before they report, man. And brother, I'm not gonna lie to you, fam. I'm starting to feel suspect. I think this is a certain community was doing this online. You get what I'm saying?
You might have to make like a hangout group and then send the link there, son.
Man, people like everywhere, like every community. Like really, I'm from like I'm from like a community from America, and they go through this shit. Like people will just do this shit. You know? It's fucked up.
No, but to me,
it's not even funny. Like, it's not even funny. Like, my thing is like, if I was to troll somebody, I would try to at least be funny. This shit not even funny.
No, it's not even that. If I'm trolling, I'll come on.
They're not trying to be funny. They're trying to fuck up the thing, innit? That's what the thing. Like, they're fucking, man. We're just gonna fuck your channel up, man. You're not just gonna. Yeah. We don't want to start watching Star Shine, isn't it? Yeah, man. Yeah. Man.
Do you know what it is, Vels? What's especially with me, especially with my situation and your situation, is that why do you think these people are scared for people to congregate, come together, especially on your one? You know, the platform where there's a lot of people. Do they feel? Does a lot of people feel isolated that they're not involved in this? I don't know. I just don't get it. Because I'm starting to have that struggle as well.
What is it? They want all the places to be the same, to be safe spaces where they can critique anything and say whatever they want, but no one must ask any questions about what they believe in or anything like that. You know what I mean? So I must not try to have any places like that, man. We want everyone to opposing views to come around here, ask questions of each other, and try and discover the truth in it, man. Because
how can you feel? How can you feel isolated when you're being given an opportunity to come on? Don't make sense.
To me, Ibs, right now, you see how me and you are two Somali brothers in it, yeah? Me and you are gonna get bare like, oh my god, these lot are on fucking G block. It's this obsessive mentality with.
EB's been doing his own thing from time, though. Still,
I know. I rate EB. EB comes on my thing. He's been coming on my thing, lighting up the place for man. Always giving different opinions on. Like, I don't agree with that, but at the same time, to me, this sister, wallahi, she needs a reality check, fam. I don't know why she's so angry. What's with the racism?
Back in the day.
He used to troll gang.
He used to troll gang for time, fam. Trust me. That man and gang hated EB, fam. Trust me. He's trolling, guys. Yeah.
Jedi was trying to take my neck off, man.
You're lucky you didn't catch it.
Jedi was trying it.
You're lucky you didn't catch it, man. He was on to you still. Yeah, man.
I touched a few nerves. I touched a few nerves still.
Maybe I'm not gonna lie to you. Even the other day on my stream, you got on a couple of people's nerves as well. I was loving it. I was like, Ivy's a bad.
He does it on purpose, man. He loves it. That's why he does it. He does it.
I rate Ivy.
He does it to piss you off.
Yeah, you get me. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Ibs, what do you think of the question of the day, bro, Scooter?
What's the question? Racism.
It's is it okay to
use a racist insult against someone you dislike?
Bro, it depends who finds it okay or not. I don't know. It just depends on the person.
Well, it's gonna
someone says something like, if so, like it depends. Like it depends why you dislike them. It depends why you dislike them, innit?
Right, but I'm saying, in your own opinion, do you ever think it will be okay to use a racist insult against someone because you dislike them?
Again, I think it depends why you dislike them. If someone said something bad to me and I replied with a racist insult, then it's a racist insult.
So you agree with fighting fire with fire?
I feel people differentiate. Yeah, go on.
Right, you agree with fighting fire with fire, yeah? But do you agree with being the first one to make the strike? So would you be the first one to call someone a racist insult because they were doing something that pissed you off?
Yeah, like I said, if they done something that pissed me off, then you fight fire with fire. Like, I think people are selective with how they're offended. Like, you could offend someone's mom, but then as soon as someone gets racist, you start crying.
Yeah, that's true. I've seen that.
Like, so it's like, why do we put more emphasis on one insult than the other? They're both insults.
Oh, I kind of disagree with that, AB, man. But if say if someone,
she's saying that
but say if someone,
a lot of people will cry about racism, but then they'll be okay with someone cussing their mom.
Okay, yeah.
But what if someone insults your mom to your face? Did your mom feel the insult, or is it you that feels the insult?
I'll feel the insult.
Especially if your mom's not there. Maybe if your mom's standing there, that might be something different, isn't it?
No, even if she's not there.
You want to defend your mom's honor.
I'm just saying.
If she's not there and she don't know what happened, yeah. If someone says something about your mom, do you feel like that's enough for you to be able to call them a racist insult, or do you think you should be able to?
Yeah, yeah. No one
insult their
can.
mum back,
Yeah.
or just forget about it, or
This is the thing, yeah. This is the thing. If I say something to you, yeah, I can't dictate what your response should be. I can't dictate that. That's not for me to control. That's not for me to judge. Like if I said something about your shoes and then you cussed my mom, I can't be surprised. Like that's how you cuss people, innit?
See, because you've opened the door for the insult in the first place, yeah.
That's right.
So
you've opened the door.
You're saying that, like, right? So, yeah, but what about this then? Yeah, what if
Go ahead.
in this situation, yeah, because this is like a bit different. So, what if I've got a video up on my channel about talking about a subject that you don't like or whatever? Do you think that that's enough reason for you to, is that enough? Is that opening the door, and that means the other person or whoever don't like the video will now have the right to insult me racially or insult my mum or whatever?
No. They don't, because you're not attacking them personally. You're just making a video. I think we have to differentiate between talking about a topic and cussing someone personally.
No, Ibs, but you know what? Earlier I was with a couple of brothers. I think I was with Verly. And we're all on a private little thing. We were just having a conversation, and I wanted to ask this question: why? And I'm gonna call a spade, innit? Yeah. Obviously, this channel here is an open channel, right? It's an open channel. They ask the mad questions. There are a couple of Islamophobes, a couple of Sunni phobes, especially Shia Isa, you punk ass bitch. But you get me. So I just had to add that in there. Yeah. It's like. I just had to do, that little quick dig slide. He's gonna go for me later on, So it's a little thing that we've got. So I'm just saying, like, why do a lot of alright, cool, I'm gonna call it a spade. Why is a lot of the Muslims so butthurt about this channel? And that's gonna be a little controversial.
I think rhetoric. Well, they see a lot of rhetoric. Well, they see a lot of rhetoric against Islam, isn't it? So obviously they'll be against it.
Okay.
Well, you can either be against it or you can come on to challenge it.
So I hear that. That's a good thing. That's a good answer. Because with me, it's like even the other day, like certain people come to my platform crying their hell out of their eyes, like, oh, this is going on. I'm like, why are you going on there? If you ain't got the knowledge to refute things, and you ain't got the capability in your mind to refute things about your own religion, let them do what they're doing. You get where I'm coming from? Is that a bad idea, EB?
Yeah.
But I'm not really a religious brother. I'm not a religious brother. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, I love my religion, but like, all right, cool. You feel that way? I'm one of them brothers. Cool. That's up to you. I'm gone. You get where I'm coming from?
Big up, Billy.
Big up, G.
Big up.
Yeah. What do you think about that, EB? What do you think the best advice for our Muslim brothers and sisters are? Like, stay away from the channel, or what would be the best advice? Because for a sister to be writing all of that at 9 in the morning, what do you think? A Muslim sister writing that 9 in the morning, what do you think about that?
I don't know. What does she write? I'm not too sure. What does she write?
She's calling my Donny here a what's it called? A house Negro.
Who? Belly?
She hopes me and James die for Corona, and James is a Muslim when he dies as well. I think the worstest insult that we heard, the worstest insult that we heard, was that James would be a Muslim when he dies. You know what I mean? So
I don't know. I don't see how why it's. I just don't see. I don't know why it's productive to just insult each other. It's not going to be productive, innit?
Yeah, but exactly, Ibs. It's not even that. Why don't you come on here, challenge who you're challenging, and that to me, it's like, well, if you don't, there's how many black Muslims are there when you're saying house Negro? Like that term, like, and there's a lot of black Muslims.
That's the issue with when you're part of a collective, and you personally feel like you want to insult someone else. Now you've got to watch out for all the other people that's actually in your group or whatever. Or the other sort of thing is like like Robert just said, like you could grow you could grow thicker skin and not let as much like petty things attack you or insult you. You hear me? Like I say, man, I didn't actually feel like I weren't replying with racism or anything like that. I actually didn't feel like anyone insulted me or what. You get me? So. I didn't feel like anyone.
Say that again, Vel. Sorry, I missed that.
I didn't feel like I was insulted, but I didn't feel like I didn't feel like I needed to, I have to do something about this or.
Wait, Veli, who called you a house Negro?
Halima. Me and James.
Bro, listen, this is the problem, right? This is the thing. If Halima's using language like that, if Halima's using language like that as an Asian, right? This is the problem. If you notice, this is the thing. Let's just be real about this. Think about the speakers corner scene, and think about the biggest racist, like open racists. I would ask you, are they Asian? And what racist? I mean,
sorry, I can't hear you. Say that again. I'm sorry. Say that again, Ultra.
Specifically to black men. There's a problem in the speakers corner community and probably the Asian community as a whole, where they are racist and it gets outed every day. The problem is, if you let this casual racism slide, it's going to become commonplace. If you are hearing these things, you know they're wrong and you're not challenging it, you're complicit.
Now, me and M-Stacks, as soon as me and M-Stacks saw that Ultra.
I agree with him. He said, don't be complicit with the racism. If you let that shit slide, it's going to keep going on. I agree with that. I see that. I see things like that. And us as black people, but us as people who are black, when that happens to us, we target that. We see that. That's not right. But it happens to other people. So like right now with the COVID shit, Asian people are being racially discriminated, and that's not right either.
Oh, listen, just so you know, Asians in the UK doesn't mean Chinese.
No, we don't mean Chinese. Asian for us is Indian.
I know what Asian means. I know Asia is a
Bengali. Yeah, that we consider. We say far east when you don't try to say Asian. But all right, let me ask a real question right now.
Because I'm American doesn't mean I'm retarded. Like no, I know. I'm not. Asian is a continent. Asia is a continent. I know that.
No, but when you guys say Asian, it's usually you're speaking about the Oriental ones. When we say Asian, it's mainly the the Indian ones, like India, Bangladesh. The subset, the sub. No, but the question I have here, all right,
Oriental is a racist. From where I'm at, that's crazy. Yeah, it's interesting.
Listen, as a black fellow Muslim, how does that make you feel? Because you're putting Mandem in predicaments right now. And because don't even us, even some of you might not even consider us black, all right. What about our West African brothers and sisters that are Muslim, that are born Muslim? When they hear someone saying house Negro, that's a Muslim sister. And then later on they're gonna say, oh, well, these lot defended, they were dissing your religion, and you're putting people in predicaments right now. So EB, what would your response be to a sister like that, a Pakistani sister like that? What would you say back to her as a black Muslim? What would be the response back to her?
I'll just advise her not to do it. That's all you can do.
Is that it? Is that all you can do? Yeah.
What am I gonna do? Arrest her?
No. I'm asking. Is that all you can do?
Yeah, that's all I can do.
Oh, okay.
What can you do? You just have to ignore it.
So what?
Advise. Cool. If they don't, you can advise the person. If they don't listen, what can you do?
Let me ask you a question. Like, this is the thing. I feel like there's a bit of a hypocrisy going on here. So if we got man like Tommy Robinson running around the streets being a massive cunt, all we can do is advise him not to do it. Is that a good enough response for you?
No. I mean, there's a difference here. I think you're talking about someone.
They're both displaying.
So you don't want me to explain myself? You don't want me to explain myself?
Yeah, no. You don't even have to explain yourself. I'm nobody.
He doesn't want
to me. It seems like a double
So what's the
standard
point in having a conversation if you don't want me to speak?
Somebody that I was like, he automatically assumed that my view of Asian people was skewed because I'm American.
You're making it seem like this guy was going around the streets hurling and stuff.
Bro, listen, Halima. This is not the first instance of Halima displaying racist traits. It's not the first time, bro. She does it all the time whenever she's upset.
Okay. Apart from telling
Right?
someone
So wait,
to
she's
stop.
she's not under the influence of alcohol or drugs. She does it
Yeah.
when she's upset.
Okay, so so apart from telling someone to stop doing what they're doing, what do you propose?
I don't propose anything. She's nothing to do with me. She's your problem.
My problem? Why is she my problem?
Is she not your sister in faith?
She is.
There you go. Sort it out.
So what? So if she's not yours, sister, then that means she's not your problem.
Wait a minute. Hang on a second. If she's displaying racist traits, I won't try to help her. She doesn't need my help. She needs your help. Remember, I'm in the same category that she's labeling other people, like my brothers. Hold on. So if I'm a house Negro and she gets upset with people who disrespect or she feels slight in her faith, that means the only people she'll take seriously are the people who are of the same faith.
Okay, so now let's assume we've advised her and then she carries on doing what she does. What do we do?
I don't know. She's your problem.
Exactly. There's nothing more I can do. I've just told you that.
Oh, and that's what I said. And I said to you, what? There's nothing more you can do. All right. And I said, all right, cool.
Yeah. So why did you bring up Tommy Robinson and all that stuff? I don't get it.
No, because I just wanted to make sure you was being balanced here, because I'm saying both these two characters are displaying racist traits. And when I said to you, is it okay just to tell Tommy, oh, don't do that anymore? And would that be enough for you? And your answer was
Tommy is not a Muslim. Why would you bring that in? Tommy is not a Muslim.
No,
I'd expect
but I'm
that
saying
from Tommy.
you've got two characters who are displaying racist traits. I'm saying to you, if this person is displaying racist traits and this person displays racist traits, they're both in different camps. I'm asking you if the response from the other camp was, "Oh, Tommy Robinson, don't do that anymore." Is that enough for you? And you said no.
Ultra, hold on a sec,
I said to you.
I need to ask you an important question to everyone in the chat, yeah? My son reckons you can make popsicles, aka ice lollies, with Nutella. And I'm like, you can't make popsicles with Nutella, bro.
You can make frozen Nutella bars.
Oh man, you're supposed to say no, bro.
No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't. Younger Valley, behave yourself and just make some with Ribena. Just make it with Ribena, sure. And Vimto.
Yeah, thanks. I'll tell him you said no, innit? Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, and tell him I said use Ribena or Vimto or orange.
Yeah. Looking for I just want to ask a question. When you say Tommy, who are you talking about?
Tommy Robinson.
Okay, cool. Never mind. Perfect. Okay.
You know.
I want to say other questions, but
just so you know, Tommy Robinson is a racist sack of shit. Tommy Robinson is a racist sack of shit. He's a nasty piece of work, but recently he's trying to quote unquote turn over a new leaf and I've got Muslims as friends and all this stupid bullshit. But it's bullshit. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's bullshit.
Okay. All right. You see, from the Black Muslim community, like, how do we? I'm just trying to picture in my head. Yeah. Okay. Cool. They're gonna say we're Muslim first, because I think it's gonna be like, if I speak to the sister, but we're Muslim. Muslims are identity. These lot are kuffars, but I'm okay to be racist. So it makes me think, like, for you to, in 9 a.m, to call someone a house Negro because they've got a channel, and this channel, to me, like, how old are you? And this is when I think some of the sisters, I don't know, they need to start having husbands and families and kids and get their heads out of this fucking YouTube thing, fam. As Muslim women, bro, if Ramadan's around the corner, my sister's like, loud a fidna. I had one of my own sisters called the madness. I'm seeing another Muslim sister, and I don't see them calling them out.
I got 10 minutes.
And that's the problem. Sorry, to me, that's the problem.
Oh, go ahead, sir. You fine.
You get me? So what?
I don't think calling someone out is gonna do anything. To be honest with you.
So what should we do then? Should we just make dua for her heart gets clean?
That's it. You can only pray for them.
All right, inshallah, let's pray for her to get this racism out of her heart, because there's black Muslims, my sister. When the black Muslims see that, what the fuck?
What are you talking about?
Wait. So you say like also I'm not a religious person, but how can you say prayer? Like you talk about praying for somebody as if it's like nothing, when that's what a religion does. They pray for people.
Well, I don't know what else to do then. I wouldn't know what else to do, G. Then I don't know with me right now. Yeah, I don't know what to say to her. And I'm going to be doing a stream later on, and I'm going to pick up on this subject, Ibby.
There's racist people in every community, so I don't know why people are shocked.
Hey. Yo, I'll go on. Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, so I was strolling through Google Hangouts earlier. Yeah. See what? Let me come out the room because my son repeat none of these words in front of my ear. Yeah. So I was strolling through Google Hangouts earlier, and then things there, you get me, and I saw a message from Halima to me and you still. So I was like, I hope. Let me just read it out. Yeah.
Is this what you lot are talking about now?
Yeah. Nah, it's a joke thing still, but I'll just read it out anyway. So.
And then when you put it up in the sun, when you put in the freezer, the pots will fall through.
I hope James Jones gets coronavirus. Bye. Yeah, I hope James Jones gets coronavirus and dies a Muslim. That's my dua for him. He probably was abused as a child or his mum left him when he was 5. Grew up unwanted. Now looks for belonging in every group, mostly the kafala, like Veli. So, yeah, cool. Obviously I was laughing and shit.
Yeah, cool. That's perfectly cool. Because guess what? Like, you can't determine shit off of race. Like, honestly, whoever said that
is that it?
Sounds fucking stupid as shit. Like, honestly.
Yeah, it's dumb shit, isn't it, man? So
no, but I'm saying that. But what did you say about you? What's it?
And I just said that I'm a house Negro. I'm a house Negro or something like that. And
that makes sense. So, can I just say, yeah, because obviously me and him are on opposite sides of believing in the shape of the planet, but Grossler TV today said, Halima Ibn my uncle. That's a disrespectful thing, man.
It's dumb, man.
Big up James Jones, man. Top shooter, G Block. Come on.
Yeah, man. Big up everyone, but big up Ultra Funky. You get me?
Come on. I'm not gonna lie to you. Let me just put this out there. Yeah. G Block got man in their feelings. You understand what I'm saying? It's like,
what about the women as well?
No, man, that's an all-encompassing term. It's an all-encompassing.
G Block got women in their feelings.
It's mad. It's so mad that there's an atheist channel that they hate, and they hate everyone on it, but they still come to the channel and watch and upset themselves. Does that make any sense?
No.
It don't make no sense. You hate everyone on the channel. You hate hearing anything that goes against where your paradigm is, and yet you stay and frequent the channel daily. And then
I would like to see what our sister Sumaya thinks about this.
To be fair,
I would love to hear that. That's a little cold D in it, yeah. So, yeah, man, you get me.
Yeah. Not even that. 9 times out of 10, I feel like certain people are sending certain people. Like, it's mad.
To me, like,
man, I'm the thing.
Nah, for me, it's like, how can you look at fellow black Muslim sisters, knowing you say that to, like, say if right now Veli's sister was a revert or something, yeah, like, Like, what wrong with you? Like,
Not
what
even
would you
that.
justify?
Do we know what it was that prompted her to say that Veli's a house nigga? Like, do we know what led up to this?
Yeah, this is what led up to it. Was when I said, because I'm such an arsehole. I've got to scroll back, sorry. I said, hold on a sec. All right. I said, you hope me and James get coronavirus, yeah, Halima? Is that what the evil religion has taught you? You wish death on people who don't believe. I'm proud not to be the same religion as you don't. Look at the stuff you say. You are a dirty pagan.
No, wait. That bit's kind of true. You're a dirty pagan. Yeah. Okay. All right. Wait. She called you a dirty pagan. I'm not gonna lie. I personally, I'm co-signing that. So what's the next bit?
All right. He feels what he feels.
And then, yeah, I'm gonna leave Stacko's part out still, yeah, because we had a chat about that already, yeah. So let's get back to when I was chatting with Halima. Hold on a sec, yeah. I said, yo, Veli, who gives a fuck what your racist Islamophobic beg self has to say? So I started laughing. And then she said, dickhead like Surfaz entertain motherfuckers on your panel. It's a dead low IQ panel. And then I was laughing again. And I said, stop the blood clot crying.
Hey, if you know, you know. Priest, hashtag. Fuck's sake. I'm not gonna lie. Secretly, when I first saw it, I was scared of him, innit? Like, but anyway, moving on. Moving on.
Stop the blood clot crying. You're sick as fuck. You're a sick fucking ass. Always has our religion in your mouth.
Yo.
And it's true. You're exactly the same as the fuckers that use your channel. And I said, hey, gotta fix up, stop getting vexed.
Hey!
Is it the person that you all have a knowledge about?
I don't even really know the girl, man. I was just saying, like, stop getting vexed, man. So I said, like a $2 corner selling house Negro that you are, devil, man. And I said, wow, you called me a rent boy. LOL. That is free from that. Huh?
Oh, shit.
She's
so
what?
One thing I want to say before I leave, one thing I want to say is that it's so easy to troll people. I can act like a fucking fake Muslim and troll people and things like that. It's just like a trigger reaction, and that's what trolls want. And sometimes people don't even realize they're trolls.
Yeah.
You know, like when I found this channel, I was trying to like be funny, and I realized I ran out of material, so I just started talking and being myself. So yeah,
man. So anyway, let me carry on reading anyway, man. My car is funny still anyway. Yeah, so I said, wow, you called me a rent boy. LOL. Veli is free from that. Remember, you got my videos on your channel. I'm feeding you, Halima. You should be grateful, girl. And she said, what? Next man wants to come at Islam or my brothers and sisters, call me. I'll educate you and your mums. I said, wow, you called me a house nigger too. Well, that's racist. So you're evil and racist, the sides you show. I said, I'll delete them fucking videos. They're just to lie on Islam. How many mans donate to your channel accuse Muslim of terrorism? Never seen a Muslim brother or a black man talk like you guys on live streams. Pure fucking shaitans. Tell that fucking James Jones from me to stop selling his ass on your panels. I'll repeat the fucking next time. And you encourage Muslims online by associating them with terrorism. You don't know how many have died from being falsely accused of it, tortured to death. You think you fuckers would know, seeing what's happened in South Africa. But like I said, house Negroes always selling others down the river. And then someone else has written, all this because someone doesn't agree with your religion, and said, mention my name and mention it to me, or here in my DM. I don't want no pussy bitch mention me behind the curtain. These other guys said, listen, you got to listen to
one last thing. I swear. I put that on my life. One last thing. Peace and blessing. Everybody have a good weekend.
Big up yourself, bro.
Big up yourself, bro.
Stop in a bit, yeah.
And I need if you're ready, yeah. There's a space now you can jump on still.
Oh, Freddie's in the back, you know, I think.
Yeah, Freddie's in the back. Yeah.
Freddie, yeah, go on, come through, Freddie, man. Big up yourself. Hold on, let me finish reading, yeah, because I never got to the end, innit, yeah. So, people think differently. Welcome to Earth. Not every family had a broken one like yours. You don't know how to talk to sisters. I've seen how you get loved up. He's talking to this brother anyway, yeah. I've seen how you loved up when you talk with other women, by the way. Even have haram relationships. But when it comes to sisters, your tongues are sharp as swords. I'm always ready for war. So at me next time you feel emotional. And Veli, fuck you, yo, and your fucking Islamophobic, racist begging channel. Use a whore. Turned out worse than Rowan McGee, didn't you? You already knew who you were. And you cunt infiltrated into our site, snake move. There, I've sorted your show for the day. Title it, beggars looking for clout. That's what you people are. So does the Quran not say to call people to the way of God with wisdom?
She's on fire still, she's flat still.
Freddie, this is 9 in the morning. 9 in the morning.
Nah, she was upright the bars from early.
Let me finish reading it, man, because there's more, you know.
Oh, say it.
Yeah. I'm talking about what happens on Veli's channel. I'm not giving him Dawa, as you can see. Can you go in the front room? Move. Move up, yeah. He's a disgrace. I'm done here. I said, why are you so angry? You need to relax. You're being racist and lying about me. But cool, I will be the biggest man. I'll be the bigger man, and I hope you fix your racism and the anger you have inside and return to the ways of the Sunnah. Alhamdulillah. Yeah.
Hey, listen, you know, she's 40 years old. You know that, innit?
He's 40.
Yeah, people in the chat were saying, oh, why ain't you man got the same energy for Stacks, yeah? But M Stacks is a 21-year-old dude that's also a young male that is what's the word, like it makes sense that, you know, he
Stacks ain't calling no one a house nigga though. What's wrong with him?
When he gets into little passers, if he's like, oh, you know, fuck Shia, these Shias are dogs, whatever, it's the same like when that Trig for You does it. They're young men that are like that feel like they have to defend their religion and they got a lot of testosterone, they want to be aggressive. A 40-year-old woman has no business who's got youths wishing death on people and being racist to them. Big 40.
Oh, she got youths.
I think so, but she's big 40.
I think these. I'm not saying. I don't think these women have got youths, bro. As a Muslim brother, yeah, like especially the other girls. I don't think they got husbands or something, bro. Because why are you doing this like at 9 in the morning? The other one's up on count. Bro, I know they're gonna come tag team me, yeah, but fuck these bitches anyway, man. I'm gone.
Don't take in a word of it. Don't, because you know you're not doing none of that.
Halima. Forget Halima. I don't even know her, fam. It's like I'm saying. To me, it's like grow the fuck up and stop listening to these panels. Go about your life. Forget this channel. Wallahi, forget this channel. Wallahi, this is the best da'wah I have for this sister. But I will never ever pray in a mosque with her. If I ever see her, may Allah take this racism out of your heart. You get me? And now look at what all the chat is. Muslims are this, Islam's racist, this. It's because of this girl. Ain't no one talking about religion early on, but you know what I'm saying, man. You're down.
No, see, that's what we're not gonna do. We're not gonna just say, Muslims are racist, and we're not gonna do that. We're talking about individuals
Yeah.
talking about individuals, not the fucking the 2 billion fucking people who shit.
Yeah, this individual, like I'm saying, she needs to clean her heart out. And what she needs to forget, how many black
individuals.
Yeah.
I'm saying.
Yeah, okay. Ultra. Doesn't this female understand there's how many millions and millions of black Muslims? That Muslims are black. So a person like you.
This is the thing. No, but Khalid, you have to understand. To me, it sounds like this is either has an identity crisis of their own, or they have their own criteria as to what a black person is. If her criteria of what a black person is black and Muslim, then she's got a problem, right? And also as well, Halima's fucked in the head anyway. Let me tell you why. How can Belly be a house Negro because he doesn't agree with her religion?
When he's not even in the house.
It don't make no fucking sense. It don't make no sense.
Man, that house nigga word is not even. It don't even apply to me. It don't even apply to man, bro. That's why. You know what? When I'd hear that bit, I'd have just locked off from there. Because, like, obviously, you've gone so far out there with the lie. I just forget it. You've lost my attention, innit? My attention's gone now. If I could have learned something from what you were saying, you've gone so far out there, I can't learn nothing no more. You've discredited everything you say. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Can I suggest something like a serious observation I made about black Muslims yesterday? How can Zabida hit up man like Bernie Bay with the she said Noble Drew Ali, his prophet, was a circus magician and clown. Oh my god!
Oh shit!
There's always been that little struggle between so-called real Islam and, you know what I mean, the Mandem version of it, innit?
Yeah, this is what I think.
I haven't got no problem with the Mandem version because any form of
No, I'm saying Fred. Yeah, this is the problem. A lot of people have got Islam twisted in a next way, and they got some mad ideologies and some. I don't know whether it's their culture, whether it's this. Islam should be free of this.
If I call the Prophet's name and it makes my family better, it makes me treat my daughter nicer. And I'm not doing it in the style of you. I'm not doing it in the style of Shia or anybody else. I'm just doing it in my own way. I'm calling up the Prophet's name and I'm giving Allah his reverence and everybody the right things, what I think I need to do. That's okay. That's my version. Like, we shouldn't be onto each other. We should just be congratulating each other for seeing the light. Do you know what I'm saying, bro? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean, Fred. But anyway, listen, I'm going to bounce out on brothers. Allow the Islamophobia. This is one individual. She doesn't represent 2 billion Muslims, my brothers and sisters.
It's two individuals, really, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 2 individuals. Fuck the other one, yeah.
And
But
do you know
this
what,
other sister,
I'll tell you the truth. Do you know what it is, Khaled? This speaks to a wider problem. Because you have to think about. Wait. Forget Allah blessing them for a second.
What he just said?
No. Hold on a second. Wait, bro. He's speaking to a wider. No, but bro, he's speaking to a wider problem. You need to think about the type of people that are supporting these people. It ain't when you check it, yeah. Think about the racist sacks of shit that we have on this fucking on the hangout scene, yeah. And then think there's people that won't ever call them out, and in fact will go as far as to support them.
Thank you. That happened to me yesterday, Ultra. It happened to me yesterday, bro. It happened to me yesterday. There's a sister who went to my stream to a Pakistani stream and said, yo, the Somalis are being racist, and she's Somali, and no one's calling her about this fitna that she's doing. This other sister here, I'm gonna call her out, but at the same time I'm gonna do it in such a Muslim way. It's, sister, there's a lot of black Muslims. May Allah bless you. May Allah get this racism out of your heart. That's all I can do.
And I'm not even Muslim. I'm not even Muslim because that sounds like the right thing to do, bro. Don't listen to nobody.
Khaled. Somebody in the chat just says, "What's wrong with racism to an atheist?" Right now, I'm gonna make a prediction and say this person is a man of God, and I'll tell you why. That question is so fucking stupid. That means this dude's brain ain't turned on. Do you see what I'm saying? He's saying, how can an atheist be upset with racism? Listen to the question that he asked legitimately that he can't erase because I'm going to screenshot it, because that is the dumbest thing that I've heard this year. No, this month. This month. We're only 5 days in, but that's the dumbest thing I've heard this month. How can an atheist, someone who is without a God belief, be upset by racism?
What is that person's skin color? It's just stupid, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Listen, but do you understand the brain dead moronic people that we have to deal with?
This is the point. Yeah, I know. The worst one is.
Can I say one thing, Khalid? Can I say one thing, Khalid? You see, if I find that Ultra has just been sectioned, or I got a suspicion that he's just been sectioned, innit? Like he's just come off the mental institution list. They let him go 3 days ago, and he's jumped online. I've got a suspicion that he's jumped online and he's saying all this outlandish shit. If I argue with him, right? When you looking from the other way, you're from South London looking in, you're gonna think both of us have been sectioned because we're going back and forth.
Yes.
This is
what
I've
you know
done.
what I'm saying? You don't know who's been sectioned, you know.
That's why when people are asking stupid questions, all they're doing is exposing themselves. Do you understand? And then you're gonna get the cheerleaders who support this stupid fuckery. It's madness.
And then but this is the thing, Ultra. This is the thing, yeah. Like you're saying, if these brain dumb morons act like they're smart, because you know everyone's smart nowadays. You know, Google's made everyone intelligent. You get what I'm coming from? Like before Google, we all knew who was smart, and we all used to know who's dumb in it. Yeah. Now Google's made everyone intelligent, but instead of using your intelligence, they're just reading words. And it's to me, it's fellas, like I'm saying, yeah. Like I don't know, as an African black Muslim, how can I look at this sister and pray with you if you're saying this to other people that are not Muslim? So, but is it because I'm Muslim, I'm alright, but other black non-Muslims are house Negroes and like, oh come on, bro, come on, sis.
That's a mistake. That's a mistake.
That's a mistake. That's a mistake. So this is what I say to Halima. I don't know her, so this is what I'm saying, Halima. Ramadan is coming around the corner. Sorry, Freddie. Ramadan's coming around the corner for Halima and the other sister Sumaya. It's season of forgiveness. Be smart and start asking for seek forgiveness from people. Because to life, you know, with the Corona thing, with Corona around the corner, people don't want to be dying like this, man. So grow up as Muslim women. Get off this platform shit. That's my best advice for my two Muslims. Because it's mainly, I don't even know Halima. Wallah, I'll tell you the truth. The other one, my advice, Wallah Shay, get off this internet thing. And for this Halima girl, may Allah cure your heart and get that racism sentiment out of your system and leave this YouTube thing alone. That's the only advices I could do. And like, as a Muslim, that's the only thing I could do, you know.
Brother, those are big advices. Those are the best advices. I'll take them as a Christian. You see, as a Rasta man, I'll take them and run with them. That's fucking wicked advice, bro. I'm not gonna lie. That's, you know what I mean? You can collapse it from there, bro. Do you know what I'm saying, family?
This is what happens, yeah? People make outlandish comments like this, and then people that are non-Muslims are going to be like, well, look what the Muslim sisters are saying. Look at this, look at that. And then, well, look at this. Bruv, it's only a stream that, no offense, Vels, maybe on a good day, 150, 200 people listen to you. There's fucking 7 billion people around the world. 7 billion of us. You get me? Why does this little thing that our brother's doing affect you so much? To be 9 in the morning, my G, 9 in the block cloud morning, you're making noise like this. Subhanallah.
Sister, you sound like something's troubling you deeply inside your heart. You
well,
to come out of the racism, to come out, that's a shock for me. Because I've been noticing this Halima thing in the chats for a little while, innit? I've never come across none of this. You get me? So this is like a little shock for me, innit? But sister, clear up your heart. Because you know what? My man Khalid is right. He's doing it your way, the way that the Prophet said to do it. Do you get me? He's not trying to make up some shit. You got what I'm saying? So just get in line with what he's doing.
I know.
And also as well, like also don't argue with patients from the asylum. You see when someone says dumb shit like, "Oh, atheists can't say it's wrong to be racist," or "Atheists can't say it's wrong, incest is wrong." When people make comments like that, just avoid them because they don't understand how stupid they are, and it's very difficult to make someone realize that they're stupid because stupid. No one likes to think that they're stupid. Do you see what I'm saying? Whereas I need everyone to look up the Dunning-Kruger effect, right? It's when you're stupid and you don't know you're stupid, but look it up anyway, right? When you say dumb things, when someone says really stupid things, Khaled, don't argue with them. Don't argue with them. Just say, okay, no problem. Just say, okay, you're right. You know what? You're right. Fine. That way, they feel like they've won, but they continue to be stupid. So really, the victory's hollow.
Now,
it's a hollow victory. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand you, but what? Like, all right, cool, yeah. No, I get a lot of stick. You're a token, you're this, you rub shoulders with it. I'm like, no, I just don't have problems with G Block. I'm not like you. You know these people. Like you get into problems and then you run onto my stream, and that's a personal private shot to these two clowns, the disabled Bonnie and Clyde. You get where I'm coming from, yeah. And it's like, and then they will never say nothing to a sister like this. Like, yo, like when me and M Stack saw this, we were like, raw. Like, fuck, bro, man, bond that out. Like, you get where I'm coming from, like. And Vels was there, me and M Stack were like, bond this, bro. Like, what the fuck? And then,
and not even that. Do you understand that these people essentially want you to be a fucking drone? They want you to be a drone. Like, excuse me, if I go on a panel, so what? So what? If I do something that you don't like, who the fuck are you?
Well, bruv, they want to come and control your own panel.
Who the fuck is anyone? That's the question. Who the fuck is anyone?
Well, Ultra, they want to come and control your content, your channel, how you're talking.
Yeah,
tell you, like, it's a madness. Like Vels said to me, Vels gave me an idea, yeah? Start speaking Somali, K. Hardly any of them will understand you. But the problem I have, I've got a lot of fish and chips brothers and sisters that can't speak the language. So I'm isolating them. And I don't want to be isolating people like, that listen. Like the other day I had M.A. Brown, Cotton Socks pass through. Chemo was there. He read the whole 7 hours with man. You get where I'm coming from? Sometimes I like to mix it up a bit. But at the same time, it's like, you want to dictate to me who you want to bring on my channels. You want to tell me change the type. What people are you? What is this? Like, where is this combat?
No, but
I
Khaled,
don't know.
but this is the thing, Khaled. The reason why you don't understand it is because they're stupid. Do you know, Khaled? Do you know what group think is? It's one word. Group think. This is where these people are at. And Khaled, how do you let a stupid person know that they're stupid? Because you can't tell a stupid person that they're stupid because they'll put up a wall of defense. They won't hear it. They'll shut down. Like, it's difficult. This is why when with certain people, just let them talk. But if it gets reckless and wild, like supporting Al Shabaab over a Shia, then that's when man them have to stand up.
Nah, that's what I'm saying. That's why certain people are never welcome. It's not even like, don't even come on my panels. And that's the thing. Like, you know where I'm coming from. The minute I've kept my panel quiet, I had no porn bombings. The minute someone decided to invite people and start controlling my shit, and you didn't like the narrative, next minute I get porn bombed. I don't blame the brothers, but boy, this is what it is. This when certain people have this ideology. Oh, this guy's on G Block. He's calling for his brothers and sisters. He only wants like a certain amount of community to build with. Like, we feel left out. I'm like, bro, I'm in a unique situation. A lot of my Somali brothers and sisters are in a unique. We've been watching our countries burn. We're not like Pakistan. We're not like these Arab countries where everything's all gravy, except for Syria and Yemen. We're on a rebuilding job, bro. There's people that's been in refugee camps the same age as me. I'm in my 30s. There's man them that still live in the same refugee camp that I left. Do you get where I'm coming from? Me and Sister Sumaya were actually talking about this when we were in a good time to make a show about this. think it's a joke. To some people, like, well, like, they need to grow up. And like I'm saying, these people do not represent Islam. They only represent themselves. So the community that's watching all of this,
I think that's wrong. They represent a version of Islam that we don't represent. That's what it is. Because this is the problem. Like, these people will tell you that nah, it's our version that's the absolute correct one and the truth. And I think for me, that's just dangerous, bro. Especially when, like I said, for me, like I said, no one's perfect, so I ain't gonna be out here disrespecting Samaya. But when you see a Shia's blood spill, like, and be happy or not bat an eyelid, but we'll sit at a table with Al Shabaab. I'm sorry, that for me is fucking dangerous.
Yeah,
dangerous.
There's no two ways about it. There's no two. And if anyone want to hear the evidence, it's on Somali speakers, bro. That the thing ain't gonna be taken down. You get me? It's a long 8-hour stream. It's in there somewhere. You get me? So at the same time, it's like, but at the same time, you know what can I do, man? These people are apparently supposed to be my brothers and sisters. Apparently. But well, you know how it is, Ultra, man. We just gotta keep on shining. They can't stop the message. You get me? Big up the G block. You get, you know them ones. That's all it is, bro. You lot keep doing your thing. Whoever hates you lot, fuck them, innit?
Yeah.
And the saddest thing is what
I'll tell you, you know, hate. Ultra, hate. Yeah, go on. Say it now. Go on.
Ultra, what I don't understand is why can't they make their own channels and pop? Like what I'm trying to do. You get me? Try, you know, all right, cool. I see it's this way. Some of the channels, okay. Some of the things are a bit okay. All right, make your own channel. But as soon as they try to make their own channel, their own version, like half, she's the sister what was saying the other day, the most fitna is on the Muslim channels. Now you got a problem with the atheist channels. And I'm like, right, this is still like, right, Halima, like, come on. And this is the confusing thing. You get where I'm coming from? Like, nothing's pleasing these people.
No, but that's the thing, Khaled. Don't try to understand it. It's difficult to figure out stupid people.
I know, it's impossible.
It's not. It's not. Because once you realize that somebody's stupid, then you know how to deal with them going forward. You see what I'm saying? If you know someone's a racist sack of shit, like Sly EDL, who will who touch the Quran and swear to God, say Wallahi, I'm not a racist, and then like son of a nigger, then you know the type of people you're dealing with.
Yeah, but
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but this is again, you see when me, Uncle Dan Juma Isa, and we talk about racism inside Islam from the black African perspective, we get shut down a lot. You know that. So you get where I'm coming from, Vels. We're damned if we do and we're damned if we don't. We're in a sticky predicament. Like, how am I supposed to defend a sister like that? Like, and be like, okay, cool. Like, why would you say Negroes and this, that, and repeat a couple of times, broken homes?
Let me ask you a question, yeah?
Go on, my G.
Does it say somewhere in your deen that you have to speak the truth, even if it goes against yourself?
Yeah.
All right. Kalas.
But then when we do this, but Ultra, this is the problem, when black Muslims do say, you know what, fuck this, that ain't right, that ain't no more, we're Muslims, you're Muslim, your identity is Muslim, and it's like, okay, you got me on that one. You get me? Ain't no Muslim
hold
first.
on. No, wait, hold on. No, wait,
Khaled.
This
is the thing I'm trying to argue against.
No, wait, Khaled. That is a good point. And I will ask you again. Right? Let's say fuck it. You're Muslim first. Fuck it. Yeah? Right. Does it say in the deen that you have to speak the truth? Even if it goes against yourself, does it say that?
It
somewhere?
does.
I don't know where.
It does.
Right. So even if you are Muslim first, and you're upholding the deen, surely somewhere this should kick in.
Yes. And then it's up to it's up for the. You know what it is, Ultra. It's up for the good black brothers, Muslim brothers and sisters to pull her up and say, yo, what the fuck's wrong with you? But none of them are gonna do that, bro, because they're gonna be like Muslim first. And it's like, all right,
for me, I won't lie to you. That's worrying. That's worrying. Yeah, that's worrying.
Come on, also, because the minute you speak up about racism inside the in-house, it's like, oh, this guy, you have to keep it, cover your brother's sin or your sister's sin. But if your sister's sin is there permanently, how can man cover it? And if she keeps doing it, well, boy, bro, like, are you really a sister of mine? Really, because if I don't want none of my Somali sisters praying next to you. I don't want none of my black sisters praying next to you. If you're willing to call a non-black person a fucking house Negro in 2019 because you don't like what they're trying to promote, come on, grow the fuck up. And if she's 40 and in them ages there, bro, sis, you need to get yourself a family.
To be honest with you, I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't think age can be used as an excuse. I don't care if she's 20, right? And if you think about it, the some of the things she's saying, like broken homes and all this shit, for me, like she's in like negative stereotypes to try to insult somebody that she doesn't like. Now, for me, that to me says she's a racist. She's a racist. She's a racist. Yeah. And my thing is, hang on a second. Like on top of that, no, my thing is, who's supporting her? Like, who's co-signing that? And if I'm hearing, oh well, Muslim first, then I'm not trying to fuck with you, because that to me says you're a disgusting human being. Yeah, like true. You're willing to forego, you're willing to turn a blind eye to fuckery because they share the exact same faith as you, whereas you won't do the same for a Shia because he's still a Muslim, but he does it differently. No, to me, it's a disgusting ideology for zombies. Only zombies. No, where if God is real and he gave you a brain, why the fuck don't you use it?
I don't know. That's a big question.
I don't know. It's madness. It's madness.
Yeah, but then again, I feel like I have to, right now. It's not the ideology. This is not Islam, my brothers and sisters. This is not the Islam I know. I don't know about their version. I don't know what they're doing, but this ain't my Islam, and I don't co-sign that shit. You get where I'm coming from?
No, but that's because you're a decent human being.
I co-sign. Do you know what I co-sign? Lakum dinukum waliya din. That means you have yours, I have mine. You get where I'm coming from, my G?
Yeah, and do you know what the funniest thing is, bro? Believe it or not, that is what secularism is in a nutshell. Secularism is religion for those that want it and none for those that don't. That's it. To you, your religion, to me, mine. Let's just crack on. Like this planet is so fucking big. I don't understand why we can't just fucking live and just do our thing. Instead, everyone's got to be a massive arsehole. Massive.
And that's massive arsehole. That's a crisis. Think about it. Especially the crisis we're facing as the human race right now, yeah. Like, you get where I'm coming from, like, this corona's killing Muslims, it's killing Christians, it's killing atheists, it's killing the whole world. Ain't this a time where people come together? Do you get where I'm coming from? At a time like this, like you see nurses that are dying in the NHS, you see people putting their lives out for people that are not their religion, that have got nothing to do with them, but they're doing the utmost best to save people's lives of all. I mean, and it's going through every racist barrier. So this is what we should be celebrating right about now. You get me? What makes you get me? Instead of our differences, what makes our similarities are greater than our differences. A great old man once said that to me in a park one time. You get me? Our similarity.
That's true, bro. That's a fact. That's a fact. Right. Let me ask you a question, Khalid. Let me see.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah. All right. The difference between you and me is you're Somali. I'm West Indian. Yeah. I'm Jamaican. Yeah. Right. Yeah. You're a Muslim, and I'm not. Right.
Yeah.
Those are two differences. Yeah. Right. If you saw somebody being harmed, would you try to help?
Yeah.
I would too.
100.
Right. Wait. Okay. Do you love your family? Wait, hold on. Do you love your family? I do too.
Yeah.
Are you a man? Are you a man?
Yeah.
I am too.
Do you love your wife?
Wait, hold on. Do you breathe oxygen?
Yeah.
Yeah, so do I. Have you got lungs? Yeah, so do I. Do you wear clothes? Yeah, so do I. Do we use transport? Yeah. Do we use cars? And do we call our parents? Do we go on holidays? Do we fucking shopping and like repairs around the house and pay? Bro, this is, you see, what's like, we're more similar than we aren't, but people focus on these stupid, petty bullshit and then use it as a way to either stay in a perpetual state of anger and ignorance. And it's for what?
No, that's
and also, I'm gonna put this out there. I'm gonna send some serious shots now. Halima and the likes of the people that support her All you do is make Shia Issa 100% correct.
You idiot. Yeah,
no, because Shia Issa, I'm not gonna lie to you. I personally don't like. I don't like the way you bun out all Sunnis. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I don't like it, but it's not my place to tell you. It's not. Listen, it's not my place. It's not my place to tell you, Shia Issa, behave like this because I personally don't like it. It's not my place. Yeah, I let you do your thing. However, day by day, all these people are doing is proving you right.
Not really, because sorry, Issa, can I?
Let me just say, I don't say that all Sunnis are like that. I said a religion. That's my research and my study. That's why when Sunnis or even Sunnis that I like, they give me salam, I give them salam. So it's not a thing. People mistranslate and they misunderstand because of certain people putting out trying to give another narrative of what I'm saying. But obviously, there's loads of Sunnis that give me salam, whether outside the park, who I work with, whatever else. And my point is that you lot are experiencing what I've been talking about. So I just normally keep quiet on it and let you lot roll with it, innit? Do you get me? I'm saying there's going to be a predominance. Like, for instance, a lot of the good Sunni, so to speak, they won't come out and say nothing because they get more backlash and they get called traitors and this, and you're siding with the kuffar and all that kind of stuff. So they just keep quiet and leave it as it is. But I'm saying,
look, what about the ones that make noise? Like, come on, there's some of us that Sunnis that are making noise about this, man. Come on, come on, bro.
I'm just about to say that, brother. Anyway, salam alaikum. Anyway,
alaikum assalam, man. You're still a podcast.
No, but this is my point, brother. Yeah. I heard you talking and the way you dealt with it was so wise. Yeah. When they came, because I actually still got it on as one of my tabs. Yeah. You had a show where they came on, and instead of you taking sides, it appeared at first you were taking their side, yeah? Like when they were saying what happened on G Block. Then you was like, okay, is it more you that they've got an issue with, or is it Somalis? Because when you are on here, you don't get talked to or treated that way. You get what I'm saying? So obviously, there's no one got any particular something for any Pakistanis, any Somalis, any this, any that. Do you get what I'm saying? It's individuals who behave a certain way and they get treated based upon their behavior. And that's it. You get what I'm saying to you?
Because I see some of their behavior and some of their behavior is disgusting. Like what happened to me the other day, I had to be like, rah, are you my sister? Really? But at the same time, Shia Issa and what's his name? Ultra and all these guys is like, I keep reminding you, characters like this and the characters that you lot see do not represent all of us. Do not represent all Somalis. Like, the certain Somali people that you see do not represent all Somalis. Certain Muslims that come on this panel do not represent all Muslims. Certain people don't represent all Pakistanis. You get where I'm coming from? It's a certain select group on this YouTube thing. You get where I'm coming from, Issa? And that's the thing that I don't like.
Listen, let me say something here. You see, like, people, they used to ask me why are you always talking about Somalis? Why are you always bringing up the Somali thing? Let me explain to you why, right? If you have on one side, let's say conversations amongst Afro-Caribbeans and Nigerians and stuff about them Somalis, right? They don't like us. And then on the other side, you got Somalis, them people, they say we're not really black, we're not really African. I'm saying there's no point you being over there, you having your talk over there, and this talk over here, and then some of us have agreed in the middle, like me and you and others who just get along. Let's bring up the subject to the light and get down to the bottom of it. Do you get me?
That's what I tried to do. You see, the other day, what happened to me is, like the other day, you must have had a little pass with two people. They come on my platform. Like we had a show about money. We were talking about, poverty, corruption. Money talks. But so these times, you seen it, So these times, man, brush them Issa, like they've come to disturb the whole conversation. I was thinking, all right, cool. Next minute later, I'm thinking, well, like, all right, we're having a conversation. It went crazy. Oh, what? I went on G Block the next morning to like see what's going on. So like, hey, we weren't really like the story they told you. I looked on the thing, I see what's going on. I made an assumption. I'm like, okay, like there's a little bit of way. The next day, the same sister, and I'm gonna keep hotting this sister out. Everyone's like, why do you keep doing this? Yeah, she went on our platform, on a Somali platform, where we're talking about racism against us and racism by us. I hope you saw that title, yeah.
Okay.
You get me? Both sides. No, I had to take it down. Someone porn bombed it. You get where I'm coming from, yeah?
Yeah.
Soon as the sister weren't getting attention or man weren't letting on the panel, whatever, she ran to 3 Asian brothers, Ards and these lot, and told them, Somali said something about Pakistanis.
Oh my, yeah, I saw that when Ards, I was watching when Ards came on. I was actually watching at the time when he came on.
So I'm like, so this sister went from being, let's build something together, Khalid, I'm constantly on my throat for some strange reason. This sister is on my, from the minute I jumped on, this YouTube thing, and that's only 3-4 months ago. She said, the sister's been on my throat. So these times, the funniest thing is, I'm not going to disrespect her. Like, when I first met this sister, she came up with a comment. In that video I did, oh, brother, it's about time. So people, the Muslim community don't care about us. The black community don't care about us. It's about time you started doing things. I went to go do something for my people. You get where I'm coming from? Give them a platform where they could express themselves, network, do something. We're talking about an issue that you face. This program's for you. I don't do shows on Fridays. I only do it on Sundays and Wednesdays. You get where I'm coming from? Did a show that subject you wanted to, got into it, been balanced. Woman ran over. Next minute later, Ards is on the channel screaming, who's this in Pakistan? Man's all like, right, he's trying to pressure one of my brothers called Dusty Foot. Dusty Foot's like, fuck off, innit, yeah? We're all baffed. Man's telling her, who's doing this? Oh, some girl in your thing. Yesterday, I tried to explain that to Russ, but obviously she had a pet dog called Samaroon that would, on the panel with us, instead of calling her out and saying, yo, sis, what you did was disgusting, I'm getting the backlash. I'm getting the backlash from Russ's channel. I'm getting the backlash. I'm thinking, rah. You get, I'm coming from my...
bro, listen, I watched quite a bit of it, yeah, because my whole thing was, like, I think you said you were going to do a show, right? And I don't think you said you were going to do a show on that. But then you said something came up. I think, the next morning, the subject was something about whose culture is better or something like that. Is it okay to sleep, right? Then you mentioned they came on your show the day before. So then I went back to check and see what they told you. You get what I'm saying?
And it didn't make sense.
So this is no, because the thing is, James Jones has got you know what he's like. He does it to everyone, innit? This is why you can't take a lot of the things he does personal, because he will use whatever it is that's in your culture or your religion to get at you. But he's you know what I mean? In general, he's an okay guy. You get what I'm saying?
Me and him swore at each other, and then the next day we're backing each other on some mad things. So really true.
No, but I'm saying I don't think he's like deeply like wicked. You get me? Like he talks a lot of grease. You know what I mean? He's quite an intelligent guy, and he does have some good principles. The same way brother here is telling you, how can somebody be supporting terrorism but you're against this thing? Now this was a thing I wanted to say to you, right? What you have to remember, brother, is this. The thing, like you say, for instance, you're not really that religious and religion isn't your thing.
No, you're still really. Religion is my thing, yeah.
No, in the sense that, like, you're not like the scholarly type to study it and read it. Like, you want to be righteous, and that's it. You get what I'm saying? That's the point. You want to be doing good, and that's it. But I'm saying when it comes to studying and reading and discussing it 24/7, that's not your thing.
That's not my forte, bro.
That's what I'm saying. But you do want to be good and righteous. That's the point I'm focusing on. So my point to you is that one of the things you have to do is, even though you're not going to study, at least look at, when you have a problem with your community, what are the solutions and what are the examples? So for me, whenever I thought about this situation, right? Because for me, I see Somalis as black and I see them as our people. But I can't enforce that on Somalis who say the opposite. Do you get what I'm saying to you? That's what can I do? You can't, just like there's certain Afro-Caribbeans that I ain't no African, I ain't this, I ain't like them. You get me? What do you just say they're idiots and done? You know what I mean? You just leave them to it. Do you get what I'm saying? So my point to you, let me just say this. My point was that sometimes you're going to have to recognize that if your people have gone astray and they are the problem to themselves, you have to leave them to it. Because
Issa, but if they're coming to you, if you've left people alone, you don't go to their platforms, you don't mingle with them, you don't fuck with them, but they fuck with you. They come to you when they had that pastor. They came to me. I welcomed them. They tried to take over.
No. I'm saying general. No. Listen.
Yeah, and in general, I know. I'm in general, but in general, I don't have this problem with people because a lot of people are on my. It's this online YouTube thing that you get me that I have a problem with.
I'm saying as a collective. Afro-Caribbeans have a problem. They need to sort it, or black people as a whole. And then as a Somali group, you have a problem which you're trying to solve. It's a major thing which comes up all the time. There is not a conversation where Somalis are there and there's a problem somewhere else where they won't have to say, well, amongst Somalis, this is the situation. And I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying. So for me, I'm wondering if verses like, or stories like Prophet Lut and Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam, who had to leave their people, in the sense that when the majority of your people have gone astray, you just have to accept, bruv, these people are bent on tribalism. Because one of the things Allah says, when we've destroyed a town and it will not come back. That's one of the things. So, or a people, right? In the sense, what that means from my perspective, and you can tell me if I'm wrong or whatever else, is that when you had an identity for so long, and you've had this groups of tribes and so on, and it's become to the point where although people speak out their mouth that Allah comes first, in their actions, tribalism comes first. So you deal with people unjustly based upon your favored tribe and your so on. Then Allah will use that as a thing against you. So that would mean that is destroyed. You have to be a new people now. Because for instance, for us, Afro-Caribbeans, Allah's ripped that away from us. And I'm not saying it's a good thing per se, but one of the things I have noticed is a lot of the people that do like to hold on to this tribal stuff, it keeps them backward.
And that's true.
Because it keeps you to an old way of thinking and an old way of practice, which doesn't meet the requirements of a new world. You get what I'm saying? So we can always adapt and evolve. Like, the people say, you don't know your history, you don't know your name, you don't know this, you don't know. I say, well, you know what? I know who I am. I know who my parents are, my family, and so on right now, because that's when I'm living. So if I don't know that ancient history, that's fine. But at least I can assess the situation I'm in right now and deal with that situation and not try and grapple with the past. Do you get what I'm saying? Too much. And that's the thing where I just think, bruv, because again, coming back to what I was saying originally, for me, like even like you showed a video, bruv, and alhamdulillah, I went to that video where a Nigerian brother was talking about, what did he say? He said a few things, and on that, when I searched for that video, a load of other videos came up. And this has been the thing, whether Somalis are black or not. And I'm saying, I'll be honest, one of the main reasons why, even amongst pro-blacks, why there is this distinction is because Somalis make the distinction. To be honest, it's not a thing, because even Nigerians, I'm sorry to call them out, but even they have I'm a Nigerian, to a sense. A lot of them are arrogant thing, but there's still that connectiveness as pro-black at the same time. Whereas a lot of Somalis have a thing of Somalis, separate, more important. That kind of.
No, Arisa, can I say something? I say something on that time? Yeah, well, you gotta remember, us on the East Coast were an isolated country. Do you get where I'm coming from? We until 1991. We went around the world. Like I think hardly anyone knew that we even existed. But pre-91, you get on. I remember when I first come to England, everyone was like, "Well, what are you guys?" You get where I'm coming from when I was growing up. So we've had this identity of being Somali. Like, and when the colonizers came, because we were fighting them for so long, you get one isolated. You get where I'm coming from. Hence why someone like Ethiopia never got colonized, because we were too busy fighting on the coast. That's a little slide shot at my Ethiopian brothers and sisters.
Okay.
So imagine this year, until we until the actual civil war, we had our own, like, we've never been called black. You get where I'm coming from, until we came out to the wider world where you got grouped. Do you get where I'm coming from? So most East Africans, as you see, Somalis, Eritreans, and all of this, don't really, this word. It's like, well, I never used to call myself this. My people never called me this. You get where I'm coming from? Where when we used to hear this term and watch it on movies, back in the day, like before 91, American culture, this, that, we used to think, okay, American and Caribbeans, that's black. The rest of Africa is Africans, because everyone has their tribe, their name. You get where I'm coming from? For centuries. So it depends on how the colonizers work. Do you get where I'm coming from, my brothers? How colonizers, because if you really look at where I'm from, British Somaliland, it was a protectorate. It wasn't really a colonized. And there's a couple of places like Botswana was one of them. There's a couple of countries that weren't really colonized. but they were British. They were colonized in a friendly way. Do you get where I'm coming from, Isa? It's a friendly undercover colonization.
Yeah, a covert slide.
It was a slide thing where to make you like not know that you get where I'm coming from.
Yeah, as usual, yeah.
As usual,
yeah.
They sugared it up, and then what you gotta remember is like, and for me that's how I see it. So when I came here, obviously growing up in Tottenham, mingling, being this, so growing up in a block where it's majority Somalis, Africans, Blacks, Caribbeans, and Kurds in it, yeah. That's my estate for you, innit? You ain't gonna see no one else in my estate. This is that identity crisis that a lot of Somalis face. You get where I'm coming from? Like with me, what you gotta remember, I've got British in me. Like I came in when I was 3 years old. You get where I'm coming from? So I'm as British as Somali. Do you get where I'm coming from? I had to go back and find out who I was. So when I came back, oh well, I'm black. Like they were like, whoa, you're Somalian. Do you understand where I'm coming from? And I was like, oh, okay, well, ain't Somali black people? Like, look, and you've seen me. I think a lot of people see me. I'm a dark-skinned brother. You get where I'm coming from? So I used to be. It used to confuse me until I started growing up older and developed myself as a person, and started saying, well, you know, I identify myself as a Muslim, African, black, male. You get where I'm coming from? And Somali. Like all 5 of that make me up. Each one is as important to me. But what I'm facing right now is a lot of backlash where you can't even be Somali. Like, why? Even on my platform the other day, I'm like, people like, speak English, you lot. Like, and I'm like, what the fuck? Can't you even read the Somali speakers? Like, that type of mentality, and it's coming from non-Somali Muslims. That's another flight that I have. I'm like, what's this nationalism thing that you lot keep attracting me to? Like, I'm just saying, my nation's been burning. Come together, fix up. Don't mean I don't have love for that other Sunni brothers and Muslim brothers and sisters. It's right now, I've got work to do. And I'm trying to teach my younger generation, look, well, one generation fucked up. And really, truthfully, no one knows. It weren't even tribalism. We took a regime down. And a lot of my youngsters need to be educated to get them past the tribalism. Do you get where I'm coming from, my brother?
This is okay.
So
the regime's gone, because one of the things I heard somebody say was, I think it was Ahmed, said it's been like a specific tribe or family that's been in power all the time. Is that correct? Something like that, right? In Somali. Hello?
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Isa.
Is it true that, yeah, did he say a specific group or tribe has been in power for the long time?
Yeah, basically they just handed it down, and then everyone else got fucked over. Like, you see, I'm from the north. They did genocide to us. They did a madness to us that no one wants to speak about. There was an actual African genocide, not as Rwanda, but there was one.
What, by Somalis?
You know, the northern Somaliland. If you research it, check out. Like,
other Somalis genocided other Somalis.
It was the regime.
Yeah.
Like, regime. It was the regime.
So it's not the common people. It's like there was a government. Right.
Yes.
So the government belongs to a specific group or tribe.
No. Government basically is all led by all the generals, ministers are a certain select group, but the foot soldiers and the people they're sending out is everyone. Do you get where I'm coming from?
Okay.
So like the northern. So the northern soldiers will go to the south. The southern soldiers will go to the north. So they just got told wipe out these people because they're not, and that's what happened. And that's why, hence, do you see the Somaliland and Somali divide?
Yeah, no, I keep hearing, and this is the thing. This is why, for me, it's very interesting. And also, like I said, I see Somalis are black, innit? But obviously, they're going to tell me I'm not Somali, so it's not for me to, and that's fine. So therefore, I help wherever I can, the way I can, without causing fitna. This is my whole point. Obviously, me being Shia can make it hard as well. But what my point is that in relation to, let's say, one of the things when I heard this, it was like, bruv, that was like my head was like, nah, I don't want to hear that thing. And I don't want to be seen as creating any division. So I stopped trying to bring up the subject, at the park. And that was where I heard there was a beef between a group of Somalis and some other blacks. And apparently, like, there was, some stabbing and whatever else. And I'm like, it's different if it's two groups and it happened to be Somali. But if it becomes a thing of Somalis versus other blacks, or other black versus someone, to me that would be detrimental as hell. Do you get what I'm saying? It's
happening all over London though. Like there's a little sly thing where like the majority, like you remember I did the whole knife crime thing, and we looked into certain things there. Certain areas there is a racist tension. Majority of the stabbings majority was Somali on Somali. But you had some the outside, and it's like it's another black on black crime if we really pre it.
That's what I'm saying, but it's not because they're Somali. Like it might be a group of Somalis got beef with them. My point is all of it's bad, obviously. But I'm saying I don't want it to be seen as a thing where
yes,
a Somali thing versus us or us versus. Do you know what I mean? That
no, but can we look at one thing, Isa? This term black. Can we look at this term black? Like it was created by the Europeans. Really, truthfully, like I don't like. So
I heard that was said, but it's not true. It's not true. It came way before them. Trust me. In the Ottomans, you go read their books. They used to call it us. Even before that, the bloody Mongols, they used to call us that, and even before them, the Abbasids. So it does go back far, and like this is why the Portuguese and the Spanish they call us Negro. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
So literally, because remember, they literally just took it from them. They just carried on what was going on. That slave trade. Because remember, we were called Zanj back in the day, right? Yeah. So in the time of the Umayyads and especially the Abbasids, we were called Zanj, which then became translated to the Aswadis and so on and so forth. That's basically how they separated the thing. So it came all the way down through the bloody Ottomans and so on and so forth. You get what I'm saying? And this is where they got it from. It starts with the Portuguese and French when it comes to European languages, which is negro, which means black. Do you get me? But they got it from others.
You know what he says? You know, you just said that word. You know, when was it back a year when I was about 12, 10 years ago? I used to work in a coffee shop back in the day, yeah. And I used to work with a lot of Spanish and Italian people. And I got into the maddest fight over that word, you know. I never knew that was the color black. Negro. I know. When you think of the word negro or whatever, you think straight away your alarm bells ring in your head, innit? So these times they used to talk about the black trousers that I used to wear. Negro. Like, and I used to be like, what the fuck?
I know. I've been there, bro. It's Spanish. And they were
but you know, though, listening to you, man, though, today, especially Khalid, I wish I had a different outlook on the word black, man. We just got this one dead outlook.
Yeah,
like, you man have got different options, you know what I mean? You got like the option to call yourself it because you looked at it from the outside. But from 0 to 30 or whatever, all man knows black. So when I see anyone a Somalian, I'll straightly think black. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but then again, do you know how I learned this as well? When I started looking at, the Afro Latinos, Mel's gonna kill me. Some of them they switch as well. Like you got Dominicans, they'll be like, no, I'm not black. Like, I'm Dominicano, you know?
But some of them, no, but bruv, some of them are doing it because they're making a distinction. Like when I go to the Caribbean, bruv, imagine there's somebody who might be, let me see whose complexion, like not dark, not my complexion or yours, just a bit lighter than me, let's say, right? And over here, they'll be called black because their hair's really woolly, right? And this woman, she goes, I am black, I'm brown. Meaning brown, right? So I'm like, what the hell? Goes, yeah, you go to England with that, you're black, you're brown garbage. And we got like a kind of, what's the word? Like a complexionist type of thing over there, like red skin, light skin, all the way.
We've got the same thing in my country as well. We've got that. Right. Like, where a lot of people are bleaching themselves. A lot of girls are bleaching themselves.
And this is my whole point where see the thing is, although let's say it comes from outside, this term black, the metaphor that is used, bruv, trust me, it is a very powerful thing. Because although it has on the one side the negative in relation to how the dictionary says, black day, black this, black that, negative. Nature says something else. Nature puts black with power. Do you get me? This is why, let's say, for instance, even with them men who are doing them bodybuilding thing, they darken up their skin hard. Why? Because your very subconscious mind is telling you there's prowess because the way the light bounces off that thing. It's nature communicates this. When you see blackness, your subconscious to darkness is you're in fear. That means it has power over you. Do you get what I'm saying?
I've got to agree with that, man. My people always told me to associate black with greatness and power. And, you know what I'm saying? Mighty strength and wisdom. And you get me? I've never associated blackness with crime or criminality or man's trying to rob each other. Or like when I see a black man going to the Caribbean and living out there has actually made me appreciate black people even more. Guy in Africa made me even like, open up my eyes to the powers
Same
of
here.
what we possess. You know
Same
what I mean?
Same here, Freddie. For the last, like, I don't know, I've been privileged enough. I've been privileged enough for the last 5 years to be traveling around the continent of Africa, and that woke up my consciousness. You get where I'm coming from, especially like seeing the beauty aspects of Somalia that you guys will never see. You get where I'm coming from. If you actually look at the landscape, the beaches, you think it's the Caribbean islands, but with you guys, you think just war-torn, refugee camps, the AKs, bazookas.
This is the thing, yeah. Even the whole of Africa, bruv, almost everywhere in Africa, yeah. You generally think that, like Ghana. What was I watching? Something on Gambia yesterday, and I think it was, where was the other thing, bruv? And literally, like you just said, it's like, look at what the media, the Western media, just continuously bombards us with, yeah. War-torn, starving, everything negative you could think of on the planet, they want to associate, but they never want to have it as, here's a brilliant holiday destination. Obviously, because they want to make sure that they don't make money over there through holiday destination, and also they don't want people to care about the place. They want to continue the idea that we're savages and we can't sort out our problems. We're always, it takes white people to come and do it. You know what I mean? That type of garbage.
No, but on the flip side, Isa, imagine on the flip side, yeah, Africa's the only continent with the lowest case of corona. So that's up yours, you get me? Someone saying, because people don't travel there, no one's there. I was like, well, fuck that, man. We're still holding that W, you get me? You get where I'm coming from? It's like, right, but I know. But that's the thing. Like, when I was actually out there, that's what I appreciated it. When I came back, it opened my conscience up by saying, well, you know what? I've come from somewhere. I've seen the beauty of it. And now it's just about fixing up the people. That's the only pressure, that's the only issue that I face, And
bruv, let me tell you something. The problem you have is this, is that whereas the Afro-Caribbean community, especially, let's say, Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X coming up to now, our religion was Christianity, right? Which was really like, it didn't have that much say on every aspect of your life, including politics. So you could be a wavy Christian and put pro-black before. Whereas Islam, it don't work that way. And I wish you good luck, you know what I mean? With you trying to do it without literally just quoting scripture and hadith. Because you're literally going to be having that fight for years upon years. Are you Muslim? Yes, you are. Is Allah the highest? Is the Prophet Sunnah the best? You just, bro, trust me, you're going to go around in circles. I personally feel, it's going to take a new view, almost if you're going to recreate what it means to be a Somali.
But that's the thing, my people. When I keep introducing this subject, let's tear the whole thing down, tear up all these flags, and start from scratch. A lot of people are scared of that, Isa. They're like, "Whoa, are you mad? What do you mean start from scratch? What? How?"
The same way. In fact, you could say the same way the Prophet did. He left them with their tribal names, but above their tribe was what? One Allah. Hold on to the rope of Allah as one. Do you get what I'm saying? So at the end of the day.
But Isa, if you've got a nation that's 99% Sunni, my brother, with no other religions, no other nothing, that shares a language, that shares a phenotype, shouldn't that be more easier to unify?
Brother, you'd have thought so.
Yeah.
And this is my point. This is the whole point I'm making to you, my brother. If that's the case, which it is, as you said, right, what the hell is the problem? Because there's hardly, I don't know any other groups of Muslims elsewhere that have that kind of identity and so on, look so similar, etc., but have that problem. Do you get what I'm saying? So,
and if you think about it, in history-wise, the first time Islam touched the shores of Africa was in East Africa. So we've been Muslim for a long time as well. Do you get where I'm coming from? I'm sure, Isa. And
but man's had a lot of outside influences trying to infiltrate and fuck up.
It's the color. To me, I think it's just I think it's when they made that borderline thing. When these man come.
That's a part to play. That's a big.
That's the biggest part. That's the biggest part.
What would you say they've? Hold on. So let me get this right. They've come in. No, because I got a brethren here. Well, I haven't seen him for years, but he said he was a communist, right, when he was younger, yeah? So he must be in his 70s now, yeah? And he said he thought he was a bad man with a machine gun sitting on the front of the tank, yeah? He laughed at himself saying he was an idiot, you know what I mean? But he's saying back then, yeah, it's like that influenced the mentality. And it seems like you're saying the ripple effects of that are still there right now. and how to unify, because you have to look at it like this. You have to have a common vision goal to work towards. Do you get what I'm saying? And in fact, let's put it like this. Malcolm X and others have had 10-point programs, or let's say the Pan-African community, they've got certain, vision, certain goals they want to achieve. Do you have that for the Somali community, from what you know?
From what I know, no. I think the new generation, it's time for the new generation to start coming up with ideas. But if they're not willing,
you have to do that yourself.
No, but Issa, this is what I'm saying. But Issa, this is why I've started this little channel thing, to get conversations started. Because I've noticed my people, one problem they have as well, particular people, they don't like to talk. They don't like to express it. I don't know whether we're still shell shocked. I don't know whether it's this whole culture. Shut up, behave. You can't. Even with the whole Sister Somaya incident, everyone's like, no, well, keep it in. I'm like, bro, she did a madness in front of, and it's on you. Like, everyone's like, what? I'm like, raw. You get me? So I'm like, yeah, raw. It's just a sticky one, bro. You get where I'm coming from, man.
But this is what I'm saying, where they're now compromising. Let's say, although it's in the religion, although it's in the deen, if they do this thing publicly.
Can I say one thing as well? Because growing up with all my life.
One sec. Yeah, what I was saying, bro, even though it's in the religion, I'm saying just for justice and common sense, brother Khalid, if someone does something like that publicly and does it continuously in a certain way, in other ways, if you don't address it publicly, your whole people now catch the backlash if you're protecting it. Do you get what I'm saying?
Fam, what we did, it was like to me, we had to ask the question: would a Pakistani sister do that against her own brothers? And everyone said, "Nah."
You know what? You alone coming on here saying this is a savior for the view of the Somali community. I'm saying it might be 200 people, but I'm saying people like you, like where you come out and you reassure us, no, blood, this ain't all of us. Do you get what I'm saying? But
man, been known that. If you live in the real world, you've been known there's bare Khalids about.
I know that, but people only know them through bloody internet. That's what I'm saying. For me, obviously, I know bare Somali from time, but I'm saying I know because I hear the conversation with people. They would think, oh, that's Somalis, that's Muslims, that's this, that's that. Do you get me? So
that's what I'm saying.
They don't know. Obviously, Khalid and people like Khalid don't come out and speak with the vehemency and the solidness and confidence within yourself about your position. You're just going to assume that, and then you get your back up and say, oh, look, they like to stand wrong and strong. Their people could come and disrespect, and then they will protect them in their disrespect. Do you get what I'm saying? That don't make no sense, bro.
Because I remember recently, basically, I come on a platform, everyone's like, bruv, everyone's on us. The minute I come on, I see my brother Askari chatting the world of shit. I was like, whoa. If you're saying this online people, well, we've got characters like this and no one's calling him out. How can I run to these people when all they have to do is say, yo, what about Askari? What about this character? What about this one? And I'll be like, oh, well, and it puts you in a predicament where you're like.
But just like what you said though, Khalid, at the beginning, at the start, is the Somali people are private, bro. Man's protective of their mum, man's protective of their sister, man's protective, man not telling you nothing about his family life. Like that. Do you know what I'm saying, bro?
No, but at the same time,
that's been coming down for years, bro. Do you know what I'm saying?
I know, but the problem is right now, we're at that age of life where we need to start having conversation. This generation and the next generation and the generation after, or we're going to be doing this for the next 30 years. We already did 30 years.
Khalid.
I hear you.
Khalid.
Yeah.
Khalid.
Yeah, bro.
Turn up your mic a bit, bro. You've gone quiet.
Sorry, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, but it's gone quiet though.
Yeah, I got a phone call coming. I'm trying to ignore.
Yeah, watch this. Yeah. The Pakistani community in certain areas, they've done the same thing. They protected their wrong. They kept it quiet while they were abusing kids and blah blah blah. Look what happened now. Do you see what I'm saying? And the whole Muslim community now is taking a backlash for what they defended people. So I'm saying, if you don't seek to stamp at that fire, then, bruv, you're gonna see what going on in the future.
No, but then again, Sheikh Isa, everyone's going against you for being in the right and saying, nah, this person, and it's like, what the fuck? I don't care what genitals have between your legs. You show respect, you get respect. You show disrespect, you get disrespect back. You get where I'm
But
coming from, yeah?
that's what I'm saying. So when the man was saying, "Oh, you disrespect a Somali sister, a woman, she's a woman," I'm saying, blood. Listen, if you got them rules, then you have the rules before we get on the panel. You say, listen, when females come on here, this is how we speak to each other. So therefore, there's rules for the females and there's rules for males. You get me? So we know what we're dealing with. Don't let them come on here and laugh when they're gunning people. And when you gun back now, all of a sudden you're bad. They're females. How can you talk to a woman like that?
This is what I'm not gonna be sexist, yeah. But with the sister earlier, what Halima was saying in the 9 o'clock in the morning, we were all baffed. Like we were all in the group hangout. Me, M Stacks, Veli, and Ultra Funky. We were just busting up, joking, sticking on each other. You know, the usual taking a piss out of Veli's channel. Why you lot Islamophobes? You know them ones, and just reasoning. So after I was just reasoning, I'm not just me and M Stacks are like, rah, bro, this sister can't talk like this, bro. Like, what's with this Negro thing, house Negro this? And I'm like,
no, but you know, she's actually retarded. Like, you see Halima, like, and I'm not trying to be funny, or she's actually a half-wit. She's really stupid. So I don't think like that's not her own material. She would have seen other people say it. She would have heard other people, the reaction people got from it. She probably doesn't know like the full like scope of what it means. So I wouldn't put any weight behind anything. She's a absolute moron.
No, but Jim Jones, I'm sorry, JJ. Listen, I don't know half these characters online. Do you get where I'm coming from, bro? And it's like, oh, we're in groups, this, that, ooh. And a character like me now is broken the mold. You get where I'm coming from? Is very, this one's a bit weird. He's doing something for us, but he's not really weird. But and it's like, raw. They don't know how to react with me. Get me right now, they're gonna be like, you were on a block with she. Bruv, I don't give a fuck right now. You get me? Wallahi, I don't, because the same people that I do things for and protect are the same people that will go run to a bunch of Asian man, cause fitna between Muslim brothers and the community, and will stand there and say, I didn't do nothing. Oh, well, get over it. Oh, this and it's that.
But the other thing, obviously, we spoke about it yesterday.
No, I apologize. I don't disrespect women.
But that is a real. Like, Halima's a moron. There's no Muslim in the world that would take any dawah from Halima or would on any. They wouldn't seek advice from Halima. No one. I reckon her own family would never seek advice from her. Yeah, But the other one, that like. You get me? That's a mad thing, you know. That's a mad person still.
No, but she does that. I know. You know what it is, though. Khalid, I see what you're saying. Like, for you, and you're gonna trust me. You're gonna learn it, yeah, because you're sincere about your objective and you want to see the thing solved. There are some people that solving the problem is secondary to what they want. Trust me. You're gonna trust me, bro. Solving the problem is secondary to I'll solve the problem so long as my tribe is like this. So I'll solve the problem so long as my religion is seen like this. I've solved the problem. All of these things come second. You know, this solving the problem is secondary. So when you come up with something new, gradually you're gonna. Who do you think you are? You're a sheikh. Do you pray 5 times a day? Do you this? Trust me, you're gonna start to see the more successful you get, because a lot of the youth, they're gonna look at you and think, you know what? You're making more sense than these other people. You get me?
That's one thing that's one thing the sister's scared of, you know. That's one thing. Like, you know, I'm on this mentality. Well, Kushi is my brother. This person is my brother. You know them ones. I don't care about their religion. You're Somalian. You're part of the team. Let's make this work. You get where I'm coming from. Ideologies like that, they hate.
You're supposed to be biased because one's a Quranist and one's an atheist.
Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Who's Sheikh Faisal?
I don't have a clue, bro.
He's Jamaican. He's the one that got done and sent back to Jamaica, bro. Sheikh Faisal.
All right, because Analyze was saying that. Because, you know, I was thinking yesterday, because I don't know what it is. I need to Google and do research. But do you think it's fair to say that any Muslim that follows a sheikh that advocate? So you know that guy, that Pakistani fella, or maybe he's Indian, and if someone's gonna have to help me with his name. He does the arena tours in Saudi Arabia, and he's like famous little Asian guy, wears the kufi, and he's got like a lisp.
I don't know.
Yeah, man. What's his name? Oh, flipping out. Zakir Naik.
Zakir Naik. Yeah. You know how they would say,
man, so have a lovely day, man. Peace out, brothers.
Big up, Freddie.
And yeah, man, Khaled, you got in the right way.
Yo, big up, Freddie.
Yeah, big up, Freddie. Freddie, come by me, man. I'm gonna be doing a stream at 5 minutes.
I'm definitely gonna come by the show, man, because I need to hear some more about my brother's coaches. You know what I mean?
Yeah, come on. I want a fresh perspective. I want to start that. You know that are we racist of Black African Somali? You know, I want to start that with a couple of people that are non-Somali as well.
Yeah, I can give you my perspective still, man, because I've been rolling with them from the like.
But anyone on the G, all you G Block members are welcome. I'm gonna start annoying people on my team. Every single one of you on the panel is welcome. Come through to the pirate ship.
Can we beat up religions?
No. That's one thing. Behave yourself.
Might as well ban me then.
Kick him.
Might as well ban me then.
All right, then, my brothers. But make sure you go over there, Jay, man. But don't be on no edict. You can just go over there and give your natural perspective.
No,
you are something without beating up a religion. You are somebody without doing that.
If you are on a humble team, James, if you come on a humble team, you're always welcome on my channel, bro. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what them lot say, bro. Because I'm creating a new thing with a bunch of new people. And this is what they were baffed about the other day. When they saw girls coming in, people laughing, people joking. Man was like, I bun you lot's problems, man. Fuck all of that. Man, I don't care what happened on the block. You get me? Man, I don't care. You get me? You lot come run to the pirate ships when you lot get butt hurt. But when you don't want to sabotage, man, it's all good. And no one's going to call you out on that.
Wait, hold on. But quickly, back to what I was saying. So do you think, that if a Muslim who's like otherwise harmless, but takes from a sheikh who promotes some kind of fuckery, what's his opinion on that?
Say that again, my bro.
So a Muslim takes from a sheikh who condones forms of terrorism, but the Muslim themselves claims to be harmless. Like, I don't advocate no violence, but they take from a sheikh who does advocate violence. What do you think?
Okay, so let me give you an example. Sheikh Faisal said, in regards to the Hindus, you burn them and give them an introduction to the hellfire. This is what he said.
But then again, don't our religion preach like if you spill the blood of innocent human beings? What about that angle?
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying. So this is what James is saying. If a person, so if somebody on your panel, is okay, and they say they're against terrorism, but then they support a sheikh who speaks in this way about doing these things to other people. They're saying, what about that person who's on your panel who's supposed to be nice and is against terrorism, but supports a sheikh who talks like that? It's saying it's contradictory. In other words, if somebody really doesn't believe in terrorism, they're not going to be supporting a sheikh who's talking like that, is it?
No, that's real talk. That's 100. That's 100.
So
no, we bond that out, Jim Jones, bro. You get me? Like, what's
that's what people are getting away with this one. This is how people they get away with people. Oh, if you call me a terrorist, do you know what could happen? Do you know what the ramifications will be if you call me a terrorist?
I don't know, bro. Fam,
ramifications are for people that die from terrorism.
So if there weren't no ramifications, then what? Then it'd be okay. This is the thing, Their only concern is that police might kick down their door because they think they're supporting terrorism, or it might affect them. But other than that, it's like, they do support it. And what? Because I'll never forget when that show is taken down now, when certain whoever females on their own show said, they big up and support Uncle Omar. They big up and support the ISIS midget Suleiman. Do you get what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, she said that. She also
blatantly said that.
But she also said one time she come on a show. I don't know if it was live or off air, but she jumped on and man were getting onto all these guys that play beheading videos. And I was like, chat to your boys. And she was like, they're my brothers. Man, listen, if you're a grown adult parent, how can you have anyone affiliated with you that jumps onto random streams? Forget jumps onto streams. That watches beheading videos. Who does that? Who watches beheading videos?
Gang, I'm just pleased that I had this beef with her, so she knows you can't dep on my shit no more anyway.
But they're these little incel faggots, that be talking about violence and watching weird fucking all this horror shit, beheading stuff. And those people are the people that you love for the sake of your God. You're a dickhead. You have to be
Yeah, man.
addicted. Like, and
Nah,
and
but
it's not just her, it's all of these people that are like, Bob, it's Deen Aki, it's Jihad Aki. Right? All of these people that believe that God cares about Syria, that God wants
half these people, Jays, they can't read Arabic, bro. Half these people are not religious as well.
Bro.
They're not religious, bro.
You see what the problem is, though? You see when people start to love off that warfare against other people, you know? Don't forget that same cold-hearted thing will return back to your own nation.
100%.
Come on.
Listen,
you man, my battery's about to die. I'm gonna come back in 15 minutes. Yeah, my bros.
You know this thing, and I was saying it.
Yeah, big up, Khaled.
When we spoke, is you don't realize that in a roundabout way, you're just basically bigging up the Americans and bigging up whoever these terrorist organizations are fighting for. That's all you're doing. But it's so mad that you I don't know if you truly believe it or you want us to believe it, that you're doing it for your God, bruv. Shut up, man. You're furthering some geopolitical agenda and then trying to tell us that it's all right just because of God. Wow. People that actually live in these areas, you're safe in Britain, you know, you're safe in America, you know, but people in these actual areas that just want to live their life, bruv, whether they're religious or not, are dying, and you're allowed to over here start making value judgments on who lives and who dies, bro, because your God said it, bro. Fucking insane, bro. It's insane.
Right, let me ask you a question, Shia Isa. Does it say anywhere in the Quran that specifically Shias, their blood is halal?
No, nowhere. No in the Quran.
But then this is what I'm saying. So where are they making this shit up from then?
Right. So how it works?
Hold on, but Isa, can be honest now. It does say somewhere about cursing certain people makes you a kafir, innit?
Do what? Cursing people?
Makes you a kafir, though, innit?
No. Well, in the Quran?
Does it not?
No, cursing certain people. No.
I swear you used that to kill that revert one time.
Who's that? Which one?
Do you remember when you was to the revert? Muawiyah cursed Imam Ali. Does cursing make you a kafir?
Oh no! It doesn't say that. What it was. If you curse somebody, this is just standard common sense. If you curse somebody who Allah in the Quran has said is righteous and promised Jannah, so if he's held that group as high esteem and he's promised them Jannah, and you curse them, you're a kafir because Allah in the Quran has said so. So what his point was is that if you curse Imam Ali, does that make you a kafir? He said not necessarily, no. So I said, what about Abu Bakr? He said yes. I then said why? He said because Allah says about the Muhajirun and the Ansar. So that's why. So Abu Bakr's Muhajirun. So that's why I said, well, was Ali Muhajirun also? And he said,
yeah. But if a Shia curses him, if a Shia curses Abu Bakr, not saying you do, but if a Shia curses Abu Bakr, if a Shia curses all these other people, then technically they are a kafir, isn't it?
Well, if the verse said what they claim it said, then yes, but it doesn't say that. Do you get what I'm saying? But anyway, in relation to there's no, as he said, clear text. It doesn't say that anyway. I mean, that would go down the road of proving Sunni or Shia. The whole point the brother's making is that these people, and I keep telling you, lot, here's the problem: when somebody's born into something, they follow it as a tradition. It don't matter what it is, right? Mormonism, Christian, don't matter. As long as you're following it as a tradition and listening hearsay to some so-called scholar or imam or whatever else, without doing the research and thinking for yourself, you're a problem. And that's the issue. These people that they're just joining the thing, a lot of them are people that, you know what I mean, they're lonely people. Like they haven't got nothing inside. Do you know what I mean? They're nobody. They feel like nobody. They feel worthless unless they're part of a group. They feel weak unless they can stand by other people who are big and strong.
Lonely.
They're followers.
Simple as
Mrs. Lonely.
Exactly. So, yeah, Vele Vision, what's happening?
Oh, go on. It's popping, mate.
What happened to your show earlier on? I saw it half hour or something. What happened?
Yeah, man. Got porn bombed, didn't it, man?
Oh my! What, that early in the morning? Like what?
Early in the morning. What should we do with the porn bombing? Muslims, what should we do with the porn bombing? Muslims, what should we do with the porn bombing? Muslims early in the morning.
Oh my God.
Why?
I don't even understand people at all, bro. That's just weird. Wow. But them strange.
Good look, man. They need to return to the ways of the Prophet, man. Alhamdulillah. You hear me?
You're having a laugh, bro. How can they return when they haven't been there in the first place? But never mind. That's another story. Lord.
Yo, Issa, just quickly, yeah. How a Asian woman called a black non-Muslim brother a house Negro, right?
Wow.
Now, I'm not gonna lie to you. I suspect that it might be my IQ because it's really low, right? But I'm trying to figure out how that makes sense. How an Asian Muslim woman can call a non-Muslim black man
in the
house
field.
Negro.
Don't forget in the field.
Yeah, a house Negro in the field. Fuck's sake, a house Negro. Right?
What do you mean house Negro in the field?
No, she's basically just because she's dumb. And
I'm saying I'm in the field.
I couldn't be in the house. It's in the field.
Hold on. Did they actually say that? Did they say
house Negro? She called him a house. No, she called him a house Negro. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, how does it make sense for an Asian Muslim to call a black non-Muslim a house Negro? Like, what is it exactly he sold out from?
I'm the only house nigger in this G block.
James, man, shut up, man. Shut up, man.
Please don't promote that word on this platform, thanks. You
heard what Issa said.
It makes sense if you expect these people to speak sense. If you expect them to be like normal human beings.
Okay. Maybe. That's my mistake. So it's not my IQ. It's the fact that I was expecting more. I was expecting more from someone who claims to be righteous and of the deed. Okay, it's my mistake. All right.
Somebody get a car around front. That's what I'll be telling Ultra and Veli.
Get what?
I said I'll be telling Ultra and Veli to pull the car around front. You know, like,
she made that racist slander. She already lost her Muslim card.
I get the orders from up top. I get the orders from up top, and I come give them to Ultra and Veli.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. Hey, so what are you saying that? You're dickhead, James. What? If you be racist, that makes you a craffer, yeah?
I want to make it clear that some type of membership card, and if it wasn't,
I don't know if it's just
Bernie, man. You're never too.
You're cutting out, man.
It's not a tattoo.
Out, mate.
Hey, Bernie, Veli, I got to chat to you about your boy. He's never talking directly to the person. That's why everyone. It's true.
But Bernie, you're cutting out though. So chippy. Your voice all chippy.
But here's this: you lot don't seem to understand yet. Unless you distinguish between a convert and a research Muslim or claimant to Islam, then why expect them to be seen as a Muslim? If they're just born into it, then you automatically, you're born into this ideology.
Can I say one thing real quick?
Information. Like, is that how it works?
Can I say one quick thing here? Respect, little Ali, and all of these other Muslims, recently on all this slavery and stuff, they actually make me physically start to hate Malcolm X. Like, I don't want to hear Malcolm X's name anymore when it comes to talking about my fucking race. And like some one black man in history that converted to your fucking stupid fucking magical ideas is not evident that we must all agree with your stupid magical ideas.
Well, I mean, you should be able to make a clear distinction, because obviously Malcolm X's words are there for everyone to see, and you must be able to make a distinction, I suggest, between him and all others. Obviously, you and that individual have.
But you see the point that man's making, that other people, like Ali will feel like it's okay for him to call Ultra and Witness a house nigger because he thinks he's quoting Malcolm X and he thinks Malcolm X is a Sunni like him. So
no.
It would beat up Ali.
One sec. It's not that though, Veli. It's not that. You have to remember, your boy your brethren, whatever you want to call him, is the one who has legitimized all the efforts we done before to make sure that anyone who's non-black knows. Remember Kalam was remember when they done it with Kalam, and we said, listen, none of you lot can say this stuff. That's in-house. We want to say house nigga, we want to say this, we want to say that. That's us. But then certain other man them legitimatize and open a door for them to come in and say all of that, to feel comfortable to do it. Do you get me? So that's your boy. It's not like Ali has watched this thing and Malcolm X and he's coming and say it. Bro,
listen, bro, Ali is a racist sack of shit, bro. Right? He DM'd me randomly, calling me house nigga this, house nigga. I was like,
what do you mean?
What I did was, rather than respond to him,
hold on, literally those words.
Hold on, getting a phone call. Sorry, bro.
Yeah. House Negro, the shit.
No, Negro or with the ER at the end. Because I remember, what's his name? Brother Witness.
He must have got a phone call.
Yeah, he said he got a phone call. Brother Witness, was saying that Ali was racist, and I've never been able to get the full evidence of what he was saying. I mean, I haven't seen Ali around there for time anyway.
All right, listen, Isa, do me a favor. DM me on Hangouts.
Okay.
And I'll send you the screenshot. I'll send you a screenshot. Oh, also, do you know what Ali did? Right, rather than respond to him, what I did was I put out a screenshot on loads of different Hangout groups and says, "Look at this, guys." Now,
oh my god.
Yeah, I was just like, look at this. This guy does. And do you know what he did, bro? Rather than admit it, he made a fake account of me saying, "I want to kill all Muslims."
Jeez, bro.
Right, and wait, hold on. Oh no, wait. TYO's in the chat. He'll tell you if I'm lying. TYO, say wallahi. Yeah, I'm lying. Yeah, I put it out there in the chat, and then he made a fake account of me saying something about I support Sarah's views on Muslims and I want to kill all Muslims. I put that screenshot in the chat. Khan as well. Khan was there. Yeah, and then he was like, "I've heard him insulting my prophet," and then he said, "Well, actually, I haven't heard him insulting the prophet." And then he put out some apology that I missed, but I was just like, he went as far as to make a fake account of me to say I want to kill all Muslims,
bro.
And then like it's just fucking madness.
These people ain't got time to think of ideas for how to make peace. You know, they're always bent on problems. You lot don't seem to understand it. You know, they're always bent on problems, division.
No, but do you know what the funny thing is, Isa? I don't know where it came from, because after about 20 minutes of lying and chatting shit, he then went on to say, "Well, actually, I haven't actually heard him insult the prophet." I want to know where it came from,
bruv. Yep. Look, if I keep telling you, you know what it is, yeah? I try not to talk about the religion that much anymore, because it's about you lot are going to see it for yourself, innit? You can think, because the good thing is, yeah, you've got Pakistanis who are Sunni and Shia, right? And alhamdulillah, you've got Reza and the other brothers who are good representatives, yeah? So you've got literally, right, these lot as the example here, and these lot as they're both Pakistanis, but one has this ideology and one has that ideology. So what's the problem? It can't be them being Pakistani, can it? Do you get what I'm saying? But anyway, you're not gonna see, bro. Look at Mo. Look at our brother Mo, right? He comes in there high as a kite, always flying. And look, you get what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying. Imagine if that was anyway, bro. Yeah, I'm Ultra. I've messaged you, so send me them screenshots. That's quite funny. Bernie Bay. In fact, no one's answered. Has anyone answered the question?
Yeah, Isa, I'm just about to drive. Yeah, do me a favor, just DM me, and I'll hit you up in about half an hour. Yeah.
Yeah. Bless.
Veli, James Jones, Isa, Bernie Bay. I've got to go. But I'll be back on G-Block in about an hour, 45 minutes. Yeah, peace.
Yeah, so is it okay? Is it ever okay to use racist insults against people you dislike? Oh, I just want to ask people a question, yeah. Do you not think that the government is messing with time, i.e. with days? So, for instance, today is actually a Friday. It's supposed to be Sunday. Or is it no routine? Which is
That's why us Muslims in America, we still take Friday as our Sunday.
You are?
To the Gregorian calendar, they added days.
Say that again.
That's why we still hold Friday as. Yeah, we hold Friday as a holy day, which is actually the Sabbath if you take that Gregorian calendar out and go back to the.
No, but I'm saying there's still 7 days in a week, innit? Even whether you hold wherever, it doesn't matter which attributes a holy day to whichever day in the week. I'm talking about whether the day has been changed or not in time and space. But anyway, never mind. Is it ever okay to use racist insults against people you dislike? What do you think, Bernie Bay?
Yeah, I say racist insults against people you don't like. You know, Europeans think it's okay to use the N-word, and well, I see you guys use it, so I say just don't unless you're trying to make a history, talking about social etiquette.
I think
otherwise, I say just don't use it. Type bigger.
Yo, big up everybody inside, man. Big up. Jump on, man. I'm sitting here listening. I'm just like,
oh God,
yeah, what's happening, bruv? Long time, man. I just had a couple thoughts on my mind, man, this morning, and it's prompted me to come on.
Oh boy!
And, just kind of discuss it really with the intellect. Yeah. With the intellects, yeah. So yeah, big up everybody in the chat and everybody. Peace. Hope everybody's safe.
Yes, sir. Blessings. So what got?
Yeah. Not much, man. Just peace, blessings, and everything. All the rest of it, hotel, bloody, all the rest of it. So look. On the what's the main question of the day? Racist assaults against. On the main point, Sunday. I mean, it's a tit for tat situation, and I think right now I don't think that's really needed. On top of all the excess, external problems that people face, domestic problems, and obviously, the kind of virus or the big V. But anyway, regardless of that, has anybody heard the Queen's speech? And has anybody seen the new whistleblower about how it's different? They're treating pneumonia as opposed to treating the actual real problem, which is they're saying it's a high altitude and a low of oxygen inside the blood. To the reason why people actually getting put into hospital. You know what I mean? As opposed to that was just two subjects that I wanted to.
Hold on. What was high altitude? Did you say?
Yeah, because basically there's a guy that's a whistleblower now that I've just gone on. I usually go on a couple of different websites that give you like sort of news, and I saw this guy, the whistleblower, and he's come out and said it's a different type of people are dying with like blue faces, but it's not the symptoms of pneumonia, like typical harsh pneumonia. It's not like that. He said it's like it's the same sort of symptoms as what you'd be giving off if you was getting if you was under pressure from high altitude or something, or people that are like high like gone up mountain, really, you know what I mean, and not acclimatized.
Not oxygen,
yeah. So basically, it's like, and it's the problem is based around them not acclimatized or something like that. So I just thought if anybody had
not acclimatizing
heard about the new, because I think if you acclimatize to it, apparently the not receiving that much oxygen to your blood supply, then that's when you can have severe, obviously, adverse effects where you're not, something happens to you obviously you die in it. But I was thinking some people maybe just be around radiation so much that they're used to it, and the people that don't sit around their computer all day and haven't had like pneumonia like symptoms before, they're probably be more susceptible. But that was two things that I was going to add on top of the the current question of the day. But, yeah, that was, I think, too interesting. I mean, it's like with the kind of virus thing, is it really pneumonia then? So should you be staying indoors? Because then you need to get away from the Wi-Fi and the radiation, as opposed to, do you know what I mean, going outside and getting oxygen. It will be inside the ozone, like around will it be more prevalent inside your, right next to your laptop, which is right above you. You'll see it wherever you hold it. So I think they're telling us basically the wrong thing.
Well, this is the thing. I think it does seem there's a lot more going on, obviously, than they're telling us. It does seem that there might be, there might be a thing where, I mean, the problem is there are people dying of other things, and they're just saying it's coronavirus, right? And they're adding them to the statistics. So this is, I think there's been at least 2 that I know of personally, right? So with that being the case, it would make sense. So the way it was explained was this person died of a heart attack. They were told it would take about so many, like 3 weeks to do an autopsy, to get an autopsy, and therefore to get the body back to bury, right? Or they could just write it off as coronavirus death, and therefore you get the body and then you have your funeral, right? And this person is a Muslim who died. Do you get what I'm saying? So the Asian Muslim. So it's kind of like, you know, what if they're up in the statistics, what are we actually working with then? Do you get what I'm saying? We're not working with the real deal. What else are they lying about as well in relation to the actual sickness? Because some people might go in with other symptoms of legitimate pneumonia that's not related to the virus, and they're just calling it that, and there might be, it's all kind of madness.
Did Ultra tell you what happened today?
No, what happened?
Ultra ain't told you what he was on today.
What do you mean? No,
he didn't tell you that he's done anything today. He didn't tell you what he's done today.
Not that I know of.
Oh, I forget. All right, cool. Yeah, no, it's mad though. It's actually getting crazy right about now. Like, not only that, but you know, like I've seen some little compilation in America where, like 2 days after some of these hospitals are saying they've had lines around the street, around the corner for people requiring medical attention, and man are going outside the hospitals and it looks like a ghost town. Like you can't even see people in their A&E and stuff. And then there was that some woman in Hawaii made like some public address about how, like, you know, how dire the sort of conditions were with regards to like overcrowding and that in the hospital. And then my man Kem and recorded her outside the hospital, and blood is like, again, another ghost town, like not a soul to be seen. Like it is getting stupid, because I had a long talk with Dark Magician, and I'm imploring people, I'm adjuring them to use their intelligence here. How is one meant to independently verify all of, hold on, 1 second.
Damn. Something's definitely going on there. King Gold, what do you think it is?
With all of the evidence that I've gathered so far, you know, suggestions and philosophies about it, you know, and ideas, I think personally, it's what they're saying. You can't really. There's no other explanation. It's just because of it's so all of a sudden. It's not like it's not. I don't think anything would spread like that.
But just think about it, yeah. How do we know it's all of a sudden? Considering that people that may have been sick and they're just treating them with certain, like one guy said that certain people went in there, they were given this treatment and they just died within a couple of minutes. So it's like, I'm just saying, how do we actually know what is actually bloody going on? Do you see what I'm saying? And all these theories, 5G this and this virus and this radiation and all this other stuff. I mean, like, it's very interesting how we're in a position where we can't actually be sure either way. And that to me is a major problem. Like, it should be either or a couple of selection of things, but we're actually in a position where it's like, well, we don't even know what components or variables we need to use to put stuff together to conclude the right thing.
Well, based, I'm just saying, based on, I'm just going to say it how it is, based on the last future foreign policy, based on how Islam's been obliterated in the mainstream, I would say that there's more. It's deeper than people just turning up and they're dying organically from this kind of virus that's killing everybody. That's what I want to really say about it in regard to that. You know, does that lead me towards saying that? I mean, does that lead me towards saying this? Is it because they're trying to do it on purpose to kill people? I mean, they're not really that prepared. So in like with that being said, I mean that's what it's.
But wouldn't that be part of the act though?
That's indirect murder.
That would be part of the act, like them not being prepared. That surely they would know to have to do that. But it's not just that. What I wouldn't say is to do with just murder, but it's more to do with bringing in whatever new laws. That to me is always the most important thing, right? Bringing in new laws so that they can control you more and steer. You know, simple as that. But that's what it is, isn't it? To lock you down.
I mean, the preparation part of it is just shows that it's like you're second-class citizen. That's what one thing 100% everybody is, black, white, and that is so abundantly clear now.
No, but they don't care about that.
And that's all down to money. And money is not something that's it's like a figment of our imagination. It's fucking real. It's a currency. They're trivializing it, which actually is the most important thing, really. And they've made it that way. Really, we know it's not, but they've made it that way. And so it's indirect murder, man. That's all I can say about it. But yeah,
I mean,
I don't really know much about the scientific parts of about the virus, so I can't really speak on it that much.
Well, I hear that, but I'm just saying with the patterns of the government, yeah, you look at 9/11, yeah, for a lot of the evidence I've seen, yeah, 9/11 was an inside job. So therefore, one of the things they got out of it was obviously the backlash against, let's say, Islam, but also they're bringing out laws which they're using left, right, and center against everyone, regardless of whether you're Muslim or not. So with this now, obviously, this is, if you think of it, yeah, it's actually a really powerful thing to use because you ain't really got much of an excuse. For instance, for those people that want to homeschool their children, and they can give reasons why, you know, for those people that want to send that can't homeschool their children, but don't want the vaccine, they've got a now reason where you might be forced to either homeschool, but you can't because you're working and whatever else. And therefore, they're going to say, well, you have to get the vaccine because we don't want your child spreading that disease to other children or whatever it is. Do you know what I mean? So, bruv, trust me, it's a big mad one. And then, what does that say about the vaccine in and of itself then?
Well, forget vaccines though. Yeah, just look at it like a policy one. Because I was having an argument with someone who was basically saying that that I was being a conspiracy theorist, and I was like, all right, better way to look at it then. Like if we're just trying to be as objective as we can, let's look 10 years, 20 years, 30 years into the future, right? And what will we remember this, spring summer 2020 as? What effect would it have? When they write in history books, when you're doing your fucking political, history or your history degree, what will be regarded as the importance of this period in history?
So the year of Corona, the year that the world changed, and they I don't know, the beginning of the New World Order.
Exactly, because if you look at America, and if you have any kind of understanding of politics, you see that post 9/11 became the operative words were terrorist, like the war on terror, whatever. Sleeper cells. Remember this term, sleeper cell? I don't think they've found one sleeper cell yet. I don't think one. Yeah. The Operation Stellar Wind, the surveillance tactics that were employed. Now look how many whistleblowers have come out since then. You know what I'm saying? So and not only that, you know what's really interesting? A similarity you'll find is there was, so coupled with this sort of fear and demonizing Arabs and terrorists and sleeper cells and these countries with WMDs and all of that, coupled with that, or sort of juxtaposed, was this love for our civil servants, but more specifically our firefighters, our first responders, all of these people. And even to this day, there's this sort of connection with 9/11 and the firefighters in New York City and the NYPD and the whoever, right? And it's a sort of eerily similar way they're giving this. We're being sort of effusive about our NHS and our medical staff, which may sort of usher in this wave of vaccines being linked to our our economic what's the word, like our economic sustenance. For example, I was reading something, I was watching a YouTube video, which is very tinfoil hatty, but it's like, imagine if this, like in America, they talk about this this UBI, this universal basic income shit, right? You know about that?
No.
So it's basically universal basic income, where it's like everybody. It's basically our version of what's our like job seekers allowance, yeah, but on the on a universal scale. So it's not, you don't have to be like ineligible to work or whatever. It's like you would just get it. Everyone will get it as a standard, and then if you work, you'll get money on top of that.
Yeah.
Right. Yes, it's a Democrat. It's like with some ideas that some of the Democrats were pushing. Okay. The point is though, and it does work it's not named the same thing, but it works in other countries. I think like Scandinavians have something similar to that. I'm not sure though, but don't quote me on that. The point is though, imagine if that was inextricably tied to you accepting a vaccine. So it's like, the economy's crashed, right? You can't get a job to save your life. The government will give you this amount of money if you accept the vaccine.
And the vaccine and the microchip.
Right, but this is the weirdest thing. But the reason that you're not going to believe it's a microchip or it's anything insidious is because guess who's giving it to you? The people that you've been clapping for at 8 o'clock every night.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's that conditioning of, these are the people that are here to save us. But then guess what? These are, and let's use 9/11 example. These are the people that are here to save us. This is the long arm of the establishment, the representation of the boots on the ground of the establishment. But guess what? These are also the people that are surveilling you or using illegal powers and contravening your what do you call it? Your what's that shit called? Constitution. So your constitutional right to surveil you. But they've conditioned you now to believe that the enemy is the Arab man in the sleeper cell, the kebab shop owner in the center of Times Square. He's our enemy. But the guy wearing the black and blue, that's our friend. But guess what? The black and blue is the one that's killing, the citizens. The black and blue is the guy that's helping these agencies facilitate the illegal surveillance of you. And that. It's mad still. It's mad.
No, I totally hear that. And it's interesting. I mean, they always plan, innit? Yeah, they plan years ahead. So obviously, I've seen none of them complain about this being a big obstacle to whatever plans they've got. So the only answer to that is it's part of the bloody plan.
I would say one for sure. I'd never respond to the chat. I big up Heterosapien here, but Jack with the humongous pat, which is weird. But says, you don't want to believe the information the authorities are feeding you. Simply pay a visit to a hospital and witness it firsthand rather than taking anybody's word for it. I've got it on good authority, and this person may come on the panel and speak to yourself, that they were at a hospital today and they said it was a ghost town. So what does that mean? Is that the exception to the rule? If I visited 5 hospitals and I said it didn't look like they were overcrowded, what would that mean? What would that mean to all of the people that are taking the official line? What would that mean? Does that mean I've debunked your idea? Does it or does it not? Every night you're clapping for the NHS, and if I showed you a hospital that looked rather empty, which means there wasn't 25 patients to one nurse, if that wasn't the case, then what would that mean? Unless you got evidence, my friend, don't tell me what I should or should not be doing. Make your case.
I have heard that in Slough, I think it was, there is the hospital is jam packed or something. So I don't know.
Do you know what the problem is? If there was a spike, right, and it fell, is this not conceivable? For example, we're about to be on lockdown. Guess what? Everybody goes and starts buying toilet paper, right? Do they require more toilet paper? No, they don't, because since people have leveled off and realized, no, the lockdown's not going to be, you can never leave your house. Now there's toilet paper everywhere, right? Right. So it was the reaction to information that caused the spike in toilet paper sales. You can agree with that, right?
Yep.
So if you, for a period, you're showing me everybody's at the hospital, everybody's going mad, and everyone's there talking about, I need a test, I need a test, I need a test. That isn't an example of corona affecting people.
I need a test. I didn't know that was the reason they were going there, but yeah, that would be.
If you're saying there's not enough ambulances, there is, people are critically ill all through because it's like I look at anyway. I don't want to. I've spoke about this for about a week solid. So,
Ultra just said hospital was empty just now. James Jones.
Okay, I don't speak for other people. That's what Ultra. If that's, I want to take Ultra's word for it because he might have FaceTimed me. He might have FaceTimed me from the hospital, like from that area. So I can believe that he might have been around that area. I can maybe.
Yeah.
I'm not going to take his word.
Interesting. I might
But Dark Magician told me this is his. I'm asking for okay, a microbiologist, under a microscope, can verify the virus, I guess, structure or whatever of COVID-19, and it can compare it to MERS, SARS, any of these other coronaviruses, and it can say this is corona, and this is a specific type of corona, COVID-19. That can be independently verified. Anyone in the world on the globe can do that, right? They can send each other, analysis of COVID-19, and they can fact check it themselves. To verify death rates in countries, you are reliant upon the government at some stage. There will be some barrier that eventually you will require the government to whatever lift for you, innit? So no one can independently verify the statistics, but this was the definitive piece of evidence that Dark Magician gave me. Did you not see Question Time the other night when the nurse said, why aren't the government reporting deaths of nurses? So the head of, I think her name was Ruth something or rather, the head of the, like, I don't know what you'd call it, man. I guess like the Nurses Guild. I don't know what the actual name is, but just for example, she was arguing with, I guess, a Conservative MP. And saying basically like, why are the government not reporting the death of nurses? That is evidence for me, supposedly evidence for me, that every government statistic is sincere and as accurate as possible, just because of that little exchange.
You're being sarcastic.
Very. I'm trying to highlight this.
Okay,
I would need to for me to independently verify. I need at the very least the raw data. Then I'll need to compare actual mortality rates in the UK. Then I need to compare that against the actual methodology of reporting causes of death. I would need about 4 or 5 pieces of data. I need a fucking calculator, and I need a lot of time.
Well, one thing I have seen was that the American news used a video of, let's say, in the background to talk about the nurses and look at the hospital patients, and they used a video that was used like 2 weeks before in Italy, but they were talking as though this is in America.
I've seen that as well.
So it's just like 9/11 though, when they said, the building's knocked down, and the flipping building was still there in the background. All that crap.
Well, listen, this is what I'm trying to tell you, like this is a seminal moment. this is the seminal moment in the history of our citizens' liberties and privacy. This is, I'm telling you, man.
We're living in like a Terminator movie. The year when, you know, freedoms were lost or some shit.
It seems like it is like it does feel like I'm dreaming. It was like it's like a sci-fi movie that they tried to make into reality, but even then, it's still so sci-fi.
People are so dumb. You know, like people take this time to intellectualize a position. This is why I think this. This is why no one can tell me they know when the government's saying they do not know. No one out here, you lot are thinking like when you don't know anything, and I don't know anything, and our argument is we don't know, so therefore we don't believe, and your argument is I believe because I don't know. That's fucking stupid. The government is saying the reason that they're not testing the whole of the UK is because they're not sure about the reliability on tests. As a result, you and I will say then we don't believe in the validity or the accuracy of the statistics you've given me. And yet people will say that we're the ones being illogical and insincere, when literally the basis of them not attempting to get an accurate understanding is because the testing method they have now is potentially is inaccurate.
Okay, sorry, let me just say something, Jones. James, can I just go on, or do you want to finish off what you was making an important point?
I'm just saying that it's think about exactly what the government, the people that you're saying we have to believe them at this time, are saying the reason that we cannot bring the mortality rate down or get a greater understanding of the true figure is because the testing methodology is somewhat flawed. At the exact same time, they're saying this is the amount of people that are dying from corona. Like, do you not see the irony in that? Do you know, like,
I know that's garbage for sure. There's been too many times they say that people are dying of corona when they're not. You get what I'm saying? And that's the thing. I mean, it's where it's convenient for them to just say that, innit? Apparently, where they
I
can
would
just
say that. This is why I'd say that. This is why I would say that personally. And if this helps out any physicians or medical personnel, then it's all good, innit? It's just information. But I know that pneumonia would take you have to get a cold first, okay, and then it has to go into like flu-like symptoms, and then you've got at least 10 days before the mucus gets thick enough to be able to have any effect on your body to a degree where you have to go and seek medical help. So after about 10 or now we're talking 2 weeks, because I had pneumonia and I was going college with ankylosing spondylitis, a limp in the middle of the winter. And I swear I was working nights as well, trying to get a bit of money and, doing what I was doing. So, and I was doing that for 2 weeks. And then I eventually ended up on the bench inside a hospital, inside a GP, lying down on my back because I got to the point where I was at 400 infection rate level when it's meant to be at normal 30 infection level is what your body should have, like, as generally, obviously, and that would be just due to the other like shit that you eat and whatnot. But mine was at 400, and at that stage, I think I was 2 weeks into pneumonia. So pneumonia, you can't just come in with like kind of half flu-like symptoms or even a week into it, and then all of a sudden you're kind of dying. You know what I mean? Obviously, the way I'm not going to go through the way they try to treat it, but
COVID-19 is real, right? And in the same way you can die from the flu, you can die from MERS, you can die from SARS, swine flu, whatever, bird flu, you can definitely die from.
Maybe people's bodies are different, innit? Maybe people's bodies.
But this is not the issue that I think most people have, most honest intellectual people in this argument is the hysteria, the hysterical response warranted? Is it warranted in relation to the actual threat? Like, does the threat warrant the response? I don't think it does at this stage. I don't know. That would be my gut feeling, right? And based on research, there's absolutely no support for the argument that it does. Because if the true figure was something like 0.3% or 0.2%, does that warrant you being locked in your house? No. If 80% of the public was gonna contract this disease, and we're talking about the UK, not the world now. So 0.1%, because we've got decent healthcare, for example, 0.1% was gonna get fucking was gonna die from the disease. You would have to compare that to the true mortality rate or the true illness mortality rate in the UK. And if the difference was negligible, then no, it wouldn't make sense to stop the whole fucking economy, would it? If it was going to be an extra 1,000 people die, I know it sounds really cruel, yeah, but if it was going to be an extra 1,000 or 2,000 people would die in the UK, so it would take the grand total from, you know, maybe 200,000 people die a year from illnesses. Maybe it would take it to 202,000 people that die from illnesses. No, it wouldn't fucking make sense stopping the whole economy, would it? Well, I mean, unless there was an ulterior motive, like, you know, a little reset, a little fucking economic reset, like it seems like they're pushing for. Then no, it wouldn't make sense to do that at all, would it?
But if they don't know what they're dealing with, then that would be a legitimate argument, isn't it?
But you've got fucking you've got armchair virologists and epidemiologists talking about this is what a pandemic's like. This is what this virus does. It fills your blood. Blah. These niggas run simulations every other year. The only people that should know what exactly to do in this situation and how to handle it before it's happened are them. Let me find it for you. Watch. I'll give you some evidence to show you.
That was one of my things of they've got the technology to cure all of that crap anyway.
Yeah, that's what.
Do you remember the bird flu?
10 minutes.
How many police are dying from this, by the way? Because I don't see them with no mask or no gloves.
You get a lime and put it in your mouth for 10 minutes and it'd be like, yeah, it's gone. And then put some honey in your mouth and then wait there for 10 minutes and you have some, you know, I don't know, some sea moss and that shit's gone. And these guys don't know what the fuck's going on. They don't get gas masks, bro. This is crazy.
Let me show you, about they don't know what gone. Britain faces 75,000 deaths in bird flu pandemic, the Lord's report predicts. This is an article from 2008, yeah? Up to 75,000 Britons will die in an inevitable flu pandemic that could kill as many as 50 million people worldwide. So whatever we're dealing with now, yeah, what's the prediction? The prediction was 20,000 and 250,000, and that was with the herd immunity shit, yeah? They had, over 10 years ago, they had evidence of bird flu, which at the time was coming from China as well, if you remember, that could potentially kill up to 75 Britons. Guess what happened? The bird flu dissipated. But that means that evidence would had to have been entered into any kind of further simulation. The World Health Organization produces guidelines every other year about how to deal with a pandemic. They run simulations in all different countries around the world. They collect data. Like, don't tell me some random fucking guy on CNN or whatever, some random advisor, some medical scientist talking about the severity, how exactly you die from corona, and then or some other fucking part-time epidemiologist is telling us how severe this pandemic is from all his googling and whatever research he's doing, you know, with papers and a computer, knows more than the people that run the fucking country that are briefed annually, monthly, daily about how to handle these situations or what their role is in a situation like this. Don't tell me that you are sitting in your yard with the audacity to say these people are just incompetent. I am so clear-minded that I know that this isn't a result of anything nefarious. It's just pure incompetence. Shut up, man. You don't know anything. You don't know like we don't know. So it stands to reason to say that given the pretext that's used in so many other sort of national disaster type scenarios, it's fair to assume that there's a potential that this is a pretext as well for something far larger.
Yeah, that's my point. Where this is the thing I'm saying, with all the knowledge they've got, yeah, like this would be, if you think of the advancement of their technology in regards to chemicals, you know, spraying stuff from the bloody airplanes and whatever else. This is a minor for them. Do you get me? And as you're saying, statistics, like the way things roll, their prediction of pandemics and how to deal with it. Again, these things, like they be on the ball all the time. I don't think this is the type of thing that can be like snuck up on them. And it's like, oh, what do we do now? Like, oh no, it caught us by surprise. I don't think it works. It's again the 9/11. I'm just looking at that. It's the same thing.
So basically, what I believe, look, is that since they've made this whole NWO push, they've had it in their mind that if we try and get rid of people too early, our stronghold on the Middle East will look less favorable because we'll have less people to man the gates if anything kicks off internally. So now they've obliterated the Middle East. It seems like not much need for these Europeans anymore. England would have been the main attack, main head of attack.
Funny as hell, boy.
Well as America, France, because their allies always been unflinching. But they've had people going in Afghanistan.
That's funny.
50 different countries went into Afghanistan. So if you think about it like that, they obviously were quite scared because Afghanis, if you've met a couple, they sometimes they can get a little bit vicious. You know what I mean? Every nation's got their, you know what I mean, their hard nuts.
Can I say one thing though quickly?
Yeah.
You know, if like influenza, this is flu season, and no one's denying that people can contract corona and can potentially die from corona. That these aren't. That isn't. I don't think anyone intelligent enough should reject that. But for example, if you've got because someone famous, a famous boxer's dad died recently from
is that Mayweather?
No, Anthony Yard. No. R.I.P. Roger though, man. That's sad. That's real sad. But no, Anthony Yard. He's a British boxer, British born Jamaican boxer. Called Anthony Yard, and his dad died recently, and you know, and I think he put out a message. It was on BBC Sport or something like that. Long story long, though. Some people will make the argument that if you deny this sort of severity or seriousness in corona, one, you're denying that people can die from it, which I don't think anyone intelligent is. But two, that everybody who's a relative of somebody who's died or knows somebody who passed away from it is somehow now a coroner, a doctor, a coroner, and a virologist. Somehow that's the accreditations all these people receive if they've got a parent or a relative that died from it. Because if you go to the hospital with one of your loved ones and you know they're experiencing, let's say, flu-like symptoms, let's say they have an underlying health issue, but you don't believe it, you know, their prognosis wasn't death imminently, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say now they go to the hospital and they're in the hospital for a while, and then you know you get a call because you're not allowed to be there, as ultra evidence today. And you get a call and it says they died, and you say, "Why? What happened? What happened? They were fine yesterday." You say, "Oh, it was corona." How are you gonna know if that's true or not?
Yep, exactly.
So if you accept the official line, which is interesting because you're clapping for doctors every fucking night, you're clapping for them every night, right? I doubt they're gonna lie if they're the ones you're clapping for every night, and they tell you that's where it is. I'm not saying all doctors are in on the conspiracy. I'm just, for example, right? If that's what the doctor's told, and the doctor tells you that, then you don't need to know the actual source of this information. This is now what you believe, and you become the source of information for another person who says, well, it must be true because this one's dad died of it.
Yep, that's exactly the flipping point. Because, boy, there's a lot of these flipping, anyway. I mean, people, you know, we've got the idea that the doctors and nurses and all that are all honest and so on, but that can't even work anyway. Do you get what I'm saying? It just can't work. How is it you're not going to have corrupt doctors and nurses? You know what I'm saying? So
no, but that's what I'm trying to say, because there's this belief. So some conspiracies I outright deny it, and when people say why do you deny them, I'm like, because there is way too many moving parts. There is too many moving parts in this. You can't the flat Earth and shit like bro, what? There's too many independently verifiable facts within your kind of understanding. There's too many things that people can prove you wrong about.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, nice man. How's everyone doing?
Surviving, man. You know it goes.
Yeah, mate, it's surviving too. Nice one, Belly, for letting me on, mate. Yeah, I've been listening to you. You've got to get away from my point of view, from the conspiracy theory stuff. That's why I put that banner over the truth to just discredit people when they're telling facts. Look, go to Peerless Reads. You all sound like educated. You want to know the truth here. Peerless Reads on YouTube. Mathematician, his latest video breaks it down.
Do you want to give us a brief summary?
Yeah. So what have you come to the conclusion? Now, what's your conclusion then? What do you mean? What is fact? What is fact?
Better than I can. It's a 10-minute I've based it. I can only speculate from my point of view, the research I've done, not just the last couple of months, but for years of research, and people have done a lot more than me, a lot more knowledgeable. Cut long story short, it is a machination, I believe. The way it's all come down so quick, and the laws they've unnecessarily, scary.
So is it?
But
Is it
there'll be people surprised.
A lot of wind and background noise there, bro. A lot of wind.
what is
Oh, sorry, I'm down Speaker's Corner, believe it or not. I'm down here, steady. I live for about 10 minutes walk from the corner, so I'm doing my exercise down here, innit? Ain't no one down here, bruv. Yeah, I'm speaking at the corner, live and exclusive to the world, bruv. F them. I'm doing my exercise. I can't say jack shit. There's only one Rasta man that comes down here. You lot, who's a regular, is your name. I said hello to him. He's all right. We're both doing our little exercise at the corner, bruv. Sweet. But they'll knock this down again. They won't want this. This ain't enough for them. They've already been on there the last hour or two.
Gee, is it based on the fact that they just are very, very careless with their preparation?
Yeah, I'll tell you what. No, like I said, look 2 steps ahead. You lot educate, blah, blah, blah. Go to the World Economic Forum, right? It was held in January in Davos, and basically all the world leaders were there. And go to, I could get the proper links, but basically go to that, you educate. Go to some of the platforms, and it actually, it says, it hasn't, what do you call it? It's not modeling. It's actually what they plan to roll out. Get rid of the power, control the food, and then when the food's gone, you know, they got all this eco-environment, save the planet, save this, that's all bullshit, all the thing. But basically in a nutshell, get rid of the food and they'll control our food and give us like little protein tablets and shit like that, like you've seen in the films. It's all written down there, it's all there, they've documented it. It's all there like the plan. So when this goes down, and all the economic, all that global dollar, what's it called? Digital dollar, universal basic income, that's all real. And people think, oh, that's cool, that's this stuff. No, you have to get your vaccine. Then the vaccine, got the Bill Gates thing, I've just written it down, nanogel AI technology in the vaccine, so they don't even need to give you the chip. Their chip is incorporated in the vaccine, and incorporated into DNA. It's ain't all bollocks, it's all there documented. I'll get you all the sources, you know what I mean? Yeah, and then Bill Gates owns the companies that's going to roll out the vaccines for this pandemic, and they had the 201 conference 2 weeks before the the pandemic started in China. You had a conference with Bill Gates and all the people who deal with all this stuff, saying there's going to be a pandemic and this is how you deal with it, and it's the vaccine. If they ain't a smoking gun, mate, they put this thing in our face just to laugh and just think, oh, just trust Sky News and the government and it'll be all right. But no, man, I trust them. I ain't trust them for years, but down to you lot. I ain't saying this and that because I can't say that. All I can say, I've looked at the evidence and the facts, and you look at the history, 9/11, go back to Second World War, I've researched. All the Holocaust and all that is all bollocks. I don't care what anyone thinks. It's bollocks, bruv. I've researched it. I'll give you references for that and you see it's all bullshit. They've lied for fucking centuries, excuse my French. Simple. That's it. Believe me or not, I'll believe it. And the evidence is more than suggests it. And when they do shit like this, sorry, mate.
Go on, mate. Go on.
I'm having a breather. I'm just
the new effects of 5G back after World War II. Back in that was so that was 1945, bro.
Yeah, I was with you up until the Holocaust, so now I'm staying far away from that one still.
Yeah, people do, mate, 'cause they bang people up. Look, it's the only historic event in history where you get imprisoned for just having an opinion. Yeah, people touch kids up in this flipping country and they walk out of court. Just think about it, bro. Think about it. There's no need for that. It's just an opinion. They've banged up solicitors for flipping representing their client in court. And if you know anything about the basic premise of the justice system, mate, that's your brief. Anyway, I can't bother with that. It's another day. You do your own due diligence for that. I can't bother with that. I'm here for this, the truth, what I believe about this 5G and this, what do you call it? Corona bollocks, you know? Yeah, there's people dying from it. Yes, there's a virus, but in, 2017, I believe, 80,000 people died in the worst flu pandemic in America in 40 years. I don't know how many people knew that. I only found it out when I started researching this. You connect the dots and the numbers, they don't add up. I went to St. Thomas's Hospital down near House of Parliament yesterday, filmed it. It's dead, bruv. It ain't no war zone. People are filming them all around the world. Yeah. It's because I don't trust the government. You always got to look what they're up to behind it, mate. Simple.
No, you know what it is? One thing I will say to you, yeah, is I think that's
Go on,
why,
mate.
I think that's where, like, if you want to prove this is a honest attempt at understanding the situation, because it's like for you and I, like we're not privy to all the information that's out there on these topics. Like there's a lot of classified stuff that that we and you're not privy to. So I think we need to to be critical in this situation. We have to stay on the side of you have the only thing on them provide us
information. Bruv, let me stop you for 1 minute, bruv. That's the thing. Their information's there, my brother. Go to the World Economic Forum website. We'll sit there and break it down. Veli can put it on the screen, or some puts on the screen, and what I'm telling you is there. These food cubes, getting rid of money. All the kahia, what they've been saying, the truth community. No cash, one world religion, one parliament. Gordon Brown and all that was rolling about saying that last week. They put all these things out there. More control. And this pandemic, forget Muslims. There's no Muslim terror attack no more. That's finished. This is the war on virus now.
What I'm trying to say is, you see what you were talking about America, yeah? Like that information. I'm saying, if we got true, if you gave us a true figure, a true number, then we could say, all right, the response is warranted, isn't it? The response to the quarantines, the lockdowns globally, you know, the influence in other nations to lockdown, all that. We can say, yeah, that makes sense. I see why you do that. You're not incompetent or you are incompetent. But the fact that there's no true statistic and all you're doing is throwing out actual total numbers of deaths doesn't educate us in any way. Because, for example, like you said, if now you show 80,000 people died in 2017 in America, and the death rate in America is about 2,000 people relative to 300 million people that live in the country, then it doesn't look like you should be locking down the whole system and closing the economy. Do you know what I mean? And that's the kind of honest discussion people should be having, but they're all just saying tinfoil hat and, you know, nah,
that's how they do it, mate. The tin for the truth for community, if you want, whatever we want to call it, has been infiltrated like all these things. They need like David Icke. They do it, and then they say, "Oh, the Queen's a reptile," and then people who's got half a brain, they're "Oh, I'm not going anywhere near that." But when you take certain bits out of it and look at it rationally, logically, look at the facts, the evidence, history, you can't deny it, bruv. And then when this is what's really hit home to me now. The way the laws, forget this pandemic bullshit, the laws, that's what they really want to do it for, to lock us in so we can't come to places like this that's been here 100 odd years and speak our truth, bruv. This should be Ramo today. This should be Ramo. I'm doing a live one-man flipping band at the speaker's corner, bruv, because what I'm telling you now, I'll be saying it here if flipping wheels open and the government can't say nothing because I live near here and I'm walking over my daily exercise. So how about that? Yeah, man. Look, dead. This should be ours, bruv. They know what they're doing. Flipping liberty, bruv.
Yeah, but they're saying 2.5 years, which for me, like, what? So they've actually
what's they going to call it? An outbreak cycle. They're going to say it's a cycle. There's going to be a cycle, ups and downs, and then everyone will be out in the park. Yeah, we're free. The government's helped us. Let's go and get our vaccine from Bill Gates for free. And oh, look, basic income for all the poor people that lost their careers and their small businesses now. But look, problem, reaction, solution, like he says for years. Yeah. That's it. You just got to look at it critically and think, fuck, man, they've done this before. They've lied to us before. Politicians are perverts. They're nonsense. Come on. Politicians, even when they ain't been caught as nonsense, they protect nonsense. That's the shit I come down here and talk about, bruv. Sexualization of kids and all the shit that's going to come to them. Now they just fucking do it online. You know what I mean? Yeah, look, dead. This should be full today, bruv. This is the first hot day we've had in ages. Look, they ain't going to like all this, mate. They ain't going to like all this. They're going to lock all this off. Hopefully not. People wake up. Well, what's anyone else's opinion? You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Just go to them websites. Or Dr. Cohen. He's Dr. Cohen. He's very useful. He breaks it down in a 10-minute video about how electric waves and radio waves can affect the body. Fact. That's why they tell you don't put the phone near your head because it gives you cancer. Don't go near the microwave, it gives you this. So if you've got big waves and big stuff going, frequencies going through your body, it's going to cause toxins. You're going to get symptoms. You're going to get illness. Not flipping conspiracy theory. They've already told us that. When you read the small print on your phone. So just up the ante and then, yeah, simple. And all the food we eat. Look, it's dead.
Maybe.
Go on.
Maybe. Because to be fair, I did catch pneumonia when I was actually studying on a level 2 ICT, which is information technology course. Right, I was doing information. I was a couple of years ago. Yeah, I was studying it, and I was in. I could feel it was like they weren't. It was. I don't think it was 5G or any computer. It was sort of like a strong spec, but yeah, it's quite ironic that I had my first bout of pneumonia after my course or during my course.
Yeah. Well, go to it. Look, all I do is just research it. I don't feel like I know it and want to prove anything to anyone. I ain't got no time for that because I know what I believe. All I do, if people was after interest, I say, go and look at what I've looked at. Go and research what I've researched. You're intelligent. You're grown up. Make your own mind up. But don't start slagging people off conspiracy theories. That's what they want. Just like when they want to put people in a box and make us all divide with religions and all the other bullshit in politics, bro. We're all fucked now. Don't you get it? We're all fucked. We're all under that radar and fucking, choose my French, chip and whatever. We're all fucked. That's it. So we've got to try and unfuck ourselves by getting together and sort of trying to work this shit out. The legalities of it. How can we stop this vaccine? How can we stop the 5G? Not rioting, not nothing. Just stop it, bro. Because we don't want it. There's 26,000 scientists on the planet who have said there should be at least more testing into this 5G, at the very least. Yeah? Then you'll just, all you hear is a narrative from the people that's fucking paid for by Five and Samsung and all these corporates, like they do with pharma, like they do with wars. Come on, man. It ain't conspiracy theory. These companies own all these companies that fucking profit out.
No way.
At a misery, pharma, everything, man.
Can I be honest with you, though,
of course, you don't, to be honest. Go on, mate.
Yeah, I don't trust what people tell me unless I do research, right? But it should be the same with the research you've done, in the sense that there's a lot of people that have independently verifiable facts and they're on that date, but all of those facts may not necessarily be the case. So it may be true that universal basic income is, and I was just speaking about, I don't know if you heard before you come on, and it may be true that, mate, you know, in certain there's certain trials for, you know, certain sort of dietary shifts, and we all know about the sort of what's that, the climate change sort of the climate
That's
change
a hoax,
agenda.
mate. Listen to yes, go on, sorry, mate. Yeah.
But to put them all together and say, I know exactly what they're trying to do here, is what I would shy away from. But what we can say for an actual fact is there is contradictory information coming out about this virus and the statistics and the fucking the response that we're getting. You know, the quarantine, the laws, like what's going on in Hungary, and that leaders becoming totalitarian fucking despots.
Philippines, mate, I'll interrupt you. Sorry to interrupt. Philippines, I've got a lot of friends from all over Philippines. I always watch the news when I help my disabled friend out. They've got flipping, he's an horrible shit anyway. He kills the drug dealers and he says they're drug dealers. Yes, he's if you come out on the street now, you're getting shot.
Yeah, he said
you're getting shot. Exactly, you're getting flipping shot, mate.
But what I'm trying to say.
And the scary thing is, I'm talking to my disabled friend going, Jules, that's not good, bruv. I'm a bit. He said, oh, well, if they do that, I said, what'd you say if Boris? Because we're not far off from them doing a little bit of law, a little bit of. Oh, remember this, you know, on British soil, British soldiers have killed British civilians before. Bloody Sunday in Ireland. You know what I'm saying? And my friend, they say it's been happened. And then my friend only told me Winston Churchill, another piece of shit. He was the employment minister when, you know, the coal mines in the old days, must be in the early 1900s. There was riots in Wales, and he sent the police or the government down there, the state, whoever, but the state, and they've killed 2 miners, shot them in a protest. So it's happened on this. And remember, the scary thing is when this happens, all the Joe public who don't believe the conspiracy theories, because it's all bollocks and blah, 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 they'll be the ones saying, oh, it don't matter. He was a flipping whatever, a homeless. So I've heard people say it, I think, you nasty cunt. That's a human life you're talking about, bruv. No one's got the right to take no one's life away, unless you're defending your life and your family's life. Come on, bruv.
Yeah.
No. So people's mindset is fucked as it is. And all this social distancing is going to work it out even more. They know what they're doing.
Let me ask let me ask your opinion on what you reckon the effects of a lot of people reacting to the deaths of their loved ones, that especially after having a bad run with Conservative. Do you reckon there'll be sleeper cells from this, or
I don't know. I've dealt with grief. My mum was my world. I lost her 3 years ago. I thought I was going to go on a rampage and go for every parking ticket wall and old bill I see. You know what I mean? But then you think my mum won't want. Everyone deals with grief different, innit? Some might commit. I don't know. I just wish the best for everyone, bruv. I just hope they deal with it and the people stay alive and they don't believe the flipping bullshit from them. You know what I mean? Yeah. But But the thing that scares me, look, when you look at all this shit I've been reading all these years, I say shit, all the stuff I've been watching, blah, blah, blah. When it says these Georgia Guidestones and it says 500 million depopulate and that's the level they want to get to, when you crunch the numbers and you think how many of that would be, if that was equate to our population in the UK, that would be like, I think I'm right, about 50 mil gone. So then if you want to do that by 2030, which is one of their big dates, that's like about 5 million people a year. 5 million people a year. So if you're working out how to do it, say, right, we lose X amount through cancer, we lose X amount through blah, blah, blah. We need to up this, mate. So how are we going to do it? That's the scary thing. If they really want to up it, but it just seems too scary to think about 5 million people a year going for the next 10 years. You know what I mean? But
Is that what they're estimating? What are these fucking projections?
No. That's if you was to go by what the New World Order, like they said, they want one world government, they want one world this, they want a vaccine. If you was to literally go, there's a statue that's in America called the Georgia Guidestones. It appeared overnight, and it's got certain prophetic things written on it. And it says one of the statements or goals is to depopulate the world by 500 million. Yeah. So if you equate that to our population and blah blah blah, it works out. They'd have to get rid of about 5 million people a year. Yeah. But they got other things in motion where AI. When you go to this website, the Economic Forum website, a lot of it's pushing towards AI. So now all these people lose these jobs. Remember, you had the Industrial Revolution, and that goes. Now it's like the tech sort of service industry, you know, and all the other manufacturing done abroad. So they've got redundant sort of people here. You make them happy, keep them indoors on this universal income. You've got to take the vaccine. They'll die soon enough, and just you've got to think how they think. They're psychopaths. They don't really care about humanity.
Who's they? Who's they?
The elite. I don't know exactly who they are. I ain't got their telephone number. All I can say is an elite group of people with a lot of influence and a lot of money, and they haven't got. They are the Bilderberg group. The elite families. Go on, mate.
Do you think Duarte, like I don't know if you know, but recently he came out and said that he wants America to leave their base in the Philippines, and he doesn't want to do any more business with America because he feels like, I can't remember, I think they didn't give him aid or they didn't give him something, and he said he would rather do business with the Russians and the Chinese because they'll be more, they'll show him more respect, right? Do you think somebody like him would want one globalized government? Do you think he would give up his authority?
Which leader was that, mate?
Duarte, the Philippines, the leader in the Philippines.
He wouldn't have much choice. I would suggest he's just a puppet like the rest of them, mate.
Right. So do you think any other leader in the world, like as in globalism, who people call globalists are some leaders, and then other what do you call them? Like the sort of the capitalist elites, yeah, the men behind the scenes, whether you're Rothschild or what have you, yeah. So do you think that when it comes time to make a real globalist push, do you think there'd be any legislation that points to their plans? Like, do you think it'd be easy to know what they know?
Well, no, I wouldn't. I don't know what you're exactly getting at. I would say no, they hide it, mate. But then,
still there?
Yeah, same though. This is one that remember they use these big phrases like "stay in," blah blah blah, and one of them will be "don't take from nature." So they want us to get away from using fossil fuels. You know, this carbon footprint, and you've got social credit score in China. So they incorporate that into your social life, like your recycling habits, your eating habits, blah blah blah.
Do you want a fact? Right now, America is attempting to depose Nicolas Maduro, who is the leader in Venezuela, and supplant him and put in their man, this, I can't remember his first name, but this Guaido, and that is in aid of extracting fuel, oil, right, from Venezuela. I think Venezuela has the largest oil reserve either in South America or the largest reported oil reserve in the world. Some kind of crazy statistic like that. So we know.
Follow the money. You said it. Follow the money, mate.
Right now, we know they're still actively trying to trade dollars in trade dollars for oil, so that the oil economy is very beneficial to the West. So the fact that there is a rival faction that is pushing for this sort of global warming, CO2 emissions kind of agenda, and the fact that there's an opposing side that's fighting against it, means it's not as cut and dry as this means that means that. But what you can do, if you want to be as honest as you can intellectually to yourself, is 100% there is conflicting information about the mortality rate of COVID-19. And if there is a true figure, will the true figure say the responses that we're getting from these governments is warranted? That's the real argument to have here.
Do you know, mate? You're on the right track. I'd like you and I to talk. Once you go and watch Peerless Reads, right? Go and watch it, leisure. Watch his latest one, and he does the stats and the data for all around the world. Right? You seem like you know your stuff. Go and watch it. Then we can have a little reason, a little talk about it, and then you'll see what I'm saying, mate. It's there. It's just, if you, like I told the guy, I said, if he was on Sky or any of these new stream channels and he articulated what he's saying, everyone be, wow, flipping hell. Look, let's get out and clap for his name's Andrew Maver. Let's get out and clap for Andrew, because he just breaks it down. And the thing is, it's not conspiracy theory. That's how he gets some, sorry. Yeah, that's how he gets them. And he even says at the end of his video, bless him, if the government come from, because you've got to remember, look, truthfully, yeah, this happens, ain't conspiracy theory. Parts of the world, you talk against the government, the Queen, certainly the sort of shit I've talked over the years, I wouldn't be talking now. If you're in Philippines or, come on, this is facts. Where else are they taking people out? Now, Saudi Arabia, you know, there's many states in the world where you can't talk against the state. China, come on,
we're
that's
not
the big
about
one.
secrecy. They expect us to, because what do they expect from us? We haven't vowed secrecy. We're not in no paternal order or anything like that. So
unless you work for them and you sign that Official Secrets Act, like the old Bill and all the other citizens who do it, and they're the ones who's going to get pumped with the vaccine straight away. When you sign that Secrets Act, mate, that's it. You sign your soul to the devil, literally, mate. Like they sign these contracts in here, Hollywood and all that. Yeah.
There's so many people in the chat talking about conspiracy, this conspiracy. I beg one of you, just jump on and no, we won't talk about any fucking long-term government plans or agendas. We won't talk about what people believe the true reason behind any of this shit is. We just go through the information you have as to why you believe, why you're confident that anything else is wrong, or anything contrary to your opinion is wrong. I would, outside of that, there's no point in waffling. There's absolutely no point in saying somebody's wrong. Unless you have evidence to provide why you believe a figure is a true mortality rate, yeah, and then it's pointless having a discussion about anything. It's pointless. Like, you shouldn't disagree with anything someone's saying if you're not sure you've been given that mortality rate of COVID-19, not Corona, COVID-19. If you got a true mortality rate for COVID-19, come and tell us how you got to that number. Tell us why you're so sure of that number.
Yeah. All he can work with, well, any of us, is what the state or the World Health Organization gives us to do the number crunching with, I suppose, and the analysis with it, you know. And some people saying, "Oh, China are lying," and they're saying about this. I don't know. There's untold different ways you can go. There was that lab in China where they're saying they've released it, but that's a fact. There is that highly infectious lab where they've been messing about with diseases. You've got the American guy who's gone there who does research on exactly what I've been talking about, the brain manipulation or gel that can just envelope your brain and just be controlled remotely. Yeah, it's not bollocks. It's all there. It's there. There's papers written on it and peer review and all the rest of it and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. I have to wait. Gel that goes into your brain and controls your what? No.
You don't research it, mate. I will not say anything unless I can go to Bill Gates. It's called AI gel nano. Wait, I have to get out of my book.
It's fucking crack, bro.
All right. What's the one?
Too far, though. That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's foreseeable. It's like a tall story, what you'd call, but I mean,
no, it's not a tall story, though, mate. That's what I'm saying. That Bill Gates and these people talk about it at conferences. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't say it unless I've researched it and I've got a credible source to give you, mate. I'm not doing it to let me say this and everyone think. No, bro, I'm not a madman. I'm a very educated man. I'm not stupid. I got my own company. I got better things to do in my time. Yeah, trust me. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you another good start for you educated ones. Yeah, go to freecriticalthinking.org. My friend who runs that site, who developed it, he's actually writing a paper now to hand into some university or get some peer review. Yeah, I'm not being facetious now. He's most probably more educated than most of you lot, bro. I don't know what education you got. But I'm saying if you want to listen to someone's educated, I'll try and get him on there, bro. It smashed everyone out of the park. I've got to be honest with you. I know I will stand like a religious man will stand by their Bible. I stand by my truth because mine's more tangible. I can give you sources and references to say, boy, look at the state of the world as well. Come on.
To be fair, mate. To be fair, you definitely sound more educated than me. It's just what educations do individual people have.
Exactly.
You've been trained by the state. You've been, like they call it, it's trained ignorance, bruv. You've been trained by the state, the government, and everything. If it doesn't, if the government or my professor doesn't say it, and someone like Jules says it on the thing, or it comes from YouTube, it must be bollocks. No, That's where you got that fear, like these people got this fear of this flipping virus shit, bruv. Come off the postage stamp and look at it critically, and you've got a brain and you can research stuff. And like they say, what is it? Einstein even said it. Ignorance without investigation is the height of fucking, you know what I mean? You got to investigate shit, or it's, what is it? Investigation without ignorance is the height of fucking...
Something or rather.
You know what I'm getting at. Just investigate. People are too fast. Oh, this is, but no, I wouldn't say it. Especially, I wouldn't say it, bro. I'm an honest guy. I'll get you. Look, when I'm at home and I can get it up, I'll get you all the correct things. But you ain't silly. Go to Bill Gates 201 conference. Go to the what did I say? The World Economic Forum conference in January. Go through it. You're educated. Go through the data. Go through what they're saying. And then you say, okay, fair enough, all right, that's what the man's been, that's what I've been telling you, not making it up. I can even give you the woman, it's a good video, Richie Allen, that's where I got a lot of this info from. Richie Allen's latest podcast. I don't usually listen to the guy, because he like moves with David Icke, and I don't trust them, they're like government, but they put the truth out there, but they're sort of controlled opposition, I believe. But anyway, I can't remember the lady's name, but she's really good. She's an ex-ER, it's like a whistleblower, she's an ex-FEMA worker, and she worked with him for years. She's a nurse, educated, got the credentials, but basically she knows what's going on and researched this paper they've let out, the document from the latest World Economic Forum, and broke it down. And she says it's not really a model, it's more of a plan, what they hope to achieve. And how they hope to achieve it is by lockdowns, holding back your food, all the other things I was saying earlier. You know, it's there. It's not even bullshit. It's there. They put it out there for people to read if they got the inclination to read it, I suppose, mate. You know what I mean?
I ain't got time to comment it back here. I hate doing this, it's rude. But someone just said to me, mortality rates are between 4.9% depending on the country, yeah? So that was the comment, right? So let's take somewhere like Italy, yeah? In Italy, the amount of, I think the thing was about 10% or something. 10 or 12% was the official numbers for. I can't do any deep equations at maths. I'm horrible, right? So,
right, mate.
10% is what their reported death rate was. The reported mortality rate of coronavirus. So, 10% of patients who got coronavirus will die of coronavirus. That's the statistics they put forward. Now, after the advisor to the Italian health minister revealed the way in which they code deaths, right? Now that makes that figure very dubious, right? So we could write off all these figures, but forget that for a moment. Let's focus on it just for one moment. Only 1.7% of people who had no other diseases died. You know that? So that means 98.7% of that 10% who died had underlying disease, not health condition, disease. You understand?
Yes, you said it, mate. That's what I'm saying. They can fuzz the data so easily.
But
it's a fact people died. Yeah, you're on the right track, mate. You're on the right track. Yes.
One more thing, real quick. Not only that, so of all the people that contracted corona, in Italy, 98.7. I don't know when this article came out in 20 something of March. So fair enough. The data may have changed, right? But at this point, 10% of everybody who contracted coronavirus died, 98.7% of that 10% had a disease, had at least one disease, may have had 2 or 3 disease, right? And even then, the actual cause of death has been brought, is considered at this point ambiguous and dubious because of a statement by the advisor to the health minister himself. The way they code deaths is people may have died with corona that didn't die because of corona.
Correct.
So that 4.9%, that 9% in Italy, or that 10% is massively called into question. And then if you use somewhere like Britain, a simple example, Britain, if you use a simple example, they're saying that the reason so if we tested the whole population and it was an accurate test, we would get a true figure for the mortality rate of coronavirus. That's just logical.
Yeah.
Right? Cool. If you're saying that the reason we cannot test the whole of Britain is because the tests are not reliable, then how the fuck is the figure that you're giving me reliable?
They contradict themselves left, right, and centre, mate. You're not thick. You're getting it, mate. You're not a sheep either. I can see that. They're fuzzy every time. They manipulate. And look, when you really listen to them like you have, and you can say, go and please, I can see you will get it. Just watch Peerless Reads and you'll get it. And someone like yourself, you talk a bit posher and you can articulate it better than someone like me, right? That's a compliment, my brother, right? You will articulate it better than me. So I'd love someone like you, please. What's your name, mate?
James.
James, I'm G, mate. George G, whatever, yeah. But yeah, please, James, go and do it, mate, and do your own. But I can see you're on a like precipice of realizing the truth, brother. It ain't no conspiracy. Just look, when they say conspiracy theories, I've had that for years. No, I'm a critical thinker. I ain't here trying to just like be no, bruv. This is I look at the evidence and the facts and previous history. Go on, mate.
So I was going to say how you rule out that whole training someone with like conspiracy theories. The level of intellect generally and available information within the human race has allowed everybody, the majority of people coming out with information actually factual. So it's like people are stuck in this it's conspiracy theory, but what it is actually, it's actually general knowledge. You have to be very in depth with your research to find out simple things.
Yeah, like a milli polymath. You have to know everything: religion, dates, history, what's coming in, everything. Yeah, and especially if you're not educated in the formal sense, like myself, then you know. But then you just work out ways to do it, and it's only the truth is the truth. If you can just connect all the dots, you don't have to go to Cambridge to tell the truth there. You know what I mean? Simple.
Well, I mean, we're not even talking about manipulation as well. Like, you say, like general sabotage. That's conspiracy, isn't it? I don't think anybody treaded sort of.
Bro, it's stupid. What you? So if I'll provide you. Sorry, you know.
Yeah, no, what I would say is like no one's actually said that they're actually out and out people, which is some people have actually said it. Like for example, on Facebook, I was on Facebook the other day and I got this guy was crying his eyes out saying "Save my dad," and it was like he's been end of life because he's saying that they haven't got enough available spots for him to get a spot for his much needed surgery. I mean, fuck. I mean,
I've heard this. There's a nurse saying it as well. I've heard this stuff, mate.
Yeah. So I mean, that's regardless of someone saying, okay, that guy seems to be like a possible problem. You know, I can imagine there might be secret services or sort of military services getting involved, saying, yeah, that one looks like.
You want to go down that road? Calls, bro. I didn't want to go down that road, but calls.
That's what I'm saying.
That's standard. I didn't want to go. I just deal with things. But if you want to go, that would be a conspiracy theory. But there's evidence to suggest, what did they say about China? Remember in Wuhan, you know, this. I don't know if how many of you know it, but about a month or two before the initial outbreak, there was protests about there's meant to be Wuhan is a very industrial part of China, and there's a lot of smog and air problems, air pollution, right? They've got out another. So remember, the population is the size of London, so that's kind of a big city. So a mass of them have got out and protest about the air pollution and other government issues, blah blah blah. That was a month before. They've got social credit score, they've got facial recognition, they've got all that shit where all these protests, all right, go and have your fun. Well done. Good for you. Because you know what's coming in a month. There you go. That's exactly what you said. And you know what hit home to me? You see when you looked at the first time when these people in China was just dropping dead. And that could be a symptom of 5G. Let's not go down that road. It takes the breath or the oxygen out your body, and flu don't do that the way those people are dying, what they showed us firstly. But more importantly, when you see these people being dragged from their home, they didn't look like someone who was going to be put in the hospital and treated and given a vaccine and their life possibly be saved. That looked like they're not coming home again, bro. They're being dragged away. And China, like Russia and all these other little states, they've got a history of fucking dragging citizens away who protest against the government. Communist state, bro. You're gone. They know that. When you look at them videos again now, a month later, you think, wow, them people are going, hopefully not, but more than likely they're going to their death. They're being dragged away by the state. And that's what they'll say here. You're a nutter, you don't want a vaccine because Bill Gates, yeah. Bang. They've got the new laws. All this is in place from last week. They've got it. You got to take the vaccine. They can administer it without your consent, blah, 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 take you away and nut you off and test you thing. They've got all that in place. Like China and all that, they've got it. Ain't conspiracy theory. So if you was to look down that way and think people give them the ump or could cause them problems, give them, on their shit list, come on. More than plausible. Come on. More than plausible.
Well, what I've noticed through all of this is that I can remember about 3 weeks ago, I saw this guy with loads of colours on his hair, and he was talking about saving the environment, and it's quite a big push. And there's people locking off the middle of, you know what I mean, London. What was it called? Something
Extinction Rebellion.
There we go. Now, wouldn't you?
That's all controlled by the state. That's all controlled by the state. All that shit is. They got the agents over everything, bro.
Yeah. So what I was going to say was, where kind of like I would kind of expect them to been in at least Speaker's Corner or somewhere, or something's getting blocked off, and the news being reporting that, or the 5G mask getting, you know, something. You know what I mean? Like some sort of, you know, a couple people getting naked and setting a fucking thing on the fire, because you know what they're like, they're kind of hippie-ish. So that's what I would have expected, to be honest with you. Like by now, through like obviously back then, what was the main point focus was, I think it was China and ozone and I think global warming, and this is I mean, this is literally species of birds falling out of the sky. So you'd expected them to be, you know, fucking crying a river, really, and speaking up about it. So I haven't really. That's what I'm. You know what I mean? I'm a bit. Why aren't they? Why haven't I seen? Also, because on the news, you'd expect to see it on the news. That's what I'm saying. You know, I've been on
they don't, mate. You see, sorry to interrupt you. A lot of these videos you're talking about, bruv, they're taking them off YouTube. Like all the truthful stuff, they'll say, "Oh, it's fake news." That's the big one we've had for the last few years. It's fake. It's fake. If it's fake, then just let the bullshit go on there. Who's it matter? Let's let people you're dumping. Let us watch it then, innit? If it's so fake. Do you know what I mean? Just like with this vaccine shit. This I debunk it. You want to give me a vaccine to stop me getting this virus or whatever, right? But if I don't take it, but everyone else does, doesn't that mean they're immune from the virus if I get this virus? So why must I take your vaccine without my consent? I'm willing to take what God gives me. If I'm going to get a virus, I'll treat it and let through my research and my natural herbal medicine friends and all this, I'll figure it out, mate. Thanks very much, government. But don't say I have to have it. Right, if everyone else can have it and there's a few people don't want to have it, or even if everyone don't want to have it, you've got your own choice. That's your own consent. You know what I mean? Especially when you do research and you realise the shit they put in it. Come on, that won't take too long to find out. And then you look at the figures and the data of kids that get autism and all this bullshit and blah, blah, blah. Come on, man. It's real. And they'll make their efforts now will be against anti-vaxxers, anti-vaccine people, bods like me, basically, who tell the truth. See that? Forget terrorism now. We'll be classed as terrorists and demonising society because we're just telling the truth, bro. Yeah.
Well, look. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, though. It can't be, because everybody's talking about it. So what makes something, you know what I mean? Is everybody talking about a conspiracy theory? Then what does that make it? It makes it common knowledge, really. Then, so I mean, it makes even if we're wrong,
shows,
we're right.
Sorry, mate. Yeah, exactly, mate. It shows what it shows me is that there's a lot of evidence to suggest what a lot of the quote unquote conspiracy theorists have been saying for years. Yeah, and that's why a lot of people are waking up thinking, fuck, you know, wow, that's all right, yeah. And as it gets nearer and nearer to their goals, people get it more and more, but people be so dumbed down. Here, like, you know, this social distancing, that's going to be in people's psyche for a long time, well, forever now, and a lot of flipping dum-dums. But you know, the other reason they're going to do it as well, you see sorry, it's a bit windy, the films that they've got, the films, facial recognition. So imagine if you're all too close together, the facial recognition camera won't be able to determine who you are, right, and identify you, right? So if society gets so used to being apart from each other, in the future, the camera will be able to identify you easier, things like that. Yeah, I've seen it. It'll be in people's mindset. When this pandemic goes, hi guys, we've got Boris on the telly with the flag out. He's giving a bank holiday and an extra day's pay to everyone because we beat the pandemic. We've done it. Everyone's happy. Give it a few months, hello, because remember, it's going to be a cycle, because this will be like how you've had the war on terror. It'll be a war on pandemic now, war on virus, mate. Let's get out and clap for NHS again. Yeah, they'll lock off your flipping YouTube, what do you call it, internet, and they say, get out, right, guys, the problem, no internet. Reaction, Mum, I ain't got no internet, we can't get on Belly and we can't watch COE, we can't do this, we can't blah, blah, blah. Yeah, bang, solution, guys. Boris, tonight we have got the world and the 5G going up because we're going to have it, and you guys will have even better. They'll be out clapping for it, mate. Even the evidence shows it ain't going to be no good for you or your kids. You still have it, you know? Problem, reaction, solution again. They'll do that with the food. Stop your food. Bang, we've got a magic little cube from the government. We've got our scientists in all the top universities work out your optimum diet, and we're going to produce it. But we haven't told you it's all going to be a load of shit. There's going to be no natural food anymore. Let's stamp it with the government's badge, and you'll all believe it and think we're doing the right thing for you guys. Something like that. I ain't saying I'm right. I just look at the evidence and come to my own conclusion.
What's going to stop people growing food in their own garden, though? That's what I don't
No,
understand.
my pal told me the other day they're meant to stop all in America. I think they've stopped people buying seeds, stuff like this. They'll stop it. They'll make laws where they can say, "Oh, you can't grow this because it hasn't been tested by the government," like they do with pharmaceuticals, mate. You can't have any pharmaceutical unless it's tested by the government or their government body, and it can't be tested unless it's a pharmaceutical. So you can't have anything naturally tested, sort of thing. So that just fucking gets all natural remedies, which I'm a great, but fucking shelf. Just have to go to Boots and there's nothing natural. It's all this made up shit that will most probably make you ill or not really treat it and just make a lot of money for pharmaceutical companies, just like with vaccine. Fact. Let's have to do some research on natural medicine and heals and blah, blah, blah. And the pharmaceutical industry's debunked pretty quick. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean that is in the near, I'd say, distant future and near future, but that's going to take a while. I mean that's going to take a lot more than I'd say, yeah, that's going to take a while. But right now, I'd say with this kind of virus thing, that's more of a problem right now. I don't think anybody's ever going to be able to make me put a chip in my arm. So I'm not even going to bring that into my concern. So it's just more along the lines of these people that are going into hospitals are dying very quickly. So if I would suggest to anybody gets any type of illness, get out. Don't ever go there, man. Don't go into the hospital, and just use your common sense. Don't go next to children and your elders, like everybody's been saying. But I'm not going to float around any sort of philosophies or conspiracy theories regarding who it was who created or who released this. But really, I mean, I know for a fact China's now got the lowest reported cases now, and they started with the problem. So that's a bit strange to me.
And they're meant to be back in business.
One sec. Well, I was going to say that the UK have got 90% of people who are not getting, who are basically dying from it. So 10% of people going to the hospitals are dying. So that is ridiculous. So yeah, that to me that's strange, and everybody's dying as well. So it's not even like it's elderly and children. So whatever this thing is, it's kind of serious, mate. Forget about trying to put a finger around what it is. That's regardless of, forget about that. I'm thinking about what's going to happen to the people that families have died. Well, one, why didn't they foresee this, like New Orleans, and the dam breaking? They saw that happening. Why, as England, this isn't America, where the levees broke and these unfortunate fucking Americans. This is England, where they're a bit more civil. We should have seen this coming. So at the end of the day, that's the two questions I'm inquiring about right now. What I'm asking myself. Do you know what I'm saying? What's the effects of this?
Yeah, short term,
died? Because I've heard certain people saying, you know what I mean, if this hits my family and all the rest of it, So, it's and for you to go into a hospital and not be able to get fucking gas is just madness to me. I mean, you could go along the list of how many things that the UK waste money on, or what we have as things that are just luxuries that really, let's be honest, we don't really fully need in a time like this, which could have been allocated to the right
that's
thing.
That's what they made a nation. That's all we're consumers, mate. That's all we are to them, consumers. They think you'll be a better consumer and a better person if you get a better telly than next door or a better car keeping up with the Joneses. Come on. And that's all lovely. That's why they created usury, so they can lend you money, make interest. Go on, mate.
I was going to say that. With that being said, why the fuck are all of this
madness that's been happening over the last 10 years. So what they've got the thing is, I swear they've got philosophy. You can see everything. They can see all these signs, and you've got all these computers, and you the problem. You haven't seen the risk, yeah, and dealt with it. You know what I mean? Before dealt with the risk instead of treat the problem, and that's sad to me, bro. Because they come up with all these intellectual, long words and all these market research and summaries about all these fucking scientific things, but they can't fucking get enough gas mask and figure out where these fucking pathogens come from. Come on. So
but they can though. You're getting it though, mate. You've just said it yourself. They've got all this data. They can do all this stuff, and they can't do it. They can, and they have. And I believe it's a machination where they know what's going on, and they've planned it. You know, not all of them. Like you got the useful idiots like Boris or Trump who'll just get out there and read the script and tell the deaths, and we're gonna all stick together and hashtag stay indoors. But you know what I mean? They're just useful idiots like Tony Blair and all that. They're put there. If it weren't him, it'd be someone else. I read or I didn't read. I watched a video because it's better, just I ain't got the time. But it's Winston Churchill and the Jews. Churchill and the Jews. He was controlled by the Jews from morning, mate. His family were owned by the Rothschilds from when he was a kid. It's all there documented. His own people were saying it, you know?
Yeah.
And then you see what happened in the Second World War. People start running away from that subject. I can't run away from the truth no more. Fuck that, bro. Fuck that. Truth to truth. If someone wants to go and look at it, then they can look at it. Like they say, the truth don't fear no investigation. Go and look at it and then make your own judgments, bro. But you got to remember the government and states has lied to people for years. All our lives, and our parents and our grandparents and before them as well, mate. The elites and the bankers have been there hundreds of thousands, well, if not thousands of years controlling stuff. At least hundreds. We can easily show that with tangible evidence. Then you see deals from this because of the City of London and influence the banking industry and the corporations have over government. You know, I just watched that the other day again to just remind me how powerful the City of London is. The City of London Corporation is its own corporation, its own body. That's a whole nother history story there, bro. But yeah,
I mean, they're playing. It's to me, the people saying it's a lot of people saying it's a theatre, yeah. But they're playing every part right. Are we going to get in vaccinations? And you've got to take the vaccination because we found the antibody, which you expect them to do, yeah, which is pretty easy. Everything seems to sort of line right, but it just seems to me like they never do anything which is like, oh my god, that was great. You know, I can't believe you did that. That was good thinking. It's always like, oh, too late, and you know, it's people are unfortunate. It's like, fuck, dude. Anyway, yeah, I'm just surprised about that. Anyway, that's. I mean, personally, I'd like to hear the Queen's speech, which I don't have much relevance, but I could just imagine her trying to kind of talking about her interests, and I don't know if the virus is going to be brought up, but I mean, I'm sure it's going to be.
She'll say, I'm with you, like in the war. My son has recovered from it. We're self-isolating. Come on, fuck off. If you even had it, they can't do me a favor. You know what I mean? That's what it'll be. It's all a narrative. That's why they've had all these celebrities allegedly get it. Ants and flipping. Get people on their social website, what you call it, social media, hashtag get well, I'm with you. You know what I mean? And people just make themselves thinking they've got it. You know what I mean?
Do you know what I believed? You know, if the Queen got on, yo, I can't hear you, mate. Gone dead.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I was going to say,
mate,
yeah, I can hear you.
Yep.
Yeah, I was going to say, I can imagine now the Queen, like, could you imagine the Queen now coming on and saying, okay, due to all of these problems that have been arising in my kingdom, I'm gonna allow everybody to receive 200% on what they get, regardless of what income comes in, and people will be able to get this amount of holiday or this amount of whatever it is. But I just can't see that happening, which is something you would think was kind of natural, there to be something like that. But all I've really heard is, I think, an Asian MP talking about how people are going to get, I think, a bit more money on sick pay or something like that. So yeah, after all of what's been happening with us getting slapped on the wrist, I don't really like to. I'm not going to summarize things, but I'm just going to say getting slapped on the wrist for there being crimes against humanity against disabled people, with cutting benefits, foreign policy. This is happening, and now people that the reality of it all is people at home now, and they can't get stuff delivered to their house if they're too disabled to get food. So if you come from a single house where you've got no family, not much friends, and you're disabled, and you happen to be in a bad part in your life, you're not going to get no Tesco's delivery to your house. You're going to have to fucking pull your fucked up body, and no matter what hell or high water, you've got to go to that shop and get your food and all the rest of it. So that's the reality of all of this, and people are coming out of full paid jobs and they've got nothing at the end of it. But you know, some people, they get fired from work or they get laid off. You know, some go down a really bad road. So already that's kind of that depression kind of set in there. So that's the reality. I can't see how it's not benefited the government. I know for a fact that if a lot of people die, that's less people get with benefits available. I'd say it's a good. Let's roughly estimate £145 every 2 weeks for the average youth. I mean, an elderly person now could be on about £800. That's how much 80k they saved in one day. If that's 800 people that's died in one day, that's distribute the benefits now for the people who are getting fucked over. Put the money into something. I doubt that. I'd like to imagine it would go to people that have getting shorted from benefits from way back or whatever they've shorted from the NHS or whatever, but I probably want the money that's being saved or being that benefit that is getting they're benefiting from dying from this thing. That's
it won't go to us, it'll go to the bankers like it did in 2008. They'll give it to the bankers to bail out the banks, like Donald Trump give them trillions for all the corporate companies who are going to lose business down to this. Yeah, but the little business, the big business will get to survive like the banks, but all the little businesses will go out of business and just be on this basic income stuff, and it will just make you have to go to the larger corporations still, like they do with the pubs and all these other the old little shops now, where people just go to the supermarket. It'll just get rid of small business again.
But look,
I'm walking past another one. Flipping.
Sorry, Bob, I'm just going to add this before, so I don't want to cut you last time. I'm saying anything that they say about, China's the only people in plus. Everywhere else is in negative. But that doesn't take away the fact that after, because that was a general climate of people's economy at the time being down going under, Greece, fucking Italy, all the rest of it. So what it is now more people are going to die. That's going to pull back how much they've got to spend out to keep that, because you've got fucking animals, you've got to keep them alive. What if you've got a farm and you've got loads of animals in your farm? You've got to feed that amount of grain and keep on putting it out and putting it out, and that's gonna leak into your finances and work by your people, your family. So that's what it is, isn't it? So I believe that the farmhouse is caught a virus. Everybody's dying in it now. So that's what I think it's a big money saver, bro. That's what I'm gonna say about it. It's a big fucking money saver. You know what I mean?
And a money maker.
If it was
money maker, money saver for the right people.
Bro. This is huge. The main thing this is gonna do is line people's pockets, bro. The man who buries the body or burns the bodies to the people who are paying benefits. This is the social funding that they distribute between people from whatever finance comes in through tourism, whatever. Now this is getting. That's it. These people are dying, and there's a lot of money. This is how you save a nation. But I'm not saying this is genetically engineered, and this is some mad, evil, sinister scheme. But it's like fucking. It's like I see you falling off a cliff, and you've got teeth, let you fall off. You got some big teeth there. It's like one of them things. It's like, fuck it, man. If I say that thing, it might even kill me. So it's like, fuck it, let it. You know, it's not really important. It's not my family. But I can guarantee you their families, bro. All these elites and all these people in powerful places, you know, they were privy to all of this. They've got the antibodies, they've got injected, and everybody's walking around fine. Them men are fine. They're walking around living their lives, lapping up the.
They're kicking back on an island like Epstein, bruv.
They got the antibody. They don't. If they catch it, mate, they could walk into a hospital.
But the thing is, when I've watched, like I said, I look at the evidence, but apparently it's not as bad as they're making out. When you look at this guy, like I said, I'll get the reference, but he's a virologist or whatever, and he's just got a different narrative than the government. He's saying that viruses can't be contracted the way they're saying, and like, it's all bollocks, basically. When I'm indoors, I'll have a look and I'll come back on later. Oh, look, what's your name, mate?
Yeah, King. Just call me King, man. King Golden, King. Just call me King, man. Yeah, it's G, yeah? All right, G. What's happening? I can't hear you again, mate. You've gone dead. Yeah, so, sorry, chat. I haven't been seeing the chat. See if there's any mad, outlandish statements been made or any questions. King Blank, okay. Yeah, easy. Yes, big up everybody. I can't hear no one. I think G's gone dead. I'm the only one here. Someone jump on. Come and save the show. It seems like I wasn't entertaining enough, but I mean, I could have gone off earlier, but I've got nothing to do really. Yes, Gruster TV, big up, bruv. Jump on, man. Jump on. And we have a little debate, an argument, an IQ test. I'll ask you some questions, you ask me some questions, and we'll see who gets it right, and then we'll see who's a blank. Grussler TV. Doctor said sorry to hear about that weird stuff, man. Doctor's in-laws, brother's wife died from it. But luckily I haven't had no one hit me. I have nothing to hit my family. Yes, big up Somali. Somali speakers. Big up.
Yes, my brother. What's going on, King?
Yeah, what's going on, man? What's going on? Oh, well, yeah. What's your name again? Is it
Nah, it's Khalid.
Khalid, okay.
Yeah, I love the way you went for a stereotypical Muslim name.
No, I think there's someone else with. Is it Abs? I think there's an Abs there as well. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know.
No.
That's rude, but I swear I know someone called Abs.
I know. I get that all the time, man. I get that. Oh, hey, you Abdi or Charma or you know all of us. I'm like, nah, man. My name's Khalid. Like, you get me? Yes, King. What's going on, man?
Yes, bruv. Just lapping up the sunshine, really. I think
are you out?
No, I'm gonna go. I've got a garden in it, so I'm gonna go into my garden maybe and see if I'm just gonna eat something. But
don't you think it's fuckery when the sun's out? This thing has just hit us.
So this is something that I thought. Yeah, it's like a lot of these places that were catching it originally weren't they warm places, like warm climates, like China and places like that. So.
Yeah, some of China's warm though. Some is really cold. And I think Wuhan's got like a bit of both. You get where I'm coming from, you know, that little market.
Yeah, maybe it came through a spell of cold air or like perfect condition for it to thrive. But if it's gonna be an outbreak in the warm weather is the biggest healer, so that must be something really vital. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why a lot of Africans, that's what I'm hearing. A lot of Africans are kind of all right with that because you know the climate and all of that. Well, maybe because Well, maybe because it's not like Europe and Asia where, you know, we get a lot of flights, a lot of people coming in, out. You get where I'm coming from a little bit. Well, you got to remember, a lot of people in the African continent tend to stay in the African continent. Do you get where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
King.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one theory that I was looking at. Yeah, Steph. Is that a man like Schiffer Don? Yo.
Yo, what's poppin', family?
What's poppin', brother? What's good, man?
There you are, man. I've realized, you know what? I've been getting pissed off the last couple of weeks through, but and I realized like today, like why I've been getting pissed off. It's like the Most High is talking to me, but he ain't just talking to me, he's talking through me and talking through everyone surrounding me. Like even the atheists, even people like Veli don't even realize the Most High speaking through him certain times, but he wants to talk about he's an atheist. You know, like that.
Yeah, I hear that.
When this guy's an atheist, every single time he says things like, I'm going to show you an example of what these atheists, what they will say. Veli will say things like, you know, he believes what the scientists say when they say the world is a sphere and X, Y, Z, he believes what the scientists say. But he don't realize every single time he says he believes, he's actually saying he doesn't really know. You feel where I'm coming from? And what he's actually showing, he's actually showing that by him not knowing and having to believe in what the scientists say, it's no different to believing in God. It's no different to believing in Yahweh, in believing to one true God, one true creator. There's no difference in it because it's still a belief system. Do you know what I'm trying to say? But a lot of the times, these guys, what they will try and do, they'll act like they're adamant, like, yeah, we know. But there's too many things in their Scientology that they have to just believe, and they can't go and prove it for themselves unequivocally.
Schiffer Don, you've come with a mad new angle to attack these guys, you know. I'm kind of rating that, my G. You get me? I have to start slewing the atheists with this type of thing. Hey,
come on. Like, I'll be honest, the Most High spoke to me today, and he said to me, I'm not just speaking to you, I'm speaking through you. I'm speaking through everything around you. Like, I'm getting annoyed at things like I'm saying to my girl, take off the makeup. You don't need the makeup. We need natural. We don't need unnatural. Maybe sometimes, innit? But we don't need it all the time.
Yeah, a little touch now and again.
The way I talk, but I got good intentions. I want to save souls.
Yeah, what do you think about the old school 90s girls with the beautiful natural look? I was reading a post about that recently. You get me? They were comparing them to the new women.
Natural look. She got that. She's got all of that. So I'm saying to her, you see what? I'm gonna be honest here. You see, like the girls that are ugly, and ain't got no natural looks. Them ones there, I wouldn't even object. I said, put on the makeup, yes. You understand?
You say makeup for butters, girl.
Huh?
What you say makeup for butters girls only?
That look like fucking, you know, like when you watch them films of the witch. That's what the makeup's for the witch. And for the flipping, what them guys called the tranny. That's what the makeup is for. It ain't for the pretty girls take off the makeup certain time. Not all the time. Sometimes this. Do you know what? You gotta let them do their thing sometimes, but
not too much. Not this whole fucking you got a kilo of makeup on your face thing, man. I don't rate girls like that, man. It's just
I don't even mind it, but like just not all the time, my brother. Like at the end of the day, if you're going out, you're going to a party, or do you know what? Like I don't know that there's an event on whatever. You know, there might be a need for you to look the part in it because you want to look everything to be flawless, innit? But at the end of the day, sometimes there's a necessity to have the naturalness as well. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Come on, bro. Come on. I must have saw a beautiful, natural-looking sister recently, innit? Yeah. When you just look at someone, you're like, just beautiful. Not one bit of makeup on her. And I was just, you know, obviously, you see your boy, K, I'm a bit of a ladies' man. I try to be. You get where I'm coming from, yeah?
I hope the missus didn't hear that, you know? I hope the missus didn't hear that.
Go on.
I hope the missus didn't hear that. I hope Belly clip that bit out, my G.
Nah, fam. This is what I'm saying. You just said, fam, you gotta stop sinning. You need to stop sinning. You're not a ladies' man. You're a one-woman man. Yeah, you gotta be an honest man. We gotta promote goodness in our communities, my brother. You know, respect the women.
She's phoning me right now. I have to answer it right now. In a bit, you man.
Go on. She probably heard you, madman. But I'm saying, like, to everyone out there, like, especially for the believers in the Most High. Forgive your enemies. Because I've been having the weirdest dreams lately. I've been saying, why am I having these weird dreams? And then it came to me today. Forgive your enemies. Because at the end of the day, if you don't forgive your enemies, then who's going to forgive you when you're their enemy? And if you can't practice forgiveness, why should the Most High practice forgiveness with you? You know? But ultimately, just because you forgive your enemies don't mean the Most High going to forgive your enemies. Because if they're wicked, evil people, they're going to face their judgment. Let their judgment be passed by the Most High, not by you. Forgive your enemies, man. Forgive people for their sins. You know, you can forgive it. But just remind them that there's a power above you. You know, be mindful of this. Remind your kids, remind the people in your families, remind them there's a power above you. There's a power above them. There's a power above all of us. For those who don't believe in it, that don't mean it's not going to affect you. It don't mean that at all. You know? Like, don't get me wrong, like, I'm not saying for people not to believe in themselves as well, but belief in self can only take you so far. It can only take you so far in this life. What about the next? If you're not believing in the next life, and you're not equipping yourself for the next life, and you're not wanting of the next life, fair enough. Then just be about this world, just be about this life. And basically live to die. So technically, people like that, what you should be doing is just give up everything. You might as well give up now. You might as well just stop living. Because you're living to die. You ain't got nothing to live for. What's the point? You know, there ain't no promise of no afterlife to you, you know, for you so-called atheists, you know, for you people who believe there is no higher power, there is nothing after this life, there is no soul. If you honestly believe that, you might as well give up now, quit while you're ahead. Why you want to destroy this life for the rest of us? Just to make yourself feel better for a few moments.
But I don't know. I'm going to say, if you're an atheist, I wouldn't say that you genuinely have that belief that just because you don't believe in the afterlife, you're going to be out there to destroy for anybody else, or you would necessarily push for them people not to believe what they believe, just because you are an atheist. Do you know what I mean? Because don't forget, you've got these people saying that they die and then there's nothing after you die. It's just emptiness. Is that because they haven't left their body and they really their soul hasn't actually left their body, or is it because maybe they have died and they haven't seen what they've seen? And it may not exist, and because they've experienced that experience, they may not believe that because of that experience. Yeah.
If someone's died, and they've come back, then it means they're not actually dead yet. You're not dead until your brain is dead. Your heart stopping doesn't mean you're actually dead. That means you're clinically dead. But you're not actually dead until your brain is dead, the magnetic pulses have left your body, and your soul has left your body.
Mm. So what you're trying to basically say, or what you're led to believe is, from what you've established, is that because you haven't actually died, your soul hasn't left your body. And yeah, I mean, that's believable.
And you know the thing though, you see what you said about the atheists, what I mean by them destroying this world for the rest of us, is by believing in the scientists, by believing in what they say. You're now following their narrative, and their narrative is destruction. Their narrative is there is no God, there is nothing to answer to. So do what the hell you want then.
No, I think it gives you the opportunity to have that way, that sort of way of thinking. You know what I mean? But I don't think from parents intervening and what you know as to be wrong and right as a person overrules some sort of satanic narrative, which is easily contagious. But
what is satanic?
Well, just something that's destructive and just not
necessarily, not necessarily, because Satan wanted dominion, not necessarily destruction in the beginning. He wanted dominion, and dominion isn't necessarily destruction, but non-belief in God and going against the Most High You know, that's destructive to the soul itself. That's destructive to the souls of others. You know, so we're not setting out to make this world a better place for everyone. We're just setting out for ourselves, which is a selfish act. Yo, Veli, Buddha's in the back room, yeah? Can you let him in the chat?
Well, I do understand that setting an example is very important, because you wouldn't have,
trust me,
yeah, you wouldn't have mums and dads trying to teach you stuff from young. So, yeah. But I wouldn't say atheism is as bad as that, though.
I would say atheism is bad because it promotes a narrative that, you know, we should be allowing these scientists to take our money to invest in rocket ships, to invest in programs and systems that kill people.
I'm gonna get that stuff.
That's the truth of it. You know, at the end of the day, you know, Veli himself put up a video of a doctor, an American doctor or someone, some kind of medical professional, who is saying he's looking at, he's in one of the hospitals where they're treating like loads of COVID patients, yeah, one of the biggest facilities for COVID patients. And he's basically saying the symptoms these people are showing is not the symptoms they're supposed to have if this is a viral infection that is supposed to affect the lungs. So he's clearly saying that these governments are lying. But then you got people, you know, who are atheists, who will say, oh, but we can't just say the government are liars. Why can't we say that? They got no excuse, really. The only excuse is that they're atheists and they don't believe in the Most High. That's their only excuse. You know, their only excuse is that, oh, well, we can't prove it. Just because we can't prove something don't mean it's not true. I'll give you a good example, yeah? If you live in a house, yeah, you got a mom, a dad, a son and a daughter living in the house, yeah? Now there's a safe in the house, yeah? Now the house is in the middle of nowhere. Nobody else knows where the house is other than the mom, the dad, the son and the daughter. No one else has ever been to the house other than the mom, the dad and the son and the daughter. Now some money goes missing from the safe. The only people who know the combination to the safe is the mom, the dad, the son and the daughter. The only people who know where the house is the mom, the dad, the son and the daughter. Now, the person who put the money in the safe, let's say, was the mom and the dad. Yeah. Now, between the mom and the dad, you know, they checked the safe before they left the house. They got back to the house and there's something missing from the safe. There's only two people who could have taken something out of that safe, the son and the daughter. Now, just because we can't prove that it was the son or the daughter that took it, because we didn't physically see them take it, doesn't mean they didn't take it.
Yeah, so you put it down to they released 5G. It's fucking everybody's oxygen in their blood up. They're fucking out. They're dying, and it's sort of like, you know what? Whoever dies from it. Natural selection.
Even worse than that, the 5G system here is based on privacy invasion. It's based on people signing up to it. So if we all sign up to this 5G, what happens next? There's going to be one camera per person, or for every two people, there's going to be one camera in the world, which is going to be recognizing your face, recognizing your movements, recognizing where you go, recognizing everything you did, which gives the governments absolute control over everything you do, your purchases, everything. So now,
yo, big up.
Yo,
big up my fam. But let me just finish this sentence here. It gives the government absolute control, and companies like Amazon now, what they can do is, every time you go to the shop and buy something, they know exactly what you bought. They know what the majority of people are buying and what the minority of people are buying. So now they know exactly what to order in exactly what amounts. They know exactly how much you paid. So they know exactly how to monopolize you and how to get you into their system of control. Now, for some people, that might sound like a good way of living. For people like Schiffer, what that sounds like to me is the future's going to be full of fat, lazy people who never have to leave the comfort of their own homes. Basically, couch potatoes, computer junkies, TV junkies, and techno junkies. You know, and we know too much of one thing is bad for us. We know that. But we're happy to promote this way of life to ourselves and to our children. You know, it's only people who live in countries that aren't overrun by technology that can escape that narrative. But they're pushing for it to be everywhere, the entire globe. And that in itself is dangerous. You know,
well, when you have a problem, look at it like this on a smaller scale. When you have a problem, you've gone into an area, you've had a problem, it's kind of like no-go zone, isn't it? You don't really want to go back to that area for a while, at least. Let it rest. But
so let me maybe ask a question here.
Go
So
on.
prior to 5G being rolled out, so there was 4G. Was there no tracking on 4G? Were they not monitoring people's transactions and stuff like that on 4G? Is that right, or I got that wrong?
Well, 4G is the same. It's all the same thing, isn't it? But the thing is, 4G can only go so far into artificial intelligence being operated among the people and manipulating people. Because like a lot of us know, 4G alone can pick up on all sorts of signals, radio waves, radio signals, brain activity, you know, impulses, all sorts of things. Hence why you can be on your phone, on your Google, on your phone or whatever, and you could be thinking about something. And before you've even typed it in, it's typed. It's waiting for you. Like, but only certain people's gonna actually clock onto this. Some people, to them, it's just, oh, it was just there already. Oh, someone else must have typed it in. Or they've got their own explanation for why it's happening. But that's very dangerous.
Are you familiar with Google Analytic? Are you familiar with that?
Say that again.
Are you familiar with Google Analytic?
I'll be honest with you. Well, I'm not that familiar with these things. Like a lot of the times, yeah, people think that Schiffer is one of these guys that just comes on there and rambles. And to an extent, they're right. A lot of these things I don't know about, but what you'll find is, like I keep trying to tell people, like I'm protected by the Most High, you know. So I will say something. I don't even know why I said it.
I understand that. But with respect, you seem to be speaking on these things like you do know, and like you're saying you don't know. So let me give you an example. So, for instance, if I was to go on Amazon and I was to search for, let's say, a box of eggs, okay? I was looking on Amazon for a box of eggs. Looked at my search. I didn't purchase anything. All right, cool. It will. I'll close the Amazon app. When I go onto Google, I will now see adverts for eggs. If I go onto eBay, I'll see adverts for eggs. Wherever I go, I'll see adverts for eggs, because it's taken your search term and it's devised a search, an advertising pattern for you, because it's analyzed your search terminology, and now it's created these things. And people always try to figure that out. For example, if you put on your location, it's called geolocation, yeah, on your mobile phone. If I walk into somewhere like, I don't know, Halfords, if I walk into Halfords, because the location's on, the Google knows where you're going, because Google Maps, they interact with each other. They know exactly where you're going. They know exactly what shop that is and what that shop sells. So when you come back home, even though you haven't searched for anything in Halfords on your phone, it will start giving you adverts from products from Halfords. And you'll be thinking, hold on a minute, I didn't even search for that on my phone. Why is that coming up? So now, can you get a clearer understanding how certain devices work on your phone and certain things happen?
All right. Now you saying that alone is privacy invasion.
Like in digital suggestive thinking, it's military based, science there. I mean, you know what I mean? It's called MK Ultra. It's suggestive thinking. So they're doing it on a digital, in the digital realm, where
it's more psyops than it is MK Ultra. To be real with you, though, Akingo.
Okay.
The MK was more drug induced stuff, and
I thought MK was just the main fundamental thing about it was suggestive like thinking and manipulation of your.
That's right. So it's brainwashing, manipulation. But then when you look at they still got them today. The division of the American military is called PSYOPs, psychological operations, and they tune it down. This is how they get propaganda. You can't just put any old propaganda, right? You have to really kind of research what you're putting out. And there's a lot of that within advertising. Advertising is one of the biggest forms of psyops there is. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yo, sorry, one sec, but let Schiffer back on because his signal cut off. Very. Yeah, what was you saying, Buddha? Right.
Yeah, I was just saying it's more psyops than it is anything else.
Yeah.
And there's a good argument to be made about AI. Funny enough, we was having this conversation yesterday, and I feel like the AI in the wrong hands is going to be a problem. AI being inside a coffee shop is not really a problem. There's AI in this chat, the bots. You know, the bots. That's a form of AI. Do you know what I'm saying? So in certain scenarios, AI is really, not that bad. But having AI in the military where it can control a drone or control a warship or control, you understand? That's problematic. That's mankind destruction problematic. You get me?
Yeah. Well, with a machine like that, the amount of glitches that can happen, and it could just be a genuine error, but that genuine error could sort of stop people, on mass scale being able to eat because of a glitch. You know what I mean? Or an updates required sort of thing.
100, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so that's where it could be fuckery.
That's what I'm saying. Is for me, it's important not to put the hands of the fate of humanity into the hands of AI. That's just redundant. That just doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? But yeah, AI is it's interesting from a technological perspective because it kind of delves into different aspects of society still. Like, I don't know if you know, but like the quantum computers, they're saying that the quantum computers are accessing different dimensions and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And that's next level. That's some next level thing that
they're saying
can't even.
What are they saying about that signal? Have you heard about the signal that they're getting back from what they're putting out? They're putting something out into the universe, and they're getting perfect signals back. It's some sort of language, but they obviously won't be able to decipher it.
Are you talking about a recent time or back in the
No,
day?
they're saying that they're getting feedback like recently, how they're starting to send out sort of these messages via waves or frequency, and they're getting something like what's almost like intercepting Morse code sort of thing, sort of what they're doing.
I did hear something like that, but I didn't really look too deep into it. I think because there wasn't much information.
Do they do that? That must be some super sophisticated technology for them to be able to understand that they're actually receiving information back and getting frequency, which is got a pattern to it, which would suggest
what
language. Yeah.
You know what I heard? Do you remember? Like I Love Lucy was a TV show back in the day, some black and white TV show, and they're saying that the transmissions of the I Love Lucy show is now reaching Alpha Centauri or something like this, like. Because those TV broadcasts don't dissipate. They don't just go into nothingness. They continue to travel, apparently. Who knows what? That's why every so often you see, you'll see in the movies the aliens be watching some old school TV program, because that kind of draws back to the TV transmissions from back in the day. Because so much time has passed now, they've made so much. Progress in travel.
Boy, I mean, it's beyond. It's quite sad, to be honest with you, that these mad people have got.
Is Schiffer still in the back?
I don't know. He said I'm here waiting.
Hey, Bigger, if you're there, can you let your man back in?
Like fucking hell, bro. Nah, I that's why, mate. There's no way I don't think I'm ever can see myself living here in the near future because nah. And Sweden, there's people getting chips in their arms in Sweden, so that's gonna become that's definitely gonna become a thing of the UK. And
yeah, I don't get that, man.
the way, bruv, I've been treated by the police just alone as a establishment body and representation.
Recently or
no, just generally.
Yeah.
Just the way they treat me alone shows me I don't want them to have any more power than they've got already.
You still doing the football thing though, or you kind of laid off that?
Who? Oh, me.
Yeah.
What with? In regards to me, no, I still do football coaching. Did I ever mention that? Oh no, I did football coaching back in the day.
You did. That's what I was asking you. So
my health is a bit too bad for that, but yeah, I mean they started something called grassroots or something like that, and it's a good way to find talent and stuff. But that's quite a good venture actually for the summer. You know, starting off a summer scheme of some sort.
Not right about now, it ain't. But yeah.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Ordinarily, it would be. Yeah.
At this rate, mate, it's stupid, bro. I mean, I was like this. I was in lockdown for 8 months for maybe even a year. I've been on lockdown anyway in my room because of my illness. So it's like shit. You not experiencing what I've been experiencing for a year. I'm telling you what, it's hard. And for them to say stay in the house, it's not going to help people with arthritis. No way. That's like an early death. That's literally an early death. You don't know the seriousness of it, like the reality of it. So hopefully they get smart and start telling people to go and stretch their legs again. Because I like the way Shaka came on the other day and he said he had his ute out and he's just stretching her legs. And some people say, "Oh, you're just stupid. You're a sheep," and da da da. But mate, your health is very important, and I can assure you, if I was an old person with arthritis, should be out and about, walking, not in his home. That's an early grave because once you get an ailment on your structure, it's really irredeemable at that age because muscle tissue can't repair at that age. So you're just gonna fall and slump into.
I suppose it depends where the arthritis is. I mean, I knew a woman years ago who had arthritis in her spine. I was like, fuck yeah, no, that can't be no joke. Like, that can't be no joke whatsoever.
Yeah. So,
but funny thing is, I met her in a rave. Imagine she was young as well. She wasn't even that old, and she had it in her spine, but she was shaking and whatever. And she was telling me she has to take mad medication just to stop the pain. Like,
yeah. So if you're like for someone like her, she's gonna be quite anxious right now. I mean, can I ask you a question, but as a man that sounds like he's pretty fit, you say you work. Yeah, you said you do a food business or food company or something. How's that going?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Are you actually worried about catching this because you're of a man who seems to be of someone that's sort of in their prime?
I've already caught it, bro.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So, from someone like me, it's more worrying. So it's more of this is why I'm quite gripped to all these debates you lot have been having in the last week because I'm on that cutting board. I'm on that firing line. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
If this sticks around for another year, what's to say I don't come across it? You know what I mean? Within a year, I'll probably be fucked, to be honest, bro. But I know even with someone like me, to the degree that I'm at of dis-ease, I know that I could cure this. And it goes as far as you just sitting over a bowl of water and lemon, anything that's acidic. So that would be especially garlic, because that's the most acidic thing, 3.5. So you put that all in a thing, just let it filter through your nose, and the hot air will pass through the coldest part of your navel, which is in the back part, which is where all these pathogens like to sit and accumulate, and that's it. It's gone. So I'm confident.
So for to be honest with you, like from what I understand of this thing, it's not so much the sore throat that kills you. It's when the virus develops into pneumonia. So fluid on the lungs or congestion on the lungs, that's when it becomes dangerous, in the sense that you may be breathing, but what you're breathing, that oxygen is not getting converted into oxygen in the blood, and so
Perfect explanation.
And that's when you start feeling, you get hypoxia and stuff like that, and that's where it's problematic. It's not so much the sore throat, and I'm not sure how much garlic and lemon and hot water can help with pneumonia. I know it's definitely good for decongesting the upper breathing tract, so your nose and your throat and stuff like that. Absolutely, it's really good.
That's early stages. Early stages, yeah.
Early stages, yeah. So if you get early stages and you do that, that'll probably help the symptoms, but I'm not sure if it will help the actual virus contraction itself. You with me?
Yeah, because I actually heard you briefing over. Actually, you gave a good description of what they do, how they put water through your body and stuff. But that's to cleanse it, distilled water. But that's what you need. That's what the only way you really get rid of the mucus molecules from your blood, which is probably the reason why you end up dying anyway, is because of the lack of oxygen in your blood.
I don't think it's mucus molecules in the blood. It's the inability to breathe. So like, I don't know if you know, if you let me give an example. All right, so if you look at something like nitrogen, you can't see it, you can't taste it, and you can't smell it, right? So if you walked into a room with nitrogen, you wouldn't be panicking, you'd completely be normal, you'd be breathing normal, you'd be everything, and then next thing you know, you pass out because you don't have oxygen. The oxygen's not going into your blood. Do you understand? And then once you've passed out, you'll continue to breathe, but you'll be breathing in non-oxygen air environment, and so your brain will go into oxygen deprivation. You'll get brain damage, and essentially your whole body will shut down, and you'll die, organ failure, because every part of your body needs oxygen.
That's what I was saying. Yes, 100. So you can still have the what's it called, the involuntary movement of involuntary. But it's not gonna. It's just because the amount of oxygen that's coming to your body is not enough.
Yes, exactly.
So it's a capacity. So that's what it is. So really, in hindsight, you should really get oxygen. We should be buying oxygen as opposed to masks right now.
And this is what the ventilators do, because instead of your body breathing, like they're saying that. So when you build up fluid on your lungs, it puts pressure on your lungs. This is why people report that they've got. It feels like an elephant sitting on their chest, because that liquid's heavy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or mucus or whatever it is heavy. So when that's on your lungs and your lungs are trying to expand and breathe, it's finding it very difficult to breathe. Do you understand? So this is why these what do they call them? The breathing machines. This is why they breathe for you, because you're incapable of breathing. But there's only a finite amount of time that you can use those. If your body recovers, then you can be taken off the ventilator, fine. But if you're on the ventilator and that infection steeps in and blocks the alveoli, is it called alveoli? I think they're called. And they're the ones that take the air and oxygenates the blood. If they get blocked, then your blood's not getting oxygenated and your body will just shut down. It will just die. And the first thing to go will be your brain, because there's lack of, like when you put someone in a rear naked choke and you choke them out, stopping that blood going through the carotid artery to the brain.
Yeah.
And that blood is the essential blood that's oxygenated. You with me?
Yeah.
So it works in exactly the same way.
Yeah, I mean it's easy to explain, but I think I'm going to probably start buying some. Maybe I know I'm definitely going to go out and start walking more. Like that G guy had the right idea. He was going out and stretching his legs.
Definitely. That's
I think.
But what I would say to you though, Okinga, listen, if you're really worried about it, try and get the CPAP machine. There's a CPAP machine that they use for people with sleep apnea. They're more readily available. and they work more or less the same way, exactly the same way as a ventilator. Then and you can use them at home. So if you're really worried, get one of those. But to be honest with you, if you get to the point where you've got like that feeling of something on your chest, like an elephant on your chest, and you're finding it hard to breathe, to be honest with you, that is a medical emergency, and
of course,
you really only can go to the hospital. There's no way. I don't think you could be able to treat that at home still.
I don't know, because I'm just thinking. I know I'm thinking like it sounds stupid, but I'm just thinking of paint thinner. When I do, like, if I'd use oil paintings, if I've done, okay, I like art, just to get rid of oil paint, which is one of the hardest things to remove that I've ever known. You just put oil thinner on it, and it just comes out. So for that, I know it's a different thing, but they should have something that they'll definitely have something, loads of different things that thin mucus and make it thicker than it is, because that's what you said. Like you said, it turns hard. It turns harder, in it. It goes harder and more. So they must have something like that. And
you see the problem with this specific coronavirus, is the actual virus infects the healthy cells in the lung. So what they're saying is, one of the problems is when the body's immune system fights the virus, it's not just killing the virus, it's actually killing the lungs, the cells in the lungs. Do you get what I'm saying? Dependent on how gripped in that virus is. Do you understand how bad the infection is? So that's one of the problems. So in some instances, having a good immune system can actually work against you. But again, all of this information is kind of here and there. We don't know, because like they say, herd immunity. Oh, actually, no, not herd immunity. So you can't really tell what's actually accurate and what's not at this moment in time still.
Yeah. And the thing is you can only, I don't know, I just don't understand. It's what's weird to me throughout all of these sort of whistleblowers and conspiracy theories and whatnot and the rest of it, when it comes to knowing the truth and what's not. What I'm seeing genuine, like the whitest, the most poshest guys now coming out as whistleblowers, and some people saying double agents and stuff like that. And so it's just like, what is it? I think what it is when you don't know about something, you're more fearful towards it than whether you like the fact that you did know. If you knew it was dangerous before, you'll be more dangerous not knowing what it is. I think that's what it's that suspense of not knowing what the fuck's going on is what they're capitalizing on. I do believe that there's someone in the UK or around one of these countries that is such a threat that they're willing to just cleanse. Maybe there's a group of people. I don't know what it is, but yeah.
I feel like these people work on people's ignorances still. Like, all right. There's a guy I know. Yeah, he's a really nice guy. He's a big man as well. Yeah, so there's many different levels of respect I have to have for this guy. Yeah, but so he's old school. Like he's a plasterer. You understand? So he left school at a very young age and worked with his dad and was a plasterer all his life. All right, cool. So he can't read and write too clever. You understand? His reading and writing ain't that great. But what he does is he listens to these videos. They're like YouTube videos and all of these types of videos people send him via WhatsApp. And that's the only form of education that guy's getting, because he can't go and research and read the thing himself. So do you get what I'm saying? So he'll be ringing me up and sending me these messages and all this kind of nonsense. And I'll be like, yo, allow it, man. What you doing? Like, why are you sending me this nonsense? And he's going to me, me and him getting in conversations. Then I have to spend like a day showing him like how this is wrong. And he'll accept that it's wrong. And then 2 weeks will pass and he'll send me another video. And I'm like, bruv, can't you understand? Like, half of this shit is exactly that shit.
Yeah. So these figures that they're releasing as well, I
I ponder. I doubt that's accurate as well. And it could be to the fact. I'm not saying that they've got this end goal where it's trying to get rid of many people as possible. But I do feel like they're trying to sort of have this the knight in shining armor where we're going to come and sort of scoop you up after a good couple of thousand people have died, and whatever's happened in the past can be flushed away, and it was us against the aliens almost sort of thing.
Yeah.
That sort of.
Look, let me give you a rule of thumb, yeah? Real scientists don't release fucking videos. They release research papers for peer review. Okay? That's more or less the rule of thumb. Now, I'll give you an example. There was a document that was floating around that was put forward to me, and the document was in regards to the 5G, and it was a 2011 report, and this was what was floating around all the WhatsApp groups and whatnot. All right, cool. So I had to take time out of my day, and thankfully I'm at home anyway, so I've pretty much got nothing else better to do. All right, cool. So I went through it, had a read, and all the rest of it. And this is how people work on people's fears. All right. So people hear the word radiation, and it's like, oh my God, radiation, we're all gonna die. All right, cool. So in this report, it goes on to say that the 5G frequency can be classified as carcinogenic. So carcinogenic meaning that it can cause cancer. Now, people are jumping up and down, losing their shit, like shaking and moving, thinking, oh my God, it's carcinogenic. All right, cool. But what they forgot to tell you is that there's different levels of carcinogens, right? So, for instance, coffee is considered a carcinogenic substance. So coffee could cause cancer. There's a few other different types of things, examples of this, of these, like coffee. What's the other one? I can't even remember. I think something to do with barber hair products. Like if you're a barber and you cut hair, some of the stuff you use.
Yeah, a little building work as well as.
All right, yeah. But that's different. Like asbestos is on a much higher level because it causes asbestosis. Do you understand? So there's different levels. So they're saying that literally the 5G is on the same level as coffee. But because it's got that word radiation in it, or radioactive or something like that, people lose their shit. So even when we say, like the sun, it emits forms of radiation in the forms of ultraviolet, UV and all this. And that's why when you're sunbathing, you've got to put UV protection on and blah, blah, blah. Do you get what I'm saying? So what we're saying, the sun is trying to kill us. We have to avoid the sun. Like, the sun is one of the biggest things that will give you vitamin D. You understand? It boosts your immune system. Without the sun, nothing will grow. You understand? But within limitations. If you're sitting night and day, well, not night, but if you're sitting day in, day out in front of the sun, then clearly you're going to expect something to go wrong. Let me just mute up and let somebody else speak.
Yeah, I hear you. Obviously, what's not good for them is good for even me. I burn in the sun, man. So, shit. So, the major hurdles that the general public, the London people, everybody up in London, everybody out there has faced, in terms of being able to literally live and die, has been lack of preparation when it comes to fucking this kind of virus. Not telling people about or assisting people enough in the NHS when it comes to adequately giving someone an action plan, an action plan that's adequate enough to keep them safe from problems that they may be adverse to, like you might have an allergy to peanut butter, or because you've got this type of frame or body or gene inside you, you shouldn't be doing this, you shouldn't be doing that. Hereditary problems. They've got certain people working in fucking jobs and their mum and dad had cancer and they're doing something that's highly carcinogenic. And they're definitely 100% gonna die. So that's what I'm saying. That's where they've gone wrong, or they could improve in the healthcare system. And it's shocking, really, because what do London always talk about and gloat about? It's the pride, it's the NHS. So
if the NHS is taking blows like that, what else has the UK got to sing and dance about how it's the most civilized place? And so it's quite sad, and I hope things go back to where they we expect it to, really.
You're so right, man. One of my first girlfriends, like years ago, she was a vegetarian. Imagine that, she was a vegetarian. She loved animals and all this kind of shit and whatever. All right, cool. One of the first jobs she got a job working on the deli counter in Sainsbury's. Imagine, she was going to university and she was working like part-time in Sainsbury's, and they stuck her on the fucking deli counter, cutting up salami and ham and all that, that big lumps of fucking meat, and she's a vegetarian. Yeah, so you're right, man.
Definitely. It's just, and it all goes down to this, the mines and how they used to go in there and live for 30 years. I think it's that sort of same mentality that's, they can do the shit jobs and die early, and we'll live for long and have the best food and the first, It's still there. It's still it's what's happening now. Big up, Freddie.
Bless him, brothers. Bless him, brothers.
Big up, Freddie. Big up.
It's going back to the survival of the fittest times, brothers.
What I was saying earlier, I was saying survival of the fittest. Natural selection. And technology, and it seems like it's a good sacrifice. 5G, we've got 5G, less engineers send out, better reception for our supercomputers. A couple of people are going to die though. How many? Maybe the next 10 years, couple of million, couple of thousand, but it's worth it for the new cutting edge technology. That's what it boils down to.
Been saying that for the longest, isn't it? It's all about the information war they got going on, isn't it? And the more information they can gather, and the quicker they can process it, the better for them. They don't give a fuck if anybody dies, because it's all about your money at the end of the day. If we know your lifestyle, we don't even have to shoot you. We can make you ill before you know it. Do you know what I mean?
Big up, man, like Freddie,
Yeah, man. You don't know much brother Schiffer, man. Don't know, man. But I was gonna ask the man them though, what's the survival rate? Is it still in the 90%? Yeah, because I hope that hasn't gone down. I'd imagine.
Well, no, it's less than 90% of people are dying that are going to hospital. 10% are making out in the UK alone. Apparently, from the stats from what Ras was reading the other day.
But I'm saying overall. Overall, the nation, it should be in a 90% survival, I'd imagine. Because if a lot of people are catching it and fighting it, mild symptoms, even if it's mild symptoms, they're catching it and fighting it at home, it should be quite light.
Yo, Fred, what do you think about that video that Veli posted, where there's a medical professional, who's working with COVID patients, Can you hear me?
Yeah, brother.
Yeah, so there's a medical professional who's working with COVID patients. Anyone who ain't seen the video, go on Veli Vision's page and you'll see the video. It's got a picture of a doctor on there or some kind of medical professional. And he's saying, long story short, he's working in a hospital that's got the majority of the patients coming to it, I believe somewhere in America, possibly New York. And he's saying the majority of people are coming in with symptoms that are not what the government are saying COVID-19 symptoms are, but they're being treated as COVID-19 patients. What do you think about that?
Boy, I think that's wrong still. But I was watching a thing on Jedi's channel, and that was they must have had a little drunk man, and then they found that they put leaflets in everybody's door saying that the man died of corona, and then one of the neighbors come out and was like, "Yo, the man's not dead of corona. The police took him away 5 minutes ago."
Yeah, I saw that, Freddie. And if I'm not mistaken, they were the people that own the building. They were from the medical. They were like some fucking.
Nah, they were just the owners of the building, fam.
Yeah.
The landlord.
Pussios, bro.
Yeah, bro. Idiots, bro. Or they work for the housing association. I'm not sure.
This is it.
Yes, I think
But
I think they were. Yeah, the people that own the building was some sort of housing association. Yeah, you're right.
But hear the thing now, Fred, yeah? Hear the thing now, Fred. Me, you, and many others like us, yeah, I've been saying from weeks ago, these government people, these people who's in power, they're not to be trusted. And there's been many people arguing with us saying that we're just conspiracy theorists. We've had all sorts of attacks thrown at us. But what are they going to say to that? What are they going to say to the fact that the medical professional working in the hospital?
There's a lot of questions to be answered. Like, why your government failing you? Do you know what I'm saying? Why there's a fair agenda? Because there's a clear, fair agenda. Do you know what I'm saying? Being pushed. Why there's a division campaign? You know what I mean? Against the stay inside us, against the, you know what I mean, go outers, or the go outers against the remain indoors.
You know, in answer to Schiffer's question though, still, I'm gonna put my conspiracy hat on, and I'm gonna say this: I reckon that it's a case of numbers. I reckon somebody turns up to the hospital with an asthma attack, and they turn around and say it's COVID-19. That person recovers, and then that recovery can be put down to statistics and say, yeah, look how many we've recovered.
Yeah,
possibly. I don't know.
No, hey, that's not far fetched, you know, bro. Because right now we're not getting no proper information. We're getting tested over the phone. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I've never heard of an illness test, like a proper diagnosing the test of a disease or a clinical ill disease, life-threatening over the phone.
You understand?
I don't know how.
And that's the thing. And that's the thing, Freddie. Like when they diagnosed me, it was like, you're showing the symptoms, self-isolate. But having said that, I could be showing symptoms of anything. It doesn't necessarily mean. But I think it's more of a precaution measure, self-isolate just in case it is. But having said that, go on.
No, but I'm saying, did they use video? They didn't even use video with you, innit?
Nah, man. No. Straight phone thing.
So I'm saying they didn't even see the color of your eyeballs, your fingernails, little things that can identify. You know what I mean? I don't know what they're looking at for, but you know what I'm saying.
So look at this now. Imagine it was a case of Ebola, right? So I don't know if anybody knows, like Ebola is like a hematologist type disease, i.e. blood. So if I rang up the hospital NHS and I said, listen, I've got blood coming out my nose, ears, and every single orifice in my body, okay? Do they need to do a test to say it's Ebola, or can they say the presumption is it is Ebola? Seeing as there's a pandemic of Ebola and you've got these symptoms, it's highly likely that it's Ebola. Would that be fair?
No, most definitely. But I'm saying though, unless they're telling you to do put the fucking phone to your chest so they can hear your heartbeat or some type, I don't know. They need to be doing something else than what's going on, because that diagnosis is too flimsy.
It is. But to be real with you, if you get corona, you know you've got corona. It's not like, oh, I've got a cold or I've got a flu. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You're gonna notice the difference, isn't it? Yeah, I hear you still. But they're not giving us no hope though, fam. Where's the hope at? Where's the success rates? Where's the happy stories? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
now,
I would agree.
Right now, all you're doing is you're fucking putting a lot of fear energy in the earth. You're fucking taking our civil rights. You're taking our human rights. You're gonna review these human rights every 6 months. Coming like I don't know what you are do. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a sticky one still. In any other situation, ain't nobody gonna be wearing this kind of behavior. You understand?
My brother, Freddie, do you know the funny thing? Yeah, you remember that the horror movie Freddy Krueger? Yeah, do you remember that film? Yeah.
Yeah.
And Freddy's only power is for you to fear him, cuz.
Bruv, that's what I'm saying, family.
That's what it come like, you know.
When the government want us to be scared, I feel like being brave. I'm not gonna lie, you know, bro. And when they want us to be brave, I feel like being scared. Cause I like doing the opposite to these motherfuckers, you know, bro. Because they're very much.
I hear that.
Because they're very much. Buddha, innit? They're very much do what I say, Buds, but don't you ever do what I do, motherfucker.
Yeah, for real.
Do you know what I'm saying? They're very much
Do
like
as I
that,
say,
innit?
not as I do.
Like I was trying to say, right? It's like this. Look, in any other circumstances, nobody would be wearing this. Nobody. Do you understand? If there was like, I don't know, even if the fucking country was getting bombed by airplanes and the government said stay in, ain't nobody gonna be wearing that. Do you understand?
Yeah,
People be like, fuck that. Like what? I'm gonna be shook as some fucking pussy trying to blow me up. Nah.
Yeah,
But
given
the circumstances in regards to this virus, and the virus is spread by people interacting with other people, people can't just take the risk and make it spread. You understand? So I feel like that is why and only why. That's the only reason. It's the fear of spreading the disease, not the fear of what the government's gonna do. You know what I'm saying?
No, most definitely, man. I'm never against the isolation, you know, because I was very much isolated before this, and I suppose I'll be isolated after. But what I'm saying is, you gotta give man correct information to go on. Right now, like Britain is a proper fucking data collecting country. They analyze data like no other country. And we can't get proper information about an illness, bro. That's going to affect all of us moving forward.
It's not even proper information. They're giving you the wrong information. Like I keep saying,
that's what I'm saying.
you remember when Boris come out and say, "Yeah, we need to have a herd immunity." That's the worst fucking thing you could have said. What are you saying? Herd immunity? I'll go down to the football match on Sunday or Saturday and I'll chill with the boys. And is that herd immunity? You're not spreading it even more. So, yeah.
Family, you end up with the phone call saying that your boy's mum died because of his foolishness, because of Barry's dumb shit. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? That's what the phone call you end up with, you know? The Ella's gone.
I got a text message this morning. Imagine that. I got a text message this morning.
Sorry?
I got a text message this morning. Someone's dad died.
Yes, man. You're going to get all heap of them message there, Rasta. You're going to get a whole heap of them message there because these people ain't got no regard for the poor. You get me? And then when the poor revolt, I do hope the middle class have got sympathy for us. Okay? Because we're going to be up against the wall. Okay?
I'll be real with you. You see the middle class, they're different though still. You know, the middle class will break the coronavirus laws and go sit down in a park and get a suntan. Whereas us, man, will go out on road and try and get some food for our family. You understand? It's some next level shit. We'll break the law to do something proper. Like, get food or get a milk or whatever. These idiots are going out there breaking the law to go and sit down and sunbathe. Get the fuck out of here.
But the middle class haven't got that threat of pepper spray. Do you know what I'm saying? They haven't got as much of a threat of pepper spray and baton sticks like what we got. You know them thick out sticks.
Yeah, man, the shield, man.
Buddha, you know we're under threat of that wartime. If not this month, maybe next month we might be under the threat of a bad look from them or intimidation tactic or, you know what I mean?
Yeah, listen, do you know what? You know that the old adage about give an N-word a uniform, right? I feel like these guys have got some new powers and they want to flex it. Like, yeah, look what we can do. Because even the government are saying, listen, you need to calm down on your policing. Like, these laws, you're overzealous in your application of these laws. From when they're using drones to fucking film people walking their dogs, that's like, what are you doing? The fuck are you doing? You know, if I'd done that, I'd get done for voyeurism or stalking or some shit. But here we have the police barefaced filming people walking their dogs. Like, allow it, man. Come on. I mean.
Yeah, I don't know if you man cut off, but I'm hearing what you man are saying, fam. Like certain people, it's like they got their priorities like backwards, cause they want to break the law to go and flipping sunbathe. Yeah, but I see in Birmingham today, yeah, on the internet, I see a video where a man set the 5G tower on fire, Rubai. I said, yes, burn it down, yes. The Brummies ain't having it.
But again, I think that's problematic. I mean, if they get arrested and put in jail, are they going to be better in jail than out of jail at this moment in time?
Boy, right here and now, yeah, this is why all of us need to rise up. And it can't just be one man. We can't leave the job to one man, to one madman, or to one gang member. We need to leave the job to all of us.
So this is something I was saying, yeah. This is one thing I was saying, Shiv, yeah. How have these Extinction Rebellion not made that complete madness of this? And if this Extinction Rebellion, bear in mind, stopped the whole of London nearly because they were protesting about fucking animals getting eaten or something, or you know, all the ozone and the detriment that humans are having on the planet.
Do you know why? Because the Extinction Rebellion work on legitimacy, and legitimacy is a very important thing, right? They're a massive worldwide organization, okay, and they go with what they can prove. So they can prove that the sea is being polluted. They can see that these things are happening in the environment. If they turn around and said, you know what, aliens are doing it. Aliens are coming down and dumping their rubbish in our seas and then going out. Do you know how much legitimacy they'd lose? They wouldn't be taken seriously. You know what I'm saying? So that's why they don't jump on these 5G and all these different things, because there's no evidence of it. Unless they can find evidence like 5-year research papers and, you know what I mean, all these types of things.
I'll be honest, I've seen enough evidence. After seeing that medical professional today directly say this is the medical.
What was the medical professional's name?
Listen, go on Belly Vision, yeah. But listen, go on Belly's channel, yeah.
You're telling me, so I'm asking you. You're telling me about medical professions. So
I'm going to tell you what he said. He said. Tell me his
name.
I don't know his name. I don't need to know his name. Go on Belly Vision. You go and look at the guy. Go and listen to what the guy's saying, yeah. Why would Belly post a video if he didn't think there was some significance to the video? Ask Belly why he posted the video. Yeah. Now, I've got a friend who's a medical professional. When I was telling people what my friend who is a medical professional was saying the other day, people was laughing at me. You think I'm joking, innit? What? Because my name's Schiffer. Because I might sound road certain time. What, you think I don't know professional people? Yeah. My best friend who I grew up with, his dad's a doctor. Yeah. Not just a practitioner doctor, neither. He can do surgeries, he can do plastic surgery, he can do all sorts of things. This guy is very adept in his field. Now, all the doctors that I know, the medical professionals I know, have made it very clear under no uncertain circumstances there's something wrong with this whole COVID flipping conspiracy. Because they're calling what the government's saying conspiracy.
Yeah, but big man, what I'm saying, these medical people have to get proper clear evidence. Because as I said, if my elders taught me, if you can't explain it to a youth, it's long. So you have to get
clear evidence is this, Freddie. Hear the clear evidence. Let me give you the clear evidence. The clear evidence is this: if they're saying COVID-19 is a viral infection, yeah, which attacks the lungs.
Chip, I can't hear you, bro. You got some wind.
Sorry. If they're saying COVID-19 is a viral infection which attacks the lungs, yeah, and stops you breathing and kills you slowly through your breathing, yeah, then when you see patients, yeah, they're saying the symptoms are similar to someone who's got pneumonia and their lungs are not breathing properly, yeah. So when you see patients in the hospital, they're supposed to have them symptoms then, innit? If the patients don't have them symptoms, then they're lying, fam. Straight up and down.
Schiffer, I'm not sure if you that's quite right. So for the virus, when you get the virus, you don't automatically straight away get pneumonia. You start off with
I've never said automatically straight away neither.
Okay,
so let's not put words in my mouth.
I'm not putting anything in your mouth. I'm just trying to explain something.
Yeah? You tell us what the symptoms are.
Okay. All right. So my symptoms when I got it was coughing, a dry cough.
Yeah, dry cough.
Fever, a slight headache, and then it goes on to having some breathing difficulties. Okay.
Okay.
Now these these symptoms vary in different people. And that's one of the things they can't figure out.
Let me ask you a question, my brother.
You've got some mad noise coming out your mic.
All right, now you've given us the symptoms. Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
If I said that people are being affected by the common cold and the common cold is killing people, what symptoms would you expect them to have?
Right. So one of the symptoms of the common cold is a runny nose, sore throat, etc., etc. Now, these, bearing in mind, the common cold or the flu is a form of coronavirus. Yeah?
You might have to mute up, Shift, so you can hear him.
Yeah, I can hear him still. Hold on, one sec.
No, but yeah, that's it.
Right. So one of the distinct things with the coronavirus is you get the cough, but you don't get a runny nose. So, for instance, if you get a cough and you get a runny nose, the probability is that it's not coronavirus. If you get the coronavirus cough only, a persistent dry cough, then the probability, this is the way they diagnose you over the phone, the probability is that it is the coronavirus.
All right, fair enough. But at the end of the day, you would have to have one of a few symptoms to now be diagnosed with the coronavirus. So if you have none of those symptoms whatsoever, explain to me how they're diagnosing that as corona.
Well, if you don't have any of those symptoms, you wouldn't be phoning NHS up and saying that you've got corona.
No, I'm not talking about you phoning up NHS. I'm talking about people who are in the NHS hospitals that are being treated for coronavirus, that have no dry cough, have no runny nose, have no cold-like symptoms, have no breathing difficulties, but they're still dying.
But why are they in the hospital in the first place then?
Very good question. Your government wants you to believe it's coronavirus, and that's the problem that I'm having.
Okay, so why are they actually in the hospital? For what reason?
That's an irrelevant question. Your government wants you to believe that it is an irrelevant question because I can't be in a million places at one time. So it's an irrelevant question that nobody. Here, what I'm going to say to you, I'm going to tell you why it's an irrelevant question. It's an irrelevant question to ask me because I am not a doctor. I don't work in the medical profession. I'm not going to be in every single hospital across the country at one time to tell you exactly why every single person who's in hospital is in there. But your government seems to be able to tell you this, and you don't have a problem with that.
Okay, I'll tell you why it is a relevant question. Because if somebody is in hospital and they're being treated, the assumption is they're sick and they need the treatment. So my question is relevant. So why would that person be in the hospital?
You know what I'm feeling to understand.
So what I'm going to say to you is then, Freddie, I'm going to show you why your question is irrelevant. When people are dropping down in the street, when people are dropping down randomly in the street and just dying with no symptoms whatsoever, how is that coronavirus?
All right, man, I hear you. It's shady to find out who's got it and who ain't got it. But the main thing I want to know from the panel or someone in the chat is what is the fucking survival rate for this Ross Clark
The survival rate is contrived. They're making it up as they go along, Fred. Like the man said himself, but he's not clocking what he said out of his own mouth. Yeah? Watch this, King Gold, yeah? You said this yourself. They diagnosed you over the phone. So how did they even know you got coronavirus? No actual test was implemented to prove that you had coronavirus. You're just
Bro, what was that we doing?
You cut
out.
You cut out there, Shifa. Yeah, you cut out. But
yeah, I'm saying, Buddha, this is what I said. I said the man said he was diagnosed. So therefore, no test was implemented to show that you have coronavirus. You're just under the belief you had coronavirus, but you have no idea. You have no way of actually proving it.
Yeah, that's the worrying thing, because obviously we ain't collecting the right data to keep the public
at ease. I don't mind anyway, because like I said, you've got no way of proving it.
No,
okay,
so someone.
I'm allowing Freddie to speak, Shifa. Unlike you, so just mute your mic and allow Freddie to speak. Go ahead, Freddie.
Yeah, no, family.
Whoever thinks they know.
I'm just saying, yeah, that basically nobody knows nothing for the time, so we can't point fingers and say this and that, say that. You get me? The main thing we've got to do
My
is
brother
analyze the
Fred,
survival
I do
rate.
know. I know that this man, like Freddie, it's easy to say that people just say this, say that, but I tell you what, it's harder to accept the truth. The NHS, like they sent me a message today.
Knows the truth at moment. No one.
Stay at home, call 111 or call us over the phone. We want to diagnose people over the phone. How can you diagnose something over the phone? That in itself is a fallacy. That should show people government are liars.
You didn't go to school. Nobody went to school to do phone diagnosis. So you get me? I don't know if doctors spend years in school to, you get what I'm doing, do phone diagnosis. Because I don't know if you can put the medicine on, like, I don't know how it works. You can't administer the medicine through the phone. I don't know.
Absolutely.
Do you understand? They're administering medicine through the phone.
Let me try and jump in it. So you're right, and I agree with you, Shifa. They couldn't possibly do an accurate diagnosis over the phone. Okay, that's a fact. That's not like conspiracy or anything. That's a fact. But I gave you the example of the Ebola.
Thank you, and I hope there's not a but coming.
Okay, there's no but.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. But did you hear what I was saying in regards to the Ebola example?
Yeah, I did. I definitely did.
No. What was I didn't really hear that part still.
All right, let me run it by you again. So imagine there is a, God forbid, touch wood, God forbid, but imagine there's a pandemic of Ebola in the UK, specifically in London. Okay, and I phone up the do you know about Ebola? You know it's a bleeding, it's a blood disease.
Yeah, I know about Ebola still. Okay. I know about Ebola. Right. I was watching the film about Ebola the other night, but it got cut off halfway through.
Okay, cool. So imagine I rang up the NHS hotline and I gave them the symptoms of blood coming out my ears, my nose, all my orifices. And they said, well, it sounds like you've got the Ebola virus, you need to self-isolate. Would that information be based on what they think or the symptoms I've given them?
Now, hear what I'm going to say to you. The information could be based on both. And the reason I say that, is because the information you're giving them is based on what you think. You're not a medical professional, so you can't self-diagnose. Yeah? And when you're saying, I'm showing this symptom, I'm now showing that symptom. For instance, I'll give you an example, When you call up NHS 111, they ask you a series of stupid questions like, does your chest feel a normal temperature? Now, how the rotted are you supposed to know what a normal temperature is? Are you trained in this? Have you been given medical training to know what a normal temperature is, my brother? Have any of us?
But no, and the matter of the fact is, at the time I rang them up, I didn't have a temperature. The temperature only.
Do you feel where I'm coming from though with this now?
Temperature only came afterwards. So at the time of me ringing them, I didn't
have a temperature. But do you see my point now, my brother? Because, for instance, you see what you said about the symptoms, one of the symptoms being a dry cough. What's the difference between a dry cough and a normal cough? How many people know the difference?
Right, exactly. So specifically, a dry cough is where you're coughing, but you're not bringing up any mucus. That's specific to a dry cough. So a wet cough would be when you're coughing and you're bringing up mucus.
Because you know what's frustrating as well? You know what's frustrating as well, man?
1 second, Fred.
1 minute, Chef. Chef, 1 minute. I was just about to say they keep moving the goalpost, bad man. 1 minute they say it's only the elderly, then they say it's people with breathing difficulty, then they say anyone can get it, then they say this, then you know what I'm saying? For this, this is the worstest I've ever seen the government move. I know we're in unprecedented times, bro. But fucking hell, this is the worst information. For 24-hour news, this is the worst I've ever seen England.
Yeah, and that's like the government's tap dancing all over the fucking shop. Agreed.
That's right. But here's the joke, my brother. Here's the joke, kid. Here's what I'm going to say to you. They're telling people stay in the house, isolate in the house now, Now, in Italy, they're telling people keep the windows closed as well to make it even worse. That's probably soon going to happen here. Now, you see, when you keep the windows closed and you're self-isolating in the house, and you're in the house every day, doing everything in-house, do you know how much dust and things you're creating in your house? Now, dust alone can cause sneezing and coughing.
Bruv, people own their house and pay house insurance. They're never going to tell me that. They're never going. They don't pay 1 bill in this house.
Hold on, Fred. I can't hear the question. Say that again.
Are you saying the Italians are saying you should close the windows?
They're saying you're not even allowed to open your windows.
All right. See, that sets a precedent. I'll tell you for why. Because the only reason you close the windows is if the thing's airborne. Now, again,
Exactly.
I've seen no research or any evidence to say that this virus is airborne, and if
All
it
right.
is, that sets a new set of standards still. So again,
Exactly.
disinformation from one government and another set of information from another government. Certain other governments,
Exactly.
like Belarus is saying like, listen, don't worry about masks. Go drink a bottle of vodka every day and go to a sauna. You're good. You understand?
You understand?
And so there's different information from different governments, but for me, it's about doing your own due diligence. Like if you're old, you've got a weaker immune system anyway. If you've got underlying medical issues, you've got a weaker immune system anyway. So due diligence would say that you need to isolate anyhow and watch out for this virus still.
All right, my brother, hear what I'm going to say to you, yeah? If there was no such thing as coronavirus right now, yeah, and they put up the same statistics that they're applying to coronavirus to say how many people died every single day and how many people every day were catching different flus, bacterias, colds, and viruses every day, do you think the statistics would just be just as high or higher?
They'd be lower.
What makes you say they would be lower?
So if it was the common flu would only really be an issue to someone with underlying.
No. I think you misinterpreted the question. I'm not just talking about the common flu. I'm talking about all viral infections. If they done a statistic and put all of the viral infections into one pool, yeah, all infections, all types of deadly diseases and health conditions that can kill you, included, all in one category. You know, things that are killing people, and then they done the statistics of how many people were dying every day. Do you think the statistics would be lower than what we're seeing now for coronavirus on its own, higher than coronavirus, what we're seeing on its own, or relatively the same?
No, I'm not sure. To be honest with you, my gut instinct will go with lower. I'll tell you for why. Because most viruses, the mortality rate for a virus is not that high. So like, if you caught a virus like the flu, you'd get sick and you'd get better. But with this coronavirus, from what we're seeing around the world, the mortality rate is high. There's a certain element of the population that will catch it and die. So
all right, I'm going to tell you why I disagree. I'm going to tell you why I disagree with you, yeah? I'm going to tell you why, and I'm going to do it statistically as well, yeah? So far, how many people have died from coronavirus? Is it in the millions?
Not yet, no.
Not, you say not yet, but no, it's not in the millions, yeah? Now, we don't know that it's going to get to the millions, but you're saying not yet. Now, watch this. There was a disease called Spanish flu.
I swear it's only 50,000 in Europe so far.
All right.
Am I correct in saying that?
Freddie, hear the joke now, what I was going to say, yeah? There was a disease back in the day, yeah, called Spanish flu. How many people died from Spanish flu in how quick a time?
Millions.
What, 65 million?
I think I'll have to Google it, but I think it was higher than that still.
All right, and how long did it take for those 65 million to die?
So the Spanish flu, the range was from 1918 to 1919. So let's say 12 months.
Within 12 months, millions of dead. Yeah, 65 million from what I remember, but it could be more. You could be right. Now, what I'm trying to say to you is, when that Spanish flu was out, was people self-isolating?
No.
Was they putting out all these scare tactics that they're putting out now?
To a degree, yes.
All right, but people weren't self-isolating, was they?
And that's why they died in the numbers they died.
All right, but what I'm going to say to you is this now, yeah? Coronavirus didn't come out yesterday. It didn't come out last week. It didn't come out this year. Coronavirus has been around for long. And we've had many scares like swine flu. We've had bird flu. Like you said, Ebola. Now, what I'm trying to say is, during none of these pandemics was they using the tactics that they're using now. And none of those things have not hit the numbers that Spanish flu hit.
Okay, so let me try and respond. So during the 1918 and 1919, the medical conditions for the population of the world were nothing near what they are today. So the infrastructure for treating diseases, viruses, all the rest of it wasn't there. It just wasn't there. And if it was there, it was only in certain places in the world. Okay, the information about how viruses spread and hygiene and washing your hands and all that kind of stuff weren't like they are today. So therefore, because of that, the virus spread like crazy.
All right.
Spread like crazy. All right, cool. Now we have this
Now, can I
information.
go on?
Let me just finish.
Yeah, now finish.
This information in regards to washing hands and keeping self-isolating and blah, blah, blah. We can imagine if the government never gave that information out, what do you think the rates for coronavirus mortality would be right now?
All right. The reason why I've led you down this path here is to show you something here. What the government want to do is they want to kill poor people. Yeah. You see the people who've got money, yeah, that can pay for private medical treatment. You don't need to ring NHS 111. If you've got private medical insurance, you don't need to ring NHS 111 because you're paying for this shit. So they're obligated by contract to give it to you. Same way, right now, if your car breaks down, yeah, during coronavirus season, and you call up the AA, they still got to come and get you. They ain't got a choice. If you call up the flipping power station and you say, listen, my power's gone out, they still got to come and fix it. They ain't got a choice because they're contracted. Now, people on the NHS, you ain't got no contract with no NHS. You ain't paying for nothing. So they can just say, no, stay at home, die at home. You're going to die anyway. We can't save you all. Done. Simple.
Yeah, I tend to believe that, to be honest with you. But you still didn't answer the question I posed. So
sorry, my bad. What was the question?
So the question was this. Had the government not come out with the information about self-isolating and washing their hands and wearing masks and all these things, how much more do you think the virus would have spread?
Well, I'll be honest with you, yeah? You want to go shot? I'll be totally honest with you, yeah, my brother, yeah? I think that all of this information about self-isolating and stuff, I think it's a fallacy. I think coronavirus is a fallacy. I think my personal opinion, based on medical professionals saying certain things, based on the fact that during coronavirus season, they haven't said, oh, we're going to hope putting up all of these 5G towers. They're doing it while we're locked in our yard. As far as I'm concerned, the government don't give a shit about us. They're using coronavirus as an excuse to put up all of these 5G radioactive towers that they want to kill people with. So the more people we see going into hospital that are dying with no corona-like symptoms, is the more I'm inclined to believe that.
Okay, so are you stating that the coronavirus does not exist? It's a fallacy?
I'm saying the coronavirus is a fallacy. That's what I'm saying. Okay. I'm saying the coronavirus is nothing worse than a common cold. And I'm saying that people's immune systems can fight against it. And I'm saying that if the coronavirus was so deadly, yeah, when they engineered it years ago, it wouldn't have been swine flu they was releasing on the world, because all of these diseases, they're all engineered by men. They're made in a laboratory. So how the hell did they get out there? Yeah, these things are supposed to be secured, locked away. In fact, you shouldn't even be working on viruses. Why are you engineering viruses in the first place?
Okay, so listen to this. I'm gonna set you a task, and whether you agree to do it or not is up to you. Yeah?
Go on.
But seeing as you feel that the coronavirus it's not, it's a fallacy.
Yep.
And 5G is the thing that's killing people, and not the coronavirus. I would set you this task. I would say to you, walk down to your nearest A&E with no mask on, no gloves, and go sit down on a ward of people with coronavirus. Would you do that?
You know the funny thing, yeah? You see when it was first talking about coronavirus, before it was self-isolation, yeah? Watch this. The week when it happened, yeah? In fact, not the week it happened, the week before it happened, yeah? coronavirus was already out there, but they hadn't made people alert to it yet. My uncle was in the hospital, yeah, in the A&E ward. I was there. I ain't got no coronavirus.
But I just typed in worldwide cases, people that's got it, and it says 1.2 million people contracted it.
Have got it.
And it says worldwide. Just looked at the worldwide one, and then look at the individual countries, and then it said 250 something and 66,000 people have died worldwide.
Right. So you gotta remember now, yeah.
You got my background, terrible background.
Sorry. You gotta remember, England is one of the few countries that have decided on self-isolation. So there's many countries that still ain't self-isolating. So how come these numbers ain't spiraling out of control?
That's a very good question, and I don't have an answer to that. I suppose we can only wait and see at this moment in time.
Well, this is why I'm inclined to my way of thinking.
I'm interested in Brazil and Belarus specifically, because Brazil is a very densely populated place, and if they didn't self-isolate and take precautions, you'd imagine that the virus would have spread like wildfire.
Trust me.
Population. But we're not seeing that at this moment in time. So again,
and there's a lot of rich people there as well, flying in and out the country.
Example of where it's a densely populated place, but virus hasn't spread throughout.
That's right. And do you remember Ebola? Do you remember Ebola? Yeah.
Trying to figure out.
Do you remember Nigeria?
Is going to be interesting because I think that will be productive.
But my brother,
in the world thing.
Do you remember Ebola was one of the places? Nigeria was one of the places they were scared about it spreading from because of the level of international flights flying in and out of Nigeria. Yeah. Now, how much people do you know that's been in and out of Nigeria since Ebola, since COVID-19 start? My brother's mum got back just before they cancelled all the flights. Yeah. So really and truthfully, yeah, there's been Hollywood flights going in and out of Nigeria. So that don't make no sense. They ain't self-isolating. It don't make no sense. The only sense you could make of it is that some people are of this way of thinking. They say, oh, because it's a hot country, the virus can't survive in heat. But our government's saying it can survive in heat. So who's lying? Someone's got to be either lying, confused.
Jamaica's had 3 registered deaths thus far from this virus.
So from my understanding, many viruses can't stand heat. I mean, if you look at where they keep the viruses, they keep them in fridges. So because the viability of the viruses in even room temperature is low, so high heat is not conducive of viruses. So I would be under the assumption, even from a biological perspective, when you get a virus, the way in which your body fights that virus is it creates a warm environment, hence the fever. When you get a fever, that's your body fighting the virus. It's not the virus creating the temperature itself, the fever. It's your body counteracting the virus by creating the fever and killing the virus off, because viruses don't like heat. So it would be fair to say that there's a possibility that high heat areas, environments such as Africa, Caribbean, tropical places, because of the environmental heat itself.
Do you know what would also be fair to say?
Deterrent for the virus to procreate.
Do you know what would also be fair to say, my brother? Yeah. Why have our government got people engineering viruses? Can someone explain that? If they're not trying to kill people, what are you engineering viruses for? And then that same virus is the thing that everyone's running scared from. That don't make no sense.
I mean, it's no secret that many countries have stockpiles of anthrax, Ebola, smallpox, all kinds of shit. You get what I'm saying? And if they're not if they don't want to use that on someone or some people, why are they
keeping it?
Yeah. Bearing in mind, biological warfare is banned under the Geneva Convention, so it would be a war crime.
Why are they keeping it?
It'd be a war crime to use that in a war arena. So why are they going? What's the point?
Exactly.
Many many of their responses to it is so they can develop vaccines for these said diseases, but that doesn't really hold true to me. Like when Russia says they got stockpiles of the fucking stuff, in my head I'm thinking, bro, why have you got that? What's the point? Why do you need stockpiles of it?
Exactly. Why haven't they destroyed it? At the end of the day, like, you know, viruses kill people, innit? Why are you making them? That don't make no sense. You're making things that kill people. But then they're saying they don't want to kill people. That makes a lot of sense to some people, not to me. They're the murderers, fam. The fact that it's got out into the public, they should be in court right now. Boris Johnson included, all of them. Just the fact that it got out there into the public.
I think Dean Stevens has posted a comment about South Africa and India. India I don't know too much about, but again, it's a mass population. It's very concentrated in places. South Africa, I saw something the other day. South Africa are refusing to do anything. They're refusing to wear masks, like the shanty towns. They're refusing to isolate, and with good reasons. When you got like 10 people living in a shack in South Africa, how the fuck are you supposed to self-isolate? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So, you know, it'd be interesting to see. God forbid, I hope it doesn't, but you would expect, due to what we've seen in Europe, you'd expect the levels to be crazy over there. But again, whether the weather, the environment plays a part in that, we don't know at this point in time.
And this is the thing now, fam. I don't believe nothing the government say. You're engineering viruses. The same virus you're engineering gets out into the public. Now we're supposed to run scared. But no one ain't arguing with these idiots telling them, listen, it's your fault, innit? It's their fault. Of course it's their fault. How can it not be their fault? They're the ones who supporting the engineering of the viruses in the first place. Yeah, one bag. In fact, no, I don't need a bag. Don't need a bag. My bag. No, I've got one on my back. I forgot.
Yeah, I just think, brothers, man. Right now, let's keep an eye on the government, innit? And you know what I mean? Let's just see exactly how this thing rolls out. Because too much, you know what I mean, talking without the evidence is long. We have to just see this thing's it looks like it's gonna be there for the long haul. So we're just gonna see how it all pans out. And you know what I'm saying? As soon as the right, because we're just missing a couple pieces of the jigsaw, innit? So as soon as the right pieces come, we'll know exactly what's going on and what ain't going on. Because they can't fool the masses, innit? They can't.
Hear the joke. As soon as the right pieces come along and someone start finding the right information, they're gonna shut down their webpage. They're gonna shut down their video. They're gonna shut it down, because that's the whole point in taking control of the flipping AI, the flipping the intelligence systems, the computer systems. That's the whole point in the AI. So that the moment someone comes up with the right answers, they're looking at they're scanning the internet every day, and it will just shut you down. The moment you say anything that is going to reveal what they've done, they're going to shut that down. Black ops that get blacklisted,
there is an argument for that, definitely. In regards to freedom of speech and all the rest of it, definitely there is that. And censorship of the internet has been a big thing for the longest while. But again, I would suggest this: disinformation, right? How would you feel if somebody was to put out a conspiracy that says black people are the cause of coronavirus? That's why more white people are dying than black people. Stay away from black people. In fact, if you see them, kill them. How would you feel about that? Would you believe?
Do you know what? If they had proof and evidence to support it, I'd want to see it for myself and make my own decision.
That wouldn't even surprise me.
I can show you a YouTube video of a guy in a medical uniform telling you it's true. Yeah.
And how does he explain that it's true? What evidence? What proof?
Listen, I'm not the doctor. I'm not the medical guy. If you want to know, go and check the video yourself, because then you can see it's true. It's been going on.
Yeah, what's the? When you post it,
everybody knows
yeah,
that.
But that wouldn't surprise me, you know, but because people have got mad hatred. You get what I'm saying?
That's the maddest thing. That's why I put it out there, because you know some dunce out there probably make that video.
You know what though, my brother, yeah? Can I be totally honest, yeah? I wouldn't be surprised if they fucking did. Black people have been oppressed for a long time, you know, and have been at the back foot of society for the longest time. So if some black guy decided, you know what, this is our way to get one up in the world, I wouldn't be surprised.
Nah, you know the reason why? Because we're not capable. I'll be double shocked. You know the reason why?
I wouldn't be that surprised, you know.
Are not capable of genocide. They're not
my brother,
capable
listen,
of genocide.
Freddie.
You're
saying we're not capable of genocide, yeah? But watch this. After I heard some of the comments the other day when Vedi said, you know, if there's a black person in the boat, white person in the boat, and you're black, which one would you save? And I'm saying, I don't care, whoever's closest, innit? But you got some black people are wicked, you know? They're like, I'm only saving the black one just because they're black. Get the fuck out of here. I don't trust no one.
But you know what? In that situation, I'm going to just instincts, innit? I'm just going to reach out. I'm going to say, yo, brother. Like instincts, you know what I'm saying? So it's just
I'm hearing you, but remember, you don't
their own time more than others.
I hear you.
If you
I hear
use
you,
the white people,
do you know the worst part? The worst part, Freddie, the worst part is he said a white person's in the boat that you know and a black person who you don't know is in the boat. And then he went on to say a black person who's the worst enemy is in the boat. And they're still saying they're going to save the black one just because they're black. But the white man's your friend. That don't make no sense. That's some wicked blood clot.
That one was dumb. Yeah, I would have saved the white man, innit? If he's my friend and the other one's my enemy, that don't make no sense.
Come on, but that's the thing, Fred. Some people are some wicked blood clot people out here. So nothing wouldn't surprise me. It could be a black man.
So Schiffer, just maybe answer the question that I posed in regards to somebody making a video claiming that black people are the cause of the coronavirus.
Yeah.
How would you feel about that? First of all, would you agree that it's true? Do black people?
I wouldn't agree that anything's true unless I can prove that it's true, but I wouldn't censor anyone. Just like Vedi said,
you got a video of a medical director, a medical guy talking about it on YouTube. Would you believe it?
Yeah, I hear you, but there could be a medical guy saying the complete opposite also.
Okay. So can you see where it comes down to this whole 5G conversation? I feel like it's just the same sort of thing.
So do I, and that's what I'm saying. We need the freedom of speech because at the end of the day, someone could just be saying, like, you know, like for instance, me, I don't really know all the ins and outs of it, but I know that those things can become radioactive. I know they can emit certain levels of energy that are dangerous to the environment, and dangerous to people.
And you know why I know that? Because I've known that from 2G. I've known that it's dangerous to your mind from 2G.
And the government have put that, the government have substantiated that information themselves. So, you know, it's not easy, it's not hard for anyone to go and find that information just on Google alone. But here what I'm going to say, although I'm not a scientist and I don't perfectly understand the science, I could still make a video. But then a person who does understand the science, a person who works with the technology and has done the study, if they make a video, I guarantee you the government going to take that shit down.
Yeah, because
the guy with the medical mask on, he don't mean shit.
Yeah, it's true. Because obviously, that's why we need to keep the debate up. That's why I'll never ever say what you're saying is bullshit, rubbish. Because we need to keep these type of debates up, because they really do try and silence man, keep man quiet, tell man to shut up and when to speak, and it's nonsense, and you know what I'm saying, it's not nonsense.
Fam, it's just like my teacher in school. When my teacher,
just a point of view.
Fam, it's just like the teacher in school, yeah, where the teacher was telling me, oh, Christopher Columbus discovered America. Little did the teacher know that I used to go to Lewisham Way Center, yeah. My dad was he was very much into conspiracy and into black history. So when they're telling me Christopher Columbus discovered America, you can imagine the things I'd already been taught before that. I'm saying, nah, sir, this don't make no sense. Because my dad said this, and I wouldn't want this.
Yeah. He'd want to suspend you for that. He's going to want to suspend you.
Here's the thing, yeah? I was told that I am being disruptive to the class, all sorts of things. Then years later, they're teaching that it's true what I was saying. So that's fucking rude. They're bang out of order. I should be suing the school, really.
Yeah. Trust me, man.
I should be suing them.
What happens is I always prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Like I'm a real I try and be as optimistic as I can. That's why I'm trying to steer the conversation to how are we going to survive? Who's surviving? What we're doing to survive? What's the survival rates? And I just jumped online, and the survival rates look high compared to the infection rates. Do you know what I'm saying? The number of people that are dying are like quite small compared to the people that are getting infected. Do you know what I'm saying?
Because Fred,
it's probably a 30%. I mean, it's probably a 70%. Sorry, chance of survival.
But here's the joke, though, Fred. Yeah, the reason the survival rate is so high, Fred. Yeah, is because all of the major 5G rollouts haven't happened yet. Now, I can't absolutely prove this, but I am suspicious to this extent, to this narrative, yeah, that once them 5G things go up everywhere, yeah, loads more people start dying randomly, and they put it all down to coronavirus. That's what they're hoping they can do. But if people start wising up now and start realizing, no, that don't make sense. It can only be coronavirus if you've got these symptoms. If you ain't got these symptoms, we're not accepting it as coronavirus. And unless the medical professionals and certain people start standing up for the actual people, then, you know, and people start wising up and educating themselves on what it actually is and what it actually does, and get the government to put a stamp on it, then we're the one, it's our own fault, isn't it? We're to blame for this shit.
Right now, brother, you see the world the way they've got the world. They've got the world where we can't have a say. There is no parliament. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? So all we can do is speculate. We can't put nothing to our MPs. We can't do fuck all. Do you get what I'm saying? In a big democratic country like this. So basically, we just have to say.
Fred, I've heard God atheists saying, how come your God hasn't intervened and this, that, and that? But I'll be honest with you, yeah? Right now, coronavirus could actually be a blessing to this planet. Because there's too much out there. If people are so selfish that they'd rather always be about themselves rather than do what's best for all.
Everything happens for a reason. Everything happens for a reason, bro. You get me about how comes you're good. How comes your man-made people that you got so much faith in made this corona disease?
Exactly.
Why would man
and now
make
this is
it?
what I mean.
That's what I'm talking about, Fred. When they ask me why would your God do this, I'm going to say, why would man do this? Do you know what I'm saying? Because this is all man-made. This has nothing to do with the Most High. You know what I'm saying?
But my cousin, if we live in a world that's so wicked, full of so much evil, would rather see themselves prosper and see other people suffer, yeah? They will happily, you know, they don't want Primark to close down because they want them kids in India to suffer and have to make us cheap clothing. There's people like that, they're so wicked.
You know what?
I don't business about none of these things.
You know why this ain't got nothing to do with God? Because I'm telling you, in a hot climate, it doesn't work.
You understand?
It's got nothing to do with the Most High because he don't pick.
Well, it's funny you said. It's funny you say that, Fred. Imagine. Me and one of my brethren was talking yesterday, yeah, about Jesus, yeah, in the Bible, yeah, and he was saying who Jesus is, yeah, and I'm saying to him, like, in the Bible, yeah, Jesus says to the people in the Bible, I was there in the beginning with the Father, yeah. Now he's saying if Jesus was there in the beginning, that means he has to be there before the world was created and rare. So I've went into the Bible now and had to try and, well, not try, I have, as far as I'm concerned, I've proved him wrong, innit? Yeah, because Jesus says he's the light of the world. Now, in the beginning, Genesis, in the Bible, yeah, what's the first thing God does? God is there, yeah, and the earth is void and darkness is upon the earth. So the only other thing there other than God is darkness, and God's spirit is hovering above the earth, yeah? And then God says, let there be light, yeah? And he saw that the light was good. Now, Jesus is the light of the world. Now, a lot of people don't know this, but Jesus is very similar to the Egyptian so-called, I'm not going to say God, I'm going to say so-called God, Horus, yeah? Horus, who was also a man, yeah? That was the savior of mankind, yeah? But Horus is also represented by...
But we know throughout history, the Jesus story has been replicated about 80 times.
Right, but what you'll find is it always in worship of the actual sun in the sky. Yeah, and the sun not only has healing properties, the sun is the light of this world, which God speaks of in the beginning. So yes, Jesus was there in the beginning. Now, what I'm going to say is this.
If this has something to do with God, if this has something to do with God, everyone would be under pressure. There wouldn't be no 66,000 people dying, innit?
All right.
And that is
But I just want to say one more thing, Fred, yeah? If Jesus is the
I don't
Son
know
of
where
God,
them
yeah, Jesus.
statistics come from. Have you got any better statistics, Buddha, of the world death toll?
I doubt it, fam. I doubt it. But I just want to say one more thing quickly, yeah? I just want to say one thing quickly, yeah, and then I'm gonna leave you guys to have a bit of narrative, yeah. I just want to say this, yeah. If Jesus was spoken into existence by God in the beginning and is the light of the world, yeah, then realistically, what we have to look at is like this. Jesus says he is the only begotten son. Yeah, we are all sons of God according to Jesus, but he's the only begotten son, and he's also the light of this world. Now, if human beings give birth to other human beings, what does the Most High give birth to when he has a child? Could it be something celestial, like a son? You know, I just wanted to put that out there, but yeah, I'm done. I'm gonna come off of the religious talk.
Yeah,
I know
man like me, I don't even deal with Jesus, you know, bro. Like me and Jesus.
What, Yahweh Shai, yeah? Yahweh Shai.
Yeah, their version of the thing, how it's represented at the moment, I'm having problems with it. I'm having deep issues with it. You know what I mean?
Well, we could just do with Horus, you know. We could do with Horus, you know, or Heru, yeah, or we could do with Yahweh Shai. We could do it. It don't matter what name you see.
I respect the concept, but you know what I'm saying? I just deal with our Father who art in heaven, innit? Hallowed be thy name. You get me? Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Like,
well, I always say to people,
if I'm going to Shifa, I'm not going to Shifa as you.
Well, I always say this to people, yeah.
I'm checking real Shifa, big man Shifa.
Come on,
the most high. I'm not going to the pit room to check the big man.
Jesus said that. Jesus said that himself. What I'm trying to say is, though, my brother, yeah, when I deal with like Christianity, yeah, I always try and trace Christianity back into the roots of it, and the roots of it always lead into Egypt. So it would be easy for Jesus to just be Horus and then be the same person, and they'd be fucking up the timelines again and trying to spread lies again. You know, just like Imhotep being Joseph and them trying to fuck up timelines and trying to lie to people. Just like some of the stories I said, there's no proof that that person existed. Maybe they're yet to come. Who knows? But at the end of the day, some people claim to know.
I've always had Jesus as an African brethren, innit? You know what I'm saying? I've always had him as an African brethren. From time I heard that his feet was like brass and his hair was like wool, I knew what time it is from there. No one didn't have to tell me that. I know. And they couldn't admit Ethiopia from certain chapters and Kush. So I knew from then.
Atheists, yeah, it's especially dark-skinned people who call yourself atheists. I think that they're very stupid. They need to start waking up and realizing when you trace your ancestry, when you trace what it all stems from these things.
Yeah,
so all you're doing by separating yourself from what you call separating yourself from your actual heritage.
I know, but leave them though. Leave them. Let them do the judgment. Let them do the criticizing. You see me? We know where we know. If that makes sense. Do you know what I'm saying? What is known don't have to be explained, G.
So we saying everyone done talking, yeah? They're leaving it all to Shifa, yeah? I'll take over, I don't mind. So yeah,
no, I was just leaving you with that. I was just leaving you with that one shit. When you see them sometimes and then my bossy and Aguani, you just leave them.
So what I would say though, Fred, is in regards to what you was asking earlier on about the death rates, I feel like the death rates are probably higher because remember these are coronavirus deaths, so people that have been diagnosed with the coronavirus death. Do you understand? So there are people that have died of coronavirus that never got diagnosed. Do you understand? So,
yeah, most definitely. And I'm thinking all these draconian laws are coming in. You get me? They're looking to do a mass cull of people anyway. Because how can one doctor decide whether your life's worth saving or? Do you know what I'm saying?
my heart goes out to the doctors that have to make a decision that can't be easy still.
Yeah, it's ruthless, man.
Can't
It's
be easy.
ruthless. It's ruthless. It's ruthless. It's
But they
fuck. It's,
say
it's horrible, man.
the Boris Johnson's woman now apparently has got the coronavirus symptoms. She's pregnant, so imagine.
Whoa, whoa. You know what I mean? Well, all I can say, fam, all I can say is God bless the children, man. You know what I mean? God bless the blood clot children, them. Because they're
God
going
bless
to lose,
everyone, man.
man.
I hope nobody dies like it.
No, definitely, man. Definitely, bro. When I say that, I mean the future, everybody, man. Serious shit, God. Fucking hell, man.
A
You
little
know what I
side,
mean? We're all God.
a little side thing. This guy in Bath died today. So he's the safari park owner, and I met him years ago. Our children's home went on a trip to the safari park, and this guy,
Yeah.
I must have like kind of ducked and rolled the zoot and started smoking, and my man must have smelled it and come out, and I didn't know who the fuck he was, and he started talking to me and whatnot, and he pulled out his own zoot and he started rolling it up, and you know what I mean. He was having a smoke and he's telling me he's an artist and all this kind of stuff, and he was showing me his paint.
Of course he did.
You know what I mean?
Of course he did.
And it turns out afterwards, the guy owned the property. I couldn't believe it. If you looked at him, he looked like a tramp. You know what I mean?
Blood, you see, looks are deceiving, blood, man. Blood, I used to deal with white men that look like Peaky Blinders, blood, way before the show come out. You
I
get
need
me?
to watch that, you know. People are telling me about this.
Like, yeah, I'm telling you, like, looks are deceiving, you know what I mean, family? Yeah, that's why obviously the infection rates can be fucking skewed as well as the death rate can be skewed. The whole thing is upside down, topsy-turvy.
This guy's name was Alexandra Fine. Alexandra Fine, the 7th Marquis of Bath. Imagine that. And the guy
Bomba Clark, you know. The 7th Marquis of Bath, you know. So that man's paper must have been long because Bath is different.
Yeah, go back to the Roman time, yeah.
Yeah, Bath is different. Bath, you can find treasure under your house and all that.
Yeah.
Like, you can really go treasure hunting in Bath and all them places and come up a good one. You know what I mean? The Antiques Roadshow and all that. Yeah, man. But anyway, Pete's, just stay safe, man. I'm out, man. I'm out.
Yo, Freddie, quickly, was that thing
day.
any good to you last time I posted? I think I posted.
Yeah, you know what? It was good still. All I done was refer the refer. You get me? Because right now I'm doing something that's can't really reach out to the man them like I want to. I can only get to a selective few. So I'm dealing with like a small circle.
All right.
Do you know what I mean? True, I'm living with my missus and that. I don't want to over expose my shit and I don't know what's going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Have you got kids, Freddie? You got youths?
Yeah, I got a daughter.
That's what you got to be wary of, innit?
Yeah, I don't want to overdo it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not scared of nothing, but I don't want to overdo it. You know what I'm saying? I just want to know what I'm facing first. Because the uncertainty, that's the bit of a stupid one, isn't it? That's the one that's, you know what I mean, gets on my nerves. I don't want to get in too far deep into speculation, innit? Because that's not really how I roll.
Well, we know one thing. If you've got a big garden, you're all right. You can go out and stretch your legs, enjoy the sunshine, right?
Yeah, give thanks to God, man. I got a nice house that can run up and down the stairs and got a good garden and all that, man. But
Did you see the one I posted the other day, Freddie?
What's that, fam? Yeah, I did, you know.
Okay.
I copied the link ASAP.
All right.
Copied the link ASAP and then spread the spread. You know what I'm saying?
Cool.
Yeah, man. That's the first thing I done. Copy that. You get me? Because I know you're a man that knows shit. You get me? But trust me, man. This thing, all I don't want it to do is depress nobody, bro. I don't want no one with any volatile mindset to get even more volatile. Just start thinking upliftment. I know we're talking about
And that goes out to everyone like Chef or King or anyone that needs some food in their house or whatever.
Yeah,
shout me,
big
and
up,
I'll
man.
hook that up.
Thank you,
Yeah,
brothers.
man, definitely.
Yeah,
man,
I
definitely.
mean, it's the good thing about it is what's done for me is in the short-sighted stuff that that was like bugging me, and that I was thinking, I want it right now, and you expect it because you're in this sort of society, innit? So that's one thing I've kind of nothing can come right like that, So that's kind of put my mind at ease a bit, you know what I mean? So at least they're saying, oh well, you're gonna have to wait double the time for everything that you've kind of like really wanted. So that's the only downfall, but at least now you're not expecting it to be there right at once, and you're not going to get like annoyed to the degree where you would before, or it wouldn't agitate you that much because you know that there's a problem, and there's a world, there's actually a world problem with this corona thing. So that's a positive I'll take out of it. I think that's what everybody should do. And you got more time to be creative if you want, so that's a plus. I'm now gonna go. I'm just gonna get out of my garden, man. Stretch my legs out, mate. Maybe do some exercise, some yoga, maybe for the mind. You know what I mean? When you were at school, they used to put you through your routines. Maybe the little star jumps, your little hamstring stretches, touch the floor, and all that bollocks. All that good stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna go and do that myself now. But everybody stay safe. No one seemed to have caught it that we know. I think Buddha did, and he's got over it. But hopefully you've come over it properly, mate.
Yeah, definitely, bro. Like,
you seem to be still kind of a bit bunged up, but
well, that's what they're saying. The cough kind of lasts for a little while still, but it's nothing. It's nothing. Compared to what it was, it's nothing.
And the thing is, like, I've heard like you sound like a grown lad, like a proper grown lad. So I mean, you're gonna shake that off, so that's all good, man. Yeah. Chance of you getting it is very, very slim. So that's another plus. I mean, it's very.
I think that I don't think that's true. I think
take the right precautions.
The chances of you getting it is very high, but the chances of you dying from it may be considerably low, as opposed to someone with underlying health issues. You with me? So
yeah.
I mean, I don't want people to tempt fate. Do you understand? I don't want people to say, you know what, I'm young, I'm fit, I box, I play football, whatever, I'm good. I don't really want to put that kind of narrative out there because it's not my place to do that.
Yeah. And if it is a 5G thing alone, and this kind of virus thing is just literally something they're saying is just it's a common cold and whatnot, and whatever they're doing, and it's a 5G thing, I mean, let's hope that these Extinction Rebellion get a bit busy and start breaking down some masks like these guys up in Birmingham have done, I think. Yeah.
I mean, look at this. I mean, for me, it's like this. If 5G was that dangerous, anyone that walked past the 5G mask would drop dead instantly. Do you know what I'm saying? But I hear the theory that possibly the 5G is mutated or contributed to the mutation of the virus. That I can half understand is plausible. But 5G creating a virus in the body, that's just not plausible. It'd be the first time in recorded history.
Well, honestly, though, Buds, let me just say this, yeah? I think if everybody's going to be catching colds now, everybody does through changing from spring through from winter to spring, the changes. So what that means is I think what it is the cold have come, and I can see it being a thing where the 5G has aggravated and progressed it to the degree that it will turn into a common cold to something that's like proper bad. You know what I mean? And they usually and it's deadly. That's what it might do. I can see that theory being good. You know what I mean? And the most plausible. The one that I could agree with the most, even though it's still, you'd have to have laboratory equipment to figure that out, which is what I feel like, it's just sad that, it's just so easy to do, you know what I mean, to figure out what it is. But
all right, so look at this now. Imagine again,
Hello.
Yo.
Yeah, I think you went dead. You went a bit dead, brother. You locked off. Yeah, so I think if that accelerates it, brother, I think that's the most. I mean, that makes so much sense to me, because you can see, when you get vibrations and you've got this little bowl that you put your finger around, or this instrument in a circular motion, it creates. You see what it does to sand. It makes it sort of like do some weird shit. So you can see what vibrations and all them things do to things. So it's definitely, that's the most believable thing to me, that it accelerates the actual virus itself. It might multiply it. It might, you know what I mean, it might split off and then speed up and get more intelligent. That's what I can see being the most rational explanation out of the whole thing. You know, but it could be more sinister, where the people go to come cold and they're just out and out. That's something that I've heard. I don't know if that's the most. It's hard for me to believe that. I don't want to believe that, but it's definitely something that you could see someone with an evil mind would do to people.
I think what you said is believable, though.
You know what I mean? Next year, everybody gets, you know, we get an X amount of regular 1,000 people, X amount of tens of hundreds of thousands of people that catch a cold. They come in, is it kind of virus? Oh, out them out. Give them that little lethal injection. That's, I mean, that's been put on the plate. Is that far from any? I mean, if you really despise someone, you want to get them out of there, innit? Because you don't want them to kill you. You want to kill them. So doing that to someone, that's harsh. To a lot of people, you know, I wouldn't put it past an evil mind to do that. That's just why, you know, I can't rule anything out. And all I can hope and put into the universe is that no, our leaders are not like that, and we are genuinely facing a crisis, and not saying you're letting our guard down. I'm not letting my guard down for shit, bro. I'm cleaning my hands every 2 seconds. But yeah.
Yo, Velly, we got someone in the back room, if you can let them on, please. But yeah, I'm definitely with you on that, my brother, yeah? And the thing is, I don't trust governments, because I think governments have shown a lack of care for human life, you know? At the end of the day, they'll do whatever is best for their pockets. At the end of the day, that's where it always comes down to. What's lying in their pockets? And then someone said to me, ain't it funny that both leaders of the UK and the USA are both buffoon-like characters, and that's who's leading us at this point in time. Both of the jokers, yeah, the joker cards in the pack are leading us at this time, yeah? So when people are trying to take things seriously, how are we supposed to take them serious?
I don't know. That's why I really have stopped looking and watching mainstream media, because it's almost like a rub in the face. It's not out of sight, out of mind. It's like you're putting on a box that is just reflecting just like a lot of lies. Majority of or it's exaggerated, or it's been seen to be fake. Some of it. History has been written over again. I mean, how many ways has there been holes in these? It's been so many holes in all these different stories along the years. All these major theatre-like sort of things that have happened in regards to history. There's been so many holes in them. Now, you're lying to the people, but all that is now brought is dread, because you've got leaders in times and space, you know, throughout the time that have had either been pious, They've been merciful. They've been known by their first name. Like, these leaders are gonna get Dread, the bloodthirsty killer. These men have got vampire fucking labels. You got the chivalrous. You know what I mean? You got them ones there. These guys are bloodthirsty. You don't want to fuck with them, mate. That's like sinister, bruv. You know what I mean? That's sinister. I don't think there's been many other animals that have been that callous.
Yeah, but this is the thing now. The reason who's leading the world right now, is that you see if it comes that, the government have made some massive errors and massive mistakes. So people just going to put it down to, these guys were idiots anyway. We know they weren't that educated, but why the hell were they there in the first place then? Is it for that exact reason? So that they can just claim ignorance.
Well, the strangeness of it all is that for the last 50 to 60 years since World War, we've been given Care Bears, Power Rangers, NSPCC, all the sort of UK values that we've been spun. You know what I mean? Righteousness, fucking the church. It's all been a lie. That's the only thing. It's like, for me, the paradigm, which is what I'm talking about, has just like exploded. Like, do you know what I mean? But like just
hello,
it's destroyed now.
Hello, can you hear me?
It was here 20 years ago, 15, even 15. Yeah. What's that, mate? 15 years ago, like the paradigm that we had was completely different. Like yeah.
Sorry, brother, I cut out earlier, mate. I was out on the road and the phone cut out. I apologise for that, man. I was right into it, and I've just charged up my phone. I'm just out getting my social thing. Yeah, sorry about that, mate. What you lot going on about the same stuff? Hello, Schiffer, bruv. We talked the other day. And Age Case, I'm sure I can see Age Case.
Yeah, man, big up, my brother. Big up yourself.
Yeah. Age Case, I know Age Case. What are you doing, Age Case? Hello, everyone. Yeah, sorry about that, Kingdom.
Yeah.
Carry on, mate.
Yeah, the major thing for me is just the paradigm shift from, this axis of evil. We've come over it. Wear a poppy every year. NHS free. Foreign aid. We are the world. We are the people. Sort of song. Loads of funding and the rest of it. And boy, that is a sharp turn, huh?
Well, if you want to go down that road, mate, it's cultural Marxism, innit? That's a whole nother show. Leave that for another day. But it is, there you say, that's just the big societal change. It goes down to cultural, I believe, cultural Marxism. Get rid of religion, break down families. So you get that with abortion. You get that with lower morals in society by teaching children sexual education in school. Many, many ways, Greed society, make people materialistic and all that. Do you know what I mean? But that's for another day. That's a deep one. That's
yeah. And they say that there's all empires are faced like this pinnacle where they get to their sort of plateau when it comes to cultural sort of evolution, where people start getting tattoos, and then it's on the brink of civil unrest and revolution. And I think that's obviously we've been talking about how we're in the times, and that's how it is now, isn't it? So
we've been pushed that way, mate.
Yeah. So this is just
engineered.
But obviously the UK has stayed in power for the longest, and obviously that's where they will go down in history.
When you say the UK, I'd say the City of London, the City of London Corporation. That is the UK. That's where the wealth and the power comes. And
Celtic names in World War One, World War Two, all the other wars, so they're definitely part of it. So that's why I say the UK, because I'm actually majority.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. They're the face of it. I get you, mate. Yeah.
I don't forget, obviously, the Irish got America as well. But anyway, yeah, but this is what backs up the fact that the UK actually, this was the most weird thing for me, is that their own people, the poor, has been getting destroyed. When you look at Gaddafi, his whole mandate in legislation and his laws said everybody had a life, you know what I mean? But for the longest, England have had way more than what Libya had. Yo, hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you, mate. I can hear you.
They've had way more than Libya have had, and they've showed nowhere near as much love, right?
Yeah.
Like to the poor, even the middle class, even to the upper class, everybody.
Yo, how's it
it's
going,
strange.
guys? You
So
all right?
that's why I believe that there is a central power.
Hello,
that
HK.
is wealth. Yeah. Like a shadow
HK
government.
knows it. Yeah, you're right. You're on the right track. We're all on the right track. HK, how you doing, bruv? This guy here knows his stuff. He's got some great stuff on his channel, mate. I'd advise to watch his wicked
How's it going,
documentaries.
guys? You all right?
Yes, thank you, mate. How you doing?
Yeah, man. I've just been putting a few connecting the dots together and coming up, going back way back into sort of August last year. We had this woman, Sri Zengali, her name is. She's been the head of the virology lab in Wuhan, and she's done fucking 114 publications on crossing viruses from bats to humans, from snakes to all kinds of things, man. And we've got evidence here, right, from November the 18th, that they asked this guy, Peng Zhu, to come and help out with this new discovery and pandemic that they'd found around Wuhan. But the thing that I think has been hidden is that people think that it's all coming from the virology lab, which is 20 miles away from the seafood market, whereas you've got the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, which is about 277 meters away. And this is where they reckon the virus either went there or it came from there. That's what they don't know. You've got this guy here, Zhong Nanshan. He was the guy who managed the SARS outbreak back in, I think it was 2009, and now he's totally taken over the Chinese Medical Association again, and he's now managing it for China and the CCP. He's they kind of kept a lot of information, and this is where the whistleblower Li Wenliang was trying to get all the information out, and they basically died, and none of the information get out, which is 6 weeks later, the World Health and the Chinese Communist Party, that's when they started announcing to the world that this virus had been out. But I'm thinking it could have even happened a lot earlier, at the Military World Games in October, where there was 9,300 athletes, 150,000 tickets were sold worldwide, 250,000 volunteers, 110 countries. They all came to this games. You also had the FIBA Basketball World Cup. Some of the games were played in Wuhan as well. But what I think is happening is, I don't know if any of you heard of the deep state or the it's the elite. What I think they're happening is that they're playing the Chinese Communist Party against the United States, and they're both pitting each other against each other when it's neither of them that set virus out. It's a lot more deeper than that.
So what you're trying to say is you're ruling out coronavirus. You're saying it's a country from or Wuhan that have. So who are you trying to say? So America and China aren't the catalysts then? They're the victims. You wouldn't say
kind of, yeah. They've both had to lock down. They've both lost billions, if not trillions. And they're both blaming each other, basically. What the Chinese are blaming the Americans, and the Americans are blaming the Chinese. So it's quite a deep thing, really. That the deep state, they control a lot. They control all the central banks, all the big corporations, and things like the World Health and the UN as well. It's quite hard to pinpoint members of the deep state who they are, but you can definitely tell that Trump is more than likely fighting against the deep state. You know, all of his stories are always coming out about him. And
well, word has it that the deep state are the ones that are responsible for all of this coronavirus. So, and that's coming from the mouth of Dr. Phil Valentine himself.
Yeah.
And it's an ongoing feud. He's and I think there's a lot of people getting charged for different offenses, and he's responsible for it. I think it was a huge number. I'm not even going to try and say what it was, but I think it was in its thousands. So I just don't know, to me though, how a deep state can have that much power but now be getting charged, or anybody attached to the deep state and now getting charged. So how did the alliances of the people who were doing the charging and the not the execution, but the ones who were serving out the punishment and getting these people and arresting them, how they just changed law enforcement, how they just changed their loyalties just because one man with with a sort of orange headpiece and a yellow wig can just sort of wave his finger around, and now everybody's sort of running with him. To me, that's weird. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's like how can these people have so much power for such a long time, have bloodline connections, be fucking literally Hillary Clinton herself and her Clinton pals, Obama. I mean, look at this fucking group of people we're talking about, and now all of a sudden, because there's someone else in power, which isn't part of their fraternity or whatever you want to call it, now all of the people that are around them and supporting the current government, now all of a sudden against the ex-government. Do you know what I mean? I don't know how that can, it's like, it doesn't make much sense to me.
They designed the constitution so it couldn't be kind of corrupted, but what they've done is they've just created a government outside of the government, and then they try and control the government, if you get what I mean.
Yeah,
And
so
I don't think
all it
Trump
really
wants
is,
that.
it's the same group of people, but it's just ones that the red and the blue. It's the red and the blue, and yeah, that's all it is. The only people who are really going to survive from it are people who've got money.
Yeah,
like we've been saying. So, yeah, it's quite interesting listening to the fact that there's people that have caught out that the deep state have released, supposedly released the virus, but you can't ever really put your finger down on it. You can only speculate. And where these intellects are getting their information from, I mean, I would like to know, because for you to put your finger down and make presentations and stuff about the deep state releasing virus, and Trump is trying to charge ex people that work for the ex government and stuff like that, and Hillary and the Clintons. It's definitely theater, but ultimately it's a support that's going to come off worse, and every single country is going to benefit. So the elite at the top, whether they like each other or not, they're all going to benefit. And they probably thought, whilst we're fighting, we may as well just let it be and get rid of our weaknesses inside. And that's the bad. I think that's what's probably happening. But China already had their problems before the virus released anyway, so you could put it down to that. So you can only speculate, man.
Yeah, I think they both had problems, and they were both really in debt. And what the deep state have done is they've completely fucked them both over even more. But now China, who's got this, I can't remember how much it was, $4.7 trillion Belt and Road scheme that's going all the way through sort of Asia, and it's coming to Europe. And the Italians, they were the first country in Europe to sign up to it. They've been getting loads. I think there's 320,000 Chinese people that live in Italy, and they've basically been working in these brand new factories that have just been popping up all over Italy in the last sort of 2 or 3 years. So it's another reason why I think it could have spread there really quick from Wuhan, because there's lots of people going in and out of Wuhan every day. I think it was the New York Times. Yeah, they say 175,000 people leave Wuhan every day. 21 direct flights go to countries around the world. And between the 1st of December and January the 23rd, 450,000 went from China to the USA. This is all based on phone data. So, yeah, you never know.
Yeah, so that's coming from their narrative.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's true.
But I mean, no, I'm not questioning it. I'm just saying, just something to be mindful of.
Yeah, I'm just connecting the dots. It's not something I believe in. This is from their the Wuhan website. Yeah, and this is all just info.
So are the Chinese apparently blaming America for this?
Yeah, they reckon that the Americans put it in the military world games around this time, and America are saying no, it's come from around China or something. What was it? Donald Trump said the Chinese virus. That's what he calls it, doesn't he?
Yeah. So obviously they're probably going to be heading for some sort of location, but let's hope not, right?
And they're both fighting over this control of the 5G network.
You know what England are going to say? Oh, we love America. We've stood side by side and done great things together. And we're going to run in and get involved. So I can imagine, or the UK, or there may be backlash from someone dropping some sort of blitz. God forbid.
Yeah.
But that's what it boils down to. But I think for the longest, Trump's been trying to play some crazy games. So I'm really not surprised about that. I'm really not surprised. The best really you can do, or as an individual person in his house, really is try not to listen. Because someone said, like I think it was Freddie said, whatever they tell me I do the opposite. And when they tell me to be scared, I'm not scared. And when they tell me to be scared, I'm like, you know what I mean? And when I'm not scared, I'm scared. So it's like I am gonna always seek an alternative. Really, now, the way it is at this stage, and it will, it won't be the next best thing. It won't be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go through that source of information, but I'm definitely gonna get a lot of information together and then try and seek alternative. But yeah. That's the best thing that I'd say do. So they say stay in your house, go outside. Go, but not outside and join the public, but at least outside and walk around on your street, or where it's not crowded, or you know what I mean, in your hallway. Walk around. They're telling you to stay in your house and be less active, be more active, but just in your house. You know what I mean, or in your garden. So I'm gonna take my word for it, and I'm gonna bow out. I'm gonna go and join the garden.
Go and get in the sun,
before the sun goes down. Yeah.
Big ups, man. Take it easy.
Yeah. Big up, Shifa. Big up everybody on the panel, and in the chat and all them things there. I want to go back to the chat and just listen in and all them things. See if I can catch.
Come on, fam. Come on. Yes.
Yeah, man. Always listening, bro. It's been some entertaining shows recently. So yeah, I think it's good to always speculate over different things, and then when someone puts over their point, you can kind of put the puzzle together, because ultimately we've all got pieces. of the puzzle. And that's when you're gonna get it. But that's why this is such a. I think it's a problem for them, isn't it? You know, like definitely people coming together and speaking. It's not and using their brain power. But they ain't worried about that, man. They got full control, man. You know what I mean? Like I said, no one needs to worry about speaking openly. This is what this country's here for. You can point out the obvious conspiracy. People going on conspiracy all the time when you go on YouTube, man. They're everywhere, literally everywhere, and normal middle class white people, fucking anybody, Chinese, everybody doing conspiracy. So don't be afraid to come on, just put your view across, and you know what I mean. Just try and build and see if we can come up with a solution which can, you know what I mean, address the subjects we're speaking about here on the platform. So,
see, you know, one thing I don't like, King Gold, the one thing I don't like about this word conspiracy, when I hear the word conspiracy, it implies that someone's conspiring something or has some kind of sinister motive. So when people say, so you're just a conspiracy theorist, I got a big problem with it, because it's like, I haven't got no agenda. I don't run any government. The things I'm saying don't affect the masses and the millions. But the things these governments are saying affect the masses and the millions. When they get things wrong, it affects millions of lives. When people die as a consequence of things they've got wrong, it affects millions upon billions of lives. So I find it very surprising that some people like to stand up and defend the government and defend these people who are putting all of our lives at risk by engineering these viruses, by not keeping things locked down to an extent where the virus can't get out there in the first place. You know, the virus should have never been out in the, you know, they're saying they're using it so they can do research. So what are we then? Are we the crash test dummies? Are we the lab rats? You know, so all the people that want to defend the government, out to the scientific wizard. You come from an upper class family. Maybe you're some kind of, this is some Freemason agenda and you're one of them. I don't know. It just makes me not like certain people. It makes me think like, you're not with us. You're either with us or against us, innit? That's how I look at it. You know? And how can Schiffer be the conspiracy? Sorry, King Gold.
You know what? One thing that I don't know if I'm going off subject here, but I feel like people pay too much attention to mainstream media, and they've got everybody's eye in it, so they can put out their news, and even if people say speculate over whether it's fake or not, and all of that, and all of that message. But all you need to do is look at history, go pick up some books, and then you can put your pieces together. And conspiracy no longer turns to conspiracy. Yeah, you can see that happening through mainstream. You know what I mean? But at least if you've spoken to some knowledgeable people, or you've listened to the brothers that are getting killed off, which are I would say a couple of people from America, or Jamaicans, some African leaders. You go look at the people who are getting murked. You know what I mean? Some of these people, these leaders. But I mean, and the history says it all. And we've just defeated. Don't forget, we've just defeated the lies about religion and we just defeated all lies about African history and all this recently. I'd say it's only kind of half recently. This is the last generation anyway. So it's like now what they've done is they've realized that we know about ourselves, and our consciousness has come back, and they're worried about Islam becoming more of a problem for them and black people uniting. So this is it's how convenient now it's happening. Everything, all this shit happening.
Trust me. And the thing is, you see people like you, Gold, is not who I'm really directing what I'm saying at though, because you're quite respectful with it, and you don't take this this narrative where it's like everything you lot say is just conspiracy or just chatting shit kind of thing. You'll actually be quite diverse with the way you're not going to take it as gospel. And I would never expect anyone to take it as gospel, but you're not just out there just trying to rubbish everything man's saying. And you might even try to see if you know anything that might help back it up, you know? But it's the ones who like to say, oh, you lot are just conspiracy, you're just conspiracy. I would like to know from these smart, educated people, what is the conspiracy that we're running? Because to conspire, you know, is not to speak on something that you believe could be happening. To conspire is something else. And a lot of these people, they the way they talk on this platform, they sound like at certain times, they sound a little bit educated and they act as if they're so educated when they're calling people dumb and you're an idiot and you're a fool, you're a buffoon. Oh, you believe this, you believe that, so you're a dickhead, you're an idiot, you know? But I'd like to know, I think that's a really good question for them. What is the conspiracy that I'm trying to put forward? You know, who am I conspiring against?
If you're asking me me personally, I'm going to give you my opinion. I don't, from what I've heard, have really been able to see anybody with direct agendas. But it's so evident for the ones that are so highlighted, like Raj, like these people that we've even seen their history. But having an agenda won't necessarily say you're going to come out with conspiracies all the time. I think people say your conspiracy when it questions their narrative, when it even floats around against their belief. They just say that's just something they use, I believe. That's what I think. And it's just a fucking dismissive thing. Like saying, say, it's crazy. I don't like that.
That's right. That's right. When they're running out of things to say and they know they can't prove you wrong, that's their only weapon to draw for. But it's the only tool they've got left in their box. It's like when these guys were trying to tell me, oh, I'm stupid for saying the world is flat and the world's not spherical. Yeah, I'm saying the world is round, but it's round and flat. They're saying it's round and spherical. Yeah. Now, what I'm going to say is this. I'm saying the reason I'm saying the world is round and flat is because the government lie, and anything they say is probably the opposite. I'm not saying I can absolutely prove it. I'm saying to you that there's people out there who have the theory already before me that are saying the world is flat. Some of them believe the world is flat and that the sun comes out of a hole in the earth. Some of them believe that the sun is just orbiting our planet, you know, from the outside of the, on the inside, sorry, of the ozone layer. There's many different theories, but these are just theories. Now, what I am upset with is the fact that these people will put their thing out there like it's fact, but they can't prove it. They can only go by what their government tells them, but they're still going to tell you it's fact. Oh, just because the government said so. The same government who engineered this virus to kill you. You believe everything they say. I just find it quite delusional.
Well, everybody can have their own opinion. What I don't really like is when someone has their theory, and it's like, oh, you're saying it as if it was fact, though. And it's like, I never once said it was fact. I just said this is what I've accumulated as a speculative thought. You know, like
I rate about you though, Gold. I rate that about you because you don't come out and say it's fact. You know, it's unequivocal. There's no way you can prove this wrong. This is the fact, and you're chatting shit kind of thing. Like, and then what it does is it makes people lose respect for each other, like, and has us squabbling amongst each other. While the government, that's exactly what they wanted. They wanted us squabbling amongst each other so they can keep to their agendas and do everything they're doing in secret while our eyes are off the ball.
In most cases along society, I'd say so. I would say so. Dad against son, families against, I don't know. I mean, like Islam against, there's so many different, almost like orchestrated things that have been happening recently, which to me all leans towards confusion and just mayhem. You know, and for the life of me, I can't understand why, if you possess something called the IMF and all the guns in the world, and the amount of IQ,
nuclear weapons,
to be able to trade with people and actually be civil. I don't understand. You got the majority. You've got the majority. You got everything you want, and it's like, it seems to me, it's like that their ambition in their thought pattern has made their over projection of, oh, we've got 100 years time if there's too many. It's like, fucking hell, man, let people live for a second.
Come on. And the thing is, my brother, all the things they're working on, yeah, all of these guns kill people, innit?
Well, go on. Let me say something real quick, man. Yeah, big up the man them still. Yo, and that one over there, working. Yo, Edge Case, what go on?
Big ups, man. You right?
You there still? Yeah. Did you get a chance to say your thing about what happened to your shutdown thing?
Oh no, it was a few days ago, man.
Yeah. Let everyone know about that still, man. That's sort of what I jumped on for, so you can get a chance to
I haven't
tell
been
your
out for
story.
so long, yeah. I forgot that the weather is so good. Lovely, bro. Yeah.
Big ups.
Come on, I'm out here as well, my brother. Man's in the pub, in there for a couple of hours, breaking the flipping curfew. You get me?
So, Edge Case.
Ouch, yeah.
You there still, yeah?
Yeah.
You go through, brother, then.
Yeah, it's basically what I was saying earlier with King Gold. You see it, what I was doing earlier with like going through all the people that I think it is to do with the virology lab in China. Did you see that?
So we're saying you got like a bit of a theory that it could be to do with a lab that's released it. But when I was speaking to Rob yesterday, yeah, he was saying that there was a lab in New Zealand that have tried to what do they call, re-engineer the stuff up in it. Yes, trying to re-engineer that disease and see if it's like a man-made disease. And they're saying the patterns that it's made is too perfect for it to be man-made.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, well, that's what he was saying. That's not what I'm saying still. That's what he was saying still. So,
It's come from nature then, somewhere around China, isn't it?
Yeah.
What's man-made? So it's too perfect to be man-made, but you're talking about the virus or...
No, it's saying that it's... Well, Age was saying that he's got a theory that it could be made in a lab in China. And I was saying, Rob was saying that he was listening to some doctors or some scientists from New Zealand who were saying that they've tried to reverse engineer it, and because the thing's so perfect and the patterns that it's made is so perfect that it's hard for it to be man-made, rather than it's like a natural disease still.
But hard doesn't mean impossible, does it?
So you don't believe in that it's 5G then? You don't believe about the 5G theory?
You mean nah.
No.
I think 5G harms people, and it's definitely going to be a control grid, but I don't think it's
causing corona.
Yeah.
So, hey, listen, yeah.
I'm with you guys on that, though. You know, I don't think 5G is responsible.
I just jumped on to see if Age Case has got a chance to say his piece, innit? So I'm gonna let you, man. I'm gonna let you, man, finish your work. You get me? But yeah, I got to quickly slap my shot into the yard and then.
I just wanted to add a bit, yeah. I don't think 5G is responsible for corona, no more than I think corona is responsible for all of the deaths they're seeing. I think 5G is responsible for most of the deaths we're seeing. That's what I think. And I think it's surprising that the places we're seeing the majority of deaths is where the 5G rollouts have happened. I think that should be, that should be the evidence that substantiates whether 5G is harmful or not.
Shifa, have any of you guys watched that video, the doctor I recommended to listen to the other day, Dr. Cohen? I'm out at the moment doing my little exercise, but I'll be home shortly to get the correct link. I'll send it to Age Case or something, Dr. Cohen. And exactly what you're saying, the radio frequencies and microwave frequencies, broadband, blah, blah, blah. And more importantly now, it's relevant, 5G frequencies can be harmful to humans. It's been documented that flipping, you can't keep your phone, not even documented, it's on your little contract thing. You can't keep your phone too close to your face, it'll give you cancer. So they've already said that these the technological weapons or devices can already give you diseases or cause diseases. And there's a book written on it. When I go home, I'll tell you the book to go and reference. Where it's been documented after the First World War, there was a pandemic when they rolled out radio waves. Then there was a pandemic after a radar, blah, blah, blah. There's always, but me personally, I don't think it is solely the cause of what's happening. There's a lot of other factors, but when you put it into the mix, it could definitely, it's been documented. You've got that video where you've seen the guys, the protesters, back off when they've done the test. There's a reporter there, and he backs off. He says, wow, they've just put the radar, the 5G on, and it gives a burning sensation of your body. So that proves that these waves are capable of traveling from A to B and harming, or at least getting the desired effect from a human being. You know what I mean? Come on, that's not even conspiracy theory. We've got to get away from this. That's debunk and what do you call it? Demean what we say, sort of thing. Discredit what we say. Oh, it's conspiracy theory. They think this. They think no. I'll give you evidence and facts. Like earlier on before my phone cut out, and I was talking to King, and I was mentioning to references. Age Case. I see you good your research, mate. Do a little documentary. I'll give you the reference. I don't listen to really, but it's Richie Allen, and I'll get the woman's name. But it's all to do, or a lot of this plot was put out there in a document. What's it called? The World Economic Forum in January in Davos. And you go to some of the platforms on the website, and you can see what they plan, what the plans are after this pandemic, which they say may happen in the future, a month before. Come on. Well, it was rolling at the time of that, but obviously they've had all these studies and research done long before these flipping conferences are there. So you know what I mean. And also you had the Bill Gates one I mentioned earlier, the 201 conference in New York, talking about a coronavirus pandemic. It's like a film. It's like they're playing a film in front of you and they're giving you all the evidence. If you ain't flipping smart enough or brave enough just to stand up and say, boy, you might have, then there's going to get away with it. By the way they try and, because remember, you'll know, Age Case, they've infiltrated this truth movement from years, mate. Like they've with all the other little organisations. So they debunk it by, there's aliens, right? He loses a lot of people with that. But when you look at his research and his historic, what he's articulating, it's all true, bro. It's all true. You know, you only know these people with certain bits.
You see what you're saying, yeah? I know a few people who have died from brain cancers, yeah? My mum included, yeah? Now watch this. All of the people that I know that have died from brain cancers, yeah, are very business-like type people, yeah, that are constantly on the phone. They're constantly taking calls. They're on call out all the time. Call. Everything's a call. Send another email. Do this. It's all it, and they're always surrounded by technology.
Yes.
Now, I'm not that type of person. I know a lot of people who aren't always surrounded by technology, and they're perfectly healthy.
Yeah.
They had no brain scares, no cancer scare, none of that. When I look at people like my dad is a kind of person, yeah, he's a bit of a hermit. Yeah, and my dad has only just upgraded to the phone that's got the 3G. Yeah, even got 4G on this phone. Imagine that. This guy is one of the most healthy guys I know, and he smokes and drinks like a motherfucker. Yeah, but this guy is super healthy. He ain't never had no type of health scare.
Old school. When old people I've talked to are old people who's got older relatives. My relative's 98 or 90. I go, wow. Because what's their secret? 9 times out of 10, they say homemade food.
Do you understand?
Homemade food. It's like the homemade food. Yeah, especially like Jamaican community and stuff. When they go down the shop and it's all their traditional stuff from Jamaica or other nationalities around the world. They use the homemade stuff, mate. It's all about, homemade. Natural stuff, natural herbs, natural remedies. Long before pharmaceutical companies was on this planet, bro.
My nan is still going strong. My nan's almost 90. She still goes to the rotted gym. This woman is just about using a mobile phone now. Yeah, she still uses the house phone. Do you understand?
She's done her a favour. Yes. Let's give her longevity. She done it. See, the older ones are smarter, mate. They're smarter. See, yes, true. And they say it's all in the food, all the toxins in the food. You lot have got to watch. If you haven't watched already, watch it. Doctor, when I get indoors and shortly, I'll get you all the references for this and I'll give them to HK so we can put them up or something. But Dr. Cohen, it's wicked. It's only 10. You don't get bored of this video. It's like bang, 10, 15 minutes and you get it. You think, wow. And there's been a book written about it. I can't remember, but it says that when these waves go into your body, like you say, they can cause toxins, and the toxins create symptoms which are flu-like symptoms or other illnesses that your body gets. But if you take all these radars and all these frequencies out of our atmosphere, we won't have them in our body. It's pretty simple. Just like the shit we put in our body, from cans of Coke to flipping processed meat. Come on.
Exactly.
Take
but
all
the
that out of the
agenda,
system, and then you'll be this common sense. You'll be naturally a healthy person.
All right.
And then you
So
take the
the real-
psychological shit that
Come
goes
on.
along with it, all the pressure of bills. Then your head will be healthier. Fuck's
Come
sake.
on, my brother. And the thing is now,
the hospitals will be full if you fell off here. You'll know. God forbid. I wish if you fall off of ladders, if you fall off or bust your foot at work or something, go and break. They go treat you there. Yeah, trust me.
But here's
They
the
know
joke
what
though,
they're
my brother, yeah? When you put it like that, who's the real ones with the conspiracy then? It's the governments, because they're pushing these things because they want control, innit? So the conspiracy is that the governments want control over everything we do. They want to know all of our information, to control all of our funds, to control all of the money, to be able to manipulate us.
Food,
in any way
everything,
they see
energy,
fit.
the lot. When you lot look at that,
Come
when
on.
HK breaks it down for us, and he'll do his own little video on it, about the, what did I say, the World Economic Forum. It puts it in. So, oh, there's conspiracy theories. No, mate. Go to the website. Look at what I'm telling you, where the woman tells you to go and look, and it's there. You can read and write. You don't have to write. If you can just read it, and then articulate to other people what it says, it will be exactly what the same sort of thing I'm saying. Little cubes of protein, all this shit. They want to just get rid of food. And they're going to put it under the guise of all this extinction rebellion, whatever they call it, the climate change, and Greta Thunberg and all that. Oh, yeah. So don't eat animals. Go vegan. We're going to save the planet. And they're going to give like social credit score where if you don't recycle and you eat still meats, they want to get people off meat and let the state feed you. Let the state give you the power. The state will take the power away and lock you down when you get the fucking... It's like dystopian sort of film, but bruv, it's there in black and white. The AI and transhumanism and all that.
You for how much fucking energy you use and stuff. And
Do you understand?
over a year.
Do you understand? My brother. And you know the dumb thing is, you see the science of this.
Broadband tax as well.
All right. Now hear the joke thing, my brothers, yeah? The science boffins. You see the scientific community and the science boffins, yeah? They're the ones who buy into it. Because what they do is they give them all these fake promises. Oh, we promise you that we're going to make these rocket ships that can take you to the moon and take you to the Mars. You're going to be able to see something so fantastic when we put you in our rocket ship. And that's what they're buying into. They think it's going to turn into flipping Star Trek. I don't know. They need to stop watching Star Trek because it's not good for them, because it's messing up their brains. Telling you, I don't want to go Star Trek. I'm happy being here, right here, you know, and looking after my family, looking after my people, them, you know, and living some life before we get to the afterlife, you know. But some people, they just want to Star Trek. I don't know, man. It's retarded, but they think it's smart.
Well, that's what they've made, Schiffer. They've made this world where kids watch MTV. They want to be a Hollywood star. They want to be X Factor. That's what they admire to be. If I ain't an X Factor star or anything, everyone wants to be a singer and be in front of the little nonsense. Yeah, you know Simon Cowell. How can you put your kid, yeah, in front of that man? I don't know how many people know, but there was a nonce in this country along with other celebrities called what's his name? The bent mouth. So yeah, King, Jonathan King or something, and he was like the Jimmy Savile and be on the pop shows and all that. Anyway, convicted paedophile, convicted nonce. They're documented. Who do you think went put in to get his bail? To put his bail money up?
Simon Cowell.
So they're brethren, they're friends in the fucking entertainment world, like they're all entertainment. Yeah, me could be my fucking dad or my brother. If I find out you're fucking nonce, you can't ever see me again.
Do you understand?
Know what I mean? You're gone out, man. You're fucking getting. Next time you see me, you're getting something done to you, bro. Forget fucking talking to you and helping you out with bail money and all that, like Prince Knock. Point is, a normal good man would not have it with no nonce when you know he's a fucking nonce. So that shows their mindset. How you paying fucking, and then you're letting your kid go up in front of a man who's fucking saying, "Yeah, I see, right, I paid his bail." Shut up. People don't know they're.
You hit the nail on the head. You hit the nail on the head. They're pushing for us all to turn to this atheist way of thinking. Yeah.
Yes.
They want to demonize all of us. Yeah. And what they want to do is they want to use all of this promise of all this technology, and you can be a superstar, you know, and they make it all look good and glamorous on TV. But in reality, it's not what it says on the tin. And this is the thing: a lot of people they're not living reality no more. They're living virtual reality. That's what it is.
You're right, mate. Wait, Shifa, I'm on the bus now, so I can't talk all the stuff we're talking. Give me 20 minutes, and I'll come back online if you lot are still on, yeah?
You're good, man. You're good. I'm about to take a little walk home anyway, so I got a little bit of time to chat. Not watch nothing.
All right, you take the floor, man. You're an age case. Age case knows his stuff. I'll chat in a bit.
I'm gonna have to shoot off, man, because my dinner's ready, man. Hello.
And you, man, you're not, man, it's not a thing, but at least I know there's real brothers out there in the world, you know, real brothers, you know. We're worried about the people. We don't care about no damn government.
Yeah, man, we're just trying to get the knowledge out there, I think, and share what we know, I suppose.
This is it. Come on. I don't care about no damn government. Man. I don't care about going on no Star Trek program. I don't care about going on no blasted X Factor. I could have been on X Factor 10 times over. I'm not going. If I want to put out my music, I just put it out there. If you don't like it, lump it. I don't care, innit? I'm not here to flip in. I don't care about being a millionaire. I don't care. The money don't confuse me like that. You know? Driving a fancy car, it don't make me nothing. It don't make me no one. It don't do that. It don't do shit for me. For some people, that's their whole existence. You know, that's all they thrive for. Just to have money, just to be able to look down on other people. That's what they thrive on. I don't get people like that. Some evil people in this world, and they don't even know they're evil. They think they're good. They think they got good hearts. They think their actions are justified. Really? Yeah? But we could make a world where no one has to starve. You know, we could make a world where, do you know what, we take back the power from the government. Listen, we ain't paying for no Bumberclot electric. We're not paying, innit? Yeah? All of this land that you want to take and make for flipping walking dogs and foolishness. No, we're growing food there. We're going to start planting some trees and grow the food wild. You get me? They don't want to see that happen, because then ain't going to be tramps like we know tramps no more. Because the tramps are going to be able to eat. The tramps ain't going to have to beg no more.
And any of them buildings that have got like 60 fucking rooms in them, and there's no community centers, but when they want to privately rent it once a month, they can do that. Them ones would be like fucking, you know what I mean? Help shelters.
Do you understand?
Or community centers. Anybody could just walk up in there. You can sell your food. You don't need a license and all that stupidity. And people would say, "Oh, so what about British standards and it being safe, health check?" Yeah, you can have a health safety check. A man can go around like on a Uber and check everybody's food. You know what I mean? Do a little. You know what I mean? That's how.
Yeah. But I think that's kind of based around socialism, isn't it? But really, look, that's like at this
my brother. They can call it what they want. They can call it whatever ism they want.
Yeah.
They can call it whatever ism they want and try to put whatever bad name on it they want.
Look at it like this. Look at it like this. If we was to say that, all right, we're going to start. All we really need and someone to be able to admin, do the technical admin, to distribute the money, to allocate to the right people. You know what I mean? So we really need for that. Ultimately, I think this is like probably a small percent. I don't know the percent I'd say has got control of stuff. See what I'm saying? So that's the problem there. That's where it's like people need now to have a bit more space. Where people say, "Oh, people are actually breathing," be able to the other way. We want more of this now. All of it. We want a lot more of. Don't you know? Like that's it. Like, what else can you do? You can't take much more away. And now we're saying that being in London, so you can imagine what the fucking rest of them are saying. That are working in conjunction with getting paid by these people. if you from a person who works in a factory, you pay £1 an hour to that person who's, you see what I'm saying? That's getting a junior job, that's getting underpaid in the most plush society that we have on the planet. You know, we're not a fucking petrol station where you can 100 people could sit on the island and you can be called the sheikhs, whatever it is, and have billions of oil. We're just, you know what I mean? This is a proper functioning city. It's fucking advanced, huge, you know, what fifth richest country, bro? It's like the financial city of the world. So yeah, bro, I do believe that. I think people should be getting way less tax. And
come on, my brother, but people,
more free,
people like you, yeah, the other brothers in the chat room, yeah, it warms my other people just so sick about it like that, and most people won't even look at it like that. You know, they'll feel I do my part for society. That's not good enough. Yeah, you just paying tax that ain't good enough as far as I'm concerned. You have to be caring and worrying about more than just yourself, you know. And then, like I said, what they'll do to try and demonize us, they'll say, well, no, you're just a socialist, or you're a communist, or you're a this, you're a that. They'll put some ism in there and try to demonize us. But how can you demonize someone doing good? That don't make no sense.
Yeah. So look, oh yeah. No, I mean, look at the system. Yeah, capitalism is horrible. Honestly, when you look at it properly, everybody can work themselves and pay a contribution towards the system and get all these fucking rights lifted and all, you know, these like policies and you know you have to do to and laws. They have to be lifted, and if that's the case, a lot of more people can generate wealth. If you're someone who's a non-striver, like David Cameron says, and you're not going to try and work and just get benefits, that's what your life's going to be about then. All your family are going to be getting benefits for the rest of their life. No one's going to have any capital behind them or be able to work up. But at least that's fair. At least that's fair. But we won't have people. This is where it gets worse. Even that system, I'd say it could be. You could say it could be improved. But when there's people behind doors that are telling people that they can't have this and that as well, that's when it gets messy. You know, we're fucking, this is like no holds barred here, bro. We're not like held down like fucking, you know, like in wherever it was happening in this place where people are getting enslaved. You know, I think I just feel like, yeah, people should have a bit more economic freedom. That's what I'd say.
It.
All these paying for this and paying like utilities and all these subscriptions, and you have to pay for that. And if it's available, let man have it and do what he can with it. As long as we're not trying to do weapons of mass destruction, as long as no one's trying to fiddle and fuck about and doing all that stuff, then what have they got to worry about?
This is what I'm saying, my brother. And the thing is now, yeah, what
anti-socialist faggots, bro. I mean, that hell bent on white people fucking controlling the planet, and they're just racist. Like, you can't be right wing. You can't ever. If you're gonna be right wing, you want to be part of that. Like, I call me left wing all day. I like when people say left wing. I don't like it because they're putting me in a category. But come on, man. That like. And it's not based on because it's left wing, is what the right wing have done. But yeah, go on.
Do you know what the joke is, my brother? What we find is when we look deeply into society, when we start talking to the older generations, they're the ones who hold all of the gems and all the jewels and all the information. Yeah. And what we find is all of these things we're paying for, all these amenities, all of these flipping, like the power, the flipping, the water, all of these things that they want to tax us on. We've paid for it 10 times over already. So why are we going to continue paying? Why are people so retarded that they're just going to keep paying? We're going to pay. We've paid for it 10 times over. Let's pay for it 50 times over. Yeah. And then their excuse is going to be, hold on, but we need people to run the power station. We need people to do this. We need people to do that. But hold on, you got Ross Clark 5G. Put 5G in the power station. Take it out of the street. Make the AI run the power station. So we got constant power forever. Yeah. We got a constant grid forever that's being maintained by the AI that's never going to break down, because machines don't make mistakes. People make mistakes. Yeah. So they could literally do these things right now. These things are feasible in this world today. You know, do you know what woke me up? Yeah, I'm going to be honest. This is what woke me up. I got a cousin who is a scientist. Yeah. And when I started hearing about electric cars, this was about, I'm going to be honest with you, this is probably about 10 years ago. Yeah. They've been talking about this electric car and how it's going to be better for the environment and different types of ways of running a car. You can make a car that runs on water. You can make a car that runs on loads of other things, but the cars go faster with petrol. But we could live just as good and have a car that still runs almost just as fast. Yeah. Just running on water. Yeah. And the government had this information for years before that, before the 10 years ago when I found out about it. So why are they making petrol cars? It don't make no sense. It's a monopoly. Everything is monopoly. But we as people are so ignorant and so stupid. We just want to keep the job that we've got. We just want to keep the money that we've got. We just want to keep the little bit of power and control that we've got. So the guy who's in Tesco's, that's the manager that runs things. He just likes bullying people. He just likes pushing people around. He don't want to give up that job. So he's going to keep pushing their narrative. The guy who's at the top of the hospital chain, who runs things, who tells people what to do and gets the big bonuses, just like the bankers who get the big bonuses, the narrative, because they just like what they've got. They like being able to look down on people. They like being able to go to the fancy restaurant and you can't afford it. That's their pleasure. That's their enjoyment. I shouldn't laugh.
Like managers, isn't it? They're like climbing the way to the top of the chain, isn't it, and trying to take over.
You could actually, in effect, have a neutral banking sort of system where no one really have to make decisions about whether someone gets a loan or not. It'd just be based on if the numbers stack up. Do you know what I mean? In a build up towards a business, if the numbers stack up and it's lucrative and it's healthy and it's good towards environment and your body,
and it's necessary to help benefit people
for that, regardless of your color, background, or any sort of level of people who you know, and you should you should be able to present that like you're walking into a shop, and they should be able to give you.
My brother, this is why I rate people like Gaddafi. This is what Gaddafi was doing. Gaddafi was giving people stupid amounts of loans and whatever, as long as it's going to better the country and you can produce more food so that the people ain't going to starve, so that the people ain't going to go without. But a lot of people like to demonize Gaddafi. And I think that's something wonderful that Gaddafi was doing.
Yeah. Well,
you know,
now
what?
they're trying to kill us with Roundup and all of the rest of it. They could have made something that wasn't trying to kill us. Now they know that we know that they're trying to kill us, or they don't mind about passing out. I can imagine they don't. I can guarantee you that they don't feed that stuff or eat anything that comes from a Roundup grown crop or food or anything that's part of the Pacific Ocean, which would make it radiated. Fish that are bad for you. They eat good stuff, really fucking good stuff. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I think really people should start doing their own stuff and growing their own foods and stuff like that. And literally just know that there's an enemy out there that kind of wanted you dead a couple of hundred years ago, or whatever it was. They made the declaration to try and put it, what's it called, population control into full motion. That's what they've done. But now they know we know. I think they might back off, maybe, possibly, and allow people to live more because they get less trust and less people fucking with them.
Come on,
what do you reckon about Bill Gates? He wants to vaccinate everyone, doesn't he?
Yeah. He's working right now on the chip that goes with the vaccine, so that he can monitor exactly where people are, where you're going, everything you're doing, regardless of whether you got the 5G phone or not. You got the chip implanted in you.
Yeah, man.
He's part of a tattoo. Yeah.
They
So
got all these tests coming out as well. They reckon they're gonna be tainted. They could be tainted. All these new tests coming out to see if you've actually got corona.
Do you understand? I just want to touch back on what Gold was saying, because I can tell you this now, yeah. I live in the countryside. There are many farmers around these aid to not grow anything. What does that mean? What's the ratifications of that for the general public? Us to have organic food. They don't want us to grow anything. They don't want us to be able to feed ourselves. They want us to be reliant upon them, and they are forcing the situation. You know, their excuse would be the Queen says she wants more land for people to be able to walk in the countryside with their dogs and to walk their animals. Yeah, you can walk your animal in the field same way and grow the bumper clock food. What's wrong with them? Grow the food, yes. Because right now, you see, if the borders get locked off and no food can't get into the country, we're fucked. Literally fucked. Yeah. But if we were saying to the government and to the Queen, listen, we're not accepting that. All of this land that is free, open, barren, with nothing growing on it. Listen, if you're not going to grow something, we're going to do it ourselves. Yeah, but everyone donate £1. We're going to start grow some stuff out there. Wild. When things get to a head, when things come to a head, we're going to have a backup. But they don't want us to have no backup, because we have to be reliant upon them and their system, their devil system. Yeah, they are the devil. The devil's greatest trick was convincing everyone they didn't exist. But these demons can't hide from Shifra. They can't hide from me. I see them. I see it in their talk. I see it in the way they act. I see it in their actions. I see it in the workplace. You know? But not everyone's going to be able to stand up to them. Not everyone's going to have the strength to fight back. So we have to protect our brothers and sisters that are weaker. Why do you think people are turning to drugs? Because they can't maintain in this world. This world is overbearing on it's bearing down on us all. Some of us can deal with it, some of us can't. Now what we'll do is we'll say the ones who can't deal with it, we just call them crackheads and start laughing at them and make jokes out of them. But who are we to do that? What does that make us? That makes us demons.
Yeah. I mean,
you know, we should each man teach one.
You're closed, you know, ultimately I don't believe about closing your eyes. The person who says is just as guilty as a person who does it themselves. He says nothing, you know what I mean? So I definitely say speaking out about these certain issues are quite, you know, speculating is important and just talking about it is. But yeah, I mean, bro, it's they've got too much of a stronghold on things. And right now, after that horrendous fucking spell of 7 years of Conservative, with the elderly and disabled and fucking young people and all the, I can't even remember how many different things. It was too many subjects. What was it? They're even trying to tax people in their rooms. I think was it bedroom tax? I don't even know what it was. Universal credit doing some weird work tax. I don't know what it is. So all of that's happened, as well as NHS being inundated. You're fucking with man's money and his life. Fuck me. So they've got some incels, some white incels inside the UK. A couple of them may have passed out when they came in with Common Com. And they turned that fucking, what's it called? The deep, whatever it is. What's the oxygen mask off? But personally, boy, that is like, I don't even know if they're English. Personally, I've heard Nigerian brothers with a lot of intellect saying they think they're ISIS. They literally are what you would say they was a Christian. I don't know really about this, but they say that they are literally saying that they say the UK, what you would call the originators of ISIS. So they are basically. But I would say that Arabic believe in like that. I would say like they're like the pagan Arabs of centuries. You know what I mean? That they used to talk about.
but they
Can I just say something, my brother?
They definitely the worst of ISIS. So, from what a lot of people, this is not what I'm saying is a fact because I haven't put enough footwork in. I'm not in tune with that many people on boots on ground, but that's what a lot of these guys are from their countries are saying. They're involved with all this shit, bro. So, yeah. And it's all underneath our name. So, if you had a couple of Muslims or Arabs or Somalians or black people or disgruntled whites or whoever part of society have been targeted recently, you've had problems with them, you know why that's happened. You know exactly why that's happened. If you're a Chinese man that's had a fucking someone spit in their face or whatever they've done, you could probably blame that on the elites right now. That's what it boils down to. Because if there's a man that can stand up in the UK and openly say in the House of Parliament that you are basically indirectly killing people that are vulnerable and the rest of it, and that's legitimate, bruv, you know, anything's possible. Anything's possible. So, yeah, I don't know.
You know what? I like that last statement. Anything's possible.
Yeah.
Sorry, brother. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. I'd just like to hear because when the brother came with some numbers and stats, and that's what I kind of like to hear about. So I thought Age Case may have some that he's because they've done in-depth sort of maybe some bit more knowledge on. Because I haven't really studied much about this virus. I'm not going to lie. I haven't looked in the numbers and all the rest of it. I've just taken a couple of quotes. People have said a couple of numbers. Or estimates, you know, or figures that they pulled off of I don't know where, but they just seem like a lot of numbers. 800 in one day. That sounds like a big number. 400. What was it? I think there was 400 in certain cases. I think it was in the UK. It was 400 or something. So I just like to hear the statistics of it all, even if it is by the narrative and you can't fact check it. But yeah, I think they've all the latest. So before I go outside, the latest is that the numbers are down. So Italy numbers down, China obviously we know that. Well, I think there's a couple of places, Spain, Portugal. The numbers have dropped for how many people are going in critically ill or have died. I think so. That's the positive.
You know what the joke is, my brother? You see, if 5G is really the problem, yeah, and they can control how much output these 5G towers have, yeah, the government can easily manipulate the numbers. You know, if they want the numbers to go down, they can just turn down the output of those towers. If they want the numbers to go up, turn that shit up. That's if 5G is the real perpetrator, you know. And I'm not saying definitely, but I'm saying it's the definite maybe.
Yeah, and to back that up and give something that's an example, you could use CERN or somewhere like that as an example as to why and how effective these technologies are. So, I mean, when they're saying that when they went to Iraq and they went to the Middle East, they were using technology where it can make the soldiers give up, you know, and lose control of their breathing. So they got a lack of oxygen, they picked themselves, and they stopped fighting, dude. You know? So that's the technology that we're using. Your body can be manipulated. So let's just hope that they don't get too crazy. All I know is that there's some people out there, bro, that if they start losing too many family members, like you're probably going to see a bit of a mad reaction.
Yeah, I'm seeing it still. I'm seeing it.
Yeah. And you know, I know if you know, like you say, you want to keep these conversations all positive, and you don't want to bring no bad talk. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just, I personally believe that, you know, when you go to a lion, you see a lion. The only thing, the way that the lion's not going to attack you and come at you like a fucking hunt you, if his belly's full. So you can come and run up onto, you see the hyenas and see start to chase him. So what that is, I hope the man, whoever the fuck is doing it, their belly's full. And whatever they were doing in the fucking other part of the planet, their belly's full. And you can navigate yourself to where you're to a safe area. So when the lion attacks again, you're behind the cage. And all you can swipe at is just cage. Because at this moment, yeah, people are getting
Can I just
swallowed.
say something before I jump on? I'm live here, but I just want to say something to everyone in the chat room. Yeah, like especially man like Walter, because Walter, you come on here and you talk sometimes. Come and chat. Don't chat in the chat room in the back chat where people can't see you. Don't hide in it. Like Walter's made little comments that I'm not even going to mention. He said one in particular that I will mention. He said Schiffer wants to rule the world. No, Walter. Schiffer is William Wallace. I just want freedom. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, out to tons to know. He said Schiffer for PM or president. I don't want to be the president. Yeah, I just want people to have more freedom. I want us to be able to live our lives and not have 10 million worries on top of our heads, you know, and be suffering from all of the diseases, the radiation, and all of the things that the government want to impose on us. But thank you anyway for, you know, for putting that out there. You know, I've heard someone's. Go on, my brother. Go on. Go on.
Say, you know, when you said that, I want freedom, I thought of the quote Malcolm X said about, if you want freedom, you want to learn some karate, you want to learn some judo, you want to learn all the things that you need to know to be able to get you free. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you heard his speech. I believe,
yeah, you got to fight for your freedom, basically. Like, big up to brother Malcolm as well, of course. Like, these are the real finished articles that were out there that had the information to help save people. But that's why they killed him, because they know that guy, he was a finished article. Marcus Garvey, these guys, they were very learned. I'm not that guy. I am not that guy. I'm not going to proclaim to be that guy. I'm not going to proclaim to have the answers to nothing. I'm just going to say, I will be diverse with my questions, and I will not just one set of people and not confront the opposite set of people. You know, everyone has to get their just dues, innit? Out to Macy Cartel, she said, Schiffer the sniffer, you whining bum. Okay, thank you. You're really helpful. Schiffer the sniffer, you ain't got no job, you bum. You obviously don't know me. I work harder than probably you. What do you do? But anyway, we're not going to go there. Like, at the end of the day, like, people out there, like, if you're in the chat room and you're just chat, got so much feisty comments to make and you think people are chatting rubbish, show us why we're chatting foolish. Show us why we're dumb. Show us why. Don't just call us dumb. Show us why. Show and tell. Show and prove.
Like, do you know what? To be fair, I reckon these guys couldn't even fucking string a sentence together. I personally think, I honestly personally think that they can't. They can't, and they're jealous, and they may understand, but they can't. Because even me, I find at times it's hard for me to articulate. Sometimes I can't get out what I want to say. But these guys say what they want to say, and they I mean, you're making a comment, and you can't. You've never been online. You've never been on. So at least you're going to back it up by. It's like we're lions in here, and you don't want to come in. You're behind the cage, and you're trying to rattle the cage.
This is it. This is it, man. I totally agree with you. I totally agree.
You lot are in the cage. You ain't even come out of the fucking first place. You man, it didn't matter. Still fucking behind the fucking. They've not even experienced what it feels like to live without no fucking concern about what anybody thinks, and you're just saying it how it is. And if it fucking whatever weirdo wants to create some sort of weirdness out of it, let them do it. But at least you can speak like a man. But if you don't want to get online, you want to put your face on it. It just shows me couple of things that you're not intelligent enough to prove us that what we're saying is shit. You know, everything on here is non-evidential anyway. So if people are putting off
That's right. We're just talking. We're just conversating. Then some of them live like dog with their master, whipping them and telling them what to do. Sit, roll over.
And you know what? All it takes is when you get fucked about with properly, you're gonna think, oh, these guys, and I was mocking them, and now the shit's hit the fan for me. Because you think you're gonna sit there and type behind your fucking thing and think you're anything different than us. That's what makes you even worse, even more stupid. Because because so all them guys say, oh, we're like, you feel you've got any footing in the preference of these people who the sort of people that got the land and are in these high places. You ain't, mate. You have not. They barely like their own families. Their own fucking families, their own fucking parents. They put them to give their fucking children to a foreign person to look after. They never see them for years, and they'll send their own elderly to the fucking care homes. And if they're any other elderly, look, it's even more worse when you get up higher and higher, because they're gonna out each other out for the smallest reasons. So look, if you feel like you're any different to us and you're on that back chatting shit about how you feel you got any stake of claim, or you ain't, mate. You haven't. You're like the rest of us, brother.
Trust me, them afraid, but my brother, I'm about to jump off. Big up Veli, big up Age Case Docs, like big up yourself, King Gold. Like, I'm about to jump off. I'm gonna go on some Instagram live quickly, but I'm gonna be back on shortly. Yeah, so you man, big up yourselves every time.
Big yourself.
Yo,
Peace, man. Yeah, man. You take care of the conspiracies over there, man.
Have a good night. Have a good
night. Alright, bless up. Say that. I ain't reacting.
Hey, big up, cuz. I'll go on, man. Yeah, well, I'll go on, Gold.
Yes, G. Yeah, man. I've been here for a while, you know. You know what?
Yeah,
I've been
man. So you parked up on the block today, yeah?
Yeah, mate. I've just been energized by all this sunshine. So other times I've been so tired, I've been sleeping in my bed. And when it gets to the later shows, I can't even type on the fucking type. I can't even type. So yeah, it's been interesting talking to a couple of 10 people's views, but but the question of the day, we attacked that anyway. I think we've worked around that quite well today, as well from earlier on. But yeah, races against people you dislike. Shit, we haven't really even touched on the question of the day.
So what are you saying about the question of the day, B?
King fraud. Fraud for what? What am I frauding for? Well, the question of the day is racist insults against people you dislike. Is it ever okay to use racist? Not at all. Not at all. Maybe because if you've come from a place where you're just English, or you're from a background where you identify one particularly, maybe because you may not empathize as much as a mixed race person would, but I would argue to say that mixed race people have more of an, I think it's given me, being mixed race has given me more of a better outlook on when it comes to dealing with racism, you know, and responding in a racist manner. So I don't think it's good at all. But I have done it. I've been guilty of doing it definitely before. I've considered it.
So,
you know what I mean?
Does it mean that
whites,
so that means
Anyway,
can you be a racist?
For the last 10 minutes anyway, man. I'm gonna get out in the sun.
You big up yourself, HK's cuz. Yeah, man. I'm going down the park in the sex store.
Yeah.
Go big up,
yeah. Just walking around there in a minute still.
It's like 8 o'clock.
Big ups, man.
Yeah, man. So big up yourself, brother. So King Gold.
Yo.
Can someone be a racist? Can someone not be a racist and use racist language?
It depends. I think someone can be a racist and tell a joke, and it, you know, and just be more acclimatized to be around people who tell jokes
that are racist. But if you can clearly know when someone's trying to do it in a way to upset your feelings, which I think is worse than racist, what you're saying is what effects you're trying to have on a person when you say it. But yeah, I mean, it's still definitely you can't really say certain words at any time. Actually. Like I'd say nigger shouldn't ever be used in any words. I feel like the use of the word nigger in rap songs has so derogatory. And the simple thing of calling black women bitches or women in general bitches is, I think, was derogative because I never got brought up like that. I got brought up with an African nan as the patriarch of the house because my granddad died young. So it was a case of you got to respect your mum because she laid out the punishment. So it was a case of we respect, even though, you know, you have your problems. You might be a bit of a manist. You might sleep around with chicks, but you got to have respect in it. You got so I got brought up in a household where you got to respect a lot of people. You can't be being racist directly, indirectly, like that. Like Africans, like, we don't play around with them things there. Like, you know, I'm not gonna lie. It's just respect, isn't it? Above all else. So all these little side jokes, mock the weak type of English type of humor jokes where you're mocking people, that's not really a culture that came from. So yeah, racism was never something that was on the agenda in this or even talked about slightly. So yeah, but it depends, innit? If you're used to it and you come from maybe, you know, you've got military family, that's when you're most likely.
So let me stick it on you, Nado, man. Let me stick it on you, Nado, man. Cause I heard you're talking about 5G causes corona, man. What evidence have you got for that, Bree?
Oh shit! Oh shit! You're putting it on me like that. No, personally, I'd say that that's something that is quite believable because any type of movement in the air with noise or sound or anything like that, or frequency or electricity, causes the body to or the blood to move to a certain or do something. It alters the body's original state or natural state. So that's what it is. It's something that's possible, but that is, you could put in the category. You could say then, yeah, it's a conspiracy. But there's one thing we do know. But one thing we do know, brother. And if you agree, go on.
Have you been paying attention? Yeah, have you been paying attention to the show lately? Because we have received some more information about the difference between ionizing radiation and non-ionizing radiation. I'm gonna saying that the 5G waves are the non-ionizing. What'd you say to
that? Well, I don't know personally. From the last person that was literally just here, G said that radio waves and the release of all these new technologies have past 60 years, of course, adverse effects recorded by scientists. So I'd say, with all that being said, yeah, I would say 5G is definitely going to have a detrimental effect. Whatever process it is, I can't even say it. Doesn't matter. It's about, does it have an effect, and is there a pattern that we can see? Yeah, there's a definite pattern. So
what's the pattern?
The pattern is radio waves, apparently, and I've heard that before. It's not like I'm just rehashing and regurgitating what Jesus said. I don't even know who G is, but I'm saying I've heard that as well. Radio and radar and all these sonar, all these different type of technologies, they have some sort of adverse effect on your body. Even
so
you go to a scan of your body,
one's ever died
is the amount of going on a flight to a country.
So how comes no one's ever died of like radiation problems that's like just had a normal mobile phone? Or has there?
Probably has. You know, there's
before 5G. Because think about this, yeah. Before 5G, even before 1G or whatever, yeah. What was it before? It was something else, innit? Because the 1G was something different. So there's always been the radio waves about, and you're saying radio, sonar, and so. Them things have been there since the World War One. So how comes no one like from the World War One days till now has had a death registered due to radio waves or sonar or anything
Oh,
like
of course, because that's the narrative. That's what pumping up. So, I mean,
that. Saying they're covering it up.
like I'm going to lap up every bit of mainstream information I can, then you're going to say, yeah, that's what it is. You know what I mean? Oh, all these deaths have come from other things other than what we're doing because it's part of our agenda, and we don't want people to basically speak up about it. So that would be all these technologies. Of course, bro. I mean, that's something that they're I mean, if you're going to believe what they're saying, then you're going to believe that they died from this particular Final Destination fucking excuse, but from the main excuse, which is Wi-Fi and the technology that are, and the food that we're eating. Like this man getting out for it, and they walk around old like fucking Yoda. They name Dr. Sebi. They don't even really have to look like they're that intelligent. No offense on that.
Hey, shout out Mohib on the PayPal, yeah. Shout out Mohib. Pick up yourself, bro. You get me? I know you don't like the shout outs, but obviously anytime anyone hits up the PayPal, they will get a shout out. Put your YouTube name in there, yeah. So yeah, obviously Mohib is known as Mohib in it, so he's good. But
yeah, pick up.
Yeah, man.
Yes.
What was I gonna say though?
Yeah, what you? Well, I'm gonna ask you a question. What
I was gonna say, yeah. I was gonna say about. So you're saying that they're covering up deaths of people dying from radio waves and stuff like that, yeah? One sec.
I would say most of the time when you get these people getting money and compensation, what's the main thing that happened? What they do is they go and say, "Oh, I received this problem."
Listen. Sorry, I had to cut off here because I was talking to Mrs. Velli Olden a sec, yeah. But one sec, yeah. One sec, babes. But like I was saying, yeah. So if they're hiding deaths of people dying from radio waves or sonar waves or anything like that, yeah. But what evidence is there to prove so we can say, do you know what? That might be true, you know, that they're hiding people dying from sonar waves and radio waves and all that. Like, is there sort of any evidence that leans towards that?
So if you look at Roundup and how that's been received, and how that is a miracle grow or an additional boost to your crops and your vegetation, and I think it stops aphids eating it or whatever it is as well. So that has been proven to be giving people cancer. So, and it generally is if the person has got enough money to get a lawyer after getting seen by probably a private doctor, that's when they can have enough power to get compensation for the fact that they know what it is because they've got that individually tested, privately tested in a lab. And they said, yeah, you've got this cancer, and there's always a trace to where the cancer has come from because there will be contaminants in your body from that particular substance. So Roundup has been found in a lot of substance. Roundup, which is, as I said,
about Roundup.
Roundup is, it's like a growth thing.
But I thought you were talking about 5G and that, though, man.
Yeah, but it's the same thing. It's the same thing. So what I'm trying to say is the government.
Wait, nah, man. Pause. I'm gonna hold you on that one, kid. Go. It's not the blood clot same thing, man. Roundup, yeah, the fertilizer spray that people have been able to bring cases against the company that made that Roundup thing, yeah, and 5G, and any links towards 5G giving people, well, even just 5G, yeah, because I was asking you about radio waves or any sonar waves. Is there any evidence of any radio waves or sonar waves causing any deaths?
Now, brother, for saying this. If we know that Roundup is something that the general public use, people can test out what that's all about. When they give you computers, it's going to be very hard for you to test what that is. So you wouldn't be able to get a definitive answer to whether something has caused you radiation because it's hard to detect. But something that's in your gut, which is part of your system, which has clearly killed you because you've got cancer from it, and it's still clearly in your digestive gut, and I swear it's more of a tell than radiation poisoning, because I'd say that is a bit more harder to detect, and it probably isn't, but by using your common sense you can see how it is.
All right, hold it a sec. Yeah, let me introduce G Truth. Yeah, big up G Truth. What I got by G?
Hello, Veli, mate. How you doing? We never spoke before. How you doing?
Yeah, big up yourself, man. What I got, man?
And you, mate.
Yeah, man.
I've met your brother a few times. Leon knows me. We've met. I hope he's all right and your family's all right in these times, bro.
Yeah,
Say
yeah.
hello to Leon.
Yeah,
for
we're
me,
all good,
bro.
man. Yeah,
Thank you,
of
bro.
course.
Yeah,
When I
good.
see him,
Hope you're
I hail him up still.
Thank you very much,
Yeah,
mate.
so G Truth, let me ask you a few questions, my brother, man. We had you see yesterday, yeah, our question of the day was, how do you verify information given to you by the government? Yeah, but that was basically, so I'm going to tailor the question so it fits for you. Yeah, like, how do you verify information that's given to you that you take as gospel, as truth, as you know what I mean, solid? Right.
Well, I don't want to repeat myself, but I've got to because it's where I get my sources from like Peerless Reads. You just ask that. So if the government says, say, I don't know, 500 people died today, this man has got the same data as them, but he breaks it down in a different, and I would say more honest way, so it doesn't fit the narrative that they want it to fit, which is pandemic, red screen, panic. We have to bring these laws in. If they was to do it all right, then when you look at his video, and I advise all of you to watch it because it will explain it better than I will. It's only a short one. His latest one's just come out today. It's basically, he's suggesting, not even suggesting, the facts are there, the data's there. He's saying the data shows the pandemic reached this peak, what you say, about 2 days before, a day before they set this new lockdown in order. And it's also documented from Ferguson, the guy from Imperial College, I think it's the 16th or 17th of March. He initially said it was 500,000 people was going to die from it, from their projections and their modeling and stuff like this. And then he brought it down to 20,000. And this document's out there. It's a government document. And they've already said it's not going to, I'm trying to find it now in my files, but it's basically the Department of Higher Disease Authority, or whatever, the DIC, whatever it is, CIHD. That's it, the Contagious Diseases Authority. They've downgraded it a day before. So basically, when you look at the evidence and the facts that the government they've put out there themselves, it's only mainstream media and the politicians now who have to basically subvert us, not let us divert from these documents that have come out, and the world scientists who are saying, look, there's other ways this could have been treated. It's not exactly what you're saying. There's 12 renowned scientists who are debunking or at least disagreeing with the official narrative from the government about corona and stuff. Just like the 5G, you meant to have 26,000 scientists. Forget 26,000 scientists of some organization stop 5G. I could find the source, but 26,000 you'll find it pretty quick. Just Google it, whatever. And they're saying that 5G at the very minimum hasn't been tested enough, which it hasn't. And any sort of experiments that have been done on it, it's made birds drop out of the sky, funny enough, which there's videos of that coming out, more than one. Cows delirious and cause flu symptoms in humans. You know, I only look at the facts, Veli, the facts and the evidence, mate. I'm too old and, to waste my time and, more importantly, waste other people's time, send them down. I've started recently, last year or so, I've linked up with this guy, and I advise anyone who's sort of on the brink of learning a lot more about what's gone on in our lifetime, we've been lied about, freecriticalthinking.org. He spent 10 years building up the information he's got on it, not just him, but a network of many people, engineers, scientists, social workers, everyone, but just educated people that are on that side of finding the truth and not just listening to everything the government says, isn't it? So that's a good place to start. Definitely. Criticalthinking.org. But that's for the older stuff. But now moving forward, mate, now where we're standing now, the most recent bit of research I've found that's tangible and it's there, and if people want to take the time to look at it themselves, is like I said earlier, the World Economic Forum. And it's basically they set out agendas and plans for how the world's going to move forward economically. So obviously that incorporates everything. That's our lives, money, innit? Because world money works, the world go around. So they're going to judge, and then they say, right, what happens if you have a pandemic? Oh shit, that's going to happen if we lock everyone in their house because the pandemic's so serious we can't let them go to work and blah blah blah, socialize, and we can't have no restaurants open. Like what's happened, right? They've modeled it and got psychologists and social scientists and all the right people in the right positions to make papers and theories what would happen. But I'll suggest it's not theories what would happen, it's what they want to happen. It's more of a plan
rather than modeling how they can counteract it and help us. And you look at the evidence again, Bill Gates with his conference 2 weeks before it went out, another conference in Davos where all the agendas would have been set long before the conference itself, you know? And when you're someone like me or people like me who's researched a lot of this stuff for many years, you're sort of, you look for it before it comes. And then when it does come, you think, wow. And then you look beyond that and think, what is the reason behind this? Like last week, I watched the Parliament for 2 hours. I don't trust politicians, they talk lies, but you still have to see what they're lying about because their lies affect your life greatly. So when you're you watch them in Parliament and they start saying about profound, unprecedented, draconian, not be seen since wartime. Even wartime, we didn't have these laws set against us where we can't leave the house without the police troubling us or questioning us. And people, good citizens, they won't appreciate how much power the law has now because they've always been a good citizen. Right? If you've grown up in an area where the police can harass you, now they can really harass you for no reason. It's going to get silly. And it gives corrupt policemen, and there is more than one out there, I'd suggest, gives them a license to do whatever. Then you've got the other reason where they can bring you into the custody of the state, hospital, prison, police custody, the custody of the state. And if you die while you're in their custody, they don't have to give you an autopsy. They don't have to give you an inquest. Come on, man. That's basic. And why would you say that? You think, all right, because they're going to be so busy they can't fit everyone in. That's what their narrative will be. I would say because you don't want people getting independent autopsies when they're saying, hold on, mate, he was all right yesterday. It can't be corona. It might be that 5G when it rolls out. It might be just he's got bashed up by a policeman, like what's happened in many times, and they don't want the evidence getting out. But the point is, the law is there now where they don't have to disclose a lot of stuff to us as citizens, which is wrong, very wrong. It gives too much power to them and takes too much away from us.
Yeah. Yo, big up yourself, G Truth, man. Hey, Boom Rich, well gone, my brother.
What's up, man? What up, bro?
What you say, man? Yeah, man. There, bro. Yeah, man. Born. This is G Truth. This is Born Rich. Yeah,
hello,
man.
Born Rich. How you doing, mate?
What up, G Truth? I'm good, brother. I'm good, man.
Yeah. All right, boys, get your shoes on, man, so we can go out. Yeah.
Where you headed? Where you headed, Bigger?
Just down the park, around the shop, and just a quick walk, man. Just like stretch the boys' legs and
Yeah, man. Be careful out there, man. Be careful.
Yeah, so like I was gonna say, check it like this though, G Truth. Think about this then, If the government said to everyone, do you know what? We know that there's supposed to be a disease out there, but carry on going to work as if everything's normal, and there was more people dying than there was at the moment. What would you say then?
Well, I don't know. Then you'd say, all right, there is really a pandemic that people can catch very easily and can kill them very quickly. You couldn't argue that if there was really dropping dead in the street. But I'd have to argue another video. I've got to start. If I can start sending you these links, I'll get the guy's name. But basically, very educated, very more importantly, very knowledgeable in this field, right? He's saying that you can't contract viruses the way they're saying you can. I think you guys were talking about earlier about animal viruses, and I've heard this from a couple sources that obviously not government sources because they don't want you telling the truth. But you can't. It's sort of impossible for humans to contract bird flu or pig flu, swine flu, any flu or animal disease because your body it doesn't register with our species. The only way we can contract it is if it's put into a lab, into a little vial, whatever. You splice this disease, that disease together, it mutates into another disease, and you inject it to someone. That's how someone can get infected with these. So that would suggest that from whenever they was created, it was created by man. So that's a no-no. Why are people messing? They'll say, no, it's not to figure out this or figure out that. It's because you want to make biological weapons to harm humans in the future, I'd suggest, definitely. So that's it. And then you do put in the important point, if you say it can only be, humans can only get infected with this disease or the virus is if it's injected. And the way my man will do it, explain it a lot better than me, is just when you get a flu, it's basically the flu symptoms, the coughs and the sniffles and the mucus is more of a symptom rather than a cause. That is the symptom of the cause, which is your cells regenerating and cleaning and getting the toxins out of your cells, and then you get the side effects. So when you get cell damage from radioactive materials or 5G towers, for example, or even just from your phone, like Schiffer said, he's known people to die of brain cancer, maybe related to using their phone too much. You know, that's what I'm saying. You connect the dots, and that's what I want to do. I wish I was talking, excuse my French, bullshit, and they could just laugh at me and say, "Oh, look, you," and all the kids will live happy ever after. But somehow there's too many dots coming into too many pieces just coming into play at the moment.
So you sort of understand the reason of having to self-quarantine sort of as much as possible right now, innit? Because like you're saying, like you just said, if they was letting people just still socialize and then people's just dropping like flies in the streets, that's a fucking whole different epidemic, cuz.
But I don't believe
it gets to that level. Once the government has enough knowledge to know that, right, this is something that's going to be affecting anyone and everyone, then they have to put the measures in place to, make the place safe.
Yeah, but I don't believe it's this unknown entity, what they're making out, Veli. That's what I mean. You've got to look at it from a different perspective. Stop looking at it like the government have just found this, or rather not found, have come across this. The nation's got this thing. Oh, let's call Boris, let's call all the scientists and find out what this is, and let's write lockdown. And it's not like that. Honestly, mate, from what I believe and what I've researched over the years, mate, I believe it's just a smoke screen, just like 9/11, right? Let's go back to that, use that as a quick example. You either believe it was the 19 Muslims, whatever it was, who's blown up the towers, and them lot and Bin Laden's figured it out, and blah, blah, blah. You either believe that official narrative and all that comes with it, or you look at it critically and you say to yourself, why did Building 7 fall down in a controlled demolition manner? And if you hold on, they didn't even mention Building 7 in the official 9/11 report. The biggest thing, why did they do this? You start connecting the dots and you think, well, it's a flipping planned job, not by just some Muslim geezers who've got the ump with America, but by a lot higher and more influential, more powerful people. And then you look into it again, you look at the evidence, you think, all right, it's definitely an inside job. So if the government can control something like that, then who else? They can control a lot of other stuff in society.
Don't you see like it's like catch-22? Because like you're saying there, if they don't take action, and then people start.
You're breaking up a little bit, Vel, mate.
Yeah, Veli's gone. Veli, you gone, mate. Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
Veli, we can't hear you, mate.
Yo, G, can you hear me?
I can hear you, mate. Is that King?
Yeah.
I can hear you, bruv. Yeah. I think Veli might be taking his kids out or something. Yeah, so what's your spin on it, King?
He was talking about, I think, the effects. Was he talking about just the effects of what the phone has to someone's head, or them getting cancer possibly?
Yeah,
I think that was what the last. Yeah, I can definitely say that. There's way more evidence to suggest that all these devices do have these negative effects.
Yeah, I'd agree.
And they're not. Now, when you look at things, I'm going to use an example here, but when you look at the film Concussion, and we had that Nigerian doctor that got into I think it was the football league, and he was talking, and he exposed about how these clashes with your heads create concussion, and they tried because it was bringing in so much money, they shrugged it off for long, didn't they? And they tried to get him killed or something. And it's one of them ones. So if they're putting it into movies, and we know that if there's a lot of money involved, you're going to try and hide the truth, hack the huck, as they say. Yeah. I mean, it's like everything's there. So for you to be a person that's not gonna try and is not gonna believe that, you're a bit you're either being willingly ignorant or you don't pay attention to any even fucking.
Now, my friend calls it, sorry,
anything
King, he
else.
calls it trained ignorance. Trained ignorance. Yeah? It's not even our fault. We go to school, we watch the telly, it's just, you know, it's what we learn. It's what we learn, you know?
Yeah,
Not even
so
our fault.
they're definitely could definitely gonna hide it. If the amount of money that they could project in probably was like, oh my god, we've got like a complete capitalization over a particular technology. That's it, let's do this. They followed the blueprints, they bought the blueprints off of the Chinese, they're very smart, and that's it, they're running with it. I can imagine the Chinese, all the ones that they valued, got some sort of heads up in the case of in the aid of medicines or whatever. But yeah, no doubt about it. They're hiding something. So
No, definitely so.
it's
Yeah,
nothing that I would even want to question. But yeah, what are your thoughts on Wuhan, the Chinese doing it though? Who's done it? Because
see, that's the whole thing, King.
some people could
That's
say
where we all
the brains of the NWO. You could say that's the UK and America.
Mate, look at it this way, right? Me, you and I, we are the people that we're talking about, right? Would we really care who kills who starts what, who does what? All we'd want is our agenda. Let's just get the minions, the soldiers, the governments to do what we want. And what we want is full control, food, the United Nations to run it all. Who cares if they think, let all the truthers, let all these people go on live streams and talk about, oh, is it the Chinese? Do you reckon it could have been a bat that was in the soup? Do you reckon a canary could have come in, got it? Then James Bond turned up. And then at the end, he ended up down the Thames with his sexy. Do you know what I'm saying, King? We'll all be going around following all different. Yeah, all I can say, which I can say confidently, is that there is an elite group of people. And this isn't just from this incident. This is from all the years I've been doing this or researching stuff in my spare time, yeah? And it's an elite group of people. You can call them Illuminati, you can call them Jesuits, you can call whatever. But elite group of very, very wealthy, powerful people with all the right connections in all the right places, filtering down literally to a policeman on the Metropolitan Police where they can get stuff covered up at a very low level if one of their little nonce pals gets caught with a kid in the West End or something, right? So very like Jimmy Savile, for example, he got protected for many years by the state, by the police, by friends close to him, by colleagues who knew him at the BBC. And like I said earlier, anyone who protects a nonce, you're as bad as a nonce. It's just as simple as that. If you know someone's doing that to kids, it's like if you know someone's a thief and you let them get away with it, then you're as bad as that. You know, it's the same, man.
I could definitely agree with you on that one. But the long and short,
go on, mate.
Yeah, so to break it down now, do you reckon that if 5G was a great technology and it was worth getting sort of having to have the possibility of it giving you some sort of disease, but it greatly enhanced your life of people around you and, you know, whatever.
Yo, G Truth, you can go. What evidence? Hey, listen. What evidence? No, not you, boys. Carry on, yeah, but don't stop at the end of the road, all right? Yeah. So, what evidence would you accept, yeah, for 5G being safe and not safe? Like, so if the same people that you listen to were saying 5G was safe, would that be enough evidence? Like, say that doctor guy that you was talking about, G Truth. Say someone was able to take him and to show him actual tests, how to perform the test and how the thing was safe or whatever, and he was able to say, this way, we're going this way. All right, stop here, yeah, because we need to cross the road. Like, look, you got to hold on to the scooters, yeah, and we're crossing together. Don't scoot until we get across the road, all right? No, I said don't scoot until we get across the road. Yeah, sorry, you know. But would you accept any of the evidence given to them? Don't scoot, walk with it, walk it across the road. Walk it across the road, I said.
Velly, mate, I'd even accept the government. If I believe the government was telling the truth, even if I believe Tony Blair changed his tune and turned into a nice human being overnight, I'd believe him if I believe that the stuff I researched and the evidence I've seen and the way I've seen humanity go in my short lifetime and the way I think it's going to go, the way I see it's going through humanity and the lack of love through a lot of people and all the other shit, all the other stuff you see, then yeah, I'd believe if the evidence was there. I don't just, because like a lot of people who I listen to, like I said earlier, mate, they are shills. A shill is someone who is paid for by the government, who they control, and they give this disinformation. It'll be truthful to a certain extent because they say, yeah, you can say that, but don't go too far. Or tell them that because the people who are listening to you, they'll believe it and go down this road and follow you. But no, I'll listen to him, take a bit and say, yep, and then be a critical thinker. You can't believe everything you say. Everyone thinks something. If you've done that, then you just listen to the government and BBC all the time. You have to just, and especially we've had evidence. You want evidence, Vel? You've got it, mate. They've lied to us many times about government, and they put it under the guise of Official Secrets Act. Official Secrets Act to protect the nonce. So you telling me it's an Official Secrets Act? It's really protecting this nation that you can't disclose when certain members of the royal family or government officials or government or anyone in a position that it's going to affect the state of this country so much that you can't disclose what they've been up to with little boys or girls or stuff like that. Fuck off. Yeah, you're doing that to protect your friends so it don't get out, because when it all get out, and it will get out how deep that paedophilia goes in your government, that's when you forget riots about 5G. That's when people might wake up to think, boy, it might be my kid next week when the government take them away. Yeah, I don't trust the government as far as I could throw them, bruv. Never will. Yeah, that's my monologue.
So you're talking about? Are you talking about like obviously we can switch up a bit in topics here, innit? Yeah. So you see when you're talking about paedophilia in the government, yeah, you talking about like child sex rings or anything sort of like that that's supposed to be covered up?
Yeah, a lot of it. That's what I do when I've gone down there. Your brothers film me, Veli. That's my only subject I can be bothered with. I go down the corner to learn, mate. But the thing that gets my thing, I can hear your little ones in the background is kids, bro. We all got to protect children, bro. It's about the kiddies. We've got to look after them in the schools. And that was my main thing, what they're teaching the kids in schools. It's nasty shit, bro. But now that's gone out the window because now it's just about protecting ourselves from this 5G or flipping this whole new world now, bro. Fuck knows what's going to happen with this sex education or the education system with the kids now. That's the way I still. I don't know. It might be a good thing for a little while. You can see you can sit next to them on the flipping computer and see exactly what they're going to be taught. Like me and Colin and I were saying the other week down there. You know what I mean? Nasty, nasty stuff that's going to corrupt their brain beyond belief, man. Yeah, well, it might be better for people anyway, yeah, because like you're saying, it gives you a chance. Hey, don't do that. Sorry, man. Yeah. Don't. It might be a chance for you to get to actually know your youths and speak to them a little bit more, understand them a little bit. Yes, that's right. Bring families together a bit, mate. That's right, mate. So everyone's out working and busy about and doing this. They get home and someone wants to be on Veli's show and not talk to the family and just talk to them for hours. The missus wants to be on Amazon buying a new flipping whatever for the household, And then the kids are on the thing playing computer games. I ain't got kids. If I had a kid, my kid wouldn't touch no computer game. Get a book out like the old school and read a book. That's what they used to do in the old days. This computer's going to frazzle your brain. 5G's going to fuck it enough anyway. Just get off the computer, mate. Know what I mean? Or at least give them some research. I teach my little godson about history about the World War, Second World War and stuff like that. He loves it. Yeah, sorry, man. I've got to keep shouting at them. Like, true way of driving by the road, innit? Them had to ride in their scooters. Like, look after them. Kids don't really pay attention to danger and shit. You got me? So right, and they look for an older to guide them in the right way and tell them if you go in that road, you're gonna die. Yeah, just like they're teaching. That's why I get passionate about it. When you're teaching little ones, when they go in class, and you're gonna teach them about drag queens, teach them about flipping all this nasty masturbate, all this stuff. I've got it all in a video. You got time? Go and look on your brother's channel. You see me on there, mate. It says all this. You know what I mean? Me and Colin done a quite good one. I'm just gonna do it again, but it's still locked off. God willing, we will, bro. And even if we don't, there'll be someone else who takes up the mantle and just get the truth out there for the kids when it does boil down, like settle down, mate. Yeah, it's a whole nother story. That. Sec, I just need to do up man's legs. Hold on a sec. Yes.
So, so what sort of what are you looking for when you're looking in when you're looking for what's it called, the corruption in the government? How do you what leads you towards the corruption, or how do you find it?
Well, it's there. You look at the headlines of Jimmy Savile and various politicians throughout history, and I'm talking. Look. Yeah, various politicians throughout history, recent history as well, cover-ups throughout the government and institutions like the BBC, social services in Lambeth and other boroughs, Rochdale up north where Cyril Smith was from. He's a renowned paedophile. The same sort of area in Yorkshire where Jimmy Savile's from, at the same time as Jimmy Savile. You connect all these dots, mate, and then you think the state was protecting these people. So that shows what mindset the people are who was meant to be protecting us from these people and our children, more importantly.
You listen to like Richie Allen in the UK column and all that then, yeah?
I don't trust the column. I see that Brian Garish geezer at a conference before with a few others, and like I said, a lot of them are controlled. He tell the truth. He's passionate. I like his style, but is this saying? Like I said, I think you said it, Vel. I will take his bit and listen to you, but it ain't like you're God and I'll listen to everything you say. I'll take that from you, that from you, that from you, that from you. I'm my own man, and then I make up my own judgments. I ain't following no one. But I know from all that research I've done from all the different people, you figure out who to really listen to and who to really believe. But they're all saying the same sort of thing. That's what I'm saying. They're all saying the same thing. Just some ain't going as deep and as far as others. That's all, because they can't, because they know they're paid by it. But they're all saying the same thing, and some of it will be like subliminal messaging, like, well, not even subliminal messaging. They're blatantly telling you what's coming. And it's up to you. You can take the bullshit or the stick from people. Oh, you go with that David Icke thing, did you? How much you pay for that then? Did you buy his book as well? And get mugged off or whatever. I'll tell you that. Yeah, I did, mate. Yeah, I did. I really enjoyed it. I got a lot of knowledge from it. What did you learn? What did you learn watching Arsenal versus Tottenham?
Come back, boys. Yeah, man. Ah, for fuck's sake, man. All these flipping hole in the walls are not working, man, around here, man.
Well, look, that's another part of it, really, mate. They want cashless society, bro. They bring out a thing saying, oh, there's no cash because we've done Oxford and Cambridge, and all the professors say, because we've paid them, by the way, to say that the cash was the reason that the virus spread so much. All you lot with your sunbathing in Hyde Park and passing cash about, you made it spread.
Stand there, yeah? Just stay there.
So we're going to get rid of cash now. Cashless society, they've been talking about that for flipping years, mate. So then they control all your cash, another bit of control taken away from you. You can't be a self-employed man or a tradesman or whatever. Whatever you've got, or an author. You want to go and reason and say, oh, give me some of this and I'll give you. Yeah, it has to go through the government and give them tax or let them know what you're earning and control it. That's wrong as a free man. Fuck that. Excuse my French. Know that.
Yeah, you're on form, mate. You're on form, bro. Honestly. Yeah, God knows, I'm good there. Yeah, you're on form, man. God knows, bro. God, fucking hell, man. The government are always up to something. They're always up to something. I can't trust them as far as I could throw them, you know what I mean, mate?
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself, mate. You know? Yeah. And when you've got that mindset, yeah, and you haven't got the mindset of whatever Boris says, oh, what's his next meeting? What's next to Trump next crisis meeting? When you've got that out of your head and you always start looking at it critically and think, oh, what's the angle with this one now? To it, and it's because not being funny, because I can see the end game. I'm seeing what's leading up to the end game, so I'm sort of a step ahead of a lot of people.
The end game to vaccination, bro. The end game to vaccination, bro. Everything right now what we're seeing is just distractions on top of the bare smoke screens. But what we need to be looking out for now is this mandatory vaccine. What's going to come in?
Stopping it. That's right. And finding out how we can stop it legally. How we can stop 100%. It legally. That's correct.
They're taking away all the powers. They're taking away all the powers.
I'll tell you what it's called. Sorry to interrupt you, my brother. Nanoparticle hydrogel, developed by DARPA, the American one of their secrets, an agency of the American government, DARPA, yeah? Research it. Nanoparticle gel. And that will be incorporated into the vaccine. So forget chips sticking out your ass or chip in your head. That's it. They'll just incorporate. That's the technology they got, bro. It ain't conspiracy theory. They do conferences and written papers on it, and it's Bill Gates behind it and
I
his
want
money.
to know how that's
There you
going to
go.
interact with the 5G. I want to know how
That's
gonna
exactly
interact
right.
with
There you
radio waves
go.
and
There
with
you
these kind of
go.
things.
They're staying out for later. So they got it up there. They got the infrastructure. Sorry to interrupt. They got the infrastructure set up. They got that nano hydroparticle gel injected into your body without your consent, because everyone will take it, think, oh, we need it because we need to get a job. We need to get out of our yard, out of our house. So we have to take it. Bang. That is that. You're spot on. That is it. The woman says exactly what you said. It will be used in the future to track us, know who we are, but they'll say it because we want to know you've been vaccinated and you're safe. And my argument with this vaccination, this is the way we've got to try and get out of the vaccination. Yeah, we're not try, but as a human being, say, boy, this is my body. I want to consent what goes in there, especially when I've researched what you're putting in there. Forget telling all the conspiracy stuff. You don't even need to go that deep with them. Yeah, you say if someone else is vaccinated, me and you are sitting in a room, you're vaccinated. They put that disease in that room. I may get it. And if I do get it, which they proved, my immune system, which has been proved throughout human history, will 9 times out of 10 do its job and flipping cure me, and my antibodies will get rid of that, and I'll go through the symptoms and get better, innit? They've said that, right? So on the elderly or the other thing. So the point I'm saying is, if I don't have the vaccine, you got the vaccine, and even have your family in the room with the vaccine, why does it matter that I haven't got the vaccine? It's me that's going to end up in the hospital. Fuck, excuse my French. It's me that's going to end up. So why does it bother you what I want to do with my life? Why does it affect you or the government what I want to do with my life? And there'll be many people, not just me, saying this about the vaccine, especially when they really wake up and find out what's in that vaccine. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
What about when you can't get work? What about if you
That's how they get you.
about social services? You
That's
know
how they get
What
you. That's how they get you.
What about when you're talking about you can't get certain, you're not eligible for certain things if you don't get the vaccination? You see me? You can't fly out if you ain't been vaccinated.
Universal basic credit. You won't be able to get that. You won't be able to go hospital.
No privileges, no nothing.
And remember, you'll be seen as you'll be like a homeless person on the street, and they'll be like, oh, look, they're the no vaxxers or something. They won't even let it happen. They've got laws in place now.
And not just by the government, by your family too.
By
Because
society,
all
that's right.
And the mass hysteria, definitely, that's what's going to happen. They're going to create that kind of atmosphere and that kind of climate. If you don't get that vaccination, even down to your brother, even down to your mother, it's going to be looking at you sideways.
You ain't coming near my kids. You ain't been vaccinated. You ain't coming near my kids, mate. Yeah, you got it. You got it.
They're going to be looking at you like you're the antichrist. They're going to be looking at the what? You see the man that's saying they don't want vaccination. They're going to be looking at you like you're a flat earth theorist.
Yes, you're right. Oi, why do you think, like I was saying earlier, they've made up the conspiracy theories and they put it all in one banner? If it's something, if it's a subject or an agenda that you don't go along with the government, like this, for example, the vaccines of the 5G. Oh, you're one of them lot. You believe JFK was shot with a potato gun, do you? You believe no one went to the moon? Oh, right. You believe? Yeah. Fuck off. Yes, that's what they do to
G-Troop, hold on a sec.
Go on,
you
mate.
don't believe in flat earth though, do you?
I ain't researched it enough. I believe flat earth. People always ask me that when they think. I run it down quickly. Flat earth to me, I believe, for want of a better phrase, is a mind fuck for people that critical think like myself or do the little bit alternative research. Yeah, and also the Nelson Mandela effect, the Mandela effect. I believe that's out there, and I've researched that a bit because it interested me because of parallel universes and CERN, and I'll take more from the Mandela effect than I will from flat Earth. And flat Earth, my story with that, I work.
We saying
go on.
People time traveling.
Yeah, man. I still got time for you. Still. As long as you don't say you're a flat earther, I've got a little bit of time for you. When you say you're a flat earther, I'm gonna have to fix you up real quick.
Tell you my story on that. Mandela effect, though. Ain't the Mandela effect people traveling in time?
Nah, the Mandela effect is when they said Mandela was supposed to be reported twice dead.
Yeah, something like they people remembered him dying on different dates, and other historical events and objects and adverts and films. People remember it different, like Luke Skywalker. Luke, I am your father. But then you watch another version, it goes, Luke, I am your father. Not I am, it's I'm. different little things, and Forrest Gump. And that's what I'm saying. I think it's mind fuck. So I've watched it. I've done a little couple weeks when it interested me. Whenever it come out a couple years ago, and I've done it, and I thought, wow. The only one that got me was Febreze. I remember Febreze with 2 E's, F-R-E-E-I-Z-E or something. But when you look at it now, it's Febreze. It's just 1 E. And that's the one that got me. I thought, wow, I swear it was Febreze. Little ones like that. But I said, I've got bigger fish to fry than that. I think they just want to divert you from what's really going on.
I'm not even ready yet, you know, bad man. I beg you cover it up for me, G. Yeah, man. Yo. Yeah, go on, say nothing, G. Sorry about that, bro.
Oh, wait, who's that? Freddie or Booney?
Boons.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. You're sounding like Booney right now, cuz. What go on, G?
Yeah, no, man's up in the building, man. Just come to link Raz, you get me? They can't keep man on the social distancing fucking 100% of the time. Otherwise, man's on the wing.
Yeah. Hey, wait there. Yeah, same, man. I'm out with the man there still, man. Them man on the scooters, isn't it?
Blood, beautiful weather out here today as well, blood. Look how they got man locked away from the UV as well. Got man locked away from one.
Saying like right now, man's just taking a long walk around the shops, down the park, and you got me.
Yeah, but you know, say UV is one of the main things to help kill this thing off. You know that, innit?
That's right. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. You should be out in the sun. That's 100% right. When you're in your own environment indoors, especially with your whole family in there, if you're going to start breathing in the same germs, that's going to cause illness, bro. They know exactly what they're doing. Oh, I got the cough. You got corona. Fuck, the whole life's going to get down your school. Yeah? Not to mention the psychological effect, like we said before. I've sort of fell out with one of my friends because he's diagnosed himself, got better, and now he's doing some 14-day isolation thing. And I thought, hold on, you ain't got a test, you ain't gone to the hospital, you just let all this shit get into your head because he's a bit of a hypochondriac. But I played along with it for a bit, but then I had to just tell him, I said, no, fix up, man. Go and just, you know what I mean? You're going to make yourself ill, believing you're flipping got it and you ain't even
Mind over matter with this thing. Mind over matter. That's it. It's a bunch of hypochondriacs right now.
Yes, mate, you're right. Yeah,
making yourself ill.
Like I said, if this coronavirus wasn't going on the telly and people was having these sort of symptoms they was getting, they wouldn't think it's coronavirus, innit? And like I said it earlier, and this is a nice fact to sort of enlighten people.
But yo, G, hold on a sec though. You see that you just said that, yeah? If people weren't getting the effects, yeah, because I know someone that was diagnosed by the NHS over the phone for having coronavirus, and they said that it was a fuckery. They felt like they couldn't breathe and they was ill. You know what I'm saying? And they're not like a sickly person. So there was no reason for me to really think that like if it was a hypochondriac, yeah.
No, I know what you're saying, Vol.
Yeah, but
there's thousands of people out there, mate, and thousands of things. There's so many, you know what I mean? I can't answer for everyone, but I would say there's a high percentage of
maybe going together, right? I'll tell you what,
maybe.
Yeah, no, but I'm telling you,
and all that. Go on.
Right now, bruv, it's one of them ones that they're gonna just be able to take you from your yard soon. You know them ones.
No, they've got that. They've got that law. That's what's scary. People's forgetting that got brought in. They can forcibly take you from your house, from your property, bring you to the place, and if you refuse to take their mandatory vaccination, whatever they want to pump you with, because they say you're mad or you're whatever reason the state says, and it only takes one medical official to deem you're insane or temporarily mentally unstable, whatever term they want to use, but basically the state has the power to take you away. That's it. That's good night Vienna. That's like a fucking the Chinese state, like we talked about earlier, mate. That's communism.
Yeah, that's like SS in Germany. Remember the SS police that used to go around for Hitler and just come and take you up out of.
Imagine if you had one of them stay calm arguments with them now.
Wow.
If you have one of them stay calm arguments with the Babylon now, just
stay calm, don't resist.
Just run.
They ain't even funny, bruv. You know, unless people's had contact with police, they won't get it. When you've had contact with police, even non-corrupt police, you know what they're like. Now they've got literally the law behind them to do whatever they want, really. The citizens, it's all right, I never do anything wrong. They're not going to, well, when you do something wrong, when you ain't conform, when they come to your door to take your street away to test you, that's it. See how clever you are then, mate? And how you think the police are so great and not corrupt.
Yeah, they got all the powers right now, man, to just curtail you anywhere they see
Yes, scary, bro. That's like a police state, not like that is a police state. They've got powers of a police state.
Martial law right now.
Well, in Philippines, like we said it earlier, in the Philippines, the Prime Minister has said they've got shoot to kill. You come out of your house, you come out of the yard there, you're getting shoot to kill.
Even in Kenya, one 13-year-old dude got shot the other day for resistance.
No, I see the shoot. I see that the troops were shooting at the citizens. See?
Yeah, I'm saying it's getting mad. But the only place that's not really taking this thing serious, where lockdown and that's concerned, and their numbers ain't high, is Sweden. What do you man them think? Have you man them seen what's going on in Sweden right now?
I've seen it's pretty calm out there, yeah, and they ain't got the restrictions we got. But like I keep saying, there's a man who's broke it down.
Life is going on as normal in Sweden right now, bro. Yeah, no restrictions, no curfew, no quarantine. Shops and business are running as per usual, business as usual, and the numbers are very low.
Well, I believe it would be the same here. Without the fear mongering, when you've listened to certain scientists I've listened to, they're saying it can't be transmitted as much as they're saying the way it's been transmitted. It can't be. It's not possible. There's one wicked Australian guy.
Sweden ain't as populated as the UK, but at the same time, you get me? That must say something to you if they're not all isolated and their numbers are still low. You know what I mean?
Sudan ain't got no uninfected. Sudan, nobody infected.
Yeah?
No one.
Who told you that?
Sudan. Yeah, I'm here in Afghanistan, couple countries, they're low, like most of the hot countries, like they're all in the lowest bracket, innit? Like all of them countries where it's like 30s, 40s on a standard day. No corona can't survive around here.
That's why.
But you've got to remember the way, like what's his name was saying earlier, I think it was James, yeah? He was saying, which is right, they fudge and manipulate the statistics to suit their narrative. Simple. Right, we've got 1,000 people that died. 80% of them, 800 are 80 or 70 and over with underlying health issues. They were maybe on their way out. Yeah. So they've contracted this virus. We've done the test. It's all right. We can say they've got, even if So when you break it down, they're not really dying from coronavirus. They're not dying from this virus. They're sexing it up like a psychological operation to make everyone fear this, so they can bring in the laws. That's the main thing they want. Just that everyone fear this, then bring in their laws, and then all the other stuff they're bringing in after it.
Enough people are dying from other things. People are dying from induced comas that they're putting them in. They're putting people in induced comas. Yeah, and a lot of old people are dying from that.
And then putting that to the statistics. Yeah.
Another thing I heard as well from a doctor, he was saying how the ventilators, basically, they shouldn't even be using them for corona.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was saying how the ventilators basically put too much pressure on your lungs, and that can cause you, like, basically, if you've got symptoms, he's saying basically, yeah, it's not everybody that's got acute respiratory syndrome, innit? Because that's what ultimately the patients are dying from, innit? You get me? But he's saying they're putting a lot of them on ventilators anyway, and they even got to that stage yet fully. And he's saying that can cause more harm than good.
Yeah.
Because the pressure that puts on your lungs to put oxygen in your lungs. You get what I'm saying? So he's saying that can be a problem. Using the ventilators and you're not using them at the right stage.
Yeah, I get you, mate. It makes sense. Yeah, 100%. I even see. That's why we all got to talk. You see how I've most probably hopefully showed you bits, you've showed me bits. That's why you can put it all together and think, right, it's really just, So how you think, I think, how do these doctors how are they misdiagnosing and saying, whoa, why are you putting this man on this, Steve? We all know he's got like what you've just said, mate. And why aren't they all saying stuff like this on the front line sort of thing? I know there is some doctors that speak,
They're trying to speed up the process with most of these people, bro.
Yeah,
trust me.
When you see the new laws coming, like that can say one man can throw you away, one mentally ill have to stay in the hospital longer, all of these little different things. When you see all of these things coming in, you know it's bigger than Corona. It's just like, nah, we need to make sure we suppress people.
And remember, you know, they're not trying to pay out all the businesses, pay out people's pensions on top of it. People that are all living to 100, 90, 80, you don't want to have to be paying their pension still. You know, they want them people gone. So there's a bigger budget. Yeah, so there's a bigger budget for the corporations. You get me? I'm disgusted even with Liverpool right now. You get me? Because they're talking about how they want to get government funding to keep a lot of their staff, being paid 100%. When Liverpool's had a turnover of something like 60 million just last year, you get me?
All these big corporations, all greedy.
Yeah, they're all greedy. They're all greedy. You know them ones there. They're all like mad greedy.
Because we won't see it like them because
like, it's all about lining their pockets. They don't give a shit about the normal people. Realistically, if they can kill most of these working class people, they wouldn't mind. To tell you the truth, and leave the ones that are just programmed. Leave the ones that
that's right.
That are subordinate.
That's why they know we're redundant, bruv. That's right, bruv. You talk so much. It's true, bruv. And when you look at these,
the baby boomers and the boomers, right now they're trying to drop them out because the millennials like us, man, we've been programmed to a certain extent, but we still have certain knowledge from the analog era. You know what I mean, so to say. But the youths that are underneath us, they've been totally brainwashed, innit? Generation Alpha, Generation Beta.
That someone said to me, yeah, bro, that everything's gonna go back to normal. I mean, nothing's gonna change, and our world's gonna change forever. Nothing's gonna be the same. I'm like, bro, they're not letting go of the IMF. Ain't suddenly decided to give Africa any fucking reliefs. Of any monetary relief. They ain't decided to fucking stop adverts. So how's everything gonna be changed? The day they stop capitalism, that's the day everything's changed.
Yeah, and they bring a new system in.
Do you know what I mean? Not a little illness. Capitalism's on an overdrive when this is finished. We're gonna be buying bare shoes that we don't need and jumpers and new cars and all that. You know what I'm saying, bro?
No, but that's the whole point. They'll control our money through the chip. The people that won't work it'll be the universal basic income. So the people do this material.
So what's this chip?
Like be more enslavement.
Guys, what's this chip business?
Where it's called nanoparticle hydrogel, developed by DARPA and Bill Gates. Some most probably Bill Gates funded companies. But DARPA's a American government agency. DARPA, D-A.
Yeah, no, I know about DARPA. It's mentioned in Splinter Cell. Yeah.
There you go. Nanoparticle hydrogel. And apparently
are they behind HARP as well? Are these men behind Project HARP? DARPA.
That's right. Yeah.
They're behind HARP as well.
You know about HARP and all that.
All of these things are looking to run in conjunction. Once they put that nanoparticle, gel in your body, all of these things are going to run in conjunction. When they let off HARP, that's just going to give you get me? MK Ultra is going to be nothing.
What do you mean MK Ultra? I'm not going to be nothing.
Bruv, I'm telling you, bruv, they'll be able to phone you, right, and a Morse code something, and you're switched on. ASAP.
So wait, have any of you guys seen the newest version of Total Recall with Colin Farrell?
Colin Farrell, I see it.
Yeah, have you seen that the one where he's got like the phone built into his palm?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like you man are saying we're heading towards
No,
that.
but Matrix though, you know, like when they saw my man, when they saw Neo, and they put him in the back of the car and then sucked that thing out of him. Yeah, it's gonna be on that, but much more on a microscopic level. Because obviously it's nanotechnology, isn't it?
All right, so what's the point of that? Like, what is it they're trying to achieve with that stuff? There?
Total control of the human being.
No, but I mean, so what? Will it control how I walk or how I talk, or will they just know where I am, or what?
I'm not sure. I don't know yet.
It's all about frequencies, you know.
Wait, guys, there's too many talking at once. I can't really hear.
I'm saying, bro, it's all about frequencies, isn't it? The brain runs off frequencies. Everything runs off frequencies, bro. So when they're tapping into certain frequencies, this is how they can control you via the messages that they send through the television, tell lies through vision, through the technology that protects your knowledge. Yeah, it's just going to make it a lot more easier for them to manipulate your brain. You get me? Through this nanoparticle technology, what's in conjunction with the latest technology, which is 5G, which they can pump information into your system 10 times quicker. You get me? Maybe I'm not coming with the scientific terminologies that you might need, but it's basic. It's basic shit.
Good enough. It's good enough.
It's
Yeah,
basic
for our level,
shit.
it's good enough, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, it's basic shit, to tell you the truth. Like, everybody knows about artificial intelligence.
Yeah. AI, transhumanism. And it says this in the paper. It says this in the World Economic Forum. World Economic Forum, the paper that was written, or the conference, or the minutes of the conference, it says that that's where they're moving towards.
Yeah, AI technology right now.
And transhumanism, yes. Less humans, and that will take over the jobs of humans.
Yeah. It's all test runs. And the ones that ain't compatible with the test runs, you're obsolete. Like these old people and all of these other people. The boomers, the baby boomers, some even the Generation X. You get what I'm saying? It's only really Generation Alpha and Beta that they really want right now for this new world order that's coming in.
Yeah.
These youths that have had iPads from one.
Yes, correct. That's right. That's all they've known. That's it. That's right. And now what they're bringing in, if they will see what happens when all this dies down, but with the sexual education and the other shit they teach them in school, where they can't say, oh, that's a boy or that's a girl. They have to say they, them, and all this bullshit. And now they're gonna have social distancing in school. Boy, them. It's gonna be like little robots in school, bruv. Robots. They're gonna be robots in school. These kids. And then when they leave school, they go to the workplace and wider society, and they're gonna be robots in society. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not like you're gonna be knowing robots. You know what I mean? All of this technology that they're gonna just usher it in slowly.
Of course. That's right, like they have done. But then, and also not just usher it in, they'll bring it like it's for humanity's benefit, like it's for your benefit. Yeah. We're bringing these vaccines to protect you. We're giving you 5G so you'll never break down again when we have these intermittent flipping lockdowns down to viruses that we all have to worry about now that might kill humanity, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
100%.
That's it. It's no fear on, it's no, what you call it? It's no war on terrorism no more. It's going to be the war on this. Trust me, this is it. This is their goal. They've never had this much control over after any terrorist attack or anything. Not even wartime. This is it.
Because
this is the one they're rubbing their hands. They're thinking, boy.
Yeah, but you see what people are afraid of? People are afraid of the unknown, bro. Not any terrorists. People are afraid of the unknown.
Afraid of the dark, isn't it?
Yeah, afraid of the dark and the unknown. And because this thing's such a thing where it's undiscovered terrain and undiscovered territory scientifically, that's why everybody's so shook and relying on these so-called scientists.
We're paid for by the governments and the corporations that flipping want to bring their technologies through and not get the truth out about their technologies.
Take your knowledge and my knowledge.
Yeah. So what's the end goal with all these? What's the end goal of all this?
End goal, boy. Just keep away. Keep away, please. I can't tell you what to do.
Stay woke. Yeah, stay woke.
No, what I'm saying, guys, what's the end goal for all these companies doing this shit?
Oh, get your information faster, process it, so when they're ready to kill you and your family, they know what you're gonna eat.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, wait, hold on. This is what I'm saying. If they wanted to do that, they can do that anyway.
No, they need to do it quickly. They need to do it quicker.
Why? What's the point of that?
When you're making multi-million-pound deals, nanoseconds. You see nanoseconds, they can't go. You got. I'm trying to
but Freddie, you didn't say anything. I'm asking you, what's the end goal What's the point of all that? You're talking about £1 million deals. What
The
the fuck?
point of all of this was going on right now is mass control, bro. There's too much.
Hang on a
There's
second,
too
Freddie.
much.
Wait a second.
Look,
Wait a second. They control
there's too
all
much.
of your shit anyway.
Whoa. Can't you see right now we're going into a changing of the guard? They're talking about one world government right now, bro.
Bro, they've been talking about that for the last 20 years.
Yeah, but it's coming into fruition now.
No,
This
no,
is what
no,
we're
no.
saying.
More
The
than
end
that.
goal-
Who was the prime minister before Margaret Thatcher?
What did you say now? What did you say
Prime
before?
Minister before Margaret Thatcher. I can't remember his name.
Ted Heath, I think. Ted Heath.
Yeah. Listen,
What was
he
you
was talking about
asking me?
one world government from then. I'm saying, like, right.
Because he's in the same team. He's in the same team, mate. He's with them. He's a globalist. He's paid for by the same people that pay him, the politicians now. It's been an agenda for flipping. Forget the last 50 years. I'd suggest the last 200 or more years. They've had it in their mind. Then it goes to the other level. They're occultists and they believe in gematria and dates and times, and certain events have to happen in certain times, like with people when they read the Bible and stuff like this. Prophecies, isn't it? Can go down that road. That's how
Yeah, Rastaman's been telling them about unity and love, but Babylon's been talking about disunity and grudge. We're going into a time of disunity and grudge, my people.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Disunity and grudge. What does that mean?
Yeah, disunity and distrust amongst your fellow man. You see what I'm saying?
What are you talking about, bro? We've been distrusting people from early. Like, what are you talking about?
Huh? You're gonna see it on a mass scale. You think you're gonna see camaraderie if they have their way?
Nah, I'm not having that, man. That's bullshit, bro. You're just saying, bro. No, bro, you're saying things. That's bullshit. Since this coronavirus thing, bro, I've been speaking to people that I would have otherwise not have spoken to before.
Ultra.
Bro, I'm telling you right now, Ultra.
That's just another
Happening
perspective.
before your eyes, bro. If you can't see what's happening, you're a bigger
No,
part of
bro.
the
It's not that I
problem.
can't see what's happening, but I'm saying what you're saying is you're just saying like meaningless platitudes, disunity and all this shit, bro. That's nonsense, bro.
But
this is what I'm saying. I can't speak for anyone else, but in the UK, yeah. But in the UK, people have been banding together more than ever.
Bro, have you seen people fighting over toilet tissue?
But a better example is the disunity. A better example is the disunity is to remain at homes and to leave out the yarders.
If you cough, go and cough around someone.
You get me?
Go and cough around. Go and sneeze in front and see if someone says bless you.
We got a lot of
division. See if that bless you don't turn to fuck you. See if that bless you don't turn to fuck you real quick.
Bro, no, I'm not gonna lie to you, but that's a bad example, bro. We're in the state of a pandemic, and then you're saying, that's a bad example, bro. This is what I'm saying, bro. You're just saying things that are just nonsense.
No, I'm saying
things that are just nonsense. Of course, if you're in a pandemic, if you're in a pandemic and someone sneezes, of course they're gonna be on their guard, bro. That's a dumb thing.
Yeah, but you're gonna get people just arguing. You're gonna get neighbours arguing because one neighbour's got more than another, or you're gonna get arguments because one wants to remain indoors and one wants to leave the yard.
Yeah.
Bro,
And
everyone wants to leave their homes, bro. Everyone wants to leave their home. Some people buy Nike, some people buy Adidas, some people buy Skechers. Who cares? Like, bro, it's always been this way. Nothing's changed. And I would argue that as a society, especially now that the panic buying has ended, we've come together more as a society than we were before coronavirus.
I'll agree with you, man. I'm gonna smoke a nice one and watch a movie now, guys. So I'll hit you on the rebound.
All right, Freddie. Peace.
Yeah, nice talking.
Peace. Yeah, no, do you know what it is? I'm not gonna lie. I'm not buying these meaningless platitudes and all these. I'm just not buying it. Like, if these companies are developing these technologies, fine, because it's something I can look into.
Listen.
Yeah.
Why you put a chain on the bloody door, man? Yeah, listen. Someone I know, yeah, their mum died from corona, fam.
What? Belly, say that again. What? All I heard was mum.
Yeah, someone I know, their mum died from corona, man.
Fuck off.
Yeah, mum went
See
in
what I'm
old, man.
saying?
Yeah.
Were they in hospital?
Trust me, I just heard about it. I'm not sure, man. I just heard about it just now. Like, wow. That so and
Yeah,
so's mum
see.
just
Now, Veli, this
their
is
mum
someone.
died
This is
yesterday,
someone
fam.
you know now. Doesn't it make it a little bit more real when it's someone you know?
Well, differently, like I said, I did say earlier, I don't know if you was listening, that someone else I know, a good family friend, like that's not a hypochondriac. Like, no, I'm not talking about
I
Dark
feel like
Magician.
you're
Obviously,
taking. I
Dark
feel like you're
Magician
taking a
said,
shot at me though. But it's
yeah,
alright.
no. Yeah. And they would say they flipping rung up the NHS in it because they was getting chest pains and they couldn't breathe properly, and so and so. And I'm saying that they told them they had to self isolate, take some paracetamol, and do you know what I mean? Like basically,
And then
just
rest.
stay away from everyone. Yeah, just rest and whatever. And yeah, they was ill for about 2 weeks or whatever, man. And they
And
were
then
saying like,
Tuesday
bruh,
dropped out.
no. They was okay. But
They made it. Okay.
this next person's mum, they weren't really that old. Might have been in their 50s or, do you know what I'm saying, late 50s or something like that. So yeah, dropped out yesterday still.
Fucking hell, man. See, this is what I'm saying. It's a mazza, bro. And like I said, a bus driver from my garage dropped out of corona.
Yeah, bro. That's
Imagine that.
still, man.
And that's what I'm saying. For me, this is what I'm saying. People coming up with all these theories and all this fuckery, and I'm like, listen, until it happens to you or someone you know, it ain't real. It's only real when it happens to someone you know.
Now, for me, it was real for me before.
It
Still,
is real,
because
mate.
it was like,
People die.
listen,
It is real. I've had
this is
people
why
die
it
in my
was
life.
real,
I had
yeah.
close friends. I know about
Now,
death, mate. It's
why
what
it's
isn't
real,
real is
yeah,
the
to me,
narrative that the
yeah.
government's feeding you. That's what isn't real, bro. And the proof
Yeah,
is
yeah.
there.
What was real
Go
to me, yeah, was that
You know what I mean?
true man was when man's like obviously man's at work in it still, yeah. So when man's driving about, yeah, like on in traffic hotspots, it's empty. You get me? I'm cutting through everywhere. Shops are closed. McDonald's is blood clot closed. That's how you die. It's real, fam. McDonald's ain't closing their shit. They got 24-hour shops open, bro. You get me? So from the, you get me, fam? From blood clot, McDonald's is closed up, yeah. That's got 24-hour shops. They get money 24 hours a day, bruv. You get me? People are addicted to McDonald's now. People spend money in there 24 hours of blood clot day and they're not even open. There's queues outside shops, yeah. I mean, normal corner shops have got signs on saying 2 people at a time, and the people in there have got fucking mask on and gloves and shit. You get me? So it's like, rah, this shit's real. Fucking, you got to get delivery from the fucking chicken shop. You would just get a cheeky hot wings from or something or whatnot now. Like,
It's mad. And I'm not gonna lie, like this is the thing. Like if you think about it, I can understand why people are saying New World Order, because I heard Tony Blair talk about it the other day on Sky News, and I thought, oh. And then on top of it, let's be absolutely honest here, I feel like we are being conditioned to actually change up the way we live.
Yeah. I think maybe listen to this, yeah, Ultra, yeah. Sorry, yeah, because I just read something in the chat, yeah. And sorry to cut you, bro, yeah. And I've been doing that a lot. What I think the thing is, yeah, is that the corona. I don't think that you die from the actual coronavirus. You die from the complications that it gives you. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so you catch the coronavirus, and then you might get pneumonia or something like that, and then that's what's gonna knock you out or something like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, so because that's sort of the way that I ain't heard the full story yet, yeah, but that's sort of the way it was explained to me, and literally just like 5-10 minutes ago. When like the coronavirus was the thing. It was like the coronavirus made them get ill, and they felt like the heavy breathing and so, tight chested and this, that, and the other, and then they was in the hospital on some breathing shit. And then they got something else, and then they dropped out yesterday.
See, the thing is, one thing I will say to you, Veli, is if I'm honest with you, I don't think the UK's government or anyone knows how to actually fight this thing. Because, like I said to you yesterday, my brethren, my certified brethren, like he called me yesterday and said his dad's got it, and they've got him on like ultra strength antibiotics, and a ventilator,
the breathing machine. Yeah,
yeah. So I'm thinking to myself, is that how you cure corona? Like when it's trying to mash you, like ultra strength antibiotics and a breathing machine.
Yeah, well, what is it that you sort of got to do in it? Like you literally got to try and keep the person alive, so their antibodies in their body can fight whatever's trying to take over, and then from that, do you know what I'm saying? Like,
oh, listen, Lottie just posted up a comment that is the fucking funniest thing I've heard all day. Please post that up, Belly.
What the 5G one?
Yeah. Oh shit. Yo.
5G makes you eat bats, gives you corona. The end. That's mad stuff.
Hey, listen, just to bring it back to the question of the day. To be fair, if you use racism to try and offend somebody, to me, unless you've got Tourette's, you're a racist sack of shit. If you start racially abusing people when you're drunk and or under the influence of some sort of intoxicant, to be fair, I think it's possible you could be a racist sack of shit and you're holding those feelings, and the alcohol or intoxicant lowers your inhibitions, which allows those racist thoughts of yours to come out. I mean, I won't lie, I think in the Asian community there is definitely a problem, and I spoke to Raj about this, and he said, yeah, to be fair, if I'm honest, like amongst in the Indian subcontinent, there's a problem with racism. And I think to be fair, in 2020, when we've got the internet and we can break down genealogy, ancestry, fucking DNA, I think racism is unbelievably stupid. It's counterproductive to a cohesive society, and it just stinks of. What does it stink of? It stinks.
Do you think that it's one of the many levels of the holding back, like another one of the weights on the back of people? Once that's let go of, the society could elevate to the next level.
Yes, sir.
Any sort of cuts of that?
I wholeheartedly believe that. I wholeheartedly believe that. It's one of the things that's holding us back. Also, as well, and I keep saying this, and I know I sound like a broken record, I'm sorry, but until something changes, I won't change my tune. There's a problem with society where human beings, specifically adults, are resorting to ad hominems and insults and childish nonsense wankerism whenever they hear something they don't like. And to me, I'm like, well, hang on a second, but you're an adult. We live on a planet with 9 billion people almost, especially once China's finished replenishing their losses, right? And then I'm like, well, you're going to hear the things you don't want to hear. You're going to hear things that you don't like. So your response is to resort to threats of physical violence, racist comments. I'm like, well, what's happened to our species? And I mean, and this is the thing. Right, I'm not gonna lie to you, Belly. I'm very fickle, right? I'm not gonna lie. Belly. I just called you Belly. Sorry, I was gonna call you Bigger and Belly at the same time, and it came out as Belly. Sorry. I've got so much time for you, you know. But if I found out that behind the scenes you was busting up Mrs. Belly, or you're a kiddie fiddler, I'm out, bro. I'm done with you. We're finished. We're through, right? It's not gonna be. Oh no, Belly! Don't talk about
but
Belly.
He makes the best YouTube shows, man.
You're Asian.
I can stay at his house.
Oh, you Chinese? No, come on.
But he makes a good YouTube show. Mad
Oh,
thing. Hey, listen, wait, hold on a sec. Yeah, let me make the announcement, man. Come on, we got the unholiest of the unholies on the panel right now. The unholy trinity, the worst. You get me? Smart work, discipline, and dedication. You get me? The money team right now.
Mate,
Money team.
And these things there. Come on, fam. Like, man,
You get me?
man left us on earth. You know what I'm saying? Man left us on earth to handle the
Trust me. Come on, to handle business. Yeah. Come on.
Do you know what as well? I was thinking as well, we need to do like a cross stream with some theists, right? 6 on our hangouts of the most vicious atheists versus the 18 of theists, and we do a cross stream and we just bang it out. Oh my god.
You don't know about Zoom, yeah?
Zoom,
yeah.
No, what's Zoom?
Yeah, so man was last night, but I was fucking knackered. But man got brought into a Zoom thing where it's basically like Google Hangouts for free.
Yeah.
What is it on
and you
Android,
can stream from YouTube on it as well, yeah?
Man, stream. He's got he was in that.
He streamed it, yeah?
Yeah.
Constructive Convos, yeah?
Yeah, no, I think
Yeah.
book club one.
Oh, okay.
But man just posted it. You're in it as well, Ultra. But man posted the link and then I downloaded it. But downloading takes literally like less than a second. I felt like I had 5G.
Is it from the App Store or is it a third party app?
5G block.
5G. Yo, you see that guy was on there called G, the one that was in Hyde Park.
He's still here, man.
I'm here, mate.
Yeah.
I was sat here.
How you doing?
I can someone put in the comments when he was on earlier 5G, you know, with the two.
No 5G on me.
5G truth. You get me? Yeah, man tried to switch up your name as well, man, to J Truth.
Who?
You get me?
Who's it?
Yeah, me. I was like, right, man. Like J Truth. You get me? Yeah, man. Come on.
Hey, let me show you. I'm gonna send you.
Yo, Jim Jones, is the Zoom a third party app or is it App Store?
I don't think I went App Store, but I got a Mac, so I don't know when I do go App Store. I don't know about the phone, man. I think.
Yeah, I think it's on Google Play Store still.
Right, just check it out. Give me 2 minutes, yeah.
If you go in, like literally, what Ultra? If you go on Hangouts here and type in the CC group or one of them groups.
Oh yeah,
man will send you the link straight.
Hey, listen to this, yeah. I can send me something, yeah. Israel's health minister, Yaakov Litzman, head of the Agudat Yisrael party, who weeks ago declared that coronavirus is, quote, divine punishment for homosexuality, has been
Man are so stupid.
Yeah, but wait, let me finish here. Go on.
Did you hear the punchline, Ultra?
No, because man was laughing over it, fam. So, God,
Israel's health minister, whatever, who weeks ago declared that coronavirus is, quote, divine punishment for homosexuality, has been infected. His wife too.
Oh shit!
These religious don't stay taking L's, like man, just try to claim colours and that, like getting slapped off. Corona's doing up these men, boy.
That God won't infect me.
You know, his wife drank the Kool-Aid, like she believed in as well, yeah. Man sat at the table, told her he had corona, she asked for a divorce, you know them ones, like she was like, you faggot ass nigga.
Mad, trust me. Mad thing. So
Yo, James. What's up, James?
What up, bloody?
What's up, Mohammed? We saying, man, you stayed on quiet until James come on, yeah? What time it is, yeah?
No, I just woke up.
You love, man.
No, I just woke up. Wake and bake and.
Wake and bake, yeah. Come on, bake and wake.
Hey, they're saying.
Mashallah.
Hey, listen, they're saying Zoom comes from China, Aki.
Oh shit! Zoom could be connected to 5G. Could be Zoom Rona.
That was so like. Oh my days! Did you see? Was you still on the call that day when Schiffer Schiffer was begging me for a roasting match.
Yeah. I was Schiffer's not really a roaster, fam. So I don't think he should get into a roasting match because I'm like, bro, you're not really a roaster, you know.
His first bar was
you'll get slaughtered though.
He said you be lifting some 5 kilometer dumbbells.
5 kilometer, you know, with some long dumbbell guys. Be like, man's running and lifting dumbbells at the same time. Yo, if man's doing them 5K fucking curls, yeah, then boy, you might not want it with him still, but he might punch off your jaw. You get me? That's that long distance curling. You get me?
Here, look, I've just seen this report here. Amir Khan makes a bizarre claim that coronavirus is man-made. Boxing star Amir Khan has outrageously claimed that the coronavirus pandemic, man-made, blah, 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 direct result of the building of... I ain't seen this report, but apparently it's Daily Mail.
Yeah.
All right.
Who's that, Amir Khan, yeah?
I stopped
the
reading
boxer.
the Daily Mail. When did I start reading the Daily Mail?
Stuff for Amir Khan's a Shia, man. No, I was joking still. He's silly still.
Hold on, lads.
Hold on.
Shareholders. Fuck your cookies, man. Fucking bullshit. I fucking hate this bullshit, man. Just bug my fucking laptop, man. I don't care if you want to bug it.
Yo, download fucking Brave browser, B. Cookie free, innit?
Cookie free.
Cookie free.
Yo, when I was a kid, yeah, when I was young, I don't know, we was trying to hop some fence for whatever reason, yeah. Forget the story, it's not important. Bro, it might be done for you, you thieving, tea-leaving bastards. What happened? Did we get medal then? The Premier League's cancelled. What, did you get your medal or not?
What? Premier League's cancelled? Nah, man. Corona's a fucking thief, man. It's definitely man-made. Trust me. Man-made, fam. Corona's man-made, fam.
Hey, Belly, do you remember that picture I said of the Liverpool bus?
Oh, the hotel books. Oh man. Man got the Anfield hotel booked with the madam. Oh, well, that's cancelled due to Corona. Oh, mate.
Wait, hang on a second. So if Liverpool won the Prem, yeah? If
No,
Liverpool won the Prem, do you think they will still do the parade? They're not doing that. They're not doing the fucking parade thing. You're mad.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie, yeah. I'm joking. Anyone that's lost a relative to Corona, but Jesus Christ, if the Prem gets cancelled and it's a reset next season, yeah, this may be one of the greatest years in human history. Sorry,
man, man. Yeah, that's dead, man.
Anyone that's
Trust
listening,
me.
I apologize. I'm
Hey,
only
bruv,
fucking-
fucking
Liverpool deserve the trophy.
Man United haters, man.
No? All right, cool.
Oh, man's got baby Jesus involved as well, you know.
Oh god. Hey, Baba, I'm not gonna lie though, Veli. I'm not gonna lie. It's like the universe is trying to tell you that, you know, obviously because you purchased Torres and Suarez, you don't really deserve like a trophy.
Ooh, 750 billion owed back to TV companies if the league is not finished by June.
Yeah, that's
Ooh. See, this is what I was trying to say, man. That's why I'm trying to say, like, rah, when man is saying that it's like, rah, so and so just made it because this, that, and the other. It's like, right, all the knock-on effects that's gonna have, yeah, that the people haven't even accounted for or even looked into.
Yeah, do you know how many clubs are gonna have to go into administration, fam? They like obviously the big ones rely on sponsorships and whatnot, yeah. These little clubs rely on match
No clubs, man. Trust me.
Belly, listen, just quickly, yeah, sorry to interrupt. Breaking news, yeah. Bus drivers, Bus drivers are provided with no personal protection equipment. Buses are not cleaned properly, and colleagues are dying. It's just the latest news. I'm gonna post it in the live chat and the back chat. Just give me a second. Blows not. Hold on. Fucking hell. Oh yeah, check this out, Billy. If you can pull it up.
Oh,
Yeah, it's in the back. It's in the back chat.
I'm not on my laptop, man. But yeah.
Oh shit. Okay.
Hold on a sec. Yeah, but what is it? What is it? James, you on your laptop?
Yeah.
I beg you share screen with what Ultra just shared in back chat, please.
What is it?
Oh, so
Sky
it's a
News
link about
story.
yeah, Sky News. Yeah.
Right, 1 second.
Saying now they don't clean the Frowsy buses properly. Why aren't they cleaning them buses properly, man? It's supposed to be getting deep clean every time they return to the station now, isn't it?
Bro, do you know what the funniest thing is? The buses are only cleaned, like if you think about it, once a bus leaves the garage in the morning, it doesn't come back until like 2, 3 in the morning, right? There's no cleaners at that time, really.
Oh, is it? What? So it goes on one long route around?
Yeah, because what they'll do, they'll send the first driver out of it, and then the next driver will take over on the road. And then the next driver will take over on the road. And then the next driver will take over on the road. And then the next driver will take over on the road.
Oh, mate,
so chances are that bus ain't going back to the garage for 12, 15 hours.
Empty though.
Huh?
Oh shit! Ooh, that could have been me slipping.
Yeah, man, don't slip, man.
You know the Gmail pages and that mad thing.
Mad.
Big up Jen Wallace.
The man's called it Eugene Jones, you know.
Yeah, hey, man's a bad man.
Eugene Jones, fuck's sake.
What's his face?
Yo, big up everybody in the building. Been here for a long time. Jumping in the chat. Everybody.
Got yourself gold.
Yes, Ultra, yes.
Take care, bro. You have to stay safe out here, you know.
He's
Yeah.
No.
I'm gonna put it up now, yeah. So your screen's okay for me to pull it up, yeah?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that you ain't got your shit on there, man. You got like a million tabs open and shit.
I close my email.
You know what I mean? So what's he saying about the coronavirus then, man? He's saying the bus driver's breath is hot on the bus that melted the coronavirus.
Bro, listen, bus drivers are like, we're literally at risk. Vel, put it this way, yeah. If there's no personal protection equipment for fucking nurses and the NHS, what chance do we have?
Yeah, fam, it's fuckeries. It's true that they only care about money, man. They only care about money, fam.
And this is the thing. Let me tell you something. My boss called me.
This was annoying, innit, but and this what gives like the truther movements and other people like that legs to stand on, innit? Like because he was doing all them simple things like that, yeah. Like then you'd have nothing to, you know what I mean?
Why
to go against that.
Long ass articles, bro? Bear these fucking. That's how I fuck with Russia today. Them niggas be fucking to the point, concise. So what? You don't want me to read this shit, do you?
What was there a part that you wanted read out, Ultra? You must be dealing with a baby or something, man. Yeah, man.
What?
Yeah. What going though? What going Cotton? You good, yeah? What's popping, man?
What going Cotton?
I don't know, man. She just saying hello in the chat. I was like, must have missed that still. Yeah.
What's
that's from my sister, man. Oh, the sister. Yeah. That's mad still, man. It's the same thing. It's that man said, is that a porn tap? Mad. Yeah, he's trying to chuck it still.
Judo, who said that?
Man like Zigga, man. Ralph, innit? Raf. Really good, Raf.
Yaga.
Well, go on. You say, bruv?
No, Zira, I read your comment. I read your thing earlier, you know.
What thing?
Israeli Health Minister. That's funny.
Yo, big up Zero. Zero, what are you saying about 5G? Are you buying into the hype or you gonna stick with the experts?
If James could share his screen, yeah, there's a funny meme I sent him. It's like it shows you the breakdown, isn't it? The true connection between 5G and Corona.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. Jim Jones, what are you saying? You gonna keep us hanging or are you gonna let us in on the joke?
Oh, have you got the photo still? Can you share your screen?
No, this one, how do I do it? Because I got my Hangouts through my email, innit? How do I do that?
Okay, say nothing.
I guess I can open it and like I have to save the file or something. Innit? Hold on. Where did you get it? Did you get it as like a link or something?
No,
Yeah, big up yourself, Irish.
The photo,
yes,
Oh.
Yeah, so what you saying, Zigabad, man? Like, what do you think about this 5G causing this fucking corona and
come on, man,
radiation and like differently? Yeah, I'll tell you what. Yeah, I got taught a lesson about that different sorts of the ionizing and non-ionizing radiation. I didn't know that then. Still, until somebody said that on the panel. I think Buddha brought that one still. So.
Yeah, I'm more interested in the kind of the protection mechanisms that we've developed, yeah, through being exposed to radio frequencies and stuff. Obviously, it's only been since like the 90s, 20, 30 years, so it's not that long of a time period. But I'd imagine, you know, because people are living their lives around cables and cell towers and all of that, that we've kind of factored it in, almost grown to live with it. Do you know what I'm saying? Because I think undoubtedly there's an effect in it. I just don't think the effect is as big as some people are trying to make out.
No, but 5G will sort of be what's the word, man? Supplemented by 4G, innit? So and 4G has been proven to over a period of time in close proximity have like a deleterious effect on, I guess, like the human anatomy,
Yeah. Back in the day, it was the electric poles, isn't it? Electric poles causing all types of madness. Okay. Do you remember that?
No.
Yeah. That was the old thing. Before people used to say, the electric poles cause like interference or cause damage in people who live around them, and that's been proven to an extent. So there's like I say, there's no doubt in regards to like the damage that radio waves can cause. It's just to the extent to which that the damage is the question. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. That's what I'm saying. It's like and you know, like, I mean, just to sort of try to allay these sort of fears, and the hysteria. It's gonna take a very long time, like maybe a decade or more, for them to get even like a large or let's say a full city to be covered with 5G. So like this idea of like, you know, we won't be able to escape it, you know, like I doubt, and that's in this country, that's in Britain, right? Like there's going to be how many countries in the world that are not going to have 5G coverage, and apparently it's going to need a lot of tweaking because they still haven't. I can't remember. I'm probably going to phrase this untechnically, but like the echoes, because it's like more, I guess, of a higher frequency. It's like the echo. They haven't mastered a way of receiving the echoes off of tall buildings, so it's still like a logistical nightmare to get full coverage in even areas that you'd assume that are like have full 4G coverage, and then you have areas like, you know, like what Jeremy Corbyn's talking about that aren't even fully 4G covered. So it's like, man, are making it seem like this is some watershed moment, and then oh my god, it's gonna like we're not gonna have time to move or leave the country. Like, bruv, it's gonna take a long time before this.
Yeah, and the way they're trying to frame it as the COVID thing was only kind of let out of this lab, so that they could roll out 5G is just ludicrous.
That was like proved to be nonsense anyway, innit? Like all those memes, all those like posts and stuff that said that.
Yeah. Obviously, yeah.
So would you?
Yeah, like the what? Like you going on like say they waited for the lockdown to start rolling out 5G, bro. Like they've been rolling it out for a minute now.
But how about the laws? Hello, mate. I'm G. How about the laws they've rolled out? The draconian laws where it's literally a police state. So you don't think there's an agenda behind that? You don't think there's an elite group of people that could have just caused a pandemic and definitely own the media outlets?
Can I just say one quick thing, really quickly?
Facilitating this. Go on, mate.
Today I went to like a party. It was fucking packed. There was bare people, and it's the first time I've ever seen what the police do. Yeah, and they hopped out in like a TSG van, but like not like just regular like bobbies and that, and they jumped out and they went around to bare people. Oh, brother, I swear, if I'm lying, I'm flying. They walked around to bare people, and like, I guess I don't know. I can't hear exactly what they're saying to everybody, but people are just like leaving, getting up. People that were like lying down, whatever, just getting up and walking like towards the exit of the park. And they just walked past me in my region and nodded at us and was like, "You're right." And like obviously we had like resistance bands and we looked like we were doing something properly. Didn't bother us at all. And then just moved like they did like a little round the whole park. And they had a little combo with everyone, like some briefer than others, and everyone just got up and moved. But it didn't look like there was no, I don't know how to put it, like it didn't look like they were forcing anyone to do anything. It looked like people were moving on their own, like people just getting up and going. And when they walk
yeah, because that's how the police get down in this country. The police, as crazy as it may sound, the police operate on a consent basis in this country. And if some people take that too far, innit? And like, you get me? Like, yeah. But the reality is, the police, they do policing by consent, and that's why it's been so important for them to engage with the public and have this kind of approach. Some of the police forces have gone further than others, like the one in Derby who kind of deployed drones. You know what I mean? In this like area of outstanding natural beauty where people
I heard them end of people's streets and stuff. Like people have told me mad shit, but this is the first time I've ever seen like them come and talk.
But but it's what I'm saying. This is what I'm trying to get at. I'm getting at the fact that the police forces who have gone too far in enforcing this thing, they've done that off their own back. That's not come from HQ. If that makes sense, as in they've done that locally, they've taken that decision locally, and that's why it was they were trying to iron out because some people are enforcing it, some police forces are enforcing it like strictly, someone's doing it proper laxly. You get me? There was no, and I think this is why some people are like, well, what's going on here? What's actually happening here? Because there's no uniform approach, but that'll get worked out. I mean, the thing is, man. Bro, this is what I'm saying, innit? I'm saying it's that peak here where the advice it's not crazy advice to be given to people. Like, you know what I mean? I don't think it's some type of nefarious plan to keep.
Think that a lot of people don't agree with you. I'm being one of them. This is way overboard. We don't need to be locked in like this. We're grown ups, mate. The state don't need to tell me who I can go next to and when I can and can't come out and when I go shopping. No, thank you. No, thank you. And it'll get worse. I'm glad this being recorded for prosperity because hopefully this will be there forever. 20 years they can say, "Raw, look at man. Watch. You want more laws? Make the government take more of your rights and your law. Yeah, go on, make them take more next week." They're these people saying, "Oh, we should have been locked up 3 weeks ago." Go lock.
So wait, hold on. So what's your issue? Yeah, no, it's cool. I'm asking you.
I don't trust the government, bruv. We're all in the same time. We're all getting the laws underneath all of us, bruv. I don't want to argue.
Yeah, you're getting excited because wait, hold up.
I'm passionate when it comes to government. I don't trust the government, bro. And it's like you're defending the government. Saying, "Oh, we should."
I'm trying to ask you a question, though. I'm trying to ask you a question.
Sorry, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Pull the brakes on that. Yeah. It's cool. Have your position. I'm just gonna ask you. Yeah. So on the point about,
I'm gonna jump off real quickly. I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah.
All
right, bro.
Yo, Veli, I'm gonna jump off as well. I'm gonna have dinner, man. Peace. All right, we got the family still.
Big on. Yeah, so what I was going to ask you is, so are you taking issue with the fact that you can't associate with who you want to associate with?
No, my civil rights been taken away, mate. It ain't just about who I want to associate with. That's my business. But I'm saying just literally my civil rights. That's it. Just civil rights.
So this is what I'm trying to, one step by step. All right, cool. So your issue is with civil rights. So we'll get to that in a second, yeah?
Yes.
But firstly, so can you see that there's some type of merit in the social distancing policy, or do you see it as just a means by which your civil rights are being taken away?
Yes, and psychological civil rights, if for want of a better, your psychological rights will be taken away in the future by this social distancing. A lot of people really, I guarantee when this stops, they're always going to have their mask, and they're always going to, a lot of people, like in Japan, they roll about a bit like in the normal society, just standard. a lot of people take that on board now, and don't get too close to me, mate. That will just, and it won't just be the phones and technology keeping us apart now, or whatever. Someone wearing hijab if they don't like Islam, or someone rolling whatever reason. Yeah. Now it'll be this social distance. Everyone will have a reason to have some sort of gripe with everyone, even within their own flipping family, because of this hidden terrorist they just inflicted on us. And I would say they have, because when I've researched what I've researched, this virus can't be. It's a long story. I could show you evidence and sources where we can show that this virus has been
step by step. Like I said, step by step.
One step.
Yeah, before we get there, yeah.
It's
on
a
the
big
point
story,
about. All right, cool. So yeah. So wait, you're saying that, to get it clear, you're saying that there's no merit in social distancing when it comes to this pandemic. So you're saying there's no merit in that, and the reality is, in reality, what's happening is we're being kind of brainwashed into accepting a quote unquote boogeyman within our own homes and everywhere, like you put it, yeah. So you're saying there's no merit in social distancing, and the real issue is to take away civil rights and to make us fearful. Is that correct? Is that what you think?
Yes, and you would say, right, where do I get my source or justification for saying there's no merit in social distancing? And I would say, right,
yeah, go on.
All right, of course, just like I would if I was in your position, right? Just like if I'd believed there was this pandemic that could kill us if we get within 2 meters of each other, I'd most probably be like everyone else. I'd be 10 meters away, right? In a helicopter if I could afford it. But because I've looked at this critically, and I know the government lied to us, and they've lied to us, cut a long story short, I've listened to this guy who says you can't transmit, and not just one guy, a few medical professionals, I'll get you the sources, right? Who says you can't transmit, the virus can't be transmitted because viruses can't be transmitted because it's more of an internal illness, or a virus basically is a byproduct or a symptom of your cells cleaning itself with, and then the flu symptoms are the symptoms of this virus that's inside you that can't come out of you. But I'm still researching myself, mate. I'm not a professor, I'm not a scientist. All I listen to is people give me an alternative, and I want to find the source for you so you can look at yourself. That's all I can do. And then there's another lady which is very good now. Her name is
wait.
Go on.
Post all those links and sources, yeah. Do me a favor and post it in the chat. You see the side chat in this thing.
Right.
Yeah, post it in either this
if
chat
you want to watch them,
or the
right.
YouTube. No, wait. Before you tell me anything else, what I'm saying is, yeah, just when you get a moment, like when you have those links to hand, send them so we can look into them, innit?
I've done a lot of it
earlier.
Go on, mate.
But as far as I understand it, what you're saying is that viruses, like your comprehension is viruses are more an internal thing, and they can't be transmitted person to person. So there's no merit in the social distancing. That's what you're saying.
Yes. From what this guy is saying, and you could watch him and come to your own conclusions. And there's another link. Wait, I've got sort of stuff in front of me right there. There's a lot here. Right, that's the energy stuff. I get sent a lot of stuff. See, right.
So what, you reckon everyone should just go back to work and everything just go back to normal now? Yeah.
No. I reckon you should follow whatever the government says and just roll with it and just do that. I'm not the
No. I don't mean to flout. I'm saying no. I'm not saying to flout the provisions. I'm saying in your view, yeah, given how you view things, you would like in a like perfect scenario have everything back to normal, because obviously, as far as you understand it, viruses can't be transmitted this virus can't be transmitted person to person, and it's more an internal matter. Yes. So like the people who are ill, they should stay away.
Can I say something? Can I say something real quick? Yeah, but you have to be clear, like Zero, because some people would argue that quarantining and isolating of anybody with a symptom, or if you manage to trace the transmission, so like someone has a symptom and you're able to logically trace like where they could have got it from, whatever, or quarantine people coming in and out of the country that display symptoms or have a fever, all of that stuff. I think that's all logical. I think when you apply it globally, now everyone has to stay in home. You're asking for that's separate. That doesn't logically follow anymore, because the only reason that happens is because you're saying this is the sort of the worst factor about this strain of corona is that it's super transmittable. But that's something we kind of have to take on faith in, that because if the numbers are dubious, if the numbers are flawed, how many people are getting infected by it, then you don't really have a claim to say this is how quickly it's transmitting. And if everybody with a symptom is being advised to isolate, no one would have an issue. If you're saying everybody isolate, then you're saying, well, you need some facts and figures to completely support that logic. And then what we're doing is we're using other nations as examples, and then we're proving that other nations' method of analyzing or collating data is flawed as well. So then you're at the end, you're thinking, all right, cool, there's other things going on in the world as well. So now everybody quarantining becomes a bit of an issue, or a tougher pill to swallow. Because then if someone asks you, oh, do you think self-isolating is stupid? No, of course it's not stupid. That's how they deal with all of these diseases. But if you're saying self-isolated on the basis of information that it doesn't necessarily check out, then it's like, okay, I'll self-isolate because I'd rather be wrong than be dead, right? That's why everyone's being complicit. But at the same time, you're not super confident as in like if you had a symptom and you knew you'd be self-isolating for the right reason. If you don't have a symptom, it's like I would like some real.
Well, because you can be asymptomatic and still carry it.
That's another thing that makes you just go rare. Well, this is just, it's very.
No, well, hold on. This is all this is perhaps a conversation for after this kind of little inquiry in it, because G was obviously taking issue with what I was saying earlier, and it was interested to get his take, and like see where his head is at, because this is what explains some people's POV. Like obviously their assumptions are like different. So I mean, I don't know. It probably did come to an end, to be honest. I mean, if you're of the opinion that viruses are internal and they can't be transmitted person to person, mate, I'm just happy you're not head of the fucking health ministry in this country. Do you know what I mean? Matt Hancock is bad,
mate. I'm a pain.
You would crash this country, mate.
No, that's why I'm not a health minister and I'm not a doctor. All I do is research and listen to people that are professionals in that field and have spent their life researching it and treating people, mate. I'll get you the source. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm this and I'm that. I'm saying I've researched it and I found these people that are saying what I'm telling you. I'll give you the source. You research it yourself, then come back to me. That's all I'm saying, mate. I'll be eagerly and say I'll be eagerly waiting.
I'll be eagerly waiting for that. I'll be eagerly waiting for all the sources. I'll look into it.
I'll find you his name now, mate. One moment.
Yeah. I'll give you. All right.
Cool. We're all on the same team here, We're all on the same team. Trust me, mate. I ain't here trying to be this or that. I'm just trying to bring some knowledge that people might not know and look at themselves critically, like I have, mate. That's all. I'm trying to find him now. One moment. But I say, what else? I personally believe that it can't be. And it's not just him. Who was it? It was like it has to be made in a lab. Animal viruses like swine flu and where's the guy who made it? He was on.
Hold on, before you go into swine flu and all that, and link into other like pandemics. With the asymptomatic thing, James. Yeah, what I was getting at is from that expertise, we know that taking people out of the society, so to speak, it kind of crushes the exponential rise in transmission. So if the whole idea of isolation, or even before isolation, people being in quarantine, is to kind of break those chains of transmission, to kind of stem the spread. And obviously we can talk about how other policies could have been taken earlier, and I've definitely got time for that. Do you know what I'm saying? Especially with regards to shutting down air freight. But you know what? I want to pause here for a second. I want to put a pin in it, because this point needs to be made. I don't know if Hetero hears this here, but James, you can definitely get this across to him. If anything, this pandemic is like the clearest expression. It's the clearest expression that the globalist neoliberal kind of model that we're living in is defunct, because it's due to how interconnected we are as a world that this pandemic was able to spread from somewhere in China to the whole world, like within the space of a couple months.
But they can make another argument. They can make the same argument, which is, but actually, if there was a global policy which was more effective, which, by the way, just randomly, do you remember?
Wait, no, hold on. What you're saying there is that ultimately we want to scale it even further up. So we're seeing a failure on a systemic level, and you're saying, okay, let's scale up this failure, and then it will work itself out.
No, but that's true. Because
and you have to.
No, hold on. You have economic responses. You have epidemiological, I don't know if you call it that, responses or pandemic responses that are varying degrees of success. So if logically that there was some kind of, some kind of adjudicating or democratic way of sort of deciding which was the best, and then that was the one that was applied globally, then arguably you'd save more lives as opposed to some piece.
No, because hold on. The reason why that would not occur is because of the fact interconnectedness is linked with globalist or globalization and the globalist model. So in that scale, so we've scaled up the failure, and you've got a global health response to this pandemic. The fact that the world is interconnected still would mean that you would still have hundreds of thousands of Chinese Hold on. You would still have international flights from China to America and to the rest of the world, and so on and so forth. When we look at how this thing is spread to the,
that's the point. You wouldn't.
What's that?
The only thing that would change, the only thing that would be difficult, would be countries that share borders on land. So obviously you say one could drive into, one could drive to Germany, to Netherlands, to whatever, cool. But the countries that have actual, you need to fly to another country, one phone call conceivably could stop all air travel. If in the
right. You know why this isn't worthwhile? Because it's a theoretical, it's a hypothetical. The reality is, James, that on the ground, in terms of reality, what we're living in, given when we even pause to kind of criticize. Well, one second. When we even pause to criticize the failure in policy to shut down air travel, for example, when we knew about this in December, so we're talking about January, February, we had time, yeah? When we're talking about different points in time where there's been failures, what I would respond to that and say, you can't argue for that in this world that we're living in, because that air travel, or the unfettered access to international air travel, is a part of globalism or globalization. So the reality is, whilst it's all well and good to kind of with hindsight say this should have been done, that should have been done, when you look at that, for example, shutting down air travel, you can't realistically do that with how the world is set up today. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. And given the circumstances, you can't claim that it's doable because it obviously wasn't done.
Yeah, exactly, and that's a reflection of the neoliberal globalist model. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not globalist. I'm just saying that I know that would be the argument in return. I know for a fact that's what it is.
No, hold on, James. Whilst I can accept that, I would obviously say it's hypothetical, it's theoretical. So wherever you can think of a utopia where it's perfect, but reality check, the globalist or what trappings of globalism that we have today is, in my view, a part and parcel of the reason why it's a worldwide pandemic that we're living in and living through.
Yeah, but I ain't gonna lie, man. That is a scary indictment on just international relations in general. Because this is unfortunately what some would argue is one of the benefits of propagating this kind of hysteria, which is this demonization of the other, these other groups, and this creating.
James, what hysteria? People still going out acting like normal.
Bro, you know what I saw today, which just was so true?
No, I wanted to ask you a quick question because you might have some information. Okay. You were saying that it's a very fast spreading virus, but I heard the opposite. So I don't know which one of us is right.
What did you say? What did I say? Explain it. I don't understand what you mean.
You said that we're on lockdown because it's a very fast spreading virus, and it's not.
No, because it's easier to transmit than MERS, than SARS, than all of these. If that was the case, then why wouldn't we have adopted that approach? The logic.
From what I've heard, the reason is because there's no signs of it for the first 2 weeks. You're passing it to people thinking that you're not even ill.
No, I heard
it's a situation where it doesn't show itself, and you're ill, but you don't know you're ill, basically for 2 weeks.
Oh, I heard.
See what I mean?
Oh, I heard because I heard I heard because it's airborne, and to be honest with you,
no more. Yes, airborne and all that, but no more than any other flu.
Let me look. Because maybe I've got.
Quick check, mask check. Are you man wearing your mask when you're outside, James? Colonel Cavell.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, Khan, you are.
Well, listen
James,
to this guy. If any of you got time, listen. I found the guy I'm on about. Yeah, the truth about coronavirus. His name's Tom Bennett. Tom Bennett, an Australian guy. He's an Australian guy.
PhD? Dr. Tom Bennett.
Know, he says
He's highly qualified.
Tom Bennett is down with the car wash.
Tom Bennett related to Gordon.
Well, go and look what he says, mate. You can easily mock until you see him. You go and mock once you've seen him. You can mock until you've seen him, bro. Listen to him. Who are you anyway? I bet he's got more qualifications than you, whoever you are, Clever Clogs. Shut the fuck up. Go and listen to him first before you mock. Go and listen to him before you mock, Clever Clogs. And you're going to make yourself look like a fool.
I've heard it. How is a virus not transmittable? Go and look up the fucking Google definition of virus.
Bollocks then? Is he talking bollocks?
Yes, he's talking bollocks. He's been arrested for it. He served time. He's a fucking charlatan. He served time for fraud.
Really? All right, that's what they say. Yes, I believe him. You believe your government, mate. You believe your government.
Hold on, wait. Not believing anyone.
I think he's the only one who's saying that.
Wait, hold on. You served time for the fraud.
No, it all.
Hold on, man. I can't. Hold
on, man. Well, some geezer is saying that viruses are a product of a toxic cell.
Let me ask the question. Is the person he's quoted, do you know that person to have been arrested for fraud?
Yeah.
Stuff for Allah.
He's been arrested before. He served time, but they reckon that it's all part of the conspiracy. Oh, they're trying to shut him down. They're trying to stop him speaking.
Hey, James. It comes like the guy who invented. Kwanzaa, bro.
All right, mate. He's a fraudster. He's a liar. You've been talked to by frauds and liars and nonsense. Your government. How would you think they're innocent?
Well, I'm not listening to them. I'm listening to NHS staff. I'm listening to the NHS people online giving direct reports telling you what's going on at ground zero. That's what I'm listening to.
Good luck to you. Listen to him, mate. Good luck to you. Good luck to you. That's your prerogative. Good luck to you. Good luck. You've got that prerogative just like I have. Nice.
That man's arresting. That's not real then, or that they arrested him, or they're trying to fix him up. They're trying to fit him up and that.
Yeah, why would they try and fit him up, really? Who the fuck's he?
Because he's telling the truth. That's why, innit? They're telling the truth. He's telling the truth. Yes, they're stitching him up. I ain't even looked into it. I didn't know he's been nicked. This post only come out about within the last 48 hours. It was sent to me by credible people.
Man. I've seen it ages ago, brother. I've seen it ages ago.
Well, I see it 3 days ago.
Where's
You might have seen it 3 years ago.
Post the thing, man.
I'm surprised.
Raspek plays it every day, bro. Raspek plays it every day. It's the same guy. He's been refuted. Like there's bare videos refuting him.
Oh, is it that? Is it the video of the video? One of them? Is it the video that I posted on my chat? On my family?
Well, he's the guy. Yeah, really. You know the guy that's going, oh, where was the first place that you had 5G? Oh, Wuhan. No, it weren't, mate. It was South Korea. So what are you lying for?
So your government telling the truth and your corporate friends are telling the truth. You believe them, mate.
I'm not saying they're telling the truth.
Yeah, but
I'm not saying
that he's lying. Why is he have to lie? What's he do? Do you think he wants to be arrested?
Easy, man. I'm not saying that because one person's a liar, the other one's automatically telling the truth.
But why?
So then what are you saying then? We'll investigate the government then. If you think he's lying, then see what he's lying about and what he might investigate and what he's saying. It's the government.
I don't go out anyway, man. Fuck it, man. I'm at home.
Hold on, guys. Sorry. So it has a reproductive rate of between 1.4 and 2.5. That rates how contagious it is. Compare that to seasonal flu and SARS. Hold on.
I think it's seasonal flu and SARS is higher, bro. Much higher, bro.
Yeah. So it's Ebola. Ebola's the worst one.
Yeah.
Hold on, wait. It's more contagious than some of the most deadly airborne viruses. MERS had a reproduction rate of between 0.3 and 0.8. Chickenpox has 10 and 12. God damn.
And what about SARS and the Ebola?
I think it's not saying for SARS, but
even flu is higher, isn't it? What's flu?
And then
no, this coronavirus thing is higher, man.
In China, Germany, and South Korea.
Seasonal flu is the same or less. So it's between, because it's on a graph, it's like between 0 and between 2.5. But if
I've seen it, James. They're saying it's more contagious than HIV and whatever, but we need to compare it like for like. We need to compare it to flu.
Not compare it to HIV. HIV requires like blood contact and or sex.
Exactly. So I can walk past you in the street, you can have HIV and it won't matter.
Yeah, no, but that's interesting though, because then what is explaining the sort of greater rate of infection, because when you look at stuff like MERS has a higher fatality rate.
Basically lulling you into.
No. James. Why don't you wear a mask when you're outside?
Who, me?
Yeah. Given what you know about the virus, why don't you wear a mask when you're outside? Why do you take that decision?
Because the reusable ones cost like.
One sec, Mo, man. I'm asking him a question.
Because the reusable ones cost between like 30 and 50 quid, right? Spending on a mask.
So it's the pure economic decision for you.
James, what's a reusable mask? I wash my mask in a washing machine, blood.
Oh, you wear a mask? I
wash it in the washing machine.
You know
what? You think I got? I'm gonna listen to people that say use it once and throw it away. That's going straight in the machine.
No. Can I just say though, you've actually called me out. Yeah, it's pride. Like, I still want to wear a mask, to be honest.
Why do you think I jumped on?
In America, hold on. We're supposed to wear masks in America now, so they're making us.
It's late, bro. Do you know what the maddest thing is? The WHO, the World Health Organization, was advising people not that there was no benefit to wearing a mask. I thought you was going to go down that line. So up until like last week, or earlier this week, they were saying that there's no benefit. There's no benefit in wearing a mask. Now, this is contrary to the policy of South Korea, which obviously had widespread mask wearing. China, which had widespread mask wearing. All the places which have done better. Taiwan, Singapore, all these places which have gotten better have had this policy where mask wearing was like just common. Now, WHO have updated their policy now, and they've said, one sec, man. Let me land my point, man. They've updated their policy now. They've said it that it's important that everyone does wear a mask now. Now, what I'm saying is, even before they had changed their mind, and I think obviously this is a big criticism on the part of the WHO, you would imagine if you look into the virus thing, you know how it's spread, you know it's like droplets, you know it's through coughing and so on and so forth, then you would imagine that if you're going into like congested spaces or even where there's a lot of people, that just from a precautionary point of view, you would cover up, innit? Because how is it going to come in? You were saying earlier with HIV, like there has to be blood or something like that, but it's not like that with this. You get me?
Yo, Khan,
anyone could have come anywhere or done anything at any point. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you never know when you go outside of your yard.
If I'm honest, you're right. You're very right. I think if I'm honest, one thing, because I remember, you're right. I remember them saying whatever, like it's better for someone who actually it makes it safer.
Exactly, yeah.
Someone who has it. And then not only that, people also said like if it's permeable in any way, like in the interstices or whatever, it could, the droplets could pass through or however. And then not only that, but then the major argument I believe was the don't touch your face and have hand sanitizer, which has obviously led to them being so light. So I just
if I asked you, if I interrupt for a minute,
if I asked you, one sec, yeah, just one sec. Right, if I ask anyone on the panel, if I ask the question, if someone sneezed in your face, would you rather have a mask on or not?
Obviously, yeah.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, man. I was at fucking Iceland, some random white woman.
Wait, hold up, time out. Yo,
them masks ain't good for nothing. They don't work. I said, listen, I got a mask, you ain't here, so shut your mouth.
It says it goes airborne for 3 hours. It stays airborne for 3 hours, and it stays on surfaces for 12 hours or 24 hours.
Exactly.
Hey, look, I've got something to watch. I haven't watched it yet, but it's been sent from a good friend of mine, knows his stuff. It's called Autonomy of COVID-19, in which Andrew Kaufman explains why people test positive for so-called virus. It looks exactly at the same as exosomes that are a cellular component released to combat toxic invasion. The other videos, blah, 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 blah. But look, it says autonomy of CO. Look, all I'm doing is learning as I go, mate. I'm not trying to say I know this or know that, but all I know, I don't trust the government, and I believe there's
man, big up yourself, but virus,
right?
You got
so all I'm saying is
one mouth and 2 ears, isn't it?
Look, mate, I've got to fly to. I was meant to call someone at 8, but look, it's autonomy of COVID-19. I'm going to watch it myself because it's like an hour and a half and it's professors and this gives you a different narrative.
Let me ask you a question before you go. If virus is transmitted from person to person, how the fuck do you catch flu?
Mate, I'm learning as I go. I always thought you catch flu by being in the same room as someone. Then I look at this man, I look at this other man.
So why would you Why would you put years of life experience to the side just because some guy come up with some mad theory?
Because no, it ain't mad theory. Look, but when you don't trust the government, bruv, and you see other bits of evidence falling into place, when I see this martial law shit fall into place, well, I've been researching for years. I thought, fuck, this is like the guys of this pandemic has just got us locked down like they've never got us locked down before. So then I think, shit, I've got to look at the other. Let me finish this other bit, right? So then I think, all right, I'll look into it a bit. I ain't looked into it as much as I want to coming onto a panel like this, so I can't back my talk that much. So all I've got to say is the bit I have looked into, and I'll back this up, is called zoonosis, right? And basically, in a nutshell, is this guy is medical facts, whatever, biological fact, animal virus that enters the human cell through ACE2 receptor, right? And it's receptor binding domain. And basically, and it's called gain of function. In a laboratory, they're in there, they get one strain of an animal virus, another strain of an animal virus, put it in a petri dish, make it do its thing. Then they've created this super sort of virus, and it can only be, what do you call it? You can only, you can only transmit it if it's administered by a syringe. So you can't, an animal can't give it to a human, basically. And I can give you the reference for this, zoonosis. So basically what I'm saying is when you look at it critically, if you, hold on, if this the swine flu or this, what's this one now, the bat flu, whatever they want to call it, they put it down to a strain of animal flu that's mutated into a flu that humans can get, and then we can pass it throughout all of us, right? That's why I have to socially isolate and stay 2 meters away. But they're saying, these guys, and not just that, it's a fact, it can't be actually made unless it's man-made. So then you look at it, so hold on, if man's made it already, like they have in these laboratories, like they said they have, and it can only be given to humans if it's administered by another human, then I look at it as there's alarm bell straight away. Do you know what I mean? And then maybe it's mutated in the body and you can sneeze and it passes it on to someone. I don't know. I'll look into that bit. But I'm saying, look at this autonomy cell. It's been sent by a good friend. He knows his stuff, this guy. So it's autonomy if you got the time. So look, go on, mate.
Are you sure it's not me?
Yeah. I'll hold on a second. Yeah, G. So, man saying in the chat that you're saying you don't wash your hands and all that. Like, you're not taking no extra precautions for this corona sort of thing right now. Well, is that true?
My hands are flipping hygiene. I'm flipping wash every day, bathe every day. I don't take extra precautions as in washing your hands in what the government's saying. I wash my hands when I want, when they're dirty, or when I feel I need to, when I have my shower.
Yeah,
that's psychological warfare, bro.
Can I ask him a question?
That's not good. Fuck that.
That's not good for you. It's good for me, mate, because I ain't been told what to do by the government. Fuck that.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course you can.
Yeah, do you stand like 2 meters away from someone, and if you cough, like put something over your mouth?
Who's that? I recognise that voice.
It's Roger, the Roginator.
Oh, celebrity. How you doing, Raj, mate?
How you doing,
We've briefly sort of met at Speaker's Corner, mate.
Oh, did we? All right. Big up, man.
Sort of. You meet everyone, mate. Flipping hell. Fucking hell.
Yeah, but
of course, I've got basic manners, Raj. I'm hygienic and manners. You know what I mean? Just because I ain't obeying what every rule the government tells me. Don't mean I'm a tramp.
Did Raj charge? How much did Raj charge you for the autograph?
Oh, yeah.
How much did he charge you for the autograph?
Can I say something? Yeah, like the thing is, I understand like being skeptical of the government. Like, I don't think anybody should just like blindly listen to the government. But for me, like when I got elderly parents and stuff, like I'm gonna just follow the rules, man. Like if everyone wore a mask, yeah, it doesn't protect you, but it protects you from like when you cough or if you sneeze or something like that. Yeah, it protects other people if you've got it. So
if my mum was still here, mate, believe in what I believe, and I still believe it, right? I would never change my views, even for my mother. I would not go near her. I would wrap her up in cotton wool, bud, and I would trust me. I get that. Trust me, I get it more than anyone. Yeah. But I still have to believe what I believe, and I'll just isolate myself from my family. That's all, mate.
The thing about me, like,
you know when it's like, you see, like when it's like common sense sort of advice, you know, like, right, wash your hands extra, like, be careful when you're opening doors, or might wear gloves or outside, and just be extra hygienic at this time. Don't like that's not like trying to kill you though. Like, can be an extra hygienic at this sort of time be something to be pushing your way to get ill. Like I don't see the link between.
I reckon it's a psychological one. Like with the social distances, it's more a psychological one where it's gonna fuck you. where it's going to do your head in, where it's going to, oh, let me wash my hands all the time. Let me stay away from that person. Let me not, oh, shit, he's coughing at me. Bruv, what are you coughing at me for? What are you keeping near me? It's more more social distancing constantly psychologically, bruv. That's what's more concerning to me. That's why I'm not playing their game. And when I see someone, I'm eye contact like I usually do, right, mate? I didn't, bruv. That's it. I ain't playing your game like, oh, I can't talk to him. Let me swerve him. We might have.
But let me ask you a serious question. What if, hold on 1 minute. What if somebody in your media, and I don't want to curse you, but somebody you know and love, they catch the coronavirus, or somebody that you know and love actually passed away from the coronavirus?
No, Raj, I was in someone's house.
Would you change your mind when it comes to that?
In what sense? I still believe what I believe. I believe they're just dead, innit? I ain't going to believe that it's the coronavirus that has solely killed them. I ain't going to change my view on that. I'll be heartbroken. Yes, of course.
Hold on.
You know what I mean?
Hey, 1 second. Hey, quickly, just me and you spoke earlier, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. Coronavirus can kill someone, and the government can be giving you a disproportionate response. The government can be manipulating a crisis situation, and still the coronavirus itself is still a deadly virus. Like, I know sometimes you go so far left because you know that the government has lied and probably is lying right now. There's probably a lot of facts they're obfuscating. And then just to say on what Belly was saying, because I've always been really like, I don't pick the first item on the shelf. I always go to the back of the shelf. I don't like people touching my shit. Like I've been used hand sanitizer, so I'm nice. I had hand sanitizers before this shit kicked off, and I'm still using them now. You get me, because I play sports and I don't get to wash my hands when I'm leaving the court sometimes, whatever. And now I'll probably use it a little bit more, just because it's true. Like whether on the fact that you're just more health conscious isn't ever going to be a bad thing. What you're talking about, the distancing. If someone doesn't want to stand near me and I want to make someone feel comfortable, I'll stand 2 meters, but I don't mind. Like, it doesn't bother me. I don't want to chat to the next people anyway. I don't really want to, yeah. But going out and living my life, doing the things I want to do, I'll still do them. But when it comes to like anything being health conscious, like, you know, cleaning my hands after I've touched something, or, you know, or staying away from someone who looks like they're coughing, shit like that, I think that's just logical, bro. It's not.
James, I agree with what you're saying. Let me ask you a question. Are you aware of the situation in where is it where they have the Mardi Gras in America?
Louisiana, isn't it?
Yeah. Are you aware of the fact that Donald Trump didn't even tell them to stop the Mardi Gras? Now everyone there's dying. So all these people that are saying, oh, you know, this lockdown thing's for nothing, and is there even a coronavirus? Go and look at the result of what happened when they didn't cancel Mardi Gras.
No, but this one saying.
Look how their death rate is just shot up.
They say a lot of things. So they say. Listen to them. That's right. Listen to them. All they say. That's right.
Do you believe it's a 5G? Because the thing is, with the 5G, the reason why I get annoyed with 5G conversations is that I believe there's an issue with 5G. I don't think it's good having those radio waves at such a high, whatever frequency they are. Yeah, it's going to be good for people. But when you start saying it's the coronavirus, yeah, and the 5G are the same thing, and they're basically using it in order to kind of like, I don't know, X, Y, Z. I think your arguments start to become ridiculous. Like, you know,
I personally ain't said that myself, Rod. So I don't know if you're saying that in the sense of conspiracy theory. No, but I know what you're saying, mate. But they're not qualified to really say. None of us are, mate.
Hey, Tuesday was spring break last week or the week before, innit? Yeah, and not only was it Mardi Gras, but places like where is it, Miami, the South, where Cancun, but more importantly, like America, because there was videos coming out of America for spring breakers enjoying it as coronavirus was hitting. You should have seen some of the responses, bro. The kind of, what do you call it? An attitude of just very kind of nonchalant, but in the face of imminent danger. Like, I don't know, man. I don't get that attitude. You get me? And obviously, you know what the repercussions are, isn't it? A lot of people got hospitalized. A lot of people are infected with it.
But this, I think that's a bad thing. Like, to give someone like GG, there are people that can independently verify viruses. There is virologists that don't necessarily work for the government, that this is their interest and their passion, that could disprove and debunk this stuff in a second. The fact that they have.
Where are they then, James? Where are they?
Well, come on, man. I'm not trying to trap.
What do you mean? It's their time now, isn't it? Where are they?
It's not gang up on the man. I'm saying yes. I'm trying to show him that if that would be the evidence that you would require to think what you think about it being a complete hoax. So just assume, yeah, that they're fixing the numbers, or they're cooking the numbers, whatever, cooking the books.
Yeah.
But the actual virus itself, that is independently verifiable. And the fact that there's a consensus among people that there is a virus that is far more deadlier than other respiratory illnesses, I think at this stage you should accept that as a fact. Yeah. So then outside of that now, if it's infecting the numbers it's infecting, if the mortality rate is as high as it is, these are things that you can question logically because they haven't provided you any true figures or foolproof methodologies to obtain these figures. But don't just say that the virus don't exist because you think these men are liars.
I'm not saying it don't exist, James, mate. You ain't heard me say that. What you've heard me say is there's agendas behind it, and I believe it's not just some like they were suggesting at the beginning, it's come from someone eating bat soup in Wuhan or wherever it was. I'm suggesting it's been put out there by whoever, right? And it's been manipulated by the media, by the governments to get these new laws in and the bigger picture, like I was saying earlier, mate, about this World Economic Forum. The bigger picture, mate. Once this virus dies down, what's going to happen in 2 months, 6 months, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? They think 50 years ahead, mate. Transhumanism, all the rest of it, like I was talking about earlier, mate.
You can make that case for Viktor Orban, yeah? You can make that case for what's going on. Big up, Raf. But you can make that case for what's going on in Hungary because he's got an indefinite, he's got.
Yeah. That's the only way one it makes sense.
Yeah, but outside, Bolsonaro looks like he's doing it. Well, he's either going to argue that everyone goes back to work, or he's gonna probably attempt a power grab as well. Oh yeah, Vera, you see what's going on? Message me privately. You see what's going on in Venezuela? Mad thing.
Yeah.
Mad thing. But yeah, no. But the point is, you can't really say that right now for Britain. But the fact that Boris Johnson is hinting at the fact that he may need to extend the period and/or extend the controls he has, maybe you have got to with that. But that's all political. That the virus itself, I think like it would be wise for you to not doubt that part.
So let me ask you a question. Like, do you if you have the theory that someone made the virus and blah blah blah, I don't really care about it. But do you believe the virus is real? Because I don't understand what your point is. Like, is there a virus going around killing people called the coronavirus? Forget about who made it and the reasons why.
I would say there's a virus, Raj, yeah, mate. But I would say they're fuzzing the figures to suggest that it's worse than it is. Hold on. Would be on their way out anyway.
One minute. You said there's a virus now. Now, if you're admitting there's a virus, whether you believe it was man-made, whether it was to manipulate people, why would you not then take precautions? Like maybe wearing a mask, washing your hands, staying 2 meters away from people.
Well, I'm a spiritualist, mate. I've come to the age and the stage in life and seeing what I'm seeing, the way the world's rolling out. Whether I wear a mask or don't wear a mask, what's going to happen to me is going to happen to me. And I ain't
you might.
That's why.
Dude.
You're a spiritualist, but you can't have a spirit without a body. You better look after your body, innit?
No, when I wear a mask, I'm not wearing the mask to protect myself. It doesn't make no difference to me. But I could, if I didn't wear a mask and I coughed, I could accidentally cough next to somebody who's old, somebody that's more vulnerable, and those people, if I got coronavirus, will get the coronavirus.
Oh, I see your point, mate. So I see your point. I could be a carrier. So, like they say, oh, you're right there being selfish because you're a carrier, not wearing the mask. No, that's the government narrative. But if I was to say to you that I've had a private physician give me a test and I'm all clear and it's gone through me and I've had no symptoms and I'm immune to it now, and I've got a certificate like the government. Like the government, was that? Wait. Was that workers back to work then? Because the government are saying,
Gee, was that? You know that? Hey, wait. You know that private physician? Yeah, you know that private physician. Was he a homeopath by any chance?
Who?
Was he a homeopath?
You're taking a private physician. Don't worry about that, mate. It's my personal business. But all I'm saying to you, that could have been the case. Like the government is putting people to the test, and when they get the all clear, or even key workers, when you get this certificate, you can go back into the hospital because you're immune to it.
Bro,
but now they're
how
saying
many times
you may not be immune to it.
You know, there's false negatives,
they moved the goalposts.
Yeah, but
you know what I mean? That's been the test. There you go. That's the other point. The test has been shown to be
yeah, but the thing is, you don't understand.
Not really.
But the virus
anyway.
The virus is relatively new. Yeah, it's part of the it's similar to the SARS and stuff like that. It's new, but they haven't got enough kind of like what you call kind of evidence to prove. You have to go years and years to prove if someone's like they've got the coronavirus and then they can't get it twice. They think that at the moment, but that might not be true. Somebody might get the coronavirus again who had it before. So that's why the goalposts keep on moving, because it's relatively a new kind of virus that they don't really understand too much about it.
Yeah. Yo, has anyone seen or seen interviews with professionals on these type of topics. I recommend a good interview to watch is Joe Rogan's podcast where he interviewed a guy called Michael Osterholm on viruses and basically and all this stuff about Wuhan and whatnot and everything. So yeah, I reckon it's a good interview. It's an hour and a half, but it's a good interview to watch, people.
Yeah. I watched a few Joe Rogan ones.
Yeah,
I just think people need to like start, like, whether you believe it's man-made, whether you believe the government's trying to control people. The fact is people are dying. And like for me, like I got elderly parents and I got somebody in my family who's ill. From another situation.
Can't even determine,
so if I have to wear a mask and clean my hands,
can't even determine
and stand 2 meters away from someone, that's not a big deal, man. It's not freaking, and like staying at home for like a couple of weeks. That's not a big deal. Like, just do it.
Raj, you know that if you go out and you go out without your mask, when you come home, if you've got elderly people, you got to stay away from them, even in the same house, for like 5 days minimum.
If you go out, is it? Who said that?
Yeah, because every time you go out, you're risking the contamination. Obviously, you're possibly contaminated, but they're not. So to stop yourself passing it back to them, when you bring the shopping home, you got to spray it all down with like, what's it called? Disinfectant, because people been touching that shit on the shelves. You know.
I mean, what I do is normally when I'm normally gloved up, masked up.
I'm saying other people that's
I know. So, but I do as much as I can do. I can't stay away from my like parents for like 5 days in the same house. It's impossible. So then all I do is just make sure I wash everything that's coming from outside. I make sure my clothes are washed, and then the mask, and then have a bath and stuff like that, and then come back. I can't separate from them for 5 days. It's impossible.
Yeah.
I'll do as much as I can.
Let's tell some facts.
I'm not saying fully separate, but maybe like wear a mask when you're talking to them.
I do need to start doing that as well. Because I was coughing today. I need
so some facts about the corona. Well, we had in 2002 a SARS outbreak in China again. And basically what happened was that during that time of the outbreak, they were working on like things like vaccines or whatever and whatnot. Then obviously it went away and the government said, you know what, we don't need to put any funding into that anymore because it's gone away. So they ignored that. Since then, there have been scientists or when we say scientists, people who deal with viruses and all this stuff, they've been telling the government that, look, we've been doing little tests in the lab that we could do from the little funding we've had, and this virus that this SARS virus is mutating, and it could soon infect humans because it was infecting some of the human type of rats that they had in the labs and whatnot. And
did you say human types of rats?
Yeah.
Human type of rats.
So they're bred rats that have almost human like not like proper human bodies, but their cells are very close to humans.
Oh, get out of here, bro.
Yeah.
When you started those same facts, I'm waiting for the facts. You're telling me they got human rats.
I didn't say human rats, bro. I said they've got cells, that are very similar in terms of the way human beings in their body are similar, but not to that extent, obviously, because it's still a rat, isn't it?
Bro, I'm worrying about how come some people drop dead instantly and some people don't. That's what I'm looking at. That.
I'm trying to break. What are you talking? I'm trying to break it down to you. Just relax, brother. Yeah, it's not.
Alright, go on. No, but you said facts though. Like I'm waiting for facts.
I'm bringing the facts, man. What are you talking about? So I told you the video that you can go and watch. He's a professional. He knows this stuff, innit? Not these pseudosciences that you 5G conspiracy theorists want to be talking about. You understand? I'm sick and tired of this 5G talk, man. You're done out here, man. All of you, man. But basically, that they've been telling people that, look, this virus is mutating and it's close to infecting humans now, and basically that's what's happened now. It's mutated and it's infected humans, and now this is what people are dealing with.
Raf, sorry to cut you.
What?
Raf, every time a virus passes from one person to the other, it's technically mutated. Whether or not it's become a killer virus is a different issue. But for a virus to pass from one person to another, it would have had to mutate, because that's what viruses do. They mutate. And when a virus contaminates your body, it has to adapt to your body to penetrate your cell. Now, when you pass it to someone else,
we're talking
yeah,
about
that's
different type of
mutation still. That is mutation.
We're talking about a different type of mutation, brother. Yeah, it's not an argument. Yeah, the guy that I'm talking about wrote a book about this. Yeah, and he already predicted. I think his book came out 2015. He put it in his book. He said that the next pandemic to happen is in China, and he said that the same situation is to do with when they want to do testing on viruses and transmission between species and whatnot. He said that the whole what's it called, bats and birds, it's the not bats or birds but something, I can't remember exactly what he said, but something to do with this particular species of animals when they're put together, that they always get easy transmission.
No, can I say that the reason why bats tend to pass on these viruses because they're kind of like they can incubate viruses without getting ill. Do you understand? So most animals have used it. Yeah, but and it's not just bats, but that's why bats are one of the big problems. Yeah, because they don't.
It didn't come from a bat.
I'm talking about the corona.
The corona didn't come from a bat. It came from a pangolin. Yeah. The so-called bat idea is the fact that the same particular virus also comes from a bat, and it's found in bats, but it actually mutated first and went to a pangolin.
Pangolin is an anteater, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, and then that's where it mutated.
Oh, I thought you said penguin.
No, pangolin.
Pangolin. Okay.
Yeah. So that's how the coronavirus we got today spread, basically.
What, from an animal to a human?
Yeah.
It's zoonotic, isn't it? I think it's called.
I don't believe that.
You don't
Not what I've researched, mate. No.
What?
It says it can't happen, mate. It says it can't. It's this zoonosis. I'm learning as I go, mate. I'm not saying I'm an expert, but the guys I've researched, they're saying it's not possible. You have to, like I said before, mutate it in a lab and then put it in someone.
What is bird flu then? Why is it called bird flu? Why is it called swine flu? What are you talking about?
Because it's been created in a lab and then put into humans from another human being. That's what I'm saying.
The bird lab and the swine lab, yeah?
No, a fucking highly infectious.
Is that why the flus are called after? Is that why the flus are called swine flu and bird flu? Is it because it was made in a lab called bird lab and swine lab?
So let me ask
I don't know, mate. They used to call them after races, didn't they? That's Mexican flu and all that Spanish.
Let me ask you a question.
I don't know.
Like, why?
Let me ask you a question.
Let me ask you a question. Who did the play? Like, you've got this conspiracy. A lot of people got this conspiracy theory that the governments are doing this in order to control the population.
Yeah.
Who created?
They are doing. They've said it, Raj, mate. They've said it's not theory, mate. They've said it to people, Raj. It's not theory, bro.
So who created the plague and what was their reason for doing it?
What you mean the Black Death?
Yeah, the Black Death. Who created that and what was their reason for doing it? Because remember, there's a Black Death that killed millions of people. I mean, what was their reason?
I don't know. Depopulation, mate. Whether the plague depopulate, that's the main reason. Thomas Malthus was talking about it 200 years ago. Eugenics, mate. It's nothing new. Tom, what do you call it? Bill Gates talked about it 10 years ago.
No. I'm
asking
no
secret. They want to depopulate the world.
No, I'm asking
Abortion,
you about
vaccines.
I'm asking
wars.
you about the bubonic plague here, which happened a couple of hundred years ago. What was the?
Who cares, mate? I could get. Who knows? I don't know, mate. I could research it. You tell me. Who do you think? I don't know. I'm not that bothered, to be honest.
No, it was just a plague. It just happened. It was just human. It's just kind of like natural things that happen in the world. Yeah, no one created that freaking plague to like depopulate.
Well, people now they've got the capability to create the diseases now, Raj.
Yeah, but I know that
conspiracy theories, mate.
One minute,
that lab is there. You've got other people in England, America, they do it, mate.
How did the plague pass to humans?
I think it was through rats.
No, through the fleas that lived on the rats.
Yeah.
The fleas that lived on the rats, yeah? So if a flea can pass a germ to a human, then who the fuck is saying that, germs can't pass from animals to humans? It's bollocks.
Look at this. That's the interview, yeah?
No.
That's it.
No, I have to disagree with what I've seen, mate.
Just
I'll do some more research on it.
The reason I'm asking you this year is that all this kind of theories
his background is that. Listen, his background is the fact that he worked with there's members in the advisors in the American for and about all this stuff and whatnot. And like I said, he wrote a book predicting all this stuff long before it even happened. So when people are saying that, it's a conspiracy and they made it in a lab or whatnot, there are people who actually know this that you can go to and watch the videos. It's the fact that you guys don't want to go and look for the information. You guys want to be, I don't know, this contrarian type of view and whatever and whatnot. This, but you don't want to.
So the bubonic plague in the 14th century reduced the population by nearly 500 million. So are you? Because these kind of viruses happen.
Do you mean the bubonic plague?
Yeah, bubonic plague, whatever it's
That's
called.
what he said.
The bubonic
plague.
The 14th century reduced it by 475 million people, like an average. Yeah, so these kind of viruses happen just naturally. It doesn't mean the government's created it. They might manipulate the situation to do certain things, and kind of get people to do things, but it doesn't mean they created it and put it out there.
Well, the only thing that's really made me think they have done it is because of the restriction, the legislation and what's coming after it.
Yeah.
Don't look at the World Economic Forum, the website, and look what they plan for humanity over the next, from now till never, till the meteor comes. I mentioned a lot about it earlier if you guys weren't there.
I'll tell you this, human beings.
Raf, just quickly, I'm just going to make a point quickly, The one sec, because I know you want to get into it. I'll be quick with my take. Because G mentioned asteroid and meteor and that, I just have to get this point off. G will be, if an observatory kind of notices a meteor coming or asteroid coming towards Earth, man like G will be the one to run up in that observatory and mash it up and say, this way, we can never get hit again like that Simpsons.
I don't know the show. I ain't seen it myself. I can't comment. I ain't seen it. I can't comment. But anyway, look, World Economic Forum happening in Davos in January, innit? Go there and look at some of the what they've got planned for humanity. See if
they put this information that they don't want people knowing on the internet.
Well, of course they do. It's there, they're in plain sight.
They don't want people knowing it. Why are they putting it on the internet?
That's the point that I'm trying to make to G.
Fucking don't look at it. They watch football and fucking do exercise and enjoy their locking in and listen to whatever.
Can I say something? You need to watch a film called. I watched a film called Contagion again yesterday, because I watched it before. You're like the character who's what's it called? Jude Law. What's that guy? Who's the guy that
good-looking, smart one? Yeah, thanks, Rod.
Because he's the one. That
you remind me of James.
What is it? I'm not saying going to cause death, but he caused millions of deaths in that film. So if I'm thinking it. Because of his conspiracy theories.
I'm causing millions of deaths.
No, I'm not saying you, but I'm just saying. No, I'm not saying you're the Charles Manson of our time.
Wait, one moment. It ain't conspiracy theories. I'm looking at it now. If you've got the bollocks, don't look at.
You technically are saying that you're flouting the government's recommendations.
Shaping the future of the global public goods.
Gee, we don't know how many people you've contaminated. I've got friends to talk to.
Look.
You could have contaminated a lot of people.
So look. It's conspiracy theory, yeah? Go and research. You're also clever. The World Economic Forum.org/platforms/shaping-the-future/of the global public goods, right? Go and look what they got planned for all of us, and then see if you're still laughing after you fucking read it. Congratulations. And can't start me a conspiracy theorist. I'll be a conspiracy theorist. Happy days. Bye, mate. Happy days. I ain't going nowhere. I'm still
anyway, listen. Listen.
Yeah. God. Who are you? Fuck off.
Will you watch my video as well?
Did you say blood clot?
Did you watch my video?
I said fuck off. I could say blood clot if you want, mate. I said blood clot. Why not? Blood clot.
I'm saying that.
Would you watch my video?
Did you?
What's your video?
The one that I showed you earlier, just about the guy called Michael Osterholm and Joe Rogan. Yeah, we watched that one.
I'll put it on. I don't like Joe Rogan. I think he's a shill. He's too mainstream, like David Icke, mate. I don't watch them ones. I like more independent ones.
I know if I need science, I know where to go. Joe Rogan, innit? If I need science, I'm going straight to Joe Rogan because Joe Rogan's got the science, bro.
That's why I said watch that.
No, but he does have some good guests on there, though. No, but can't.
He does.
He has some
He
really
does.
good
He
guests,
does. I'm not
scientists
gonna
and stuff
lie.
like
He
that,
does.
so, yeah.
Yeah, he
Can't
does.
trust that, man. It's government dead. Anyway, look, I would suggest go to there, look at it, and we can chat again about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I ain't no
yeah.
keyboard warrior or whatever. You know what I mean? I got no.
Yeah, but dude, just start thinking about other people as well, man. Like I'm not telling you.
Oh, shut up, Raj. I think about myself,
seriously,
brother, and everyone
man.
think about themselves. You don't think I don't think about other people.
you have
Come
to.
out, bro.
You have to, man.
I
You
am
have
thinking
to.
about other people, Raj, because I'm giving you the heads up of what's coming, bruv. So think about your family when you see what's coming.
I'm talking. All right, fair
Come
enough.
on, bro.
That's long term. You're cool. I'll take your advice. I don't think everything you're saying is crazy. I think there's a lot of stuff going on that I don't know about. But I am saying that when it comes to this short term, like it's like, I mean, if it's
No,
gonna
I'm
last,
isolating, Raj. I'm isolating. I go out in my hazmat suit and all the rest of it. I ain't chatting to no one. Trust me. I don't want anyone getting carried. What do you call it? Coronas, whatever you call it, from me. Thanks for your advice, bro. No, I'm. God save the Queen as well. I'm gonna sing the national anthem before I go to sleep.
you don't need to do that, man. Obviously, you're trolling.
No, we
but-
should, bro. If it weren't for the Queen, we wouldn't all be here. Remember that. God save the Queen. We should all have her speech on.
Yeah, I'm seriously, man. Like I think people.
No,
people
seriously,
that,
I love the
people,
Queen, brother, and the
no,
government. Through and through, bro. If you still cut me up, you'd say, I love
Dude,
the Queen.
I don't like the monarchy, yeah, and I don't like the government either. Hold on. I don't like the government either. But I'm not gonna put all these.
You shouldn't
people at
say
risk,
that. I
yeah.
like the government.
Hold
I
on.
trust the government, bro.
I'm not gonna
Don't
put
say
all
that.
these. I'm not gonna
Liberty.
put. Hold on. I'm not gonna put all these.
I don't have a channel.
I'm not gonna put all these people at risk here that are like even my. I mean, if someone's outside
for
here
fuck's sake,
and
what
they're
are you putting
coughing
at
all over the place, and I get something, yeah, and it happens, and it affects my parents, I will freaking hold that person responsible.
You know what?
Like,
On a real though, yeah, coronavirus's contagion levels got nothing on sarcasm. Sarcasm is contagious as fuck.
Hey, Raj, another good tip, yeah, Raj, another good tip. Have one pair of shoes for going out, and when you come home, take them off. Don't walk through the house with it.
Oh, I don't normally walk with my shoes through the house anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
You
people
guys. Yeah.
Anyway, I've got to fly. I've got to go and put my hazmat suit on and go out and sing God Save the Queen outside Buckingham Palace.
Before they closed all the pubs, where are you going? Where are you going?
No, I don't drink, bro. I'm going to go and worship the Queen with my hazmat suit. And
Are you going to buy a draw, yeah? All right, cool.
Draw?
You know, they drop it off to your house nowadays. You know that? You don't have to go out.
I don't know what you're on about, bro. I don't know you. I don't know what you think, but you're very, I don't know, prejudiced or whatever, bro. Anyway, anyway, Raj, I'm speaking to the other members of the panel. I don't know this guy thinks he is clever clogs, but yeah. Good luck to you to stick the computer chip up your ass and a vaccine in your fucking eyeball. Good luck.
That's just
much love to everyone else. Raj, you're all right, mate. I've seen you down there. Hopefully, we'll be out and I can have a chat with you down the corner. Nice one, Billy. I've got to go and see someone in that suit.
Anyway, take care, man.
See you soon. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Nice guy. Top geezer.
Top lad.
He seems alright, but
One of
it's
their
just,
lads.
when people
Nah,
like
he's alright. He's alright.
No, but when people start taking this kind of like situation, like, oh, it's all to do with the government and all that.
You know, people like him don't wear masks. It's natural selection.
It gets silly that way, man. That's the
Oh shit.
Yeah, the mask don't do shit in terms of like protecting yourself, but like I was outside the other day, I had a mask and I coughed without even realizing until later on. You know, when you just suddenly cough. Like if I coughed here and I had the coronavirus and I spat everywhere, like all over the fruit and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, but luckily I was wearing a mask. Like somebody could have just walked over, touched that stuff, and they could have got it. It's just being considerate of other people.
Exactly.
Stop worrying, bruv.
Dude, look, I'm sorry, man. If you don't, like, I got two elderly parents here. One's had a quadruple bypass.
Everyone's got parents.
Hold on, diabetes. Yeah.
No, not everybody has living with
and
their
on top of that, I got a sister who's very ill. Yeah, from something that happened years ago that could easily pass away if she got coronavirus. So I am very careful about this kind of stuff. I got three very vulnerable people in my family.
Raj, why do you think that there's people that don't seem to be getting the message about being careful?
Because
what is it with some people?
No, dude, I reckon if I didn't have those three people around me, I might be a bit more slack as well. I'm not gonna lie. I think when you got like real people like around you that could potentially die from that virus, you're gonna take it seriously. Like, It's just a fact. Some people just haven't got
You,
that.
you know
around
what
them.
though? I don't. I think like I don't have a problem with going back to normality. I just question the means of how to get there. I don't think calling it all a conspiracy is helpful. In reality, if you look at until a vaccine is actually prepared, which is obviously going to take a while, there's treatments there's treatments, but there's promising treatments that are being replicated and trials, clinical trials that are being replicated in Brazil. Where else? France, they did a study and they're replicating it within France, like in different places. You get me? So there's like promising treatments, and the treatments consist of very cheap generic drugs, so they're not at the behest or control of big pharma. You get me? So that's promising on one hand, and I think that taken together with like testing policy, so you know who's got it, who hasn't got it. You can protect the vulnerable, and other policies like it could. Like you could definitely bring society back to normality, get me, allow people to go back to work like slowly and rare tear. But I think it has to be done in a way which is kind of taking the best out of South Korea's policies, Taiwan, and those countries which have gone through it. You get me, and come out the other side in some kind of good way. You get me, like all things considered.
But Zuriab, you know, eventually, everyone's gonna have to get this. You know that. But there's no way to avoid getting it because it ain't going nowhere, right? So if you're 17 years old and you're locked up in your house right now, and they're saying, okay, we need the hospital bed, so everyone's there at home. Really, what's going to happen is in the future, once everyone's got it, and the people who are going to die died, and the ones who didn't, and everyone's gone back to work, and you're 70 years old and you're still in your house, eventually you're going to have to come into contact with someone from that group of people that could possibly have it. So you're either going to have to come out your house, or you're going to get a visitor from, I don't know, your grandson or someone who's been to school or someone who's been to work is going to come into contact with you. And eventually you're going to end up in hospital. The fact that they might have a hospital bed for you and they might have a ventilator for you, is the only positive.
The other thing is
that alongside, but that wait before that part is actually late stage treatment. ICU is like very late stage when it's become like probably irreversible. Well, when I'm talking about treatments, and this is what I'm saying, there's a silver lining in this. As bad as the situation is, there is actually promising treatments that are being trialed and going through rigorous clinical testing. And what I'm saying is those treatments can consist of very cheap drugs. So what I'm saying is absence of testing, right? So you test everyone as much as possible. If the test is positive, you're able to treat them early on, degenerate to a stage where they have to go to hospital. Do you get me? I think this is from the current policy, but I'm saying that there's alternatives, without having to resort to like, oh, this is all a conspiracy and they're trying to keep us. You know what I mean? I just think it's like bad policy in a sense.
Do you know, Khan, that even if you survive the corona, say if you go into the ICU and then you come out, the damage it does to your lungs, is pretty severe, much more severe than pneumonia. Like it will leave like I think they said it leaves like kind of like permanent kind of problems for the rest of your life afterwards.
Yeah, Raj, you know, doctors, they always exaggerate stuff so that if the worst outcome comes, then you just like no one gets to say, oh, I wasn't warned about it. So all this stuff, of course,
I get you.
These are just exaggerated things. It's not gonna kill you. It's only gonna probably make you sick. And then you're gonna get better from it, and then you're just gonna.
Well, I don't know if you know.
So what do you say to
young,
the
healthy children are dying?
So what do you say to
what do you think's gonna happen to us old people?
What do you say to the three nurses? Hold on. What do you say to the three nurses that were like mid-20s who just died in the last 3 days?
I
don't
believe that they just died of corona, bro. Like they haven't even told. Like this is what me and James have been saying the whole time. They haven't even got. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
They haven't even got like how do I say it now? They haven't even got a proper way of testing for corona. They're already just telling you that this is where you're looking at things like x-rays and then they're not X-rays, CT scans, and then they're telling you
Yeah,
that,
but you know why they're using a CT scan?
why?
Because
What's
people
CT
that are
doing?
dying of corona have got their lungs filled with fluid, and it
But
comes
they
up on the
can't, they
CT
can't,
scan.
but they can't distinguish that from other things.
There's no other disease that I know of that you drown in your own lungs.
Yes, they do. What are you talking about? There's so many.
What? What? Like what? Name one.
I can't think of it off my mind, but there's so many.
Oh,
bro.
get out of here, bro. Fuck's sake.
Even pneumonia, they
I
were
can just
showing
type
in
up now for you.
Oh, they
then
can't
end it now.
They were showing in a CT scan or a scan, yeah,
Let's see that.
with pneumonia, it just attacks one part of the lung. Yeah, so they can kind of control it. But when it comes to the coronavirus, it literally attacks the whole lung on both sides. That's why it's so kind of devastating, and you need a respirator. So it's much more severe than just a pneumonia.
Yeah, yeah.
Have you got
So
elderly parents?
they can use CT scans to know if you died of corona or not.
Yeah, I mean, obviously
That's why they use it.
they've got corpses as well that they can, do autopsies on and check. It's not. I don't know why people just don't. Like, why? What would the reason for
But
the
this is
doctors be?
this is
provide
actually
those?
interesting though. With regards to the difference between dying with corona, yeah, and dying of corona, I think there's a difference there.
What's the
and
difference?
I don't
What's
think
the
that
difference? What is the
someone can have.
Can you define that then? Can you define that to me?
Someone-
What is
yeah,
the
yeah,
difference?
You might have corona.
Yeah.
You might have corona, but doesn't
Yeah,
mean
yeah,
you
I can.
necessarily
One
died
sec.
from it. That's the point, innit?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so there's the difference between dying with corona and dying of corona is that one is you have an underlying disease and you just so happen to have corona, right? For example, there was someone who bashed his head, some old man, bumped his head, fell over, slipped, hit his head, and because his brain was bleeding, basically. And he obviously hemorrhaged in it. Now, he goes to the hospital, catches corona, and then goes on to die. Now, he doesn't die of corona, he dies of hemorrhage. Like, you get me? Brain hemorrhage. And what I'm saying is, given the climate, he's getting chalked up as a corona death. And it's more like, I was reading.
But even if
the
that's the
advice.
case, even if that's the case,
One second. I was reading. One second. I was reading the advice the coroner's office, like the general coroner's office, is given to like the local ones, and they're basically saying not to make not to make any distinguishing things, but they basically lump it all together as one, which I think obviously is going to exaggerate the numbers.
Underreported.
No, it would be over-reported if that's the case.
A lie? What?
No, because there's so many people out there that have got it that haven't been tested that they don't know that they've even got it. So
No, but
they don't put them on
that's
the
a projection.
on the stand.
We need to put this one to bed. See this thing about over half the population could have it, and that's just a projection. That's like the Oxford thing. It was in the newspapers and all of
No,
that.
but if you compare it to Germany, where they've done much more testing.
Hold on. What I'm saying to you is that's not even a theory. They're not even positing that, maybe half. They're just saying in this projection, we're assuming these certain parameters. Do you get that's what a projection is.
No, I'm saying leave the projection for 1 minute, yeah?
Hold on 1 second. I'm going to ask you to talk. Explain exactly why you say under. So he's saying stated it as overrepresentation. You're stating under. How did you get there? Explain that to us.
What I'm saying is this: the real number of corona would be much higher than even if you did chalk up all these people that didn't die of corona but died with corona into the equation.
What?
So how did you get to that conclusion?
Because the testing that's going on, for example, in Germany, is revealing that there's a lot more people that have got corona than the ones that are being rushed to hospital.
How are they testing for it?
He's saying, that people that died for reasons other than corona, are being reported as dying because of corona, and as a result, more people are being reported as dying from corona than actually have died from corona. You're saying the opposite. How?
No, not died of corona, have got corona.
Well, that's not what he's saying then. Then you didn't understand what he's talking about dying of. He's saying sort of figures are overestimated because of the mortality rate of corona, not the fact that who has it and who doesn't have it. That's not what you were saying.
No, I'm talking about the rate at which it's spreading rather than. Yeah, but anyway, go on.
No, carry on. No. I wanted.
We don't even know. We don't even know. You see that? Yeah. I don't know why people are finding it so hard to understand. Yeah. You don't even know how they're testing for it. Yeah. And if their test is accurate enough to just pinpoint the corona itself. Yeah. and we're just assuming that people
No.
from it.
Test. This is the joke as well. Are they proving COVID as well? Because with the
No, I don't think they are. They're doing two, as far as I know, they're doing swab tests, and they're doing a blood test. So the blood test is for the antibodies, I think, and then the swab test is the
antigen. Yeah, I've got basically, you know, the H1N1, the swine flu. There was a CBS report from like 2008 or 2009 where basically it said that there was false positives provided by the antigen test, and the UK has already said that what they're struggling with is the antigen test, that they're fairly certain of the antibody test, but the antigen test that they're like, some have produced false negatives, some have produced false positives, but there is obviously form for.
I wonder if that's linked to, you know, the Chinese tests that have been given out to like a lot of European Western countries, and they're saying, oh, these tests don't work. I wonder if that false positives plays into it. But yeah, anyway, carry on.
I saw a report, and I showed Dark Magician it, that so basically there's already evidence. So one of the ways that China managed to curb the increase and now create a decrease in cases, right, is from what's the word, like varying their methodology, their diagnostic techniques. One of the ways was using CT scans, and apparently it proved highly effective, and there's medical literature to support it that is an effective way of mass testing or testing when you don't have when you don't have every sort of option available to you, i.e. mass producing antigen tests or mass producing antibody tests, whatever. But then there's a medical science.
You know why though, James? It's because the result comes back quicker.
Yeah, of course. It's just X-ray. But a medical scientist who was on one of the major news stations, basically, and okay, this could be, you know, some kind of propaganda against China, but he basically said that no, it's no way of definitively proving anything other than I can't remember how he described it, but basically, like, they describe it as the lungs looking like they have fiberglass in them, and him saying that can be a result of a number of sort of complications.
But China's numbers are fucking forged, man. There's no two ways about it. When you look at, it doesn't even take. It don't take a mathematician to figure. When you're posting numbers that are, and this is brought up by a statistician, and he was like, you don't need a statistician like me to figure this out. But basically, their numbers were increasing incrementally when it was increasing at 25%, like every day from February the 1st.
But now,
okay.
Now they've curbed it.
And then, and then when it started to go down, obviously it started to follow this a similar pattern. And what the point is that, like, as the guy was saying, it don't take a statistician to figure out that, you know, if every day is 25% going up, then obviously we would expect it to tail off the same way. But the fact that it's going up at 25% every day is obviously questionable.
But them niggas are all building hospitals in a day and shit. Building hospitals out of what's that shit called?
Here's the thing. What was it? I pulled out China's official coronavirus case statistics have grown at exactly 25% for every one of the four.
Cut out, bro. Cutting out.
I said they're building fabricated Lego bamboo hospitals in one day, fam. Nah.
If you're talking zero, you're cutting out, you know, we can't hear you.
I was off mute now.
Hey, Raph.
Was it any better now?
Better.
You are one Matrix guy, because every time you're on here, you do that.
Yeah,
like you're in the
I thought it was just me.
Every time you're on.
It's his battery, trust me. It's your battery.
Yeah, my battery is no, it's not even that. It's I live in country, innit? So my connection is just shit, bro.
Yeah, it sounds like you're doing the remix.
Don't mention country to James Jones. Fuck's sake.
What? Oh, you dickhead.
Respect. That's what you said.
Yeah. I got there at the end. I got there, guys.
But does anyone believe in God more when now the coronavirus?
Shut up, man.
I believe in God more, you know.
Shut up.
Do you, Khan? Do you believe in God more? Who said shut up?
Alhamdulillah.
Who said shut up?
A disease made you believe in God more.
Who said shut up a minute?
Yeah, who said that? That was hilarious.
All of them.
Yeah, you said that.
They all said it.
Was it very
a bunch of cufferoons.
You little goddamn cockhead. Shut
No,
your mouth,
Always with the gay shit, bro. Always with the gay shit, man.
Shut up, weirdo. So you don't believe in God then? You don't believe in God more then?
Said, shut up.
Hey, you don't believe in God? You think that's
But the man don't believe in washing his hands, let alone God.
Yeah, so this guy here, when I said like about God, this guy gets triggered. That means that the guy here, he's not a Muslim, is he?
Hey, Raj, listen. How is now you have to stay away from people? The government and the scientists are giving you the advice. Not the people at the Sikh temple. The people at the Sikh temple ain't told you that you need to isolate. You need to do this, that, and the other. It's been the government that's telling you that.
And
what's that got to do with God?
Because when you're faced with thinking about your own mortality, you start to think to yourself, what is next?
Oh,
That's what I mean. I don't know. Maybe people don't think about stuff like that. But when you're faced with your own mortality, like you know, I could pass away from coronavirus. You don't know, and I hope certain people.
You better say your shahada, Raj.
I hope certain people do on the chat as well. Yeah, on this. But if I did, so when I'm thinking about that, it makes me more I don't know, closer to God. Yeah, because I've been
more believe in fairy tales even more. It's dumb. It don't even make sense. We don't know about what you said though. Yeah, you didn't say anything like believing in religion or anything. Yeah, helps me cure any diseases or. I've seen a guru say so and so, and this disease is cured. It's just like it makes you think that you might die. You're gonna die. Everyone's gonna die anyway. Yeah, obviously you don't want to die sooner. You want to die later, but
I think most normal people, not demons like you guys, like when it comes to like like when it comes to
demons like us.
No, not you, Khan. I'm talking about the atheists on it, and the Zuriab, who's supposed to be a Muslim.
We don't believe in demons either.
Thinks God's a joke. So when it comes to most people, throughout time,
we don't think your demons are true.
Well, I don't.
By the way, Raj, that's not me speaking. That's the other guy.
Yeah, I know. So,
can we just wrap up that last discussion? I think it's fair to say quickly though, that not everybody requires some kind of information source. So be it, microbiologists work closely, or obviously virologists are microbiologists, but they work closely with epidemiologists. They work closely with nursing staff, first responders. They work closely with government representatives, civil service, think tanks. If there is a mandate or an agenda or an initiative being pushed by, your fucking secret advisors of your Dominic Cummings of the world and stuff, it does cloud and color a lot of people's judgment and perspective. So while there are provable facts within sort of this within this crisis and this pandemic, there are provable facts. There are other things that are very susceptible to manipulation. So I don't think like that. When G makes the bold claims, some of them are a bit insane. But some of the skepticism is valid and warranted, man. I don't think it's easy. I don't think anyone that doesn't have definitive or true figures and facts themselves to rely upon, independently verifiable facts and figures, I don't think it's fair to dismiss wholesale the skepticism that a lot of people have on this issue.
Yeah, but the problem is when I agree with you. Like, there's a lot of things I'm skeptical about. But when you then go out your way to not follow certain rules and regulations, which are quite simple. Like don't stand 2 meters, stand 2 meters away. Then you're putting other people at risk for your beliefs.
Zuriab literally has made me get a mask. Like today, I want to get a mask just because of how matter of fact he said that. I'm like, all right, fine.
I would,
Raj, how do you mean that you're getting closer? Like, you're saying you're getting closer to God. How do you mean that?
I'll tell you how
I'm asking, man. I'm interested. I'm actually interested.
No, I'm not interested in what you think.
Situation.
Up your mouth. Yeah, you think God's a joke. You're not even a Muslim, pussy.
He was talking earlier. All I could think was
just come out with it that you're one of the G block. Just come out with it. You're not a Muslim. You're not a Muslim, man. Don't come out with it. We know you guys are atheists, man. We know for definite.
Yeah, Syria, you ain't even on the Reanimator show yet.
He's not a Muslim,
Zero
man.
cooking dub plates and shit, blood.
He's not a Muslim. He's not a Muslim. I'm telling you. If I say that I'm...
No, wait, tell a lie. Ziriab was the ant. Ziriab, was you the ant?
It wasn't Ziriab that was laughing, you know that. It wasn't even Ziriab that told you to shut up.
Who was it?
No.
Who was it?
It was me.
It was fucking Rafi, nutter.
No. Ziriab asking me, how is he getting closer to God?
Oh, who told me to shut up, though? Who told me to shut up?
I told you to shut up.
Oh, sorry. I apologize then, man. I went mad on Ziriab.
Yeah, I forgive you. I forgive you.
Not you. No. I'm still gonna say it to you, little prick. Like, but when it comes to that other guy, I have to apologize. I thought he told me to shut up. So that's why I went mad on him. Oh,
no, he was asking you. Raj, he was asking you in what way are you getting closer to God?
My thing must have cut out, man. I didn't know.
Let me say something. Yeah, let me say
But that was funny though. I was laughing because that was in my head. You know when he's talking, that's all that was running in my head.
All right, then I'm not gonna apologize.
I had to try and say it up again. You hear me?
Well, I'm not apologizing, man. If that's what you were thinking in your head, yeah, then you might as well say it, pussy. You should have not another man talk.
Zero blocks that his own jokes.
I did though. I did. I even brought the conversation back so I could drop it.
Yeah.
You just
I noticed that.
You just stick to your atheist ways, man. That's cool, man. Just stop pretending to be a Muslim. You don't believe in God.
Yeah, Zero. You ants.
You really don't believe in God.
Okay.
Yeah, I hate him, man.
No, that's true, man. He's true. He's probably the real leader of the G Block. Yeah, he's like one of those. He's a real puppet master around there.
He's the mega mind.
Yeah, he's the real man behind the screen. Yeah, pretending to be a religious Muslim. Crazy, man.
He's the claw, Zero up the claw. Cigar, then how did that bring you closer to God, then, man?
I did it. I said that it makes you contemplate about the afterlife. So in that sense, it brings you closer to kind of like thinking about God. And in a way, yeah, for me, like I've been praying a bit more and stuff like that. So yeah, in a way, it does bring you closer to God. I don't think what's so crazy about that.
Wait, one second. Let me send a shout out to Respect. Respect, Mecca's close, fam.
Hey, the next video line then is gonna be dissing out the king of Saudi Arabia. You get me? You're like, fuck it. I don't need no visa.
Hey, hold on. Hey, Khan, can we get your thoughts on that last joke from Belly? What do you think about that?
What's that?
No, I said, Khan, can we get your thoughts on that joke that Belly just made?
South Hood, man. Bang out Hood. Supposed to be your brother and shit. Throwing him under the bus.
I can't. I'll put it on sub, like, you hear me? Alhamdulillah.
You're very for you again.
Really weird noise, man.
Neo.
He's jumping in and out of dimensions, man.
He's dodging bullets. He's dodging bullets.
You're funny.
Real the revolutionary. Hey, Rio, man. What did you say?
You need to get that remix shit. When you're bar. Like if you said what you said to Raj with that kind of a remix, that would have hit super hard, man.
Trust me.
I'm getting so excited, James Jones, man. You're always kind of like freaking frothing at the mouth like a rabid dog whenever something.
Yeah, mate, he gets so gassed. James is just gassed right now.
Yeah, he's like, because he wants to get at me, yeah, but he doesn't want to do it directly now.
No,
yeah, you love it, man. Every time he's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, James loves the indirects.
He loves them, man. Yeah, he's playing all innocent, man. What about that Scottish minister, the medical chief that was going out and like with their kids and her husband and shit? Like, did you see that?
What's wrong with that, bro?
Yeah.
What's wrong with that? He killed Joy.
I had to bring my kids out today. They had to stay in the car while we could fucking go shopping. One parent stayed in the car while the other
you can't leave your kids in the car.
Yeah, but you're not a chief medical officer, are you? Are you the chief medical officer of the UK?
You fucking come back and the car's fucking rolling down the hill and shit. You get me?
Exactly.
Mad. Leave the kids in the car by themselves.
I thought that's what you said, sorry.
No, but she's a chief medical officer telling people not to do X, Y, Z when she's doing the same thing. You're not the chief medical officer.
You know what is it? Are you listening, yeah? Oh, sorry. Go on, Raj. Carry on.
I'll finish now. So,
no, mate, don't get upset, right, son? Right, thank
All right, mate. How you doing, mate? Yeah, why are you upset then, mate?
I don't know why I'm not upset.
Why don't you go out and start coughing on people like normally you do?
Wow, that was really why like the black guys Tommy Robinson was fighting just because I'm black, yeah.
Oh yeah. All right, yeah, cool.
How did you feel about that, Raj? Did you shed a tear?
About what? About what? About what?
About when Tommy Robinson had a fight with those urban youths.
They think they're top boy. Hear him, Tommy Robinson. They think they're top boy.
At the end of the day, if those guys really, if they really coughed in the old place, yeah, whatever they get, yeah, they get. Yeah, that's like totally freaking out of order if you did. But if they didn't, then they didn't. I don't know. If
but you
even
were saying it the other day, and you didn't realize until later. So what happens if someone turned the funk up on
I had a mask, pussy-o. I had a mask on, pussy-o. I didn't go into someone's face and start coughing at them.
Hey, Rod.
Bro. I had made myself street sweeper, man, quickly.
Yeah, shut up, man. You're obsessed with Nigeria, man.
Rog, how are you going to tell me I'm excited? A man said 2 statements to you, absolutely not being rude, and you've called him a pussy-o both times.
He is a pussy-o, though, isn't he?
Yeah, but who's excited? You're excited.
He is a little weirdo, man.
Clearly.
He's just obsessed with me, man, and he's not even Muslim. I can't stand people pretending to be Muslim and they're not. You don't believe in God. You're mad.
Wow, okay.
Are you taking a shot?
He's a cultural.
Yeah.
Raj,
that sunk the exact same way it sunk the first time, man.
Yeah,
he's a cultural Muslim.
There's no such thing as a cultural
Tom's trying it.
There's no such thing as a cultural Muslim.
Like Dawkins. He's the Muslim Dawkins.
That's why he's, can I say something? He never gets up. Do you know how I know he's not Muslim? He never gets upset about anything that anyone says about Islam.
So because he's got an emotion.
People can cuss at his prophet, he don't say nothing. People can cuss at his religion, he don't say anything. He's not a Muslim, man. He don't feel it.
Yeah,
so
Raspet's more of a Muslim than you.
You're
a cunt, Ruff. You're a cunt.
Wait, you know what? That would have hit so much better if you said Khan's a better Muslim than you.
Like, hey, can I just say though, yeah?
Only God knows. Ziriab, only God can tell you that.
Hold on. But man's saying because he's not emotional and because he's not irrational, that makes him not a good Muslim. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what Roger's saying, baby.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. But there is a level of kind of like, I'm not talking about emotionality, but like if you don't even feel it a little bit and you don't even like challenge it, then yeah, I don't think you could truly believe in that.
So who said what in front of him?
I'm saying I've heard loads of times here when on the panel you guys have said stuff. This guy don't call you out. He don't say nothing.
What did he say? What?
Give me an example. One example. Out of those loads, give me one.
Don't worry. I'll give it to you next time. Man. Don't worry. I'll make you wait.
Joking.
In the next
bro, why is it gay, bro? I don't get it, man. Allow it.
Next episode. I'm not your boyfriend, man. So yeah, don't worry.
Man said, I'll make you wait for it, bro. Allow it. That's gay.
I'm not your boyfriend, man. Don't worry about it.
What was that? In the words of Shiva, put some clothes on that.
Don't worry, man. Don't worry. Next time, you can look forward to something. Then, innit? We'll talk about it.
But I ain't gonna lie, like that's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know you're waffling anyway. Because
dude, I'm not waffling, man.
No, but I've never heard.
You're waffling.
Hold on. This way I know you're on your shit. Because this guy argues with bare people. So what do you think he's arguing with them for?
He's just doing it at a show. He doesn't really believe it.
Okay, now there's a different argument. You're saying
I'm saying that. I'm not saying that I'm talking about like the little digs you lot do, yeah, like constantly.
Hey, did someone say obsessed or something? Did someone say obsessed earlier?
Somebody, like when you're doing all these little digs, like using terminology, Islam. I'm not saying to go crazy, but I don't hear the man ever calling you out. Like even about the Mecca thing and all that kind of stuff. Like what Khan does. So I truly believe this guy is just one of those guys that just talks the talk but don't really believe in it.
Easy, Riyadh. I am a better Muslim than you. Nah.
Stop. How is that dissing Islam though? I don't understand.
Did I say he dissed Islam?
No, I'm saying how is Veli? No, I'm saying what Veli said. How like Veli said that directly to another person, yeah. Like, and it's a personal joke between him and that person. Unless he insulted actually anything like a sacred a prophet, something. How is that? Why would someone be offended because they're Muslim?
I'm just saying he has very little what I call reaction.
Raj is just chatting shit.
From what I've seen. Well, no, I'm telling you that I've seen that. That's just
I wanted to end it here before you start harping on rubbish.
I mean, he's part of the G block here, so obviously.
You see, Raj is a pagan though. You see how you try to make it seem like he did some big distance.
I've like, I ain't really said nothing still.
I'm not saying you're down.
Hey, Veli, you need to be safe, you know, because Raj is gonna do a video on you if you're not careful, man.
I've already done one of you, Veli, so don't worry about it, man.
You're facilitating Rajophobia, man. You need to allow it, bro. Be safe out there, you get me? This is a Raj message to you. Be safe.
We're a gimp mask.
You can say G Block to Islamophobic.
I'm sorry. I don't know. What I'm trying to say to you is that I believe certain people, like probably are basically atheists, and they're not really religious people. They just use religion as a way to sort of kind of like manipulate people. I'm not making no names. I don't believe they truly believe in that religion. They just do it to kind of like have their own kind of like, I don't know. Yeah.
Like what then? To do, God, finish what you're saying, man. You might as well go all the way in, B.
It might make you wait for it, Veli.
I'm just saying there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of people that pretend to believe in God. They don't really believe in God, but they just use religion as a way to kind of manipulate people and to try and I don't know, to manipulate.
Right.
That's true. That's true.
I meant like who? That's what I meant. Carl Name.
Really, John?
Who?
Really, John?
Yeah, who's using whose religion as a bribing tool then?
I'm not talking about specific people. There's people in history, throughout history, that are probably atheists, and the people have been priests, people have been
throughout history.
Dude, a lot of these
just waffling, fam.
Right, so are you telling me that you haven't heard of
like the Flavian dynasty?
Have you not ever heard of people here that are in religious orders or people that are supposed to be high up and they don't truly believe in this shit? They just do it for show.
Yeah, like the Flavian dynasty.
I think what Raj is trying to say is that you Christians, you're all secretly atheists.
No, I didn't say that. Big up to the Christians.
Probably they're closer.
No, I think what he's trying to say is that Erdogan is presenting himself as a new caliph and is using Islam to kind of expand the territory of Turkey. That's what he's trying to say.
No.
Yeah, that could be a valid. Yeah, that's one. Yeah, because I don't believe that Erdogan is really a good Muslim. He's probably
but who are you, bro? Like to say any of the shit that you're saying?
Come on, James. Don't be like that.
So you can talk about whatever you want here, but you're some sort of like.
I said, who are you to say what you're saying? It's a question.
I can say whatever I want, Putty.
No, it's a question.
He meant that what sort of authority do you have on Islam?
I can say whatever I want, Putty.
I'm a Sheikh Putty.
Who are you here to talk about Islam? What authority are you?
Listen,
I can write whatever prescription I want, Putty dog.
You are talking about subject matter that you know nothing about. And when I say something about a particular individual, you're saying who am I to talk about? But you don't talk about.
You've just done bare tax here, yeah. When we asked you for evidence as for
Black fear.
You've got
not black fear, black fear.
What do you want?
Hold on. When we asked for evidence, you've given us
what evidence do you want me to give you? Do you want me to go into a man's head and like tell you exactly what he's thinking?
Exactly. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, well, I can say it. I can say what I want. I can say that, listen, I can say an apple here is freaking more pink. How are you going to stop me?
So you're chatting shit. That's what you're saying. You're just chatting shit.
I can say whatever I want.
Yeah, but I'm saying we.
Yeah, I don't care what you think. If I want to talk about something and say something, you can't stop me, pussy. So shut your mouth.
I can know.
You're an internet avatar.
No,
you can't. No, you can't. You can say it, but you're not going to stop me. I'll talk about.
How can you call a man an internet avatar after you was the one who outed him and put his picture all around town? Yeah, but he's not an avatar no more. Everyone knows what he looks like. Thanks to you.
Con.
He's still an internet avatar, man.
Con. Thank you. Roger, I can know. You know I'm a boss round here.
You're just a boss of freaking.
Say something bad right now to get you moved. Say something. Let's see.
Let's do it now. Let's see whether Belly's in control.
Hey, grab him a tissue real quick. Grab him a tissue.
Who's in control then? Who's in control then, James? Are you in control of Belly?
You can stay. It's executive.
No. Tell him to remove me, yeah. And if you remove me, cool.
Raj, you know that Raj, they're called the Unholy Trinity. It's called the Unholy Trinity. Belly, James Jones, and Ultra. The Unholy Trinity.
Yeah, but Raj, you're getting emotional though, man. Yeah.
I'm not getting emotional.
Someone give him a tissue, fam.
I'm just saying that, if I want to talk about and say whatever I want about whatever subject, you can't stop me. I don't know what your problem is. You can talk about what you want to talk.
I don't think I said we can't stop you. I was just saying that he was joking in it, man. Like, take it. But you know what? Yeah, you're one of the funniest characters on YouTube. I swear that, man, you make me laugh still.
Hey, what size Pampers do you wear, Rod?
What do you want to do? I'm not your boyfriend, man. If you want to know that kind of stuff,
I'll send you an extra pack because you're in quarantine. You get me? I'll send you an extra pack, man.
I'm not your boyfriend, man.
Yeah, 6 plus you need, yeah.
Hey, today, Rod, did I hear that? You say Pampers or pads?
Either or, really, Betty.
10 lady.
Raj. Look, Raj, yeah. Listen, get a tissue, yeah. Dry your eyes, blow your nose, and then have a wank in it. And
shut up, man.
Over your picture.
Oh shit!
Nah. Say pause.
Man, you might fuck in his face.
Oh no! Pearl necklaces.
I'll even send it to you through the post.
Pearl necklace on the garden.
On his garden.
On the garden. I signed my name on your garden.
Tuesday, I blame Benny, man. He's always been talking about this acceptance and anyone's welcome on G Block and that. So he's welcoming of all walks of life. You get me? So I personally blame Benny.
Everyone's entitled to their say, because like,
but Benny, the thing is, yeah, like without people like want the muscle, and people other
I don't endorse a man trying to muscle Raf. You get me? Like,
if he wants me to bust one out, yeah, I'll actually finish on top of his picture. I'll send it to him.
Wow.
Oh no.
Yeah, I won't use it as the tool though. I'll make sure it finished on top of it.
Do you know what? Can I just say one thing here? You know, people with no pride, they can get away with saying absolutely anything, and they don't internalize it. Like they can just say it, and they don't think what it means.
Nothing.
And they want to talk about a next man's pride.
James, are you the guy that said that my mum should die? Did you have any pride? Did you have any pride when you said that my mum should die?
No,
I was wrong, and I apologize.
Yeah, so you're talking about pride, yeah. But when you said that my mum, yeah,
you apologize. When we're in the
Hey, James, he had that hidden in his rotten tooth in the back of his mouth.
I do not forget that kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't forget about that kind of stuff. Even if you apologize, I'm always going to bring it up.
Yeah, fine.
To show that you're a little cockroach. So yeah, no matter how many times you apologize, I'll accept it, but I'll still chuck it in your face.
Yeah, that's not a problem. What I'm saying
it's not worth it. You might as well not accept the apology.
I'm gonna accept it.
You're like a bad girlfriend. Like,
yeah, I'm gonna accept it. I'm gonna accept it, but I'm still gonna chuck it in his face. I think James Jones needs to be reminded that this guy is one of the nastiest people you're ever gonna meet.
No, I'm not, bro. Shut up. Man.
Yeah, you are, man. You are.
Remember last? No, so saying that if
Don't worry.
I'm gonna forgive man, yeah, and say, "Oh, I'm gonna bring it."
I don't forgive him. I don't forgive him. Hold on. Did I say I forgave him though? I'll accept his apology. Doesn't mean I forgive him or forget.
Why do you accept the apology then?
Oh,
Why you accept the apology, though?
I don't accept it then. I don't accept it.
I don't care, bro. You're dumb.
I don't accept
it. What you accept?
I don't accept it. I don't accept it.
I apologize. You give it back. What, you give him back the apology?
Yeah, I'll give it back. I don't believe the guy is genuine. He just does it for show.
No, listen, I don't give a shit, bro. I don't give a shit what you think, yeah?
I don't give a shit what you think, Puddy. You're an internet avatar.
Listen,
until I see you in real life, you're nothing.
All right, I don't shut up.
I'm smaller than you, and I'm freaking more fatter than you, and I'm still got more guts than you, pussy.
All right, man. Why are you always?
You can't handle the heat in the life.
I'm not going to come and meet you. However much reverse psychology you use, I'm not going to
bully James, man.
I'm not gonna lie.
Why does everyone want to kill little James, man?
Yo, you know
trying to draw man out. Why is he trying to draw you out for a link?
You know what? Hey, listen. You know why you and Banksy are the homosexual Chuckle Brothers, yeah? Because both of you, yeah, tried to use reverse psychology to meet me. I don't want to meet you, bro. I'm not going to meet you, bro.
They're literally saying to me, to you.
You couldn't take the meeting. Your type of bitch. You never say nothing. I'm telling you straight now. That's embarrassing for me. I don't think you like bigger now. I've still got more guts than you.
Yeah, you do, bro. You do, bro. Yeah.
I could imagine you watching your back 24/7 if you were saying this shit in real life. You'd be shit scared, man. That's why you don't want to show yourself.
That's what
you're. Look, Raj, look, you got James's bird started in the chats now. She's like, look, Raj, don't let me have to come speakers to check you.
Yeah, for sure, dog. Yeah, for sure. That's a mad one for you. That's a
boyfriend.
He said you better know yourself, boy.
Dude, let me say something. Oh, James, man, you just all talk, man. Until the day that I see you or I see you. Why do you put your camera on then? I'd at least have a bit more kind of respect for you.
Right. What am I all talk about? Have I threatened you? Have I said I want to meet you?
Well, you threatened my mother. You said you wish she dies.
But how's that threatening her?
Of course it is, because you're wishing death upon my mother.
Hey, Raj, listen. Raj, hold on a second. I played the clip for you. Was it yesterday or the day before? Yeah. You know, the black Donald Trump, yeah, and he's talking in the interview, and he's before he knocks over the Earl, and he goes, "You sure you're going for the Earl?" And he goes, "You know what happened? You tried to kill my father, man." You get me?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what Raj was like. He dissed my mom's, man.
I'm sorry, mate. All right, maybe you guys. Hold on, maybe you guys don't take shit like that serious. But when a man says to me, "I wish your mum dies," I take that shit seriously.
All right, you know what? No. Can we have?
I take that shit seriously. I'm sorry, man.
Really, you're chatting about Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle.
Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah.
Especially when that man talks about having the moral high ground.
Can I speak?
Yeah, he can talk about calling for the death of old women. Yeah, you got no leg to stand on.
I've been talking non-stop. Stop for a second.
I'll talk over you if I want, man. No point apologizing. I'm not gonna take your apology.
I apologize to you.
You apologized like a bitch yesterday. Remember yesterday like a bitch.
I've stopped talking.
You rewind it when you was a bitch. Say, Raj, I'm sorry, Raj. Please forgive me. Please forgive me, Raj. Please.
I'm sorry. I can't live without you.
And then I actually felt sorry for him for a minute. Yeah, I was like, oh, I'll accept it. I was like, fair enough. But the next day, the guys come with a moral police. Oh yeah, Raj. How have you got a leg to stand and talk about this and that? Yeah, you got no moral high ground.
Right, James, I don't know why you got the shit mic, man. You need to get a fucking new headset, cuz, and get that.
He's just an internet avatar, man. He's a little puddy down the high school.
Shut up. Trust me. James is just getting bare stressed over there, man. So we need to crowdfund his new mic or something, man.
Yeah, shut up.
Shut up, weirdo.
He's a gangster, mic. He needs that.
Put your camera on, yeah. How are you gonna play basketball, yeah, when you're a freaking pussy hole, yeah? Are you gonna be able to play basketball?
Rod, you've never played sports in your life, man. Allow it. Shut up.
I can imagine, yeah, James Jones here being a 5-foot freaking basketball player.
All right, shut up, man. What the fuck, bro? Right.
Right. I haven't told apology from a little prick.
Tell him to shut up, man.
Shut your mouth.
You never know, man.
Shut your mouth.
You never know.
What I'm saying, is man have to get context because I don't this mums and all that regular except for Dave Smith. But what happened was him and his bar-legged boyfriend, yeah, were screaming. I hand on my heart, yeah. Anyone else that was there was screaming back to back on a Google Hangout, so there's no muting, nothing. So they're both just screaming back to back, and I was just going consistently with the most venomous shit I could think of. And then literally as soon ask Raj if I'm lying, tell me the truth. You stopped and went, huh? Say that again, and then I didn't say it again, and I'm back.
You ran off like a bitch.
Is that right? So
no, you didn't. It's not like you didn't say anything. You were such a bitch.
No,
you couldn't stand by your word. You ran off here like a little rat.
Stop. Let me say what
you ran. No, you asked me. You ran off like a little rat.
No, right. But I'm saying when you asked me to repeat it.
No, you didn't. You ran off like a rat.
So hello.
Was it a rat or a human rat?
A human rat with coronavirus.
There's human rats now.
And AIDS.
Apparently, there's such a thing as a human rat.
Yeah, you're a pussy anyway. So you don't front like that's what I was saying. I was saying like I meant it. I was saying it to get your attention. I got your attention. Then you asked me to say it again.
Oh yeah, you're the real moral guy to give people like you're the guy that goes around. Oh, you shouldn't say that. Right? You're calling for the death of old women, man.
Bro, this whole time it's been making it out like you just dropped it on him. Like, yo, you know what I mean? That's mad.
Yeah,
so let me ask you: if I was talking over you right now, yeah, and kept on talking, are you gonna call for the death of my mum again?
Depends how much you frustrate him, because James Jones.
And this is
he gets frustrated.
This is what atheists are like, man. They don't care about.
Well, they ain't got honor. They've got no honor. Atheists don't have no honor. They don't have honor.
They don't believe in the afterlife or God. They have no issue for calling for the death of old women, man.
No, I've noticed. Yeah, I've noticed. Raj has been hating on G Block lately since Respect don't come with G Block though.
But how can I support you? Look,
mentioning Respect again.
I don't have an issue with you, Veli, yeah, but there are some real demon atheists, and one of them is James. Like he's a real demon atheist.
Premier League, bro. We're on the pitch playing.
No, he's a real man. Like his atheism, is actually making him an evil person because he doesn't care about witness. Because he doesn't believe.
About 3 hours ago, mad.
Is it Witness? Who did he kill today?
The Premier League, man. No, they're replaying the Witness stuff. He's still right now, bro.
See, Witness, he's my real challenge for the Golden Boot. I can't do it. The way he come, Joe, hey Zuria, you know what Zubida said to Bernie Bay the other day? She said, Noble Drew Ali's your prophet. She started reading a man's wiki page and said he started out as a circus magician and a clown.
That's what it says in Wiki. But that is what it says. That is what it says, though, Jane.
That is so bad, man. That was so bad.
What do you mean? That is what it says on Wiki, though.
I know, it's bad for them.
You know what's mad, yeah? You know their Circle 7 Quran, yeah? Is basically like the Gospel of Thomas, because you have to think, because early 90s and all of that when it started off the Moorish Temple and all that, they were basically trying to front like Asiatic and all of that stuff, and they basically repackaged the Gospel of Thomas, which was an apocryphal gospel, yeah, so it's not in the canon, but like it's about, isn't it? And anyway, because he had access to it, and for whatever reason he had access to it, he repackaged it as the Circle 7 Quran, and then they've got that. And for the longest time, obviously, most of the people weren't aware of the Gospel of Thomas. You get me? So he was able to pass it off like his own piece of writing and that. And obviously, he did add some stuff in there as well. And then, it was called the Circle 7 Quran.
But that's interesting. I might go on that now. I didn't realize that. That's actually made it more interesting for me.
Their thing is proper bidder still.
It's like just a remix of a remix of a remix of a remix of a remix. It's not bad.
What? What?
Yeah, that's what it's like. Religion, like
But no, wait, let me ask you about this. Let me ask you this, because you know it's the usual trope, isn't it, of like, oh, it's a remix and red. But how do you kind of account for the divergence or the difference between these different religions, especially like when it comes to these Abrahamic religions, quote unquote, which is like, you know, they say that Judaism, then Christianity came, then Islam. I'm saying, how do you account for the differences in, say, Christianity and Judaism, and between Islam and Christianity and Judaism? If you're saying it's a remix or if it's a... Yeah, but
you know why?
Yeah, go on.
Like you say, as the way that it's been explained to me that Muslims feel like the same prophets from Judaism and Christianity was actually practicing the religion that they follow, but the Christians feel like it's practicing the religion that they follow. The Jews follow, and there's all different little twists to each one. So it's like, that's where I keep saying, like, it just seems like it's just a remix of a remix of a remix.
Oh, the remix. This is the remix.
This is the remix.
What was that?
I don't think that wouldn't be strictly true for Christianity, because think about it, yeah? Like, Christianity as we know it has a cornerstone, which is that you need to believe in the resurrection of Jesus Christ for your salvation. So all these people who came before Jesus Christ, this was a question that the church fathers had to contend with, innit? What happens to all those people who were born before Jesus was on earth? How do they get salvation?
So I know, yeah, but the salvation for the people before Christ is through that following the scriptures to like what Moses and all them man were saying, isn't it? So obviously it's the Mosaic law before the law of Christ or whatever.
Yeah, well, what about before Moses then? So you can keep it going further back, can't you?
Well, you know, that's what I'm saying. You know, the concept of God is so universal, but the concept of prophets are so temporal and anachronistic, anthropomorphic, yeah, that it just, like, when you put them together, outside of like pantheism or deism, I ain't gonna lie, religion just sounds stupid to me. When you look at it in that kind of universal context of like every answer raises another question.
Are you saying that you believe in a God? Then you could get your head around believing in God.
No, I
just religion.
I say the criticisms for pantheism and deism are far more limited. I mean, you can still probably conjure up some kind of contradiction within them, but
because like if you're saying your God has got nothing to do with the earth, it's just the beginning, and then that's it. It's hard to say, why does God do this and why does blah blah blah. But when you're trying to say your God is everywhere, does everything, it's inside, outside, upside down.
That's a good point, really. Very good point. That's one of the main differences with Christianity and Islam. That's a good point.
No, but you do. You know what, Dirab? Can I just say something to you? Yeah. The other day, some guy was like some fucking retard that heard your argument. Must have been like, James Jones and all you atheists say everything comes from nothing. And I know you don't take the classical view of Islam, but one of the main sort of arguments proffered by Muslims is God's creation is unlike himself or something like that. And I remember hearing a debate with, I think it was Hijab or someone, where it was like, no, I think it was with Sarah, and Sarah was saying like nothing begets something that doesn't essentially like bear its resemblance in it. Like a monkey can't have a monkey baby. That's was it like some ridiculous. A monkey can't have a tail.
Yeah. I remember that one.
Right. And one of the arguments that Hijab and the Dawa kid was saying was, that sounds like a sick nickname, innit? The Dawa kid. But anyway, him and the Dawa kid were saying was, Allah didn't create the universe out of himself. So then, really, theists are making the argument. Well, classical observers of people who observe the sort of classical origin story in Islam, they're the ones saying something has come from nothing. Because they're saying Allah existed from nothing. Yeah,
but they're saying it came from nothing, but by the will of Allah. So when God says, let it be, and it be.
Right. That's specious, yeah? Or that's special pleading, yeah? So you're just inserting something somewhere to make it make sense to you at the time. But the argument would be, what did God create the world out of if we're to follow it? His
sheer will. His sheer willpower.
No. Wait. Hold on. Let me let these two threads go. Yeah. So what Benny was saying in regards to like, if you're saying that God is like creating the universe or creating and then not involved, right? It's a different argument. But if you're saying he's doing this and that and return, then it's a different argument. I don't know which side of it are you kind of addressing now, where he is fully involved. Because I think, to be honest, I don't know. And we'll get to that. We'll get to that point. Well, firstly, no, I'm saying like, as in, are we talking about a conceptualization in which God creates the universe and then is no longer involved in the universe, or are we talking about God where he's involved, creates the universe and is involved in the universe?
Well, pantheism is God is the universe, and deism.
No, obviously, yeah.
And deism could arguably similar in that they believe that there was an origin point, and the origin point is apathetic towards the source. So actually, you know what? I think deism is far more consistent with like an intelligent design, and pantheism is more consistent with a description of the entire universe. I'd say something like that.
Sikhism is more pantheistic, I think, if you really look at it. Because we believe God is
reincarnation and stuff, right? That is
but we believe God is everywhere. We don't believe in this kind of God on a
Isn't that what Sufi Muslims believe, though, Raj?
Do they? I don't know.
It's a little bit similar, though, Raj, yeah, because it's still interacting that if you don't complete the task, then you get reincarnated to come back to complete the said task. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you can't like we are being tested to a certain degree. So if you fail the test, you're not going to just be allowed in, are you?
Who are we being tested by?
For the creator.
Yeah, so then you don't believe in pantheism then?
Yeah, but isn't that kind of a peak for social establishment in the sense that the people who are who have a hard lot in life are presumably there because of some prior misgiving? But I don't want to be sounded to like sidestep James' earlier question here quickly to kind of address it. The nothing argument. I don't think they are. This is not really true. What they're actually arguing for is that God created the universe out of his command of be, and it was, or be and it is. So the point is that if you would follow it, it would be that technically it would be created from a command. But yeah, this is different.
No, that's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, go on.
The true, because no atheist I don't think is making the claim the universe came from nothing. I think it's more consistent that once you wrap your head around atemporality, what you're really looking at is some kind of like more spherical, circular understanding of time. It's not linear in that, beginning and end or whatever. So anyone that's being honest and intellectually honest will not posit, yes, the universe came from nothing. That wouldn't be an answer. But Muslims can be tricked into making that statement. From what did he create the universe out of? In the way that he fashioned man from clay, what did he fashion this universe out of? Was it himself?
Wait. Hold on. This is an important point as well. On the point of clay. I don't know what you've heard from anywhere else, but this isn't to be taken as like literal.
Cutting out.
I am
cutting out. Transformers.
Can you hear me?
Anyway, I need to go, man. I need to go. Internet avatar, put the down. Such a nice little prick.
Yeah, shut up and leave then.
Fucking hell.
Run up.
Yo. Can you not hear me or what?
You can hear you now.
Yeah. All right, cool. So what I was saying is that you see that verse about fashion from clay. It brings up images of like a potter's wheel, isn't it?
Okay.
Yeah. Now, what I'm saying to you is that that's the whole point. That's the point there. It's the imagery that is conjured up. It's not that imagery is then transported into quote unquote reality in the sense of saying that image in your head is what is externally true and reality. The whole point is it's a story. It's a way in which a kind of message is conveyed. And that's how humans, that's how we operate in society. We operate on the basis of collective stories, isn't it? Now, what I'm saying is, or narratives, however you want to put it. Now, this is imagery in terms of it's a literary device, and I'm saying it's imagery and similar. So what I'm saying is now, because to kind of go back to the point about nothing, what's the universe created? Is it not? It's not that at all. If you're asking me about a primordial soup, then that's something that's that's not something that's kind of pointed towards. Like what we have is indications or directions to go and study. That's what we have. So there's a verse which says "Siru fil ard." So go into the earth and see how the universe or how the world was created, how it began. Sorry. So go into the world and see how the world began. So that's the point, isn't it? So the whole point is that you would use the means available to kind of know or observe, to kind of study what's occurred.
I'll make it simple. These are all abstractions. It's not like I'm not winning an argument. I'm just saying, for example, if there was like a wall, and just me and a wall, no tools, no nothing, just me and a wall. That's all that existed for millions and millions of miles. Me and a wall, and I wanted to get a message on the wall. Let's say, for example, I could use my fingernails or something and carve a message into the wall, right? But then arguably I've made a message out of a wall. With my fingernails, I made a message out of a wall. Or for example, I cut myself and somehow I bit something and my skin and I used blood on the wall or the floor, and I put the message out. One could argue that, subtract the wall for a moment. Let's say it could be against another backdrop, any backdrop in the world. What I made that message out of was my own blood. So in those two instances, I've made this message out of a wall, and one of them I made them out of blood, i.e. myself. I've used myself to make the message. To make that point in the abstract of like creation of the universe, origin story type shit, it's like if you're saying the will of God was what created it, then arguably their initial point, their earlier sort of criticism or correction of Sarah's point is moot, because arguably God did make the universe then out of himself. That is what happened there, Or if you're saying no, it's completely separate from him, then he made it out of nothing. That's only like those. That's only two ways it can make sense. And I'm not saying that either one is wrong.
Yeah, but wait, hold on. The wickedest thing is that even when you say nothing is still something.
Oh, James, Sarah's argument is literally a Christian argument, which says that Jesus was the first man ever created, even before Adam. And Jesus is the blueprint for all human life. So everyone's got like Jesus.
I don't know where you've gone.
Where you got? You
literally left the universe. You just did it. The argument is can something come out of nothing? And someone heard me and Ziriab talking about that. And
hold on. This is there's two things here, and there's two threads. One thread is the fact that you have the kind of conclusion of the argument, the regression argument, or the argument from contingency, which basically stated is that either the universe is made up of contingent finite beings, right? And then those contingent finite beings are predicated on contingent finite beings in an infinite regress, or the universe is composed of infinite, or is based, or there's a outside. That's what I was going to say. Or there's a non-contingent being that is even allowing for the possibility of contingent beings to exist. So this is where this argument is deployed. So when we're looking at this argument of creation out of nothing, what it boils down to is ultimately that the non-contingent, or God, is the one who, even his existence, allows for contingent beings to exist. Do you see what I'm saying? So how those contingencies then arise is a separate question, but that's what deals with this conundrum that you're bringing up.
Yeah, but I'm saying I don't even pose it as a conundrum. I only think for the classical Salafist, like those people or whoever, if they're pretending to be that, whatever. I'm just saying for them and for most ordinary Muslims who would defer to those people. Sorry, most ordinary Sunnis who would defer to those people and say, these people know far more than me, the hijabs or whatever of the world, even though I don't think he's like a scholar or anything, but you know what I mean? I'm saying that your argument supports the nothing shit more than mine is a simple I don't know, right? I don't know. I don't know what true nothingness is. There's the only person positing this true nothingness is the theists, because no one else is saying it.
No.
Yeah. Well, what else existed with Allah before the universe was created? What else was in existence before?
I think it's best for them to make their arguments for themselves. You see what I'm saying? Unless I don't know if Khan agrees with them. If he does, then he can obviously kind of relay the argument as best he knows it. But otherwise, it's best for them to make that argument.
But answer that question.
But 1 minute, if you're saying that within creation there was nothing until Allah willed it, yeah, the attributes of Allah still exist within creation. So there's never a true nothingness.
Yeah, that's it. Then
that's a freestyle, bro.
Yeah, I know. But that excludes him from their argument because he's saying there is a resemblance of Allah in the universe, which is what they say completely categorically.
But that's the thing. We make a distinction between creation. Yeah, exactly. So his attributes are present. It doesn't mean they contribute. They don't contribute to creation in the same way that you're imagining.
No, but this is what I'm saying. The special plea comes into this. Will be, the statement of be, the statement of I will this, that doesn't constitute any connection to the thing. You're completely separate. It's independent of you. This statement of will is independent from the finished product. That's just a special plea. You can't substantiate that in any way. Any of the logical regressive arguments that have been put forward, the philosophical arguments, they at least follow some deductive consistency. That isn't. You're just saying trivially, God said be and it was be. It's completely separate from him, and then ascribing all of these qualities to the creation and the creator. I'm saying if you say nothing existed, I didn't tell you to say that. That's what they're saying. They're saying Allah plus nothing equals universe. Then something was created out of nothing. If you're saying that it was only Allah and then the universe, then something came from something, be it that something came from Allah, and therefore it logically follows Allah is part of the universe was created out of Allah because there was only Allah in existence. But the second you say no, and to rationalize that, you would say, no, there was something plus nothing. There was Allah plus nothing. Then there was the universe. Then you're saying something came from nothing, bro. It can only go one of them.
I hear what you're saying, and it makes sense to me, but I think it's a bit above my pay grade. I can't really explain. I've got thoughts in my head that I want to convey to you, but I just don't have the vocab to kind of cover it. So I'm just gonna have to say I can't answer you, James. Sorry.
But James, you see the problem that these Salafis run into is the problem of inconsistency. So what they do is they use philosophy, to buffer their preconceived notions and ideas. Do you see what I'm saying? The ones that they find in their books that were made up thousands of years ago. So, but then they limit themselves and they put themselves almost in a straitjacket, so they don't go any further. And obviously that puts them at a disadvantage. But the way I broke it down, I think it kind of answers the problem, because the problem isn't a question of something or nothing, which is arbitrarily going to be defined, but it's a question of contingencies and non-contingencies, isn't it? So yeah, that's how it works. The fact that you have a non-contingent being, which is known as God, allows for the existence of any contingent being. Obviously, the universe being made up of contingent beings.
Yeah, but in, let's say, your position, arguably you wouldn't outright deny that, for lack of a better word, because I don't want to put words because it feels like I'm trying to make you say something because you're not agreeing with them. But for example, because obviously Christians have an understanding of, Jesus is God, and therefore God sent entered his son into the universe, into the world, or whatever, universe, whatever, yeah, which is a real fucking that is a real that is a real claim of the universe being a reflection of God. Man are saying there's a man version of God in the universe. That's a clear, indication of God sort of being reflected in the universe. But you would argue that there is some element of, be it philosophically, practically, whatever, that there would be some obviously reflection of God within this universe, isn't it? Like his, what's the word, man? Like his signature would be on the universe. Would you agree with that or not?
I think those are two different things. The signature is one thing, and I would, if you say signature in the sense of the Fibonacci sequence, or in the sense of gold, what do you call it, sacred geometry, spirals, the spirals that form in kind of weather patterns, in the spiral dynamics, basically. So you've got geometry. Spiral dynamics. That's what I'm talking about. Look up spiral dynamics. You find that in shells. Or you're talking about weather patterns or whatever. So in that sense, no, not numerology. No, spiral dynamics. But you're not talking to Isa. You get me? No conjuring going around there. He's an idiot. But yeah. But yeah, so signature in that sense, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the man, I remember that debate so well because I feel like Sarah's argument was so poorly constructed, but even then it was still coming across that they were being.
I don't think it was a poor argument.
Do you know? I feel like the examples used were so random, arbitrary, and
no, I think it's pretty simple to understand. Like, if there's something, if there's only something in existence, how did that something create something out of nothing?
No, his thing was, how did that something create something nothing that wasn't like him? Which is a great argument if you're arguing against the nothing.
I don't think he said that, bro.
No, he did. He said like,
no, that is what he said. He was saying if a monkey and a monkey had the child, it will come out a monkey. It wouldn't come out as a chair.
Yeah,
that sort of thing.
Which I thought.
Well, that was probably a different argument. I've watched a different one probably because I remember him saying, if it's only Allah in existence, how was something being created out of nothing?
No, he was saying it's only Allah is in existence, but then the following argument was, then how can he make something that's nothing like his? How can the creator be nothing like his creation? Which is a good argument. It's a solid argument. The problem was he trivialized it with the stupid examples, and then he started letting Muhammad Hijab redefine words for him. The second you give the impetus to somebody else, or you what's the word, like you let them dictate the terms of the argument.
Yeah.
When it starts going wrong. He should have been like, bro, I don't.
Yeah, that was a major flop. That debate, like you're saying, like, yeah, you're right. Like he could have come up with some brilliant point there, but he just, because his lack of education, his lack of debating skills, like he basically flopped them. Like he started off on the right foot, but he just flopped the mission. He flopped it big time. No, but like James is saying, like his initial point, his idea, it was a good one. Like if he could have backed it, it would have been good. But he just couldn't back it because the education level weren't there. That's the thing with Sarah. He talks about pride, but really he's just arrogant.
What are you talking about, man?
Man's arrogant, bro. He's like well overshooting his potential. Like he's trying to come up with some argument that he couldn't even give a decent example for. He's talking to big man about a monkey and a monkey has a child and they come out like a chair. Like the guy's a fool.
But
you're not fanboys. You're just fanboys. You're a fanboy. You love the guy because he's better looking than you. That's it. That's what it basically comes down to. You admire him.
What?
That's what it is. Come off it. Come off it. Who you kidding, bro? Who you kidding?
Khan, you're gay, man. You need to get off.
No, you're just no. It's not me that's gay. It's you.
Go hang out with Raj, man. That was mad.
Man. You still
No. I'm being serious. 100% serious. You lot idolize the geezer, and he walks around all arrogant, but based on what? It ain't based on his intelligence.
After certain people come,
he ain't intelligent. Man ain't got no intelligence, bro.
Have you listened to anything that anyone else has said, or you just been rambling on?
Is that a serious question? Is that a serious question? I'm supposed to answer that. Am I supposed to answer that? Is that a serious question, or are you just having a dig?
Of course, it's a serious question because you just rambling on while I was asking you about 4 questions, and you didn't answer one of them. You're just talking about how man fancies Sarah, man.
You idolize the guy, man. You idolize him. As soon as James said, yeah, he couldn't back the argument, no, it was easy to understand. No, mate, it wasn't. It was bullshit.
So, are you saying that 2 monkeys can have a chair for a child?
Bro, what are you on about? That's so ridiculous. That is just so ridiculous.
Are you saying 2 monkeys can have a chair as a child?
No, but what the fuck has that got to do with God creating something that's nothing like himself? Are you saying that the creative ability, are you saying, Belly, are you saying that the creative ability of a monkey is equal to God? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that a monkey is equally as creative as God?
I don't fucking believe in God. Man made God. I don't actually believe God actually even exists.
No, but it don't matter whether God exists or not. We're just saying a
monkey might be smart.
It don't matter if God exists or not. In this particular argument.
I'm not God's store, so I don't know.
Have you done Fajr today?
No. Of course not.
Can't,
Well,
have
you're
you
just
done
not a
Fajr
low
today?
IQ you chatting shit, bro.
Have you done Fajr today?
Yeah, man was just saying. All I was
Go
gonna
on, go
say,
pray
yeah,
Fajr.
was that I didn't see how it was an uneducated argument to say
Yo,
that two
what's going
monkeys
on?
can't have a chair as a child. I was like, right. That's what I was gonna say, you know. And then man just started fucking, you know what Khan does, right? Started having his like fucking gay bits and that. Like, right, wow, man. Shit. You're too on tap. Yeah, I mean, nah, it's not. What's up, man? Yeah. Yo.
Yo.
Yo. Yeah,
What's going on? Yeah, he was just waffling, fam. I don't know what he was talking about, fam. I just came on, basically, to address the whole pantheism and panentheism talk. So, yeah, so pantheism is to do with the idea that they see the universe as God or whatever, which is no different from what atheists say anyway. And then when you talk about panentheism, that's like basically saying that there's something outside the universe and that's also within the universe and whatever or whatnot, or vice versa, innit? So, yeah, they're pretty much the same as atheists. Try to sugarcoat it for the religious tards. Yo, who's that? Can anyone hear me though?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. I can hear you, man. I was letting you chat still. But yeah, man. Like, so what is it when you think like the God's got like actual controls and sayings
Fucking
and
hell, man, this connection thing is shit.
Can you hear me still?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think his connection was
that still. Yeah, cut out still. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yo, someone get emotional real quick, cause like they won't even listen to the point you're trying to make to see if they agree with the point.
What's your boy?
I was just saying that can two monkeys have a fucking chair? Is why wasn't that
That man haven't taken their naps today, man. That's why they're bugging.
Where did Khan go?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, man hit a man up with a different one. Man said man said
you fancy man and shit. I'm like, what?
I was like, right, that's a disrespect, you know.
Yeah, that's a disrespect, cuz like, Khan, you look fucked though, cuz like, I don't know what you're talking about, cuz you look like a Turkish wrestler. Yeah, everyone, cuz you just looking clapped as well, fam.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought like no disrespect here, but I don't know how you can look at Sarah and think, yeah, everybody's jealous of him. Like that's not no disrespect to big up Sarah, but I don't know, you know, let me reserve bigging up the man, but it's not disrespect to him, yeah. But it's a bit of a stretch still. I don't know where like
that's gay, bro.
First of all,
looks bad. That is fishy, fam.
Yeah, that was definitely suspect, man.
You know, Khan's watching that debate with Sarah and Mohammed Hijab, like, Sarah, you lost, but you're winning in the looks department.
You lost that point, but I still know.
It's funny because he would actually do that, bro.
No, but Vel, I kind of
love milk tray.
I agree.
Hey, Khan, you love milk tray, innit? Sorry, Khan.
You know. Say that again?
Yeah, I said Khan loves milk tray.
That's disgusting. That's disgusting. But yeah, no, I agree with him though. But I've already chatted to Khan about Sarah. He proper don't like Sarah still.
It's what it is, man. One bad, one gone. You get me? Nah, it goes by.
Shit. Payroll and these things, isn't it? Man, you know, man will catch a beating if he goes back to the yard. Now, what did you say about Sarah?
Ah.
And that's to keep it 100% anti.
I would love to kick his ass.
I got love for Khan, yeah. I got love for him. But Khan, I have to be real. You're the type of brother to say all of this shit, yeah, and ask Sarah for an autograph. I have to be
You know, if I was there, yeah. You know, if I was there.
Exactly. No. I guarantee you, Khan goes to Speaker's Corner the day Sarah comes, and he has a proper good like chinwag with Sarah. And he's like, no, man, like, yeah, no, I've always rated you.
Well, I've listened to all your discussions.
My uncle, he's doing a film, and what he was thinking.
Man, we'll get Sarah and Turkey looking like Orient Express, cuz. Very. In the jail for smuggling ash and that. Mad thing.
Jeez, man's in the chat. Come back on, bro. I bet you respect your Jedi's life. I'll bet you any money. I bet. How much you want to bet? I bet you respect your Jedi's life.
I was thinking the exact same thing, I swear.
He's scum. He's got respects. He's bitching about us, and he's typing in the chat. How much you want to bet? Bastard. Cheeky bastard.
He's like, you know that Billy? You know that Billy? Look at this fucking loud dopey voice. Funny stuff. Man.
Nah, Car's my boy, yeah, until respect or someone comes around. Then he's my up for some reason. I don't know why. Movie? Is it with Mark Wahlberg and the guy that was in 12 Years a Slave? Remember that movie? And there's some they're brothers, yeah? They're brothers. Four brothers. Am I making that up?
Four Brothers, I said that, yeah.
Is that the movie with Mark Wahlberg in it, yeah?
I don't know if Mark Wahlberg did it, but I know Four Brothers is a good film. I think Andre 3000's in it as well.
Yes. And then at the end of the movie, yeah, they're all pointing guns at the brothers. The main bad guy is telling all his henchmen to point guns, and then all the guns turn on the main henchman.
Yeah.
You don't pay enough. You know, one of them ones.
Yeah.
Khan's one of them henchmen still. Like, you know, you'll be working. You know, Ras be sliding him them edge notes, like sliding him, like, you know, you think he's your guy, you get to argument with respect, and then Khan will just switch sides on you. You get me?
Yeah, man. You gotta do what you gotta do, son. There we go. That's why it is, you know.
What are you saying?
That's why it is, man.
No, really, yeah.
So that get cuz?
So you're just dealing up these Sundays for the man, them, yeah?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Fuck it, man. Just slap on the live show and see what you got me.
What's work saying for you though? Same old.
Yeah, it's still the same, man. You get me, like, obviously there's less traffic and less jobs, but we're still out here though. It's gonna be a madness though once this thing's over though, cuz I feel like some people ain't gonna have no jobs to go back to. So that's why I'm like talking about this side hustle thing, because your side hustle might turn into your main income right now.
That's why these lot are so petrified of this UBI stuff. But yeah, I mean, what they don't realize is that is going to take some effort to. You know, it's funny though. One thing Dot Magician said, which is really funny, is or it makes you think even, is the reason that there will always be this level of like it won't just be print money and exploit So it won't just be print money and give you a universal whatever, because essentially that would be socialism. That would just be the socialism in the purest form, which is like domestically, we'll steal from other countries, yeah, but domestically everything's free. That will never happen, or not everything's free, but everyone earns the same kind of thing. That'll never happen still, because once you realize money is magic, it's made up, it doesn't mean anything, yeah? Then arguably everybody's gonna be fighting for exactly the same, and then it's just gonna be like pure socialism. So that UBI stuff, like I don't think that's coming anytime soon, if I'm honest. Because
so we're saying that everyone to get the same wages, everyone's to live in the same house, but just perform different tasks.
No, I think UBI in American sense, help me out here, Zero. I think it's like you can still earn on top of it, but everybody gets a certain amount, so that basically no one falls below the breadline.
Oh, universal basic income.
Yeah. I think
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I see the pros and cons of that still, man. Like universal basic income, cause I was more worried about the thing of where less people might want to do actual work or whatnot. Not like one, I'm like thinking like it's gonna cause more people to say, right, I'm always gonna get a so and so check. So as long as that can cover what I need to do, then I don't need to do nothing else.
But the idea, it wouldn't cover what you need to do. It's just like it's like, I don't know, it's on top of that. Like $1,000, $2,000, you get me every month. It's not gonna take care of everything. It's on top. It's nice. Isn't it? It's just for spending.
The best place to be now is Africa, because if you believe in all this conspiracy stuff, because they're gonna exploit to facilitate any of these new world order type models. Yeah, they're gonna fucking exploit the shit out of Africa.
Wait. Before we move on to Africa, you see, you're talking about money and it's nothing in that. I want to kind of probe that a little bit. What do you mean by that?
Like, well, to be honest, it was Dark Magician that was saying it, and it just was making me
trading pool.
He's saying like, so you know the way that they just the debt for the NHS.
Yeah.
Imagine they do that everywhere. So no one's in debt no more. All your credit card companies, there's no debt. All your whatever, there's no. You don't owe this, you don't owe that, you don't owe nothing. And then what would you reckon people are going to say after? Oh, sorry, let me rephrase it. If they were to do that to more things, like more institutions or whatever, what do you think people are going to say? People are going to say, well, then I don't have to pay my debt either. I don't have to pay my nothing. And at some stage, the government.
What do you say if they do it to institutions?
Yeah, like so. No. So not like bail-ins. And I'm saying if like various different whatever. If we start seeing, because now it's like we cut NHS's debt to help the NHS because it's a pandemic, a big crisis. But if the government did it enough to the point where people were like, so like this austerity, this money that you need to pay back, if you could just print more money, why don't you just print bare money and just pay it back to whoever? Why don't you just print?
This is what I'm saying. How do you understand money creation? Who creates money?
Are you asking me as in like outside of?
Yeah, as in your framework, as in when you're thinking about these things, how is money? Who creates money? How is it created? Do you know what I'm saying?
Are you saying the people, or are you saying me, like me myself?
You. Yeah. What do you think?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I like what like quantitative easing, fractional reserve banking, these kind of like debt creation and stuff.
No, it's not fractional reserve, is it? There's a couple. Yeah, you're right. I mean, the thing is, there's a couple different.
The cash that we have is fractional reserve banking, and that's an example of fractional.
No. Well, that's what I'm saying. There's a couple of theories, isn't it? That's one of them, fractional reserve banking. But that's not how money is actually created. Yeah, I mean, if you look at how banks operate, you will notice that there's two assumptions: that one, they lend money, and two, they take deposits. And obviously, this is the role of banks is obviously central in terms of at least distribution of money, because you think of banks as intermediaries. So okay, so if again, so how would you understand? How do you understand money creation to kind of operate?
Like, so obviously they print, from what I understand, they print their own money. Like, do you want me to get into the technicals of that, or you're saying, do I agree that they print their own money? And
I know, as in like flesh it out. Who so like the bank, which bank prints that?
Well, I want to say national banks, but I know the Bank of England does. I know the Fed does. I know Japan has. I'm not sure what they're called, but Japan has the equivalent of the Federal Reserve or the Bank of England, that kind of national bank. I know that the history of the Bank of England is like from like one of those wars in the 17th or 16th century where they developed an institution separate to the monarchy, and then that from that point on, I know that the creation of bills or notes is the example.
See, I'm not trying to get into like probe into history. I'm saying in terms of right now.
No, they print their own money.
Their
own money.
Yeah. I mean, so you're saying national banks, and then what did you say?
Yeah, no, I said in America, Fed. I don't know if it's national bank, but like for example, Fed does
Bank of England. Yeah.
An equivalent for the EU, that kind of shit.
Yeah. Central bank. Yeah.
Central bank. That's the word. Central bank.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, to an extent, but I think the primary means, as far as I understand, anyways, is actually when you roll into a bank. So if you think about, as I said, we think about banks as an intermediary, and we also think about them as takers of deposits and lenders of money, isn't it? Yeah. But in reality, they don't actually lend any money, nor do they take deposits. When you think about an actual deposit, and I'll get to the money creation in a second and why I say high street banks or like everyday banks are central in terms of money creation, as opposed to the central banks.
Oh, but banks do have cash in them, though, isn't it?
What's that?
They like, for example, like you can take notes out of banks, and banks do.
Now check this. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm gonna come to that. I'm gonna come to this exact point, but I need to get through the deposits and the lending aspect as well, because that will lead into the creation aspect.
Wait, guys, can we introduce our guest?
Yeah.
How are you, Cotton?
Yo, Cotton,
hey.
Yo.
What's going on?
I don't think I mic's working still.
Hello, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Cotton, your mic's not working, sis, man.
I have to reset.
Yeah. Refresh your browser.
It could be a troll account though, still. But yeah, yeah. It just could just call. You know what I'm saying? People can actually go to that extent, man.
No, they've done it for me, so I know what you're saying, but it's not.
Yeah.
Hey, quickly though, have you addressed? Has anyone addressed that video you put up earlier today about that American doctor?
No, you know what it was? Yeah, Sosa sent me the video still, and was asking if I could put it up. Still, I didn't watch the whole video. I just thought, yeah, I'll fire it up, man. You get me? And then I'll put like, leave your thoughts underneath, innit? Like, so everyone can make their own sort of decision on what he's saying. But I've not seen the full video properly still, so yeah, break it down and give man the thoughts on it.
Well, you don't think it's real?
I think it's pseudo.
Pseudo.
Yeah,
I know, that's Veli's that's Veli's refix.
Pseudo.
Where did the sway come from?
From the UE and that,
You get me?
Come on, fam. They not spell Sweden.
Yeah,
Colin, are you coming back on?
You can't.
Khan's on the line from he's
a man up right there, man. You get me?
Khan's double booked, fam.
No,
Carnaze.
I said Cotton.
Carnaze. Yeah. About Carnaze.
How's Cotton coming on now? This time she never comes on.
Yeah.
She does jump on, man. She used to jump on Jedi's stream.
Yeah, she used to jump on before, actually. Yeah.
She jumped on it. Yeah, no, I've heard her jump. I've heard her. I can't even lie. Jedi took the piss one time. They were debating about racing that year, and he jumped on and he was like, "But ain't you 30% Greek?" But these times Cotton was arguing for like, for like pro-black shit.
Yeah, man.
He come on and just hit her up like, he's a bastard for that.
He's an asshole. Trust me. I think Cotton's back now. Yo, Cotton, well done.
No, fuck off, man. Can't be happening twice.
Mad thing.
Mad thing, sad thing.
Mad thing, Cotton, man. You're nuts.
She's on a proper hijabi thing, like, you know what I'm trying to say? Man ain't trying to talk in front